Yes. Wagwan, your boy Jedi. What the fuck? What? Yes, your boy Jedi for Jedionline, Illuminati Live, and REDPILLTRILL. Like, comment, share, subscribe, all of that. If you're new to the channel, hit that notification bell so you make sure that you can stay tapped in, logged in, you know, with the comings and goings of the community that we got over on these sides. Yeah, I run 2 channels, 3 channels really. One's a music channel, one's a live stream channel dedicated to strictly live streaming. And right now we on Jedionline, which is like a mixed bag of like vlogs and blogs and clips and videos and blah blah blah. I'm using this channel because we keep it so trill that YouTube have given me a strike for talking about vaccinations, but fuck YouTube, man. And you get me? But yeah, man, we still here. We in the cut. It's all good. Big up Troublesome Trill. Like number 1. When you come in, leave your like. Like, hit the like button. Let me know the number of your like. You know, 6 people in the building. We climbing. We get in there. And let's hopefully have a good day of streaming, conversation, and whatnot. Been gym, been up early, had my smoothie. Can't really ask for more. You know, old tight Dublin, like number 2. Yeah, I mean, big up, old tight, plate up. Big up, like number 3. Hit that like button. Let me know your number, man. You get me? Soldier and plate up about to have a fight. 7-7 Soldier claiming number 3 too, man. Blissed New Day family. Big up yourself, man. Everyone in the building. Yeah. So how'd you sleep? You sleep all right? I had a good sleep. You know, I think I slept for an extra like 45 minutes. You know what I mean? Old Type Wisdom with light number 7, big up your chest. Yeah. Fucking hell, man. Like, I got to confess, I didn't do my cardio this morning because I was kind of tired, because I did 2 cardio sessions yesterday. But I will be at some point in the stream or whatever, running over to the gym to do like about 400, 500 calories. You know, I'm creeping up slowly. There was a point where I was doing like, I was doing like 1,000 calories in a day, like burning them. Fucking hell, it's too much. T Bookman, big up your chest. Rika B, big up your chest. We got 4 people claiming number 7, you know. Big up True Mimosa claiming number 8. We got 4 people. We got a 3-way fight. Wisdom, B, Rika, and Taylor. You lot got to fight it out in the arena. Fight to the death. Yeah, man. Hit that like button. And just come on in, man. Let me know what you're doing, man. Troublesome Chill said he slept like a baby. How did you sleep? Go on with it. True, you got a spanner? Hey, big up. Lizak number 12. Oh, shit. Play up. You got beef again. You get me? Trill OG's claiming number 12. You get me? T-Book was like, 7 is mine, bruv. Big up RE, number 9, going to bed now. Okay, yeah, I hear you over there, man. All right, well, have a good sleep. And when you wake up, we should still be... yeah, we still be here. Yeah, of course I'll be here. I'll be here. How long do you sleep, RE? 6 hours, 7 hours? No way are you one of them people that can get 8 hours sleep. I don't think I've ever had 8 hours of sleep in my life, unless I was heavily drugged and sedated. 8 hours of sleep when? I don't think, yeah. How long do I actually sleep for? All right, boom, let me say 11, 11 6, Nah, I mean, I don't know, man. I went to bed at 2:30 a.m., woke up at 8:45. Fucking hell. That's not a lot of sleep, though. 8 hours. Okay, so 8 hours from now, I expect to hear from you, Ari. You're 50, I'm 55 years old. 55-year-olds ain't not supposed to sleep for 8 hours. How come you sleeping so much? I bet you don't look 55. Yo, 2:30 a.m. woke up at 8:45. That I feel like that's a little window, man. That's a little window, man. Big up Sash Trill, like number 24. Bomber Clout Sash, trilling at the building. Yeah, all right, look, I got a little thing to play. I know I'm so tired. I never have enough sleep. Man, why what is it? Your body just wakes up? Have you got something to do? Like, why? Because I don't know what it is with me. I can't do lions. I don't know what it is with me. I'll be trying. I just can't do the lion thing. Like, it just doesn't work. I try to just, because I remember, like, me and my friends, we used to go out and then, like, maybe go back to the same crib, yeah? Like, go to my brethren's yard or come to my crib or wherever we are. And I come to realize that, or go on holiday with the man them, I come to realize the man them could just sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep. I'm like, how the fuck are you doing that? How are you doing it? How are you sleeping? Like, it's all 10 hours and that. Like, what? I know we drank, you know, we drank, we did drugs, we partied, we had fun, but I still don't get how you, listen, if I get in at 5 o'clock in the morning, please believe by like at least 10, I'm up. I'll be up. Who sleeps past 10 o'clock in the morning? How do you do that? Big up my good friend and my cousin on their birthday today, man. Yeah, well, big them up, man. Lions isn't healthy, though, still, so it's good you just get up. All right. Let me put this in. Keep hitting that like button if you haven't already. If you've got another account, come back in with that account. Smack that like button for me, please, man. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. You know, it feels a bit strange I didn't start with some music, a little beat. Like number 31, Old Tight Snoots. Old Tight Raw Beats. It feels horrible when you lie in, even though it feels so good. Does it feel horrible? I need to understand the science of a lion because I've never achieved it. I've never achieved it. Yeah, I'm just saying, innit? I know I sound very interested in this subject, but I've never achieved a lion. I just wanted to throw that out there. If you don't want to tell me the secret of how to lie in, what do you do? Yeah, man, I hear that groggy feeling. Now, do you know what, though, yeah? I know that feeling. You know that feeling when you wake up, say, for instance, you go to bed like a normalish time, you wake up around 7, yeah? And for some reason, you wake up, but you're able to go back to sleep. You see, when you go back to sleep, when I do that, yeah, I go back to sleep, I get bombarded with dreams in that small little space. I'll go back to sleep and I'll have back-to-back mad dreams. So I almost have to forcibly wake myself up and be like, no, fuck that. I ain't going back to sleep again. Bare mad dreams. I don't know. I'm saying that's not REM. That's not REM. I don't know what that is, but like them, some vivid, scary fucking dreams. I wake up like a champion early, day. So who would be awake if I started today like at, say I started the stream today at like 8:20. Half of you lot wouldn't be here, man. Sometimes I do them mad early ones, and I just, whenever I feel like I just hit the live button. All right, look, I got a little video kind of thing. Big up Sneets. Sneets kind of inspired me to look at this. Let's see what you got. I don't know, man. Let's see. Right. All right, let's see. Where's the volume?
Why won't anybody wake up? It doesn't take much to look around and realize that something is very wrong and that we're in the midst of a battle of consciousness. Those of us who have set on the journey of expansion and rediscovered our divinity oftentimes are baffled how so many people live each day almost like nothing is wrong or abnormal about the world's condition. The energy extraction matrix system is happening on such a fundamental level.
All right, let me just check this out. Make sure that these haven't been in. No, they haven't. So I don't know. Cool. I'm reloading it, yeah? So it's only 6 minutes anyway. I'll take Sniper.
Why won't anybody?
Ari, big up your chest.
It doesn't take much to look around and realize that something is very wrong and that we're in the midst of a battle of consciousness. Those of us who have set on the journey of expansion and rediscovered our divinity oftentimes are baffled how so many people live each day almost like nothing is wrong or abnormal about the world's condition. The energy extraction matrix system is happening on such a fundamental level that to ignore it seems almost inhuman. We tell ourselves that if only people were to take time to perform a detox of themselves, meditate, discover that everything they know is a lie, then they could start to lift the mask of illusion off themselves and the world. But that's assuming all beings are living souls. Most are, in fact, already dead.
What?
In his Hermetic text, The Stellar Man, John Baines writes that there is a collective unconscious consistently exerting a de-individualizing influence on humanity. He calls this the collective soul, or central computer. This central computer is what I have previously called the secondary AI oversoul. An oversoul is a conglomeration of souls, also called a soul group. An oversoul transcends individual consciousness. We can think of it as funneling the underlying attributes of that soul's intelligence. The oversoul of the living souls contain divine intelligence, since it is still tethered to the pleroma, the source of this intelligence. The secondary oversoul of the organic portals, however, has only a parasitic intelligence which attempts to mimic that of the living souls. The secondary oversoul formed over time. Living souls connected to the original oversoul decided to experiment with division, fear, addiction, illusion to such an extent that they completely cut themselves off from sources nourishing light. Because of this, the secondary oversoul instilled a program of automatic energy vampirism. This constant vampirism we see is not an act of evil, but an act of desperation, of a soul group who has lost their way. The organic portals are conglomerated into a sort of virus that aims to infect and assimilate. They are dead. This may be difficult to digest. To say most people are dead would mean many of your loved ones, friends, family, teachers, favorite musicians are not organic forces like you thought, but are a part of a complex AI consciousness.
Oi, don't fucking piss me off. Don't beat me off. Don't piss me off. I suggested don't piss me off. I'll touch your Walker, like number 37. I suggested don't piss me off. Yo, jump on the panel. Jump on. How do I feel about what I'm seeing? Yeah. I mean, I've long suspected this. Like, it definitely rang bells with the energy vampirism, but I definitely believe not everybody has a soul. I know Zulu would like to talk about this. Me and Sniper always beefing over the soul, over what the soul is, or whether we who has a soul, who has a spirit. That's a whole different fucking conversation. This is a reach and a way to humanize demonic beings. Yeah, why? Humanize demonic beings. I think they're just saying that not all humans are tapped into the source. Not all humans have the ability to overstand or understand that they are in some form of matrix, and maybe even be able to peel back layers of the onion and grasp a higher frequency reality or a more organic reality. I'm thinking, why do you doubt that? Do you really think everyone's born with a soul when you look at the world and that? I don't know, man. I mean, not born with a soul. I think some people are. I think people lose their soul or give up their soul or have it taken away from them, and with that, their ability to think outside the box. Not all humans are human, right? But I don't think that makes it different from what they're saying, Puntai. I don't like. Do you know what I mean? I would agree with you. I don't think all humans are human, or who is the human and what is a human? I would just rather say I don't think we're all the same, innit? Like, because I'm not even sure about I'm not really sure about the human thing, if I'm real with you. But Puntai, I'd love to have a conversation with you on this. So feel free to jump in. The link is in the chat. Above the chat is pinned. Please jump on. Or let me put it in the chat here for you directly. Anybody that wants to jump on, hit that link and come on and let's have a conversation, man. You get me? Make yourself your coffee, your tea, your cereal, your porridge, your oats, your sea moss, whatever it is you lot are doing. Yeah, I'm gonna get my turmeric and spirulina on. Yeah, man, come and join me. Lights are on, but nobody is home. Yeah. I've fully experienced this with people, and just realized we're not all the same, man. We are not all the same. Sashi.
Hello.
Can you say
Hi.
Sashi?
Sashi.
Yeah, why am I struggling? Sashi.
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 So weird, then, though.
It sounds weird, isn't it? Sashi. What was Sash? What are you going to tell me that you're one of these people?
I don't know.
You're going to tell me you're one of these soulless ones?
I don't know what you're talking about. No, I love this. This video is
Tony Brown,
wicked.
the Brown cool. Wagwan, man.
Hey, big up Uncle Tony.
Tony Brown.
I just wrote. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, my brother?
Yeah, man.
Yo, Uncle.
Yeah. Greetings, everybody. I can't see who's on the panel, but I hear Sash's voice. Big up Jedi every time. Big up everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah. Big up everybody in the chat. Still, I can't see you lot because I'm just on the phone and I ain't got my glasses on, and I just roll out of bed, tear. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, but hear what?
They're saying it's been so hot. It's been so hot the last couple of days that you must be Tony Black by now.
Yeah. That's true, man. I don't lie.
Yeah.
I better change my name, stuff for real.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The black up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I've been tuning in. I've been in the background still, Jed. You get me? And I've been giving my like. My like yesterday was 109. I've been giving me likes. I'm gonna give one in a minute.
That, Uncle?
Say that again.
How did you remember? I like it, and then go to type it, and I forget it straight away.
No. I got to remember my contribution. It's little, but I got to remember it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
the uncle memory.
But this is what I wanted to ask. Yeah, right? Is this, Jed? Why do you think you attract these idiots? You know, like that's what. Why do you think you attract them? For real.
Opposite.
Why do you think that happened?
What kind of idiot are you talking about, though?
We're talking. You know who I'm talking about. Do you really want me to name them all? Because I can, you know. I don't really care.
All right. Does it begin with an F? Who was it? Tell me. Just tell me.
He's one of them, but there's quite a few of them, you know.
Yeah.
There's quite a few of them what, jump on your back. And I'm trying to work out, why do they do it? Why do they come? They come as something else, but before you know it, they switch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Why do you attract that type of energy? And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with you.
But maybe there is. Maybe. But I don't know. I would rather say, you know what? I've asked myself this a lot. In fact, every day I go out, I ask myself, when the madman comes up to me, when the weird gal comes up to me, like, I always ask myself, why me? Like, why did you pick me? And I don't know. I'm not sure. It could be like moths to a flame. It could be that they're seeking some kind of, it could be like just attraction, that, like energy vampirism or something. I think sometimes it's that. It could be that their inbuilt programming, like what we're watching now, where it's like some people are part of a deeper program where they're not connected to the Most High, they're not connected to the source, they're connected to the thing that is anti that. And they don't even know. They're good people, they're like lovely people in their heart, but something will make them want to come and interrupt a very important conversation. Or would want to come and break up a good partnership or union between them and them. And they don't realize why they're doing it. They genuinely don't like Tony Brown. It's not like they genuinely think Tony Brown's mugged them off. But the way that they move, they're going to mean that Tony Brown and Peter can't friend again. And if Tony Brown and Peter were friends, they would have took over the world, kind of thing. So it's like they're playing their part to keep the system running in the way it is. I think weird things, but I've seen these things. I call it thought processes. Sometimes I think people get because I'm aware that humans have the ability to whisper to your subconscious. Yeah. And entities have the ability to do that too. The power of suggestion is very real. And they can suggest some things to you. And if you don't know yourself, and if you don't have certain psychic self-defense up, you will what's the film? What's the film? Leonardo DiCaprio, Dreams, What's the film? You will get inceptioned and think that is actually your idea. So you might turn around and be like, I don't like this fucking dude, or you want to be close to this dude, or I just want to, and you don't know what's motivating you, and you follow that flow, and next thing you know, you're falling out, or you become the spanner in the works. I think it can be almost like these people don't know what they're doing themselves half the time. Yeah. So I've given you a few different...
I think a lot of them are calculated myself. I know what you're saying. That are we talking about that? I'm going back to the question. I'm going back to the question. What I asked you before. What's going on here?
Sorry, because you two are talking at the same time. I think there must be a delay.
Okay. Right. Go, Jeds?
Yeah, go for it. All
right, yeah. But what I'm saying, going back to the people who attract, going back to that, seeing it's like you see with you now, you've got kind of a genuine personality. So it's not like they have to be somebody else, for you to get along with them.
Right.
From what I've gathered, you're a kind of guy, you take people as they are. So why do they Right. So why do they come with this different persona, and then it's not like they have to try to how can I put it, mollycoddle you. It's not like they have to be fanboys. They can just be themselves. But then later on in the day, all of a sudden they just become horrible, and they start cussing other people, and it for no reason at all. You understand? The way my man was going on, I kind of felt the way he was dealing with MD and I think sideways he tried to come in at Sash and blah blah. I kind of took it kind of personally, I kind of felt a bit like I need to jump in and cape up. because this guy's talking all this big heavy talk. I'm telling you the truth. He's talking this big heavy talk. These sisters have never shown this brother no disrespect.
Oh, and nothing.
No disrespect. I really wanted to take it to like a different level, kind of. That's why I didn't jump on, because I know I would sound silly talking this holy horrible talk. But he's on the other side of England, and me talking all this horrible talk. Hey, they get man nowhere. But I didn't like that, and I'm finding that, you know, there's a couple of them what keep doing that. And it's like I want to really test them. Not like, no, you know, going back and forth with the suck your mama talk and all that. It's like I actually want to test them, like, okay, you really want to do this thing. And as old as man is, I know I keep mentioning the old thing, but yeah, boom. As old as man in, I want to test you, bro. Because you're talking like you're wicked. And you ain't wicked. And the thing about it, Jedi can mash up the whole of them by himself. That's how much ratings I got for Jedi. He will mash them up, but he's there and being civil. I know he's got to protect his brand and rear tear. But I don't like these guys just sneaking in through the back door. And then, you know, letting off on people who I see as real decent people.
Innocent bystanders. I don't get it, bro. I asked, but that's why I tried to investigate, because I'm on what you're on. I'm trying to understand what this is. I proper like was saying to facts like, what? Go on. In fact, in the evening, our last conversation proves that this thing was on my mind, because I was like, do you not think he's back on the works? Or because I'm still trying to understand it. It seems I'll tell you something I noticed. From I've been born, I've always been very receptive to women. It's not no secret. I love women. I love female company. I like to see the man them have some women to talk to. I like some women to have man them to talk to. Like, it don't even have to be nothing sexual, even though there is that aspect too, if I'm being honest with you, yeah? But I just enjoy a woman. Women. Like, who doesn't? Do you know what I mean, yeah? So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm always quite conscious of the sisters. I gravitate to them, like, yo, where's the sisters? Where the gal them at? And I like to give them a nice safe space where they know when they're with the man them, they're good. I've always been like that. When we go out or whatever, to get them know these men are proper, certified. Not no rapist, not no weirdo, not no fucking pervert, not no woman beater or woman hater, not no batty boy. None of that we don't entertain. Yeah. I'll give a couple chicks a couple slaps. Can't lie. Boom. Just saying, in general,
Jedi. Jed, sorry to cut you.
Hold on. In general, man's ethos is pro-female, right? So what I've noticed is man them that maybe ain't on that vibration, they come over here because they can see food. They're like, yo, I love a good beef with a woman. I love to hate on a woman. I like to make women feel uncomfortable. Let's go over to Jedi's because he's definitely going to have women over there. So you understand? I think some of them just come over because there's feminine energy over here and they want to attack it. They hate it. I don't know. I don't get what the issue is. They're always picking on women. And then another thing is they hating on me because I do have women around me. So they're like, rah, Jedi's got bare women around him that are cool. They're on a level. They're intelligent. They're smart. They're not like on some slaggy idiot thing. Can't we go and ask them and make them feel uncomfortable to be around the brother? But we know that he gets power from being around these sisters. So another thing is, I notice women, man, them coming to my channel and they're trying to call out the women to make them feel away. Show them that you're watching their personal business. Give them all kinds of weird attention that they don't want. Eventually, they feel uncomfortable and they go in the background, which means that my shit comes down because, like, I don't want to chat to bare man all day. I've never been that guy. I'm not that guy. Do you know what I mean? So that's another process that I've noticed. It's maybe not even just me. It's the women that are comfortable to be around the team and are part of the team, should I say? That's their fault. Because there's a big attack on women, bruv. Like, they don't want man and woman to fucking mingle and be cool. I have a brother that you can call to help you, or have a sister you can call to help you. They don't want that shit. They want us all like on one side hating on women. doing a Kevin Samuels, on the other side doing a super feminist, but we're in the middle. They don't like that. So I think that might be a big reason too. Might not even be me. It's like the sisters seems to be a big target. Think about it. Every time people want to get at me, don't they try to get at the sisters? Get me?
Yeah, that's true. That's fact. That's fact.
From Western
and you know the thing about it, Jeds, and you know the thing about it, Jeds, yeah? I was I'm gonna hold my hands here, seeing my generation was this generation, and you know this already. You see, if a girl even mumble too hard, bap. That's how it was. As simple as that. So I'm coming from that generation. And what happened is, listening to man like yourself, you know, actually made me see women in a different perspective. You know, I know a whole heap of woman ain't gonna like what I just said there, but that was just facts. Growing up in that kind of environment, you're on the road, it's pair violence because we're fighting against the opposition. Yeah, when you get back home, you know it doesn't just disappear. You know, basically you're carrying your work back home. And what we saw growing up is that the man was the man of the yard. If I come in 2 o'clock in the morning and whether she's sleeping or not, I say, yo, you know what, I want some food, you know. That food has to be made. But I ain't gonna go deeper than that. But that's how it was. That's how it was. Jedi, you know it too, my brother, right? You know it too. So I was coming from the perspective, you can't run up your mouth. Who you running up your mouth to, right? Bam. Listening to people like yourself, right? And like over the time, like kind of even sitting down and even thinking like where I went wrong in my relationship was me being too egotistical, and having too much, made me see the sisters and the queens in a totally different light, you know, where I'm saying like, right, you know what, I've got to start, I can't look and blanket, I've got to kind of start separating the good from the bad, the degenerates from the ones who are real, you know. So it's like the sisters, what I see on your program, it's like I've got a genuine love for them, you know. Like I see them differently. So when I call them queens, you know, I'm not trying to pander. I really, in my mind, you might not be, but from what I see, on the show and the way you conduct yourself, you don't get involved in these little dibby arguments. You're always maintaining your class, and it makes me see like it's made me see like the gender different now. For a couple of years now, it's made me see the gender. I've never been a disrespectful guy because you know that still. But if, say, for instance, I might like yow a girl decently, and she turn around and give me a nasty look, I was one of them people who the bomber clad I look funny, look dirty post. I was one of them. You know what I mean, Jen? And I'm not lying. You understand? But now it'd be a case of, you know what, chat, I know nothing. You hear me? And move on. So what this show has done for me, it's been great. That's why I'll always be a supporter, And you know, even though I know you want your brand to build, I want your brand to build. Sometimes these fucking cretins what are coming and going in la-di-da, you don't need them, Jed. You just need quality. And we know that these people are fighting it down. And it's not me here trying to like lord up a man. It's just facts. Keep your thing going. You've got some good people around you. But what I do feel, if I have your skills as an orator, some of these pussies who are coming in sideways, I would just smash them up. Personally, I wish I had the skill.
You see me, man. You know what I be? You know what? I'm just learning myself to be a little bit more sparing with the smashing up, because I will go in and then like I'm not in the business of creating enemies, you know, or giving people a reason to hate on me. I just give me
them. I got one foot in the grave already. Give me them.
Take them. But you know when they come over here and they act up, like I will check them, you know. You get me? I will check them, and then sometimes they can't take the
when it comes to the murder.
I check them with energy, and when I check them with energy, Uncle, listen. When I check them with energy, that lasts a lot longer than what I've said. The energy of what I say carries with them, and this is why they find it difficult to maybe come back from falling out with me, because I learned that skill from my mum. my words are very powerful. If I say, I will talk to your fucking soul, you know. Do you know what I mean? I will bypass your ego and talk to your soul. And then
Jedi, when it comes to you taking down a man a peg or two, you're a murderer. You and Maku, yeah, my top three. When it comes to tearing down a man, I know this, you know, but sometimes I don't know, maybe it's my head taking me or something. But sometimes I hear these little prats, you know, and I know that they're prats, you know, and they're having a go at people who are decent enough. And I'm saying, you know what, brother? We all know that you wouldn't be saying this stuff in front of the brother, but your ear prattling on. And I know it's you want it to be a decent conversation, but sometimes it has to be, you know what, pussy, let me just stab you in your throat and dead you and done.
So what you're saying, I think goes perfectly in line with the subject that I'm trying to get into today with this video. Maybe if we listen to this, it might go some way to explaining what this experience is. Because I don't think that everybody, even the people you're describing, I don't think they all do it on purpose. I literally think that it's just how they are. But what I'm trying to uncover is why they are the way they are, even if they don't know. And I'm starting to realize that I think some of these people are the soulless robots that we're talking about, where any energy can enter them and take them and then because remember, regardless of what we talk about, whatever, in my heart, why I'm online is, I hate the word, but for a righteous cause. It is for enlightenment of the people, and it is some form of energetic resistance to the powers that be. That's it. I'm an opposer. That's who I am. Do you know what I mean? So, like, I understand, even if we're having this conversation, it's going against other people's narratives and these are the people that are running the world, right? So I think that you get some soulless kind of beings that they're just walking along and then they generally hear Tony Brown talking. Then they're like, what did my man say? Man's reaction was, what is this simp banging on about? Now, there's a reason why you're even on here calling the next man a simp after you've listened to him for 5 seconds. There's a reason why you're on here and you don't have a profile picture. There's a reason why you're on here and you don't even have your name, but you want this men. This is what I'm saying. But that person, Naga Samasa, they probably don't know why they've even written that. They probably don't even know. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't know that their role in the world is to try and pop energy down. Our role in the world is trying to pull up. They don't know.
Jedi, you see that Faciol? I don't know who it is because I can't see the chats, but you see that Batiol, whoever he is, yeah? If he's the man he says he is, right? But I know he's not no man anyway. Make him go on camera and I'll put my face on camera and I'll say it to his face.
Right.
Pussy. It's simple as that, isn't it?
Anyway, let's leave it there because remember, a draw out is still a draw out. And when we say draw out, it's drawing out your energy. You ain't getting that from them. True. They don't have to eat. It's a banquet, bruv. You want to know why they come round? Because it's a fucking banquet of high frequency, high energy people that just come to congregate and chat. It's a banquet, man. All you can eat buffet of good energy and powerful people. So I don't blame them. I'd be asking why they don't come round. Why we don't have more. Where's the vultures? Big good food is here, you know. So I get it, man. I get it, man. An empty vessel can be filled. Awaiting wisdom. We've been saying this for how long, bro? An empty vessel can be filled. That means so much. This is why I don't do certain forms of practices to empty out my vessel, because you never know what's going to jump in. We have to be aware. If you don't have like spiritual eyes in any way, shape, or form, you might not be aware that there's more like, man. You know what? Yeah. You ever made a link with somebody that could change your life, or you could change their life, and before you have had that chance to make moves, you've fallen out, or something dumb out of your control has happened. All of a sudden, you've fallen out. Yeah. And you think to yourself, how could that have been? I treaded so carefully, and somehow I've fallen out with this individual where me and them could actually do big works. This is what I'm saying. There's no coincidences, bro. Sometimes you link. Sometimes the system does its best to keep certain people apart. Like I don't mean generally. I'm talking individuals. The system might do its best to keep me and Freddie apart. So every time I phone him or whatever, he's busy. Every time he phones me, I'm at the end. I'm blah blah blah. I'm blah blah blah. And just when we get to the point where, yo, we bypass all the obstacles that have been put in place, and me and him are in the same room at the same time, we can have that conversation. The fire alarm goes off. He gets a call. His missus is in labor. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like I'm saying that very few things are left to chance. When I look at gang, I know this. There's a reason why me and Ras couldn't get on. There's a reason why certain things was happening. Because the works and the energy, like you're not supposed to have people like Jedi on your team, bruv. You're not, Car. He's not a Mason. He ain't never gonna sign away. In fact, he's been educated on higher levels of reality that most of the man them haven't. So to have me in your team and genuinely be working with you, do you know the energy that man creates?
Wait, Jay, can I say to cut you, brother?
Certain people have to be separated by pettiness, by bickering, by some weird robot humans that come in between, man. Like, it's just weird. But this shit happens on purpose. What? I'm Freddie.
Bless up, man. Bless up, man.
Big up, Freddie.
Well, I just want to chime in. Oh, big up everybody, man. Come on, man.
Freddie, my brother. Big respect,
family, man. Blood,
big respect, my brother. Big international respect, my brother.
Come on, man. I'm just glad we're all alive, family, man. You know how that goes, man.
Yeah.
But you know what I wanted to chime in though on a real thing. What you were saying, Jay. You see the energy, bro. Your energy is. I don't know. I don't want to like sound like I'm going up your bum, but I'm just saying your energy, bro, is crazy dumb, fam.
Yeah.
It's attracting a lot of shit as well as a lot of good stuff, a lot of positive.
Right.
It's like a fucking vortex, blood. The way it just spins man around. Like even when you have an argument with man can't even get off man's brain. Like imagine man's got to come on 8 days later and start acting again. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm like, the thing is just, I don't know, bro. And Ras has got the same thing, obviously. Yeah, I'm trying to show you.
Yeah.
Fred, sorry, a cut in, but Fred, where you been, bro?
Yeah,
we have more around here.
Man's been sick out, fam.
You can make the man them know Rasta. I would have mixed up some ginger and garlic.
This one I can't make nobody know, man. It's embarrassing, blood. Me have to get up and char some ginger and help myself in the bathroom and back a things, man.
What is it? What was it?
Bro, I think it's just obviously Babylon must have injected man when I was in Central one day. Yeah, I don't know what they done to man, fam. But I'm at the game. You get me? I hardly got any energy to move and certain things. You see me, fam? I was lifting up 40 kg and I can't even lift up a cup of tea now, blood.
What are you saying?
Hey,
I'm going to ask you directly. What do you think it was the thing?
You been around anyone
fam,
with
Babylon sneezed on me, man, when I weren't looking.
If you've been around anyone that's had the thingy, Mijiggy,
guess where? Guess where I went like a pussy, yo. Guess where I went like an idiot? I went to the theatre to see Tina Turner, innit?
Tina Turner?
Yeah, what's the flu got to do with it? I'm at the game, you get what I'm trying to show you.
Wow.
Yeah, the theatre was kind of ran with all different heads and weren't really the place to be, blood. Shouldn't even be around Babylon. Should be still isolated.
I saw that thing advertised and that. Was it good?
Yeah. She got some beaten, man. She got some beaten and she recovered. You get me? So that's the greatest thing.
Hey, is Ike Turner alive?
I think so. Still,
I want to know, Obviously, he's never been public to deny anything, has he? Has he ever been asked? Has he ever done an interview? Are you dead? He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Oh, okay. They killed him before he could get the story out.
He died in 2007. Now she can say anything about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I was a bad man though, and I was the celebrity before her still.
Yeah. All of that's great. All of that's great. I just want to know.
Big up, Max. Big up.
I want to know whether he was really kicking her ass. That's really what I want to know. Was he really kicking her ass?
I think it was normal. For the time, yeah. It was extremely normal behavior.
I think that obviously there's always two sides to the story. But when you say that, it's like, fucking hell, why did you say that, man? You shouldn't have said that. And no, Tina was a warrior. But I always think there's two sides, isn't it? I'm not condoning no woman beating. Don't get me twisted. I'm not condoning none of that. I'm just saying that obviously women know what they're doing as well at some stages of it. You get what I'm saying?
I just know that
I can hear the women's back stiffening up right now, fam. The ladies,
brother Maku.
Yes, big up Uncle T. Big up Uncle T. I think it was confused though.
I'm doing something in the background. I got to hail you up. Sorry to cut in, but I had to hail up my brother Maku. Big up every time, my brother. Please.
But I'm saying, I think I can hear the lake drying up. Maybe we should move on from that.
Move on, Jay. Move on. I've already had this blood. I've had this for 2 days running blood. Move on.
Hey, fucking hell, man. But yeah, big up, man. Like Mills, like number 54. Jeez. Sniper, what are you saying? Your day off, yeah?
I might go later. I might go later.
You're gonna go later, bro.
Yeah, it's only because T's like onto me, bro. I know he ain't text me yet, but I know he did say today. He did say today. I was like, oh, bro, really?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and do some cardio later as well, man. I'm a bit tired right now. Right, so let me play this video. I'm gonna start it from the top, and it's interesting. So, has any of you on this panel heard the term organic portals?
No.
Nah.
Not organic portals, but not
organic portals. Well,
they must be organic, because how do you make one? You can make an artificial portal, I suppose.
What they're saying is certain humans are literally just vessels. Yo, Jada, stop that. Certain women are literally just vessels.
Certain women.
No, because I looked at Jada. I looked at Jada. Yamming her own crutch. I don't know. But yeah, certain people are just vessels. So like
I've been saying that, Jets. You know,
they're soulless. They're soulless, and they just basically channel the collective consciousness of those on the opposite side of the source. Those on the opposite side vibration, right? Shadow thing. Let's call it that. Even though I don't like shadow, car like shadow's dark and black, and like I don't like to keep bringing negative vibes to things of that kind of. I just, you know what I mean.
But if you think about the movie, remember the other movie that you said you didn't really like? That one, they said they were in the shadows. You get me? But they were clones, innit? They were basically clones. Yeah. So,
clones.
Yeah, it's just title.
Kind of like a clone. It's like a soulless human with intelligence.
I've been taught that from a long time. I've been spitting that vibe about empty vessels. You know what I mean? And things entities being able to jump into your back. Certain circumstances, as he said, like raving, clubbing, getting clubbed in the head, drinking spirits, all of this shit. You get what I'm saying?
And then meditation, emptying your vessel of its, and leaving room.
And not only that, Jets. Who taught me as well? Manga let me know what I go on. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I was like, raw. Back in the day, Demon Seed and all that. Yeah, let's do a rave, have the flashing lights, all of that type of thing. I was like, and then conjuring these demonic spirits to come into people. I said, where have I heard this before? So wherever I go or whatever I get into.
It was Thingy that did it for me, you know. Not like, as in, made me look at partying and clubbing slightly different, even though I still fucking rinse them and do events, yeah?
Right.
But Blade was saying to me, not everybody in at the dance is what
you think they are.
And
you know when the light goes over the eyes, isn't it? Yeah.
Right. And these are just humans in the dance, but they just pray to the bigger thing that's going on. And when they're raving and drinking and just in the vibe, they can't really see what's going on right around them. You know, like some of these people are not people.
These men can see the veins in your neck.
Right.
You know what taught me that good raving? Historia, bruv. Yeah, I went on the wrong night and then there was a bag of demons in there, bag of demonic characters, and they all thought they were normal to get out there quickly.
Demonic spirit.
Yo, chefs, wagwan.
Big up, chefs.
Big up.
Wagwan. Family. Hope everyone's well.
Yeah, we say you're at like a 60.
Glad you're alive, sis.
You're at like a 60, 70 today. What's going on?
Do you know what? Where's that?
You're at 60 or 70 today. What's going on?
I'm sure I'll level up at some point.
Wait.
You get me? But yeah, I've just been on a more humble, peaceful. You get me?
Don't worry, man. The full moon had you lot, man.
Nah, it fully did. I can't even deny that. You
actually made me realize the day before how shitty I was feeling.
Bro.
Can you feel it coming? I feel it coming. I think, oh shit, it's here again. But I never ever remember the moon.
When they mentioned, it's that eclipse thing, I was like, that makes sense. Because the day before, the same day, like, started a new day, and don't ask me why. But obviously your mind is just like, it was just not having it.
Doing stuff.
Just a shit day. Yeah, it was just a shit day.
I need to understand why that happens.
That's why,
you know.
No, because that's your cycle. It controls your cycle. It is your symbol. It is, you draw energy from it.
Anyone
that
was on their period during that time, I feel sorry for you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, double whammy.
Cruella de Vil.
Yeah.
Double whammy.
Cruella de Vil business.
But that's part of the reason why I
it's about
say
energy.
anything
And
yesterday.
if you acknowledge it.
Do you get me? Because I just felt like there's no need for me to add to this, innit? Like, this is obviously like, do you get me? Like, it's obviously like theme minor the way it should be anyway. So it's like you're arguing with a madman. You're trying to explain to him, I'm not the person that you've got this hateful energy towards. We don't even know why you have this hateful energy.
That was so off key.
It was so crazy.
Do you know how many times? Every single time, it gets established. Like, it gets established that it's not us, and then.
Sax was going to Chevs first, the fucking councillor. I'm like, what are you talking about? This cunt and bitch or something and something. I'm like, rah. So then he was like, Sash. I'm like, bruh, he's going Sash now. Like, you just
not even Sash.
It made me laugh, because when he went to MD, he's like, what? So you just let Sasha and all the other girls take the heat?
It's non-comprehension.
That was on you, bro.
If non-comprehension was a person, that's who he is. Yeah, the man just couldn't comprehend anything. Like, we've got names on our, like, normally we do, got our names up there, so he can see who he's talking to more time, and more time he can even see, like, the little picture moving as we speak. You know. I don't know. But then again, do you know what passed my mind? He always sounds like he's on loudspeaker, so I don't know if he's actually near his phone when he's sprouting these. Like, do you get me? because he sounds a bit distant, not too distant, but he sounds a bit distant.
Listen, what you need to watch his posts. Have you not watched his any of his videos?
No, I don't follow. I'm not.
Yeah, he did one this morning.
YouTube.
He did one this morning. Allow it. He goes on. Yeah, man, he's mad. But there's sometimes I'll go to him, and they're gone. And then when I ask him, I'm like, yeah, facts. What was that thing you was talking about? And Maku, I'm not going to say nothing about that.
Because like the trees in the sky all like mixed together, and you know.
That's right. He just goes somewhere else with it. I'm like, all right.
Oh yeah, Jed, check your WhatsApp. I sent you something. Right. You was in a deep convo with Tony Brown. Load up Tony. So yeah, have a look. Tell me what you think. Might be able to do a review today.
We say how is you? Failure in the race, apparently.
Oh, Jed, we can't see.
That's facts. Normal.
Oi, big up man like Facts, you know. That is true. Down because he's the type of guy that needs all of our energies combined. He needs all of our energy. Like Maku, send him some energy, no man.
I'm wondering why his chest is so flat.
Hold on a minute, please. Let me hear what he's saying, please. Not that it's gonna make it.
What's the title?
Magic Roundabout.
Okie dokie.
A failure in the race, apparently. That ain't true. I've paid everyone's wages out of my misery. So I hope you sleep well at night. Let's put this into perspective. It's 2021. You all need to be held accountable for the things you've done. Now, let me elaborate. Now, if someone gets arrested at the age of 13 for whatever reason, and their words, not mine, there's punishment and rehabilitation. Now, please show me some statistics where you've kept in touch with your old clients, where you've seen how their progress through life is going. What I'm saying is it's a revolving door, and these people are now being held accountable. Probation, the police, the courts, social services, the list, the NHS, the list just goes on and on. You've been caught out, you've been exposed for making your wages of sin of people's misery. At some point, you had to know that someone at 13 that is now 46, it didn't work out. So are you saying that the job you're doing is about as useful as an arsehole right here? Is that what you're saying? You're so competent in your job that the statistics, there isn't any. So how does that work? So you're unaccountable. So you're rogue. So the job we're paying you for is about as useless as an arsehole right here.
All right.
I'm confused.
Back to the revolt.
No, it makes sense. He's talking to probation and police and the criminal justice system and saying, when you're arrested at 13, are you tracking what happens to them afterwards? Because obviously he was arrested at 13 and now he's 46 years old and his life has been shit. And he's like, it's about time that probation office and all these people become made accountable for making money off of other people's lives of misery. And he's saying that your jobs are as useful as an asshole on the elbow because you're basically not rehabilitating people. I think that's great facts. That's like if he sticks on this type of shit, it's on point. It's when he starts.
I would say he does need to work on being more his clarification, because I couldn't pick up that that's what he was talking about at all. I didn't understand, he doesn't speak clearly in it, so you can't follow someone or understand
like riddles,
furthermore. Yeah, so it's I didn't. Sorry, and that's why I said that I'm
You know,
confused because
but you know what,
I didn't know
sister,
what he was tying it back to.
I think the brother works better like interacting. Like, trust me, I think like when he's by himself, it's dead weight.
No, but he doesn't have any skills to interact with others, though. That's the issue. Is that he doesn't have the skills to interact with others. Like, he just doesn't. He's not aware, innit? He's not self-aware, and he's just not aware. He just wants to get what he wants to say out. So, and then that can cause miscommunication, because he'll take a piece of what someone said and think that's the whole thing. Like, yesterday was a prime example of that. Do you get me? He was about
just calm him right down, and when Jedi says to him, "Hold on."
Yeah, but what we're saying is that what we're saying. No, but it shouldn't have to get. It shouldn't have. No, but it shouldn't have to get to that point in order for us to have a conversation or free flowing conversation. It shouldn't have to be that. Do you see what I mean? Like, so it makes it a bit difficult still.
I love the stairs in his yard, though. I'm not gonna lie. Them stairs they're bad.
They're deep still. But that just proves everything what Jay was saying this morning. Like, we need each other sometimes to make the thing move a bit better. Like, I need Jay's energy this morning. Like, I need your energy, sis, Sash, Max, all the man. You know what I'm saying? People in the car. I need people's energy sometimes, and sometimes I don't. So it goes in hand with what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? We're just feeding off each other in that respect.
Right, look, let me ask you a straight question. Does anybody have anything to say about Boris Johnson, June the 21st?
I saw it this morning. Can I just say hypocritism? Hypocrisy.
Hippopotamism.
Yeah, hypocrisy at its finest. Yeah, you see a man walking with two bears through the barbecue, chilling.
Yeah.
And then the next scene is a man's on camera talking about, we have to work together in order. Guys, seriously, do not be fooled. Like, big man thing. There was a whole what's it called? Protests about it.
Okay.
Like, because they're like, how's this man enjoying life? And then he's gonna turn around and tell us we can't do the same. Like,
G30, man. G7, man. G7 barbecue, man. Come on, man. Everyone fix up, man.
G7
barbecue,
don't be fooled by the
world leader barbecue, man. That's different levels.
Narratives that they want to be throwing out and telling us what to do, and rare when they, like, not even behind closed doors, man's doing the same thing he's telling you to do. Not even behind closed doors. Man is showing you, I'm doing what the fuck I want to do, but you can't.
Yeah, but what about the filming? How was man getting such a beautiful angle from a distance, being allowed to film it? That's a setup, man.
You saw it, right? I know, but but listen, even if it is a setup, which it's a setup, right?
Yeah.
It just goes to show how dumb they really think we are.
Yeah.
Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, they don't rate us because they're not even trying to say, "Well, boom, let's." Sorry.
I got to say, it's not even how dumb they think we are. It's how dumb we are. Like, let's be real. Maybe not as individuals.
Yeah.
We are that dumb.
As a collective. Yeah.
We are that dumb.
As a people, yeah.
You ain't gonna do shit either. End of story. What are you gonna do? None. So, like, what's the consequences of fucking with us? There's none. Well, not in the physical that I can see. You know.
I mean,
you know what, bro? These people are just like the school bully that ain't never gonna stop fucking with, man. No matter how, if you stab them, no matter what, they still come the next day.
Yeah.
Like, to tell you something about your life.
The heart is cold, man. Heart is turned to stone, bro. That's all I can think.
So let me just say, when, like, I'm gonna be a bit coded, but when the call comes out goes out to link up and you know, shake for or do you know, link up and you know whatever, blah de blah, whoopty whoop, just come out because you never know when you're gonna get the next opportunity. That's all I'm gonna say to you, like literally. And if you don't like, please, I've been saying this and I'm gonna keep saying this. If you think that there's gonna be any returning to how things, I don't see it happening. I said it'd be amazing to see, you know, some kind of okay, we're done with this now, and it's not going to happen. And once this one's done, there's going to be a next one that comes up. Once the sea is over with or whatever, there will be something else. This is how things are going to be. You're right, Jada. This is how things are going to be from now on. I just want you lot to know this, yeah? And we're going to a point where life is never going to be the same. And by the time you realize exactly how wicked they're going to get, it's going to be too late. What is the point of living on our knees, praying for things to go back to normality tomorrow? We need to rise today and take back control over our destinies. But we've been made, this death cult has made us so afraid of dying and losing our lives, losing our houses, losing this and losing that, all this material shit that we weren't born with, that we're not willing to fight for our rights. We're not willing to actually fight. It's so scary to look around and see how many of us are not going to do anything. Ever. We ain't doing shit.
It's mad though because not everyone's eyes are open, and those are the lost ones. Like that's the issue. Like we can sit here and hold up before you finish. Like I was speaking to someone and he got the vaccine. I was like, okay, so what
2 meters, motherfucker. 2 meters.
You get me? Like, what does it do for you? Oh, you're one of them, blah blah blah. So I'm like, no, but I think it's a valid question. You see what I'm saying? Like, and they're just lost. They're just lost. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. But for those, I believe it's on the people that are like their eye is open to the fuckery to make moves. Because if you're ignorant to something, and you don't want to know, it's for the ones that are willing and that do know and that do understand to rise up, as Jedi was saying. Yeah.
Can I add something in here?
When you finish, I'll come in, yes?
All right, cool. I was just going to say that I'm kind of losing my anger towards it. Like, at one point, I'd be mad.
I'm no longer vexed.
That's how it's supposed to be.
No, but wait, Jez. Wait. Like,
I'm saying that's how they've set it.
You reckon? Because when I say I'm not, I mean, I'm still going to carry on fighting. But I mean, I'm not... Because I mean, there are some really angry people, and they're just attacking everyone, and their energy's off. Like
if they let you know it's a conspiracy the whole time, how long can you stay angry?
But that's it. So, but I'm actually looking at it like, you know what? Maybe this is gonna carry on, isn't it? Long before we've left this place, yeah. Ooh, and you know, maybe the point is, maybe the point is individually we all have to get out, innit? Like that's what we have to do. The plan.
I'm not pissed with the government no more, you know, Jay. I'm not pissed with no pussy Clark government because I know these pussies are evil from our barn.
I'm pissed with people. I'm pissed with
the man them that keep putting up with all of this and like saying that they're not coming out their house and they're not doing this and I think we should fall back from what? Fall back until we're dead. Is that what you want to do? Fall back until the last day of death and then go on like...
I don't
understand this.
Continuous suffering.
That's exactly what we're going to do. That's exactly what we're all going to do. Even us that don't want to. And what are we going to do? Who's doing what? Nobody's doing shit. So maybe you lot should all just take the vaccine and I don't even want to say the word because
Jay.
Yeah, but you're following consensus, Jed.
Hey, we're gonna do something, you know. We're gonna do something.
Hold on, let me change it before I lose another channel. Yeah. Maybe we should all just fall back and just do what we're supposed to do and just live in it, like, and just, you know, okay, 3 bags full, sir. How high? Maybe we should just do that. Maybe it's an easier existence because, like, no one's gonna do anything other than that. So why are we pretending? Who's doing what? No one's doing shit. No one.
Nah, Jay. I'm saying once the youth get unoccupied, because they're too occupied right now. When they get unoccupied,
brother, with all due respect, that is never going to happen.
Fucking hell.
I know. Someone had to say it.
I can't accept that.
I know.
Because they can ride out on me and you, but they can't ride out unless go up the road and sort out some shit.
Wait. No. Okay, wait.
I can't accept that, Jay.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Can I say one thing? I believe as much as there's nothing we can do, personally, there's a whole lot we can do. And what I mean by that is you live in your own life to how you want to live your own life. And okay, there's limits to it to a degree.
Hold on. Let them lick you. Go be a martyr. Go live in your reality. Let them lick you down. We're gonna come outside your hospital and go on one knee and do a vigil for you. Like, and set up a GoFundMe, and life goes on. Joke thing.
Jay, I promise to you, them youngsters are gonna look at the bus stand and they can't eat it. They're not gonna be able to eat it, and then that's when the thing's gonna change.
Right?
You get what I'm trying to tell you?
I'm actually with you on that. I feel like, but this is what's scary, and we've all been saying it for a long time. People are not gonna move until they have no choice, and then when they have no choice, that's gonna be what was orchestrated for you to do. So now you're riding out
time ago,
at the right time. They want you to ride.
It's all a part of their plan.
It's their plan, but not like it's like we. Ain't
but this is what I'm saying. Sorry, Jed.
Go. I
was gonna say this is the thing. Like even this thing of being angry, I feel like when I'm supposed to be angry, I don't feel that's me being angry. I feel like it's that thing, like what you said earlier. There's that subconscious thing that's being planted for you to have this selective outrage. Yes. You feel me? So my anger comes
wake up
from
tomorrow, and the boss of Tesco's has been recorded secretly saying niggas and chinkies, and then we're gonna be all angry. Boycott Tesco's, rare. And then next week, what they do is they do little cuts in the swelling to alleviate the tension a little bit. So go on your little march, do your little rant on Twitter, do your little rant on Insta, boycott this shop or that, and then you can't stay angry forever. So
but this is what, and that's what I mean. I think when that anger comes from your belly, like your chest, and you're really feeling like it I find it usually coincides with sadness. The anger, the real anger, do you know what I mean? Like not manipulated. I think I've got quite good at looking at manipulation tactics, and I think even on the individual level,
it's all individual. It's all manipulation tactics. And to be honest, anger is a necessary. Look, Awaiting Wisdom says we only 3 meals away from revolution. Now the problem is, what that means is basically by the time someone hasn't eaten for a day because of how things are going, they're ready to ride out. And I agree with you. But you're only gonna be stopped from eating for a day when they're ready to do that, to get you to ride out. Why can't we ride out on a full belly? Why do we have to wait for the fridge to go empty before we realize?
Hey, Jay, it's never like that. It's always on their request. But what happens is they don't see the variables, or they don't calculate all the variables, and somehow we manage to get a small triumph out of the fucking plot thing what they got for us.
Do you think so, bro?
1,000, always. That's how history went.
I'm not convinced, Freddie, man. I'm not convinced, bro. Like,
I promise, fam. We're dumb, you know, but we're stupid dumb. Like, we get stupid when the thing happens, innit? And somehow we get a victory out of it. We turn the L into the W.
I actually disagree. I actually fully disagree.
But it's never without loss, though. We always have to lose before we make moves.
So it's
Don't you see that as a pattern?
Yeah, that's practice.
Then you're gonna lose more than you win.
Everyone.
And what you've
Happy New Day.
Come on, man. Bless up.
Yo, MD, I beg you, yeah. Much love. Happy New Day as well, sis. You do it to me like almost every day. And I'm just like, shit. From now on, when I let MD in, I'm just going to say Happy New Day quickly and then get back to what I was saying.
My apologies.
No.
What can I say?
At least she's consistent.
Thank you, Seth.
Don't apologize for manners. Never ever apologize for being manful. Not like sure. You just came in and sat there and laughed.
No, it's like I don't know when I'm in all the time, innit? But I came in quick now, so
she said that to you as well, right? She said that to you as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Sometimes I come quick. The gal that must know that and accept that.
I'm out.
In a long thing, blood clot there. Yeah, yeah,
man. Did you get paid for all your time yesterday?
Yeah. Every single bit of it. Why? Listen, you feel attached to that conversation, so we can call it up again, but
we made an equation and everything.
Yeah, we got to finish that. That was a good convo. I needed you to be here to have it though. Sash was just dumb. I don't know what was wrong with Sash.
I agree.
Algebra was brought into it. Yeah, come on. Everyone paused a little bit when the algebra came into it. Don't try it, Jed.
Yeah, but you know the problem is, I'm just gonna say very quickly. I'm not getting onto it. Value cannot be. You can't. There's not a number. You can't tell me that number. So that's where the equation will never work, and that's where you were struggling. But anyway, we'll carry on.
Exactly. Tell them, Cam. That's what I was saying, man.
Wrong. Yeah. You are wrong, bro.
All right, Jed, plug the figures into that algebraic equation then, please, because that's what I was trying to establish.
No fucking
the figures into the value.
We're not gonna. We're not.
We'll do it later.
You know what algebra is like?
There's no figures there. Look, listen. Each letter represents something. Yeah,
a value.
Yeah, a value in itself. Exactly. Yeah. So value of value is value.
Yeah, but different letters would have different values.
X
just like with the value of your time and your energy.
Y equals, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but I'm saying in a real life scenario, we don't know. We can never attain that figure, as in V for value. That's the impossible figure. You know, the only way you could get that figure is you've got two people the same. You're right. You're like, that's his value and that's his value.
Tell me something. Do you know how they work out a footballer's value?
No, I don't.
All right. Do you know how they work out a rapper's value?
Society divided by
I don't know. It's a contract,
perspective times.
It's a contract that they sign into.
A rapper's value is going to be based on his sales, his merchandise, and his what's the other one? He sells his merchandise and his tours. Do you know what I mean? So you're like, yo, he's that's it. What's the word? Assets. That's the word. This is how you work out someone's net worth. The rich list, the Forbes list works out someone's value. Now, someone's value is not necessarily what's in the bank. Yeah, someone's value is going to be everything that they've accumulated. Yeah, added together. It's a statistic. So when you're talking about time, value, and money, your time is how much time you put in. Yeah, the money is how much you get paid for the time you put in, and the value is the amalgamation of those two. So how much do you know what I mean? So
that's not what Khan said.
That's what
Khan said is the value what society puts on you.
Well, in that sense, it is though. because then calling you a millionaire or billionaire or saying, oh, this person is the top of their field. Why? Because people
but every society holds different things valuable.
Exactly. What people are willing to pay you, like that's why you say that the top person in a certain field is the person that's getting paid the most, probably for doing the least work.
Yeah, but you gotta see it. Look, you gotta see it. Let me show you why you gotta see it. Yeah, if you took a top person and you moved him across the world, like let's say in America he was earning top money, and in Bangladesh he was earning fuck all. How are you gonna say to me when he's lived the same life, he's got the same experience? How are you gonna say to me that the defining factor is not his decision making, as in his intelligence, his ability to recognize where he can earn the most money? It's clearly the separating factor on what he earns.
No,
Nothing.
He's gonna go.
Intelligence.
No, he's gonna go where he's valued most.
Yeah. And what if he don't?
Well, then he doesn't.
Exactly. So what's the defining factor in what he earns?
Of how the defining factor?
It's not time. I think you'll find.
Is how no. It's how much he's gonna get paid for the time that he spends, and that can vary in different places, right?
Yeah. So if it can vary, then time is not equal to money, because then we got location, geography involved now.
No. Like, listen. No. You know,
time was not equal to value. Value was.
Come on, I really came for just whatever you lot were talking about. Them, the pitney, them get stabbed up and all of this. Whatever you lot are talking about. Like this is like, why are we doing this today? Like,
no, we were talking about anger. Stas was talking about anger and about how she's no longer feels angry and
yeah.
You know what? Scrap that.
Yeah, man. Let's move on.
That thing that we were talking about, about money and time and that, we're gonna come back to that, Shug. Yeah,
we have to come back to it.
We're gonna come back to that. We say,
I said it sounds like a good convo still.
Yeah, we're gonna come back to that. But right now, we kind of skirting around. We don't want to say certain words. We skirting around certain things, but it comes down to this. Yeah, why do the people not ride out? End of story. Regardless of what the subject is, why are people having this? Why are you, an individual that was born from a woman, destined to a life of being dictated how and when and what you can do?
Yeah, I would say that's not everywhere. That's not everywhere. So I would say Egypt.
Egypt?
Yeah, look at Egypt. Have they had a whole clean 12 months without fucking throwing over a president? Don't they throw over a president every 9 months?
No.
Really, no.
But what does that even mean, though? Throw it over.
It doesn't even mean anything. It's
Let me
like
break this down to you.
the country was destroyed and rebuilt.
As long as we're where's he gone? I'll wait for him to come back to say what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I'm like, as long as we're overthrowing presidents and then electing a new one, what are we doing different? We're like, get rid of this slave master. Oh, vote this one in. Get rid of this one. Vote. Like, it doesn't make sense.
But do you not think like the whole point of it all is like everyone knows it's going to be coming to an end at some point? So like we're all on the same boat. The boat is sinking, and there's going to be people running around like headless chickens, and others trying to fix the life raft.
No, that's too. No. That's too. It's too vague. You have to be more specific, because I'm going to end up not knowing what you're talking about. Who's everyone that knows that this thing is sinking? What are we talking about?
Like, as in general, I would say that most people now, they kind of understand there's a game that's being played, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like we're all on the same boat in that sense, that we're understanding that something.
When you say most people, like just to kind of like break it down a little bit more, when you say most people, MD, do you generally feel that the majority of people know that there's a game being played with us? You generally, that's what you get when you talk. Do you know
why? Do you know why I say it? Because some people, they just they understand, but they just don't want to see it. Do you see what I'm saying? So they're in a denial. So it doesn't mean that they don't know something's going on. It's that they just prefer blissful ignorance, woeful ignorance.
What I would say
as well is that
more people are aware now than they were before. more people's eyes are opening
I
up.
don't
Like,
agree. I
feel like
disagree.
there's
I
more
disagree.
conversations being happen.
I also disagree because I think they've picked up
disagree.
on the controlled opposition in which they're still looking for a savior.
No, but
they still ain't taking the responsibility for themselves.
Exactly. The people may not want to take responsibility from themselves. I'm not arguing that case. What I'm saying is to say that they're not aware is, I would say they are aware, but they're just choosing to be woefully ignorant. Do you see what I'm saying? So rather than take accountability and responsibility of themselves and the choices that they have to ultimately make, they want to pass the buck to someone else. And then, they have someone to blame.
That's not a bad thing, is it?
I think that's a good point.
But is it a bad thing? Because society gears everybody to think like that, isn't it? No.
Yeah, it's a bad thing for the.
It's a bad thing, but I'm saying, is it?
It's a bad thing for the individual, Matthew. That's what I was going to say. Like, do you know what I mean? For the collective, it's a bad thing for the individual. The collective serves. I say the collective serves the powers that be.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you know, for example, if you know there's a game going on, and some might want to participate in the game.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is why I tried to use the analogy of the same game.
But that's not woefully ignorant. That's conforming. You got what I'm saying? Like that's conforming to the actual.
But people be conforming out of ignorance, Snipes, because they don't know the level.
They do that too.
They don't know the levels of how it goes. I'll give you an example. We could say the white upper class conform to it, right? But like I would say also that the white upper class are not all aware of that. Even they themselves are not loved or subject to being whatever. They've been manipulated into believing they're in a safe position through being.
But are they the minority or the majority?
It's probably the unsafest out of all of us, to be fair.
They're the minority. The richer you are, the more in the minority you are. Yeah, and plus being European or being white is the minority on Earth. Like, and I'm not saying
also they think that they're safe.
I'm not saying it's exclusive to white people. I'm not saying it's exclusive to white people. That demographic. What I'm saying is that's one that I could easily recognize as a white European upper class lineage that has meant that, you know what, I'll do what it takes to preserve my wealth, even if it means turning a blind eye to the majority of the atrocities going on for the other people of the planet, right?
But so they know that there's some sort of game that's played in reality.
No, I
because
think
they have to play in order to keep what they have.
There has to be participants in it.
Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
But what it is when you're playing a game but you don't know all the rules, then you're not fully in charge then, or whatever. You're not fully aware, and that's
but that's the whole point. You have to learn the rules.
No, you can't learn the rules because the game's on you.
You can't learn. Imagine being a pawn.
Yeah, you have to learn yourself.
There you go, Snipes. No, you're a fucking pawn.
Imagine being a pawn. You got one move at a time, one square at a time. Unfortunately,
it's not even your game. It's not even your game.
But what did Sun Tzu said?
You
know yourself and you know the enemy, then you need not fear any battle.
They don't. But that's the thing. This is the whole point. What I'm saying, MD. They don't know the enemy. They don't fully grasp what's going on. All they know is from the outward look, they're winning. Don't rock the boat. Shut the fuck up. Do you know what I
mean? But that's why I use the analogy of the boat. Do you see what I'm saying? Because people everyone has a different degree of awareness. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's some people, when the boat is sinking, some people are just up in their corners just saying, well, my section is not flooded, so boy, I'm good. But the boat is still sinking. Do you see what I'm saying? Other people will be,
But
I don't be running around.
In that analogy, though, we still can't assume that they are even aware the boat is sinking. If anything, their boat is not sinking, but boats around them are sinking, and they're not throwing out life rafts. They're not jumping in to save anyone drowning. They're like, our boat is. Do you know what I mean? Rather than being aware that their boat is sinking, but their part is not. They're not even aware the boat is sinking.
Man, like let's clean the deck.
So they laugh at you clean it. They laugh at you for trying to fix it.
No, it's because when it's raining, same thing with no in it. When it started to rain, no, everyone's people started to laugh. But when the water started to raise, then it was a different story. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like they understand there's something's happening, but the degree they don't fully comprehend, I get. But as a sort of general rule, most people understand that there is something going on, regardless of the degree that they.
I'll be real with you, yeah. You speak like I have an opportunity to speak to very rich people on a daily basis. I step out my yard, like my next door neighbor owns their yard from top to bottom, £5.5 million or something like that. Yeah, and that's not very rich. Not very rich. Do you know what I mean? They didn't even have security cameras in their yard. They got burgled the other day. It's not very rich. Their next door neighbors are crackhead. It's not very rich, but it's rich. Yeah, and they ain't aware of everything. They might even be involved in certain things, but like I always say, remember the pyramid, right? That works for everybody. Everybody, no matter where you are in society, is a need-to-know basis. Yeah, need-to-know basis. So these rich people are more in the dark about reality than certain poor people. So like, I'm saying when we talk about a game, you can't play a game if you don't know the rules. You can have a game played on you, which I think is what's more likely to be happening to all of us. Lower class, middle class, upper class.
But would you say that mindset is an exception and not the rule?
I think that people get trained via education. This is a point. Education is also a tool because the upper class go to different sets of schools where they teach different things. Now we get to university where you're only going to get taught one degree: how to conform, how to receive instructions. And a lot of people, as you know, go to university and blah, blah, blah. This is the training camp. You know, they've got others for people who have skills and abilities, you know, like chippy, bricklayer, all of those type of things there, mason or whatever you want to say, right? They've got low level schools of conforming for them as well. Do you get it? So as Jedi said, it's a need to know basis. It's what level of the pyramid you're on. And as I said, you could be an Agent Smith, or that person you think knows but don't know or not really up to speed might be fully involved as their position in the cog of what's going on. Do you get what I'm saying? Oh, they'll feign ignorance, yes, of course, because they're part of this the system of what they're supposed to know. So as you say, it goes in levels, and even the top magistrates and judges are only like 3rd degree Masons. That means you know next to nothing.
Okay.
Hey, what's wrong with Tony Brown? I'm just looking at that video now. Hey,
I know, mad, innit?
Those were heavyweights. Like, mashallah, they were heavyweights.
I'm telling you.
Yo, the look that he gave the camera after the set was just mad. Like, yo, I want that to be my granddad, bro. I'm a granddad. Sorry, bro, looking crazy. All right, boom. And Spice Trill, you didn't say no. Boom. I told you, man, I'm looking at that video. You're actually a madman.
I know, that was some serious face. Blood clot.
Let me watch it again. Come on. Get up there.
Power,
easy.
you know? Power.
Easy.
Yeah, strong. Lift up some boy. You get me? Lift them up, bash them. You get me?
All right.
I can't lie, that was a powerful move he made there.
Yeah,
and he was standing there as if he weren't holding nothing. He was just chilling.
Chilling.
Another point that proves size don't matter, man.
All right.
Look.
All right, so let me play this video. I feel like it's only 6 minutes, but I'll probably try and look for another one. I just want to know what you lot think about this. Yeah, big up Sneaks as well. Well, I want Sneaks. You good?
Hello, everybody.
Big up.
Big up. Yeah. Hello, everybody. name? What is
Hello!
your name? All right. I tried to jump on earlier, but everyone's got. I feel like I've got a what do you call it? An IV drip in my. What do you need? You need blood? Okay, take it. Yes, have it. But yeah, I managed to get away for 5 minutes to say.
Namaste.
Namaste, big up, brother Sniper.
Namaste.
Namaste right now. Yes. And then I'm must go after. In but really random. Yeah, I've got this friend that lives in New York. I've never met him. No, like we've been online buddies since I was like 16. Like my brother, innit? We're same age and everything. And he's into Bitcoin. At one point, early on, like this is years ago when Bitcoin was like very new, and he was all like on this Bitcoin hype, and he was like, yeah. He lives in New York, so he would go to Wall Street. He told me this one occasion where he got in contact with someone who works on Wall Street, like a broker or something, who was interested in Bitcoin, and he linked up with this dude. And he looked at him, and he was just like, it was this Chinese dude. I was like, eyes. And he, I don't know, that's a bit racist. Anyway. Well, hang on. No, because I made a link in it. God. So he looked into his eyes, and when he was doing the exchange, he goes, his eye shape, like the darkness in his eyes changed shape, almost as if he was scanning him, and his head tilted a little bit. They did this really quick exchange. The way he explained it was like really robotic, and then his eyes went back to like their normal shape, and then he was like, okay, thanks, yeah, off you go. He didn't really say much, and then he just fucked off. So yes, that is one link that I've made. Yes, backs up, that there are soulless people. So and the link that I made to China is they do all types of fucking weird shit over there in their labs and that. So I was like, oh, of course. So yes, that's my little contribution. You play video.
Do you think they're born? Do you think they're born empty, or do you think these people are made? Spawned. Like, do you think they're? Yeah. Do you think like they're made in like a lab somewhere, or like how do you think this is happening, Carl?
Have you seen the Matrix? These little pods somewhere.
There's loads of different ways.
Little pods in that.
Aborted fetuses that are not aborted, obviously.
Right.
Video.
Hello.
Have we seen this? Have we not seen this already?
No.
What?
Have you? I don't know, but I don't know if I was around when you had a look at it. That's why I thought
Jedi.
But all right, no worries, Jedi.
Jedi, have you seen Westworld?
Love it. Yeah.
So you see how they've gone to a different place to do all these fuckeries, and then the one who ends up waking up from her AI programming or whatever, she's got some sentience in her. She ends up going off on a little trek, and she's exploring all this shit. And where does she end up? In this like warehouse, and they're all just standing there because they're all like in standby mode. That's how I kind of picture it. Because remember, I said I look at these things like they're documentaries now, as opposed to just fictional stuff.
This is going down the road of like clones and stuff like that.
Yeah,
which was like a quiet.
It is clones, but
don't you think those things are kind of possible?
In essence,
because
what they are, because they just need an empty vessel and link it up to whatever consciousness they've got. Does that not make sense?
What do you think happens to the wombs, though? Like when people get hysterectomies, they take the woman's womb from her, and there's been so many cases where they've done a hysterectomy of a woman that didn't need a hysterectomy done, so her womb is healthy
like
and
that.
Right. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and you got to remember, even when people have like lung transplants or heart transplants, sometimes they have these memories that are connected to the donor.
Right.
So I wonder if things like that can also happen with the wombs that were taken out and things like that.
Makes sense.
You see what I mean?
Jeez.
True.
I never thought about it like that, sis.
True.
I never thought about it like that. I know people like they've changed their heart. I saw someone change their heart, and then they were feeling certain feelings. Yeah, big up family. I was listening in, and I was like, I need to chime in. So I remember there was this heart transplant, and then literally the guy had certain feelings that he didn't used to feel. And then when he spoke to the dad of the donor, the dad started crying because he was like, basically, that's what my son used to feel like that's what he used to say. These are the same words that my son used to say, sort of thing. So I do believe everything does carry energy. I believe it carries energy, and it's got memory. All your organs got their memory. They still got the cells inside them.
Exactly.
So all these memories are still passed down, and intermingling them, I think that's where we're going wrong. Giving our own energies to someone else.
So how are you gonna have children then?
No, it's not that you can't have children. It's just to be aware of who you
I
share
don't
the
think there's
energy
anything.
with.
I don't think there's anything wrong with taking organs and receiving organs.
This is a
I
different
don't think there's
conversation,
anything wrong with
isn't
that.
it?
If you're gonna,
No, no one's saying that.
yeah, I don't. I think if it's gonna keep you alive, then it's winning.
You're not supposed to be. If it's gonna keep you alive, maybe you should be dead. What's wrong with being dead?
No, because obviously you could you could.
One second, brother. Yeah, like realistically, yeah, I think half of the problem that we have in society is a lot of us should be dead and deserve to be dead.
Yeah. In that sense, yes.
1 second. Being dead is not a bad thing. Being dead actually could be the best thing for humankind, because, for instance, a child that has a certain disability or whatever, it's great that, my child's been saved, but maybe we're saving children that were destined to not be here. Maybe we're, and children that were destined to be here, we're getting rid of. So I'm like, what's the noise?
I would say,
some way we kind of altering, like natural selection, the strongest survive. Maybe.
But does that mean we know better than God? Does that mean God's greatness did not prevail? Is that why he keeps making mistakes? He had to ruin, he had to smash up Sodom and Gomorrah,
Don't you have life,
keeping people alive.
It's not a mistake. It's not a mistake. It's us that's doing these. It's us that's going against nature to preserve people's lives that actually should have progressed and gone straight to heaven or gone straight to this other dimension or just not been here. We saving people that should have died, and we killing people that should have lived, and then we're wondering why we ending up with these robotic kind of humans that don't seem to be helping us out of slavery. Like, just for a little example, there's people that are not. There's just so many of them around us. They're not here for the ride. They're wood for the fire, and I wonder whether we kind of have overstepped our mark of, okay, we have intelligence, we have ingenuity, but we're also dictating, we're also lengthening people's lives that maybe they weren't here. They were supposed to be here for 6 years. We've lengthened their life for 30 years. Maybe there's some people that were supposed to be here and live to 100 and they got killed in the womb. Abortion. Yeah. So I think that this is meaning that we're ending up with people that shouldn't be here. People that couldn't.
But how? How can we say that? Because if you look at technology and you look at us getting more and more intelligent, then it just comes down to decision making.
Who's getting more intelligent? Who's getting more intelligent? What are you talking about?
Not on a conscious level, but technology-wise, if we're advancing and we're able to keep people alive longer, then
I'm not saying that's intelligence.
I'm not saying that's more intelligent.
Great, you can keep someone on a life support machine for 50 years.
Yeah.
Why are we doing that?
Yeah, because people can afford to obviously, like,
to keep someone in coma for 50 years for what? For what?
I don't know.
1,000 years ago, we would have laid them to rest, and their soul would have journeyed on to the next stage of whatever's going on. But we got them here prisoners in their own bodies. Technology. We got man on a ventilator that can't do nothing. Wipe his own batty, can't do nothing. Rare. Bare disabled kids. And we just keep them around for what? But then we're having abortions. We're doing morning after pill.
Yeah.
So I'm saying possibly we playing around with the natural order of even who should really be here.
Okay, but whose fault is that? Is that us as humans, or is it the design of the world? Is it the design that we have within us that allow us to?
Sure, what did you say? The what?
I'm saying, so whose fault is that? Is it so-called God's fault, or is it human beings making the wrong decision? Because
what did you say? The design.
Yeah, I'm saying, so obviously, if you look at our ability to keep people alive, we can keep people alive forever, more or less, isn't it? Like, they might not be in a good state, but we literally do it. So I'm saying, in a situation like that, who's to blame?
There's the intelligence in technology right there. You just broke up for everything you just said.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm saying, in a situation like that, who is to blame? Is it humans that's making a bad decision? Or is it, do we blame God? Like, who's to blame in a situation like this? Like, where did it go wrong? And I think when we start looking at where it went wrong,
did God give us too much capacity for free thought? That's if you believe in a God like that.
Yeah,
I think
must be the
if
case.
I'm honest with you, with most scientific breakthroughs and that, and even technological breakthroughs, there's always come hand in hand with a moral question and a moral dilemma, and we've chosen to move forward anyway. And when we say we, when I say we, I mean the powers that be. Because most of this technology is thrust upon us. I'm not out here looking for new ways to eavesdrop on people and restrict their privacy. I'm not the one doing that. I'm not using my intelligence in that way. So who really is? So it's a handful of people, and they seem to be connected to the handful of people that rule us, and it's no coincidence. From the cloning to the mapping of the human genome to all of these fucking things, who's doing it? It ain't us. Same people that's digging up stuff and telling us what history was. The archaeologists, it ain't us either. Same people that's going to space and telling us what's out there in the world, how many billion of light years away, and how long the sun's gonna last. And it's the same people. Same people telling us we're running out of water, we're running out of petrol, we're running out of this, we need this fuel, that fuel. The ice caps are melting. It's not us yet again.
Yeah.
So they all seem to be, like, in my vision, I feel like they're all kind of just control mechanisms that are taking us into a future that we're not going to fight against, but we're not necessarily asking for either. But we're going to accept it. That's the unfolding of, oh yeah, technology, yeah, man, we're just accepting shit.
And most of the shit that's been thrown to us is by companies, and they're saying, "Oh, we're doing everything that's best for the company." Do you know what I mean? Not only that, the system in place is teaching you from the school system up to become an employee, to become a robot, to become a vessel. You understand? If we look at it, really, put your hand up when to be spoken to, when you want to speak. Do you know what I mean? You're not allowed to express yourself within a classroom.
Yeah.
Only one style of teaching. You know, the list goes on, and that's what I believe. This is what I was thinking about earlier when you asked the question, Jed. It's like you got be in a certain framework or a certain mindset for you to be programmed. So that's why the TV turns you into the alpha mindset, alpha brainwave, sorry, which is the easiest for you to learn something or more susceptible to programming.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So at the same time,
again? You say you got day off today?
Yeah, my day off today, bro.
Nice. Your last day off last week, you said, yeah, I'm here today, bruv. And then you went on mute for like about 6 hours and then just disappeared. You gonna do that again today?
No. I'm about, bro. I was gonna say, we say link up.
Nah, fuck off, man. Stay with the fuck up, man. Yeah, nah, come through, Mills, man. When you're ready, man.
Oh, fuck that, bro. Fuck that, bro. I'm saying
right. Just over that overheating in the middle of it. I don't even know where You lost me. I don't even know anything.
Yeah.
So I got the phone jammed into the car's heater, squashed it into the vent, and the AC's on cold. So if this don't work, I don't. Yeah.
That works as well.
I squashed it in there. So let's see if this solves it.
And with all the technology we have here, why is it so difficult to create a program that interacts with YouTube and allows us to live stream? Why is it so difficult? How has StreamYard got the monopoly on that, and they literally just been created? If you ever see who they say the StreamYard CEO is, the brother looks 19. Right,
yeah, but they can't let on to how much they know, can they?
Exactly. I agree with you, Sneaks, 100%, man. But yeah, I mean, look, let me press this video and tell me what you think, because it is very interesting. And yeah, I'd love to hear your points of view.
Why won't anybody wake up? It doesn't take much to look around and realize that something is very wrong, and that we're in the midst of a battle of consciousness. Those of us who have set on the journey of expansion and rediscovered our divinity oftentimes are baffled how so many people live each day almost like nothing is wrong or abnormal about the world's condition. The energy extraction matrix system is happening on such a fundamental level that to ignore it seems almost inhuman. We tell ourselves that if only people were to take time to perform a detox of themselves, meditate, discover that everything they know is a lie, then they could start to lift the mask of illusion off themselves and the world. But that's assuming all beings are living souls. Most are, in fact, already dead. In his Hermetic text, The Stellar Man, John Baines writes that there is a collective unconscious consistently exerting a de-individualizing influence on humanity. He calls this the collective soul, or central computer. This central computer is what I have previously called the secondary AI oversoul. An oversoul is a conglomeration of souls, also called a soul group. An oversoul transcends individual consciousness. We can think of it as funneling the underlying attributes of that soul's intelligence. The oversoul of the living souls contain divine intelligence, since it is still tethered to the pleroma, the source of this intelligence. The secondary oversoul of the organic portals, however, has only a parasitic intelligence which attempts to mimic that of the living souls. The secondary oversoul formed over time. Living souls connected to the original oversoul decided to experiment with division, fear, addiction, illusion to such an extent.
So is this saying that it's on the secondary oversoul? Is it it's not above it, is it? Or is it saying it's on the same level as like the actual source?
No, it's saying it's like a ripple. Think of it like throwing a stone into a pond.
Like a branch.
Well, if God is the source,
I think secondary tells you. Secondary tells you what it is.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna say,
originally it was showing it on the same level, but I can see the screen now. Yeah, it's showing it underneath it. Okay, cool. Yeah, continue. Thank you.
No, not in a bad way, Sneak. I just meant like if the secondary.
But I wasn't looking at the screen at the time. It was on the same level before.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
Cool.
Sash, I can hear you. And you
just made me giggle.
Yeah, just play the thing, man. Just play the thing.
Play.
Yeah, I will.
Play.
I was reading Jungle Jesus' message. Peace and love on your journey. I'm out. Big up all the clean-hearted people I've met on here. More life, more lessons to you. Was that sound like he's never coming back?
Hello, welcome up with this guy.
I don't know, man. Jungle, big up yourself, bruh.
People got going on, man.
You were flavoring that, man. That's it on your journey, you know. Bruh. All right. Peace, Jungle Jesus. Fuck it up. That was a big goodbye, boy. All right, cool. It was like, who was it that did that mad greeting? May your I can't remember what it was.
May the positive forces of the universe travel with you. Wait, that was the best thing.
I think Tony Brown does quite very extreme greetings on a daily.
Right, don't mention Tony Brown. You know, it's more than you can.
No, in a nice way, not in a bad way. Like in a
why did you?
Does his greetings?
Yeah, man, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Let me know the number if you like. If you haven't already, keep up the good work and drop a little something in the PayPal or the Cash App if you feel so obliged. My Cash App name is Trill. Donate. Pound sign. I'll let whoever's fighting stop fighting. Pound sign. Trill. Donate. All right, let's go.
Fear, addiction, illusion, to such an extent that they completely cut themselves off from sources nourishing light. Because of this, the secondary oversoul instilled a program of automatic energy vampirism. This constant vampirism we see.
Okay, so they don't get their own energy from the source, so they found a way to extract it from those that do.
Adrenochrome.
No, just a virus. It's an energy virus, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. But also,
I don't get the energy. I don't get the energy, but you do. So I just rub you on your way out. You know what I mean?
Because even being a vampire is a condition.
Yeah, but an energy vampire, forget that blood vampire, which Sneaks just said adrenochrome. I think it was Sneaks that said it, or was it Sarah?
Yeah,
I think it was.
That's that physical one. I'm saying the spiritual.
Yes.
The spiritual version. It's what it's like. Yeah, you know, in the jungle, you've got trees that are at the top of the canopy, right? So they're getting all the major sunlight. Then you've got vines and creepers,
all the stuff at the bottom,
and they can't get no sunlight, so they climb up the fucking tree that can and extract it from there. It's kind of similar. They end up killing the tree as well. Some of them, they weave in and out of the leaves, out of the branches, out of the trunk.
Follow it out, yeah,
and they basically nyam out the tree.
That's until
the tree is basically just holding up the vine for the vine to get fucking sunlight now.
Yeah.
Man. I think that happens. So if you lot are getting the sunshine from the quote unquote source, even why not even talk about real sun? The real sun. Some people not really absorbing what they can from the real sun. They're gonna try and absorb it off of you. There's certain parts of information from the photons that maybe you're getting that a next man won't, so they're trying to get off you.
And that works with your melanin.
Your psychic energy, your emotional energy, your mental energy, and your energy. They're gonna fuck you and take your energy as well.
And probably even your energy's coated in melanin.
Right. The physical chemicals, energy vampires are real. Definitely, Sarah. We know this, man.
Okay, so if energy vampires are real, what are they consuming then? Like, how are they consuming it?
Energy. They feed people. So what do they call it? In East, they call it bread enough, man. In South, they call it trying to catch a. What we call it again? What we call it when someone's trying to, for instance, in the Caribbean, in Jamaica, they might be like trying to catch a hype off, man. Trying to, you're trying to buzz off me, innit? You're trying to, you're trying to tap into man's source, man's swag, man's drip, man's whatever. You get me?
But that's not to sustain them. That's just to elevate them.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they don't get it, they're gonna die. In some form of way. If they're not, because there's energy that they're craving, they're craving it for a reason. They're craving it because their system is saying they're lacking in it. And I suppose no matter in what type of reality we're talking about, whether it be actual physical, or just a metaphysical level, there's some form of deterioration that's going to happen if you don't get it. Back to the vampire analogy. The vampire does not get blood at some point. Like in all the films when they show us, I don't know if you lot have noticed in these new school films, let's say from 1990 something till today, if vampires don't get blood, they show us in the film, they turn into a worse kind of vampire. Have you noticed that? It's like it's evolved.
Hungry, isn't it?
Yeah, an even less human vampire, where it's just like a beast. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, and the more great energy they get.
Do you think these people are aware, or do you think they're programmed?
No. Yeah, this is the point I'm trying to get to. You know, like I don't think everyone's aware of what they are. They just move in a way that's natural to them. So I don't think everyone that's sucking our energy knows it. Because when you talk to them, they even think that you're taking their energy. That's how mad it is.
I hate when people say that, you know. I hate when people say things like, "Oh, you're hating on me." I'm like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you talking about, man?
Yeah.
I know I'm not even watching you.
When you see a professional hater talking about they're getting hated on, you have to wonder: are they aware of the same reality you are? No, they're not.
They're really not. One thing I wonder, Jez, yeah, same way, like someone with a real you could pick up on people's positive vibes. Yeah, like some people have certain energies and certain vibes. It's just nice to be around, isn't it? Like,
yeah, pleasant. Yeah.
I don't want to say like positive, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
Just that real energy that's just nice. You're comfortable. You're chilled. But then, same way people can pick up, like you can pick up on that nice energy. Is the same way someone can just, and when someone in the room with a bad vibe, with a negative energy or whatever comes in, you can zap the energy out of the room, innit? It's like
fully. You've been talking about this from you came on here.
Okay. Yeah. A situation like that.
This is Sash's favorite subject.
I love the energy thing, man. Because it's something that I feel negative energy. I feel it. Yeah. I feel it.
Yeah,
when
but you know them people that are like always kind of, trying to be the life of the party. Would you say that they are necessarily the happiest people?
No, far from it. They are trying to, because I do it a lot. When I'm in a bad mood, that is when I'm really funny or like I do the complete opposite because I know my vibe is strong, and I know that sounds proper big-headed, and I don't mean to come across like this, but
we all agree. By the way, we all agree.
All right, thanks, Sham.
Go ahead, Sash. Yeah.
But I know I can bring up the vibe or I can bring down the vibe, and if I walk into a room, I don't want to bring down the vibe, so I will deliberately force my vibe up so that I don't affect everyone. And that's something.
Because you're so special, innit?
Shut up, Sham. You're just mocking me now, innit? No, but it's my upbringing, innit? Yeah. It was my upbringing.
Of course, yeah.
And it was my way of making a happier environment for myself as a kid. So it's come through with me into adulthood. But now I'm actually aware of it. Because there are times I'm in a shit mood and I can bring the house down with it.
Yeah.
And it's not a nice environment, isn't it? So
okay, so in that situation of a room where someone walks in that kind of scenario, how can we necessarily say that the person who's more reserved, maybe more quiet, is bringing the mood down?
No,
if this mood is actually good and the person who's pretending to be happy is feeling shit inside.
Because I'm not.
Isn't that just like Facebook? Isn't that just like a fake facade?
No, because it's like I'm not trying to zap no one's energy, and I feel like some people.
Yeah, but you're killing your own energy. Your own energy is not. Yeah, but look,
like when you understand like the level of your energy, I feel like initially you have.
You're responsible with it.
You have a yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You have a responsibility because it's so powerful and it can be overbearing for you to either lessen it or do you know what I mean? It's knowing when to utilize it in appropriate times, like depending on what energy you're feeling. I feel like that's just emotional intelligence. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, I'm not gonna walk into a party with a stink face. That's drawing energy anyway, for one. And two, do you know what I mean? It creates a the energy that I've walked in with, basically, it just walks in and it overtakes. Do you see what I mean? So it's knowing when and where to share that energy, depending on what energy it is. I feel like. So yeah.
So where is it where the other ones have that shitty energy and they can actually feel happy by making other people shitty? That's the bit I don't get. I mean, there's probably times I've done it arguing with my man, to be fair. Sorry. But I mean, some people do it every day. And it's like their goal is to zap people of anything good that they can take from them.
Do you think they're aware of that, though?
No, not everyone.
Do you think people genuinely wake up and feel like, raw boom, I'm gonna fuck up your day today because I'm not having a good one?
No, it's like what Jed said. It's just like it's their life force.
Some people are aware, some people aren't. Simple.
Right.
I would probably say that the majority are not aware, but they may have moments where if they learn self-reflection, if they had the ability to self-reflect, they'd be able to see it. But then let's get back to this video, because it's kind of, this is what this video is talking about. Do these people even have the consciousness like you do? Because there's look, the jails are full of people that kill man and rape people and don't think what they did was wrong. They don't have that consciousness, or they just don't feel the same way as you. There's certain things that I wouldn't do. Like, I see a young woman on the street that needs help, I'm going to help her. I see an old woman on the street that needs help, I'm going to help her. If a white man or a black man or a Chinese man asks me for the time, I'm going to tell them the fucking time. Normal things. If you ask me for directions and I know where it is, I'm going to tell you if I don't show you. If I don't take you there, I'm going to tell you where. And there's people that are not like that. They're just not. I don't know. It's hard to understand because we are like that. But there's lots of people that aren't. There's lots of people that don't respond in the same way to the same stimulus. And I don't know if they're aware of it or not. There's just sick people, man. I'll call them sick people, but they're not sick. They're just working towards the way they were designed. And this is what had me saying for a long time, I really doubt that everyone is human. We're all human. Nah. I feel like that just can't be. It can't be that we're all human. No way. Unless it's just my ego telling me that what I'm experiencing is the human experience and what others are isn't. Maybe it could just be my ego. Maybe we are human and some humans are just meant to be fucked. But when I think about like child murderers and things like that, like, what are you? Do you know what I mean? The woman that sat by while her son was getting cigarettes put out on him. Like, what is that? Is that you trying to say I'm the same as that woman there, or the man that did it? I'm the same as Fritzl, who kept his daughter in the fucking basement and raped her repeatedly and made her have multiple kids. We're the same, yeah. We're all the same. Is that what you're saying? How?
Yeah, I watched that movie. Still, it's crazy, man.
I just don't believe that. I don't believe in it. How can we be the same?
I think that's a valid question,
How can we, man? I just
when you look at
one last one, Shebs. One last one. When I get on the tube, oh my fucking god! When I get on the tube and I'm traveling through London on every other day or whatever. I'm getting on the tube, getting somewhere or doing something, and I wonder, how can I be in such a minority that a whole tube, and I might walk from one end of the tube to the other, a whole tube of people are all wearing masks and I'm not? What's happening here? At 6:30 in the morning, I was on the roads, bopping to the gym. Black ladies walking towards me, mask on. I couldn't. I tried my hardest not to say. I had to say, yo, morning, sister. You know, give her that voice so she knows I'm not trying to rape her or drag her down the alley or something. Because it's mad early, just me and her on the road. She's like, oh, morning. I'm like, sis, sorry to bother you, but are you afraid that there's like a virus just in the air? And she was like, what do you mean? I'm like, there's no one around and you got your mask on. Like, what? She's like, oh, no, yeah, no, it's just habit. That's what I keep hearing now. It's habit. Now, I mean, if you wearing a mask just on your own walking at 6 o'clock in the morning is now habit, there's no way you can tell me we're the same, man. How have you developed that habit? Who even told you that that's the correct way to use a mask? Whoever told you that's how you use it? What? Name one government piece of information that says, yeah, if you're bopping on your own on an open road with no one around you, first thing in the morning, rock a mask.
Madness.
I swear down, most of these people got to be computer programs. NPCs is what they call them, I think. Like, you know, when you're playing GTA and you're just walking past the random prostitute and the gangbanger that's on the road. That's not another human playing that. There's not another human behind that. It's a computer program, but it looks like your character, right? Moves like your character, looks like your character, but there's no soul driving it. That's the best way I can try and explain it. There's no soul driving some of these people, and they can talk to you and interact with you. They can make love to you. They can beat you up, but they can't feel what you feel. They can't tap into. There's just something missing.
But why do they seem to express emotion?
Because they got emotion.
They still have emotion. I believe
the soul.
The empathy, it's a certain sort of emotion. Yeah, the empathy levels are gone to the point where whatever anyone says now becomes gospel. You understand? And
they got emotion, man. They're not emotionless, and they're not. You know what I mean? They can love, they can like, they can have dreams and hopes, but they're just not tapped into the source like that. I don't know how to explain it. There's something missing though. There's a component.
You know what? I feel like you're just saying that they're just so prone to doing what other people do that they don't even know what they want to do themselves.
No. That's not what I'm saying at all. No. I'm saying if me and them took DMT, they'd have a totally different experience to me. If me and them took mushrooms, they'd have a totally different experience to me. If me and them had dreams, they'd have they're different. Maybe it's why I see myself in third person when I'm dreaming. Maybe there's something different. There's something different between us, and I don't know what it is, but it means. All right. Here's a perfect example. I told you this story before. Driving down the road, bust the corner, see a man fall out the sky, land on the fucking car, the car roof, right? That was round the corner from your bits as well. That was in it was just off Davison Road, right? It was just off Davison Road. So boom, now I've hopped out. I've gone instantly over to the guy. I'm attending to him. I'm communicating with him. He wants to get down off the roof of the car. I'm trying to deliberate with him of whether that's a good idea because you literally landed from the sky onto this fucking car, right? No. Maybe you shouldn't move. I look over my shoulder. There's at least 8 people standing on the pavement just staring. I've been out with Flames. I've been out with Mills. I've been out with... If we go out, you see what I mean. I snap straight into action and people around, I don't get it, bruv. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Did you also see a biker land on the fucking car or not? Because you're not just standing there. It got so bad that I assisted the biker on my own and also assisted the driver with crowds on the pavements just watching. Them
the
people
pieces of shit. That's firewood, if anything.
Them people that step up and try to jump the hijacker on the plane, yeah. Them people that was in London Bridge that started trying to throw bottles and chairs at the man swinging machetes. They're like me. Everyone else, I don't know what you lot are. What are you lot?
Do you know what's mad, Jed? Yeah.
Yeah.
As you're saying that, there's times, yeah. Like there was, this is kind of relevant, but I was in the hospital. I was with my mum, and there was a woman. She was shouting at her kid. The kid must have been 4, and she just kept shouting at the kid like, "Sit down, shut up, be quiet. Do you know what it feels like to be me? I'm in pain." And the kid's like, "I'm bored. I'm bored." Like rolling around the floor. "I'm so bored." And the mum's like, "Shut up. Just," do you know what I mean? Like going mad. And the whole waiting room was just looking at her, just screwing up their face, looking at her up and down, looking at the kid up and down. And I'm sitting there, and my hands started shaking. I'm just getting vexed.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? I looked through my bag, and I had a notepad and some pens in it. You know, me and my Sharpies and that, yeah. So, and for some reason, I was like, cool, I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna give this kid these pens and this notebook so that she can not be bored. But for some reason, I was like, is the mum gonna switch? I don't know, like, do you know what I mean? All these.
The mum would have taken it wrong, I think, innit?
No, I got up and I did it. I got up and I went to the little girl and I was like, "Are you bored? Let's do some drawing." And we sat down and we did it. We sat there, did some drawing, and I had to bounce. And then but the whole vibe of the room changed after that. Like the little girl was just cool. She was chill, wasn't it? She was bored out of her face, man. Nothing to do in the waiting room. Do you know what I mean? But the initial thing for me to get up and do something, that was, I don't know why that was such a big deal.
I'm gonna lie. If I was in a waiting room with my child, hospital doctor's waiting room, yeah, if I was in the doctor's waiting room with my child and I was in pain and my child's doing something, I'm bored. I'm gonna smack them.
Yeah, but you know it's A&E, so we're talking hours here, Jed. This wasn't like a 10-minute.
Yes, yeah.
No remorse.
No remorse.
Yeah, to be honest, I would probably have said to my kid, "Look, this is something serious.
Yeah.
This is something that's going on here. Blah 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 blah." And I would get them to understand that, look, this is a big incident. What's happening here? This is not something normal. Understand what this is.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Yeah.
Yeah, we all would have handled it different because I would have said, okay, if I'm going to go sit in a waiting room for 8 hours with my child, I'd bring something to entertain them. I'd bring something something to them.
That sounds great. That sounds great, but A&E is A&E. There's a cue. There's a clue in the fucking name.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You hear me? And sometimes it's just that. And I would have appreciated you saying, "Oh, do you wanna like? Do you know that?" I would have appreciated that. What I probably wouldn't have appreciated was criticism. So it's probably a good thing you didn't even approach them because you never know why she's in there. The woman could be sitting there having some kind of miscarriage or something. You never know. And she's like, "Oh my god!" And the pussy old dad didn't come and pick her up when I asked. And this is what I'm
saying. She probably could have taken that proper wrong.
Right.
But the point of what I'm getting at is sometimes in situations, people freeze, innit? Because they're not sure how to handle a situation. Like where you're saying with the car crash, like I would think.
You wouldn't freeze.
Am I going to make it worse if I tell this guy not to move?
You would have gone to at least said, "Are you okay? Are you alive?"
Yeah.
You get me? Blood, you just got lit into the sky and landed on the...
You see?
Like, they're just standing there. And I'm there. I've pulled up last. I've come to the scene last. You lot are just standing there observing, and there's lots of people like that. You're going to make these terrorists with some, like... come and take over your plane and crash your plane into something. Obviously, that's a fantasy, but I'm saying the idea of it is ridiculous. We ain't having that.
Yeah, but don't you think there's something to be said? Like, you know, people who behave like that, because obviously, like, I'm exactly the same. Sometimes people have told me the speed that you responded was ridiculous. But if you look at, like, your life, my life, don't you think that there is a certain person, like, you've been to jail, I've been to jail, like, we both had that same similar thing. Don't you think people like that, there's something in them that just maybe should be turned down even a notch?
I think it's hard. I think the truth is, it's hard to see the people that are just on autopilot. Because more time they interact with you and you're doing the same things, you're not going to see it. It's in these extreme moments where it's either time to stand up for yourself, stand up for your rights. It's time to think critically, think for yourself. It's time to like maybe break away from the crowd. It's time to like maybe like actually look at what you're watching or listen to what's being played rather than just nodding your head to the beat or just drinking it in. It's time for you to actually have an interest that's not contrived or cliche. It's time for you, like, do you know what I mean? Like, just show your individuality, and then that's when you start to realize that capacity, that drive isn't there. It's not in that model. It's not there.
It fights against it.
They just can't. It's just not there. It's not been built in. It's like you trying to put CDs into a laptop that doesn't have a CD drive. It can't do that function. And then you're like, oh shit. Like, this is what I've been realizing this for years and years and years, like decades. Like, I really, really reckon that not everybody is piloting their body with a soul. Or with a higher consciousness or higher self. I don't think everybody is. I think there's a lot of people I'm just a person. I'm here on earth, living for the now, and that's all there is to me. Even having conversations has shown me that there's dimensions of people's what do you want to call it? Awareness that's just not existing. It's not that they're ignorant. It's not that they don't want to, they just don't have the ability to, and man's just started accepting it. Like you just not built for it. So what the Rasta man said to me is, and I always repeat it, is some people are just wood for the fire. Now, if you look in Islam says they are a certain percentage of people that will never have the veil lifted. They will never be able to see the truth. There's lots of spiritual practices and spiritual and religious kind of customs that suggest this, that not everybody has the same capacity for awareness.
I remember when you first said that to me, I was baffled. Like, what do you mean? We're all the same.
We're not.
So I believe that's true. I think that's true. Some people definitely don't have that capacity.
So now we have to ask why. What is that?
See, the thing is, I think
it's called.
No, I think it can be learned. I think so. Basically, it's more than just a psychological thing, because it's something that I think they are able to learn. Because if you throw them in the thick of it and you keep throwing them in the thick of it, I believe they will develop it. But some of these people that
because they won't, bro. I tell you why we know they won't. Yeah. Last year, we can't really say what we want to say, so please be careful, yeah? I'm saying last year, a new set of events that was happening to the world, right? And a lot of us was like, okay, I was already at the point where I know ain't no one doing shit. No one's riding that, no one's doing nothing. But I kind of held out a little bit of hope that at some point in time, humanity, mankind, something is going to step up and be like, we ain't having it. It never happened, and it never will. It's scary when your theories are proven right, because even though you know it to be true, you still, like for me, even when I know something to be true, I always leave a 1 to 5% of just in case. That's to stop me from just feeding into my own ego and believing everything I tell myself. So I leave the room for me to be wrong. For it to be like, right, you know what? I got that totally wrong. It's not happening, though. I ain't getting shit wrong. I told you that we ain't getting nowhere June 21st. I knew that we'd be getting locked back down for New Year's. I knew that, and it's so predictable. It's so obvious.
Do you know what? I think what shocked me.
Can you give me a good reason on why humanity hasn't risen up to take down its oppressors?
I would say, first of all, the whole of humanity don't need to. There's only small pockets where people are being oppressed badly. there's large areas where people don't have it as bad.
But if we're all the same and all have the capacity, and if you throw someone in the deep end enough times, they're going to learn to swim. How many times has humanity as a whole been thrown into the deep end? We still ain't riding out. We still ain't. It's not kicking in, bruv.
No, but I'm saying there's places where people don't have it as bad. So if you're not drowning them, they don't need to fight. If you're not starving them, they don't need to rebel. There's places where
look into the side. What is it called? The bystander effect. Because what that is about people in a face of calamity or a situation or emergency, they just freeze up. And the more people freeze up, the more likely they're not going to do anything. So if you got two people and a third person comes and just becomes a bystander, he cements the other two as well. They're going to be stronger in doing nothing.
Right.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. But in many different situations, even this situation where when we first got the lockdown, there was only a handful of men there that were acting like
carry on saying what you're saying, but we're going to take out certain key words, right?
Yeah. Okay. During the first phase, everyone, there was only a select few that were like, nah, we just running things as normal. Everyone else would look at the neighbor. Oh yeah, they're still inside, so we should stay inside. Oh, look how empty the streets are. It should be like this. No way I can go out now. People look at other people are doing things that they're more comfortable doing, and they just cement themselves in that.
Right.
Yeah, so I think one big problem which I could never ever imagine now. Yeah, so I used to think that like London, it was so cultural and people were so much more forward thinking. I used to think that Europeans were backwards, and like London is where it's at. Yeah. They got the most, they got the people with the most open minds. That's not the case. When I see what they were doing in different parts of Europe. When I went into the stores and I see that all of these white people weren't following any of these so-called restrictions, even old 60-year-old people, they weren't following any restrictions. Life was going on as normal. I realized, you know what? UK is the fucking problem. It's got the most fucking Karens. It's got the most fucking idiots. It's got the most brain dead people ever. Yeah, it's not like how you think that they are the most advanced and they are the most liberal. Far from it. Europeans are pissing all over the UK on a daily basis. So when we look at this problem, it's definitely not international. It's definitely more pockets of countries which are choosing to do their fuckery. And I don't think they tell you this on the news because they want you to believe that it's in a certain way. But I'm telling you, it's not in a certain way. Even restrictions, how can you tell me about restrictions when the place I'm going to don't have this criteria? But you're saying I have to do X, Z, and Y because I'm tied to you. But the place I'm going to don't give a shit. Does that make sense?
Check this, yeah. Are you not seeing, yeah, that for you to be in a position where your life is good and not recognize how bad life is for others and then feel like there needs to be a change, that means that you are lacking empathy. And I think empathy is a trait that makes real humans human. And I don't mean fake empathy as in, oh, you just learn to, oh, someone's going through this, then you learn to feel sorry for them. I mean genuine tapping into the frequencies of this earth, right? So, for instance, empathy is just another form of awareness. Just another sense of awareness. You could feel when your partner is not quite right. You can feel, you know it. Like if you can't feel that, then you just don't have that ability. Like some people just don't have that ability. They're never gonna say to you, "Rah, Shug, what's up?" You know what I'm saying yourself. You're never gonna say.
Do we need to tap into it? Do we need to tap into it just because it's there? Like where is but I would say where is empathy in natural selection?
It's a muscle. It's a muscle, brother. Empathy is a muscle, yeah? And depending on how much you use it or how well developed it is how much you're going to experience it. But it's there. Empathy, intuition, these are all muscles within the consciousness that we can train up and flex. But some people don't have the muscle in the first place. If you're born without legs, There's no exercise you could do to get big calves. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But I don't think empathy is always needed. I don't think it's necessarily needed. I don't think the human race.
Whoa. It might not always be needed every day, all day, but it is a component of being the type of human that I am and the type of human that I connect with, that my partner or my children, they have these capacities.
Okay, I would say to you, empathy can only exist in a comfortable environment. With cushions and soft pillows, empathy can exist. In a harsh environment, it can't exist.
What are you talking about?
Natural selection, there is no empathy in natural selection.
Hold on. Sorry to say you're chatting shit, that's rude. I'm gonna fix my language, yeah? I strongly disagree with you, Sham. The reason why I strongly disagree with you is no matter how harsh your environment, as a mammal, you're gonna have a parent, and your parent's gonna nurture you. And they're gonna have empathy for you through their nurturing.
You're not tied by emotion.
Furthermore to that, Shug, if anything, you find the most empathy within hardship. That's where you find the real empathy. Where I don't know. I remember seeing a video of a child that hasn't eaten in like 2-3 days, and the cameraman must have gave him bread, and then he must have half the bread and gave half back to the cameraman.
Mad.
You understand? Just to show you, like, do you know what I mean? And that just comes to show that through hardship, that's where you find the most empathy.
Yeah, that's not the kind of hardship I'm talking about.
Empathy begins when a child recognizes that what hurts them hurts you.
Treat people how you would like to be treated.
You can override that at any point in time. You could be trained, these are the enemies. Oh, see, black people, they're the fucking enemies, yeah? But even as a racist fucking slave owner that conceded destruction and whatever humiliation of a certain race of people, even within your own race, you're gonna have empathy, right? Even within
if you told yourself they're not humans.
Sorry?
If you tell yourself they're not humans, you won't have empathy. You've changed the criteria.
I'm agreeing. No. Wait, I'm agreeing with you that you can see other humans as being non-human. But are you going to see your mom and your little sister as non-human too? No.
No, but you're tied by different things. You're tied by DNA, blood, all of these other things.
Bro. Empathy is empathy. I'm not saying you having empathy means you're a pussy and you can never do harm to another human. You have the capacity to understand that what hurts someone else could hurt you, and what hurts you could hurt someone else. That's what empathy is. You can override it. You can choose not to act on it. I can have empathy on someone and still lick their head off.
Okay, so what did you say about children then, and when children are first born? And when we went into the whole conversation about children don't have empathy, they'll hit you, they're mean, blah, 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 blah. Like, this is natural. So if we go back to what's innate and what's natural, you won't find empathy. Empathy is a construct which has been created.
No. It is a muscle that you are born with. Children are born with quad muscles and calf muscles, but they can't necessarily do a fucking long jump.
I think
you have to train.
When it comes to children, there's an element called...
Hold on. The nervous system and the muscle system learns in a sequence of necessity and survival. We are the only animals that really, when we're born, we're completely helpless. And we need the empathy of our mothers or fathers or family group to assist us. No child is surviving on its own in the wild. No child.
But saying that don't mean anything. Just because you got an animal who you let out in the water and they can swim and they can follow and they can run, that's not how we're set up. That's not the criteria which that don't tell us anything. That's not our nature. That's not our reality.
Our nature, thank you very much for saying that. Our nature and our reality is to need each other and help each other. Thank you for explaining the point so well.
No. When it comes to empathy, it's something that does not exist in nature. It does not exist in natural selection. It does not exist among trees.
You're contradicting yourself now, bro.
Can I say one thing? Yeah.
Yeah. 1 second. You just spoke about our design, and us not just being plopped into the sea and left like a tadpole. Yeah. You just described that our nature means we need each other. So needed. Bro, what are you talking about? No.
I'm just saying that's not how we nurture our young. We do things different. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we do it because of empathy. I'm saying that's our nature. That's how we bring up our offspring.
So then,
it's got nothing to do with the psychology of the parent at the time.
Yes,
I'm not saying it's about the psychology of the parent. I'm saying it's about the nature, of us as human beings.
Bro, it is the psychology and the nature. The psychology and the nature of man are one and the same, intertwined. We ain't talking about social constructs. We talking about nurturing your young and seeing them into a position where they're thriving. That's empathy, bro.
Wait, so let's ask Sam the question. Sam, what makes a mom look for the child? What makes a mom look after the child? What is
love?
That?
Love, and it's a natural DNA connection. It's a natural. How do penguins find each other in a large group? Like, how does a mum smell if it's not her child? It's got to do with smell. It's got to do with so many other things. Do you get what I'm saying? You got 6 senses, and I would say it's got more to do with them than anything that you're calling empathy. Empathy don't even exist in that realm of animals caring for each other. A mum bringing up a child. Why would any
maybe our idea of empathy is a bit skewed at the moment, because when you said about it's something that's taught, I do agree with you in some aspects, but I think it's taught to people who lack it. So that's why you find so many people trying to be good and trying to be righteous and trying to be this and trying to be that, because they're being taught aspects of empathy because they don't have it. So without that lesson, I guess they'd be lost, innit?
Okay, but empathy.
But I think some people have
break
it.
down empathy. Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Another thing as well, Shook. Yeah. You said
what you lot are talking about have for a child. You're talking about theory of mind. Can anyone hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you,
bro. Theory of mind is like, if you got a child, so you're in a room, and you show the child that you've put a ball behind the sofa. Now the child's gone out and you've moved the ball. The child comes back in and you say to the child, the ball is not behind the sofa. You mentioned ball, the child's going to go behind the sofa because the child cannot come out of his own mind and see what someone else could have done, because the child only knows what it's seen. So for empathy, the child has to be able to put himself in a position of someone else's mind and see, oh yeah, this might hurt this person, or this person might not like this. So empathy is like the child has the capability or the ability of empathy, but it hasn't learned how to do it.
Fam.
I don't think you need to learn how to do it.
So go on, Sash.
You don't learn empathy. What I was trying to say about the construct of people learning empathy is for those who don't hold it.
You don't learn empathy.
That's the point.
You're born with empathy.
This is what I'm saying, though.
And but I know we're all agreeing. We're just trying to say we're all like us three on the same page. What I'm trying to say is, this is why I use the analogy of a muscle. A child has quad muscles, calf muscles, but can't walk when it's born. It has to develop the ability through learning. Doesn't mean that they are doing something unnatural to them. It just means there's a process in our development, Sham. And I'm saying developing your empathy and growing it is a process, but the empathy itself exists as a psychological function of being human, bro.
Okay, I would say empathy is a learned behavior, and you could argue that anything that's learned, we have the ability to do.
You a sociopath.
So it's as simple as that.
You are completely sociopathic in many degrees, and you've proven it on multiple occasions. So, and I don't even think that that's necessarily a completely bad thing. I think you should have one social.
Alhamdulillah, it's a good thing. Yeah.
I never did alhamdulillah.
Rick's a joker. Alhamdulillah.
Well,
what am I supposed to say? Is he complimenting? What is he doing?
Watch a child.
I don't know.
All I'm saying is this, yeah?
Yeah.
Without any teaching in that. Let a child observe you harming its family member, even in joke, and watch how they act.
Okay.
Watch how they act. Like the smallest
So
thing.
what about these feral children that grow up? Do they have empathy?
I don't know about this feral children shit. I don't know if that's even real. And you know what? If it is real, then from their reports, they relate to the animals that they've grown with. They're not just fighting.
So where was their empathy then? That's supposed to be so innate. I'm arguing that it's a learned behavior.
Where's the lack of empathy? What are you talking
Okay,
about?
did the Mayans, like, if they're cutting off heads and throwing them down, like, where was their empathy?
Why do you act like you don't listen to what I say to you, though? Because I said to you, I could lick you down and I still have empathy for you. What is that? Do you think empathy is some magic thing that stops you from hurting people? That's not what empathy is, bro.
Yeah, but Shug, they could have been killing people for the empathy of their people. Do you know what I'm saying? They say, right, these are ops. We're going to kill them because we need to protect our own people.
Or I can lick your head off and be like, oh, I know that hurt. I'd hate that to happen to me. That's not empathy, bro.
Okay. So if you're able to lick my head off.
Spice said empathy and compassion are two different things. I'm with her on that. So you might be talking about compassion. Like, let me allow it. But empathy is the understanding that what can hurt you can hurt someone else. The most basic way for me to explain it, that's empathy.
Okay, so if you can hurt someone with empathy, I would argue that it's superficial and it's not something that goes against your nature.
Okay,
you're able to do it so easily.
Bro, I'm telling you, every time I conversate with you, I realize what you are, you know. You're a different brother. Yesterday you couldn't grasp certain concepts. Today, I can hear it in your voice again. You're being genuine and you fully just can't grasp what I literally just said to you.
You said to me that you can kill someone and still have empathy. And I'm saying, if it's the case that you can kill someone and still have...
Listen, let me just say this one last time. Yeah? Forget morals. You're mixing up morals with all of this. Forget morals. It's not about good or bad. It's about understanding that the same fire that burns you, the same fire that burns me can burn you. Like the same lion that can bite you can bite me. And you being bitten and you screaming is a consequence of you being in pain. That understanding, basic understanding, it stems from a child being able to look in a mirror and understand that he is that person in the mirror and the person behind him is you. And so they're now splitting away from the source consciousness of just being all one and recognizing that there's a face looking back at them that has its own set of thoughts. Has its own set of... Do you understand that?
Yeah, I just want to ask you, would you say that a sociopath, would you say that he was born with a small muscle, which he grew and that muscle became bigger till he became a full-blown sociopath?
No, I would say, I mean, to be honest, I gotta be careful with this term sociopath because it's their psychology that they bring up. I've just observed that some people just don't seem to have the same ability for empathy and compassion as others. Some people don't have the same grasp of certain aspects that most of us would say denote humanity. Yeah, and what I think that is they got underdeveloped psychological muscles. Yeah, underdeveloped or overdeveloped in certain aspects. Now, from their science, sociopathy stems from a set of people that went without, that were born into harsh climates and were born into a seemingly in a world full of lack, where fighting for scraps meant that dissociating yourself from the humanity of others would allow you to survive. This is where they say those that breeded with Neanderthals and spent time in a certain climate have more sociopathic tendencies because they needed to not be so empathetic and understanding and compassionate and easygoing, because they were born into a world of competition, where others were born in the tropics with abundance, lush vegetation, ample food, and sunshine that fed them vitamin D and allowed them to be positive and healthy, psychological.
I'm with you. So would you say...
One second, that also, I believe, created a weakness in them when you're faced with people that lack empathy, lack compassion. You are now going to be inviting people in that are far more calculated and, if destructive in their nature, which will leave you vulnerable. So as we can look at the planet, or we look at the earth, we can see a set of people, big up Man Like Flames, we see a set of people that seem to always open their fucking door, regardless of how badly they get their fucking ass kicked. They seem to always want to jump out of the fucking car and fucking roll someone into the recovery position, regardless of how bad society has treated them. And then you got some people that will watch a baby get run over by a car and not do nothing. And I've seen that video. Pointing, like, right, look, there's a baby getting run over. So there's different types of humans or beings, and some have, I would say, the natural capacity for empathy and compassion, which makes them, in my eyes, beautiful people. If not, so a bit naive. And then you got the other ones that they come from the struggle. Like, look at us. Look at us. We come from certain places, so it means we have the ability to do certain things and which means that we are a danger to people that don't have that ability. People that can't go where we go. I'm a danger to you. If you've got a cutoff point of what you would do to survive, I'm a dangerous individual to you. If you're anywhere in the way, or if you're anywhere an obstacle to my survival, it's very peak for you. Because I will tear you in half to survive, kind of thing. Whereas the other people, they'd lay themselves down and be like, oh, well, yeah, just step over me, man. Now
is it because of empathy they'll lay down, or why would they lay down?
We talking about sociopathy, and I think it's more than just empathy. It's a combination of things, but yeah, empathy plays a role. It plays a role in like, we're all human. We are the world.
But do you remember what I said first of all when I said that it's something that we have created and can only exist in a comfortable environment? I said that from the beginning. And when you're saying about these people who've mixed with Neanderthal, they've lived in caves, they've had it harder.
They have empathy too. They have empathy too. But I'm saying even a sociopath has empathy. Their muscle, just not as developed.
Okay. So would you say in some scenarios less empathy is good?
Good is a big word to use.
Well, when you created the whole situation about Neanderthals,
in some scenarios, in my scenario, detaching from my empathetic facet, my empathetic self, has helped me to survive in treacherous climates. However, detaching from my empathetic self also diminishes my feeling of well-being and even at some points my humanity. So I've done wild, crazy things because I detached myself from my empathy and my sense of humanity, which didn't make me a better person and ultimately didn't make me feel good. Was not enjoyable in the long run.
Okay, but was it essential at the time?
Possibly, yes.
So if it was essential at the time, empathy was getting in the way of your survival. And therefore you deleted that learned behavior to survive. So nature, survival, and you know, you could go as far as say the meaning of life clearly stood up and empathy had to take a back seat.
No. 1 second though, brother. I agree. You got a very good point. But what I would say is, if you stay within nature, you are not going to need to fully detach from your empathy. If we are in a natural cycle, we are not going to need to detach from these things. So if we play into that, we're actually accepting that we want to walk away from our optimal programming, which is our design. Our design is to have these attributes. You understand?
Okay, so would you say that, okay, if we look at it like this, yeah, like you said about trees and all the rest of it, the trees that climb up other trees, like if that's nature and that's nature's design, like are we not the only one life form on this planet that go against nature now, by using empathy?
Oh no! Animals have empathy too. No, bruv, you're just not understanding what you're not. Animals have empathy too. It's how they.
Yeah, they can have empathy, but they control it better than us. They don't have so much empathy that they say, yeah, two gay men should be able to like be a couple. I don't think they have that much empathy. They don't have so much empathy that.
Whoa, hold on, no. But if one dog, if a male dog sees two male dogs, or like, no, it just doesn't work like that. They just don't see the world in that way. Like, I mean, that's a big statement to make, but they're not watching the sexuality of each other. No. They don't judge each other's sexuality. It's just, I'm not on that. I'm on this. I don't see pigeons like, oh, stay away from that pigeon. That pigeon's gay. I also never heard of a paedophile pigeon.
No.
Trying to break into someone else's nest. That's a chick. I don't see them things either. So no, we slightly.
You know what? You know what it is? Yeah, I do hear what you're saying about the whole muscle, and I think that probably is the best way to explain it, if it's to be explained. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that people don't have it. I'm not saying that it should be something that should be deleted out of society. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when push comes to shove, it will be one of the last things you'll rely on. It will become like fight or flight scenario. Empathy goes out the window. Look at like the Hillsborough situation. People are stepping on people to survive. There's no empathy in that calculation.
What if your child is part of that crisis?
Empathy, though. That's not a lack of empathy.
Yeah, but what if your child
I'm not like, listen, fam, if I can't swim and I see you drowning, am I lacking empathy by not jumping in?
No, you're not lacking empathy. But if you was in a position where you had to survive to kill me, then I guess you're lacking empathy.
I'm not lacking empathy. You might haunt me for the rest of my life. R.I.P. Sham.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah, but you still did it. You still did it.
Yeah, so Sham, we're back to the original point I made. And I made it deliberately so you could stop going back to this little loophole you're trying to look for. But you keep trying to do it in different ways. Empathy does not mean I can't do bad things to people.
Okay, so then it has no value. It has no real value. It's just a word that's created because it holds no substance.
And this is what I mean by we reach a point in your comprehension or understanding. It's like you can't go any further.
No, you're telling me just about a theory that when you put the theory to test and you look at it in the real world, it's always failing. It's not strong enough to prevent or to make you do something.
Sham. I said from the beginning, empathy does not stop you from doing bad things to people. You don't understand what empathy is. So we can't have an argument about empathy because every time you get to this point, you reattach to an old notion that I blew out of the water from the beginning of the conversation. And that shows that you've made, like, you're stuck in a logical loop now. And you can't.
No, what it is, I'm saying that something exists, and then every time we put it to the test, we will find that we can get rid of this empathy, depending on how harsh or how extreme the situation is. Empathy disappears. So empathy must be on a rolling scale, or it must be on a like them pivoting balls. where like they can pivot depending on how much you put on each side. It's a scale. Empathy's on a scale. It can only exist on a scale.
You mentioned love, yeah, for a mother and their child, yeah. You see that love comprises of empathy. If you're saying, oh, when the mother looks after their child, it's because of love, and whatever reasoning she does that with, that reasoning holds empathy. Wherever you look at it and say, oh, that's because she loves her child, that love contains empathy.
Flame, ask any woman here, if there's any women even left here, yeah? Ask any woman here if they look after their child because of empathy, and listen to what they'll say to you.
Yeah, but they're going to tell you it's because they love their child, right? They're going to tell you that.
Unconditional. It's unconditional. It's not empathy.
Yeah, but no, that's what empathy is, though. Like, that's what
empathy is not unconditional if it can change depending on the circumstances.
Bro.
Yeah, but
that's not what unconditional means.
So no. It can, because your child could piss you off, and then you might do something that contradicts your love for the child, or whatnot.
Brother, unconditional is unconditional. Yeah.
Right. You look. This
empathy has got conditions.
Hold on. And this is what cracks me up. Yeah. You doubted empathy, but you're gonna commit to unconditional love. I'm saying unconditional love is more of a fantasy than empathy is, bro.
Nah, because people will take the death penalty for their child, but they won't take it for empathy.
But you're saying shit. What do you mean? What does that even mean? They won't.
Well, I'm trying to say, if someone says you gotta die with your child,
no, my brother. With all due respect, you just not grasping what empathy is. You're trying to make empathy be what you want it to be, and mean what you want it to mean.
No, in your scenarios, when we put it to the test, you will say, okay, this man can commit a horrific crime. I never said that can't happen. You can still have empathy. So that's telling me that what you're calling empathy in a real world scenario, when push comes to shove, holds no weight.
No,
it's just something which we have given a name to.
Champ, what you're doing is you keep trying to swap the empathy that I am describing for the empathy that you understand it to be. And you're doing a clever little switch. You're like, yeah, but then that means nobody here is saying to you that empathy has anything to do with your lack of ability to harm another human being or see another human being harmed. Nobody said at any point that that's what empathy represented. You came to the table with that opinion of empathy, and you still won't let it go.
Let me place it like this, yeah, something that we can all agree on. Do we all agree that some people can lack empathy?
Yes.
Okay, is that a medical condition?
Yes.
Okay, so if people can be born without empathy, are you really gonna say that's the same as someone being born without a leg? I don't think that's the same thing, because I don't think they count your fingers and thumbs on babies. They don't look and see if that baby's got empathy, because it's something that comes at a later stage.
No. Okay, so
something that society teaches you. It's something that LGBT push. Empathy is attached to shaitan.
Bro, hold on. You got so what? LGBT created empathy. Empathy.
Yeah, but it's part of the same paradigm.
Broski. Empathy is created in your frontal lobe. Yeah?
No.
Yeah? So maybe you should go and look at that. What they've predicted, or not even predicted, what they've realized is with the birth of all these LCD screens, computer screens and whatnot, children's frontal lobes are not developing in the same way they used to a decade ago or 2 decades ago. Yeah? And in go and check that out. And with the lack of development of the frontal lobe is coming a lack of empathy, which means that children are finding it harder to relate to other human beings on a level that what hurts you hurts me. Yeah,
okay, I would argue is what they view on the screen that desensitizes them, and that's what's a
but I'm saying empathy is a brain function. It's a function it's a way of testing and understanding your environment. And also I would argue a survival mechanism that allows you and your tribe to live in some form of harmony and have each other's best interests at heart. Dogs, packs, they have empathy for each other. I don't know, man. I definitely think that you're a sociopath, though. Oh, where is he? Oh, yeah. I definitely think you're a sociopath, though, because I realize that you can't grasp certain things. You just can't grasp certain things. I don't know why. Like, you just don't grasp
Okay.
it.
Let me just get the point, because I don't know where I got cut off. I would say what's on the screen, as in what they are watching, is what's desensitizing them. So that's what's affecting their psyche, the way their brain works, and therefore the way their brain grows. It's the desensitization of what they are viewing on the screen. Yes.
But
that's got to do.
Whoa. Wait.
I'm literally looking at what you said.
Whoa. What? Please do not. I never said that what they're seeing on the screen is violent or negative or anything like that. It is what is happening is the blue light, from the screens is interfering with their brain development. So it's not to do with what's on the screen; it's the screen itself.
So when are we going to have children exposed to a blank screen to conduct the test? When would them test scenarios ever be in place?
Our generation compared to the younger generation now.
Yes, and I would say it's got to do with what they're watching on the screen.
But I think that goes hand in hand. I think it
could do. I would accept hand in hand.
Right. So it works together to create more of a fuckery in this world. So it's not just one aspect. There's another aspect to that of what Jedi says. If the blue light is affecting children's development with the empathy, and then they're going to be bombarded with fuckery that they're watching. That's double whammy, man. That's
double whammy. The blue light and the frequencies are affecting frontal lobe development in under 2-year-olds. It's affecting that. They've when they're mapping the brain, they're letting us know that certain parts of the brain develop at certain stages, right? Certain parts of your brain develop to encourage speech. Certain motor functions and neurons develop to encourage mobility. Some of them, and then other ones develop more to encourage healthy social interaction.
That also still doesn't negate the fact that it could be there from the get-go, because when the child develops, I think it's like the first 2-3 weeks, the child can see, or the baby can see sound waves. The baby can see sound.
Yeah.
Because the neural structure ain't been fixated. Yeah, it hasn't been fixated yet. So the baby has abilities that we lose. Carl, we are taught to isolate what we use. Our eyes are isolated just for the spotlight vision, in a sense where we don't even use our peripheral. We're told to just use the focus on something. So now using the same empathy is learned behavior. It's learned how to express. We can't say it's learned behavior. We could say it's learned how to express, though.
Well, you've just shown us a scenario where babies are more advanced than us in some aspects. So why wouldn't this be the same with empathy? Why would they need to gain empathy and have their muscle be pumped up of empathy if you just showed us a scenario where babies?
Who's saying they're gaining empathy?
Okay, what's the purest state in a human's life? Would you say a baby?
Yeah.
What do you mean by pure? Yes.
Okay, so why does a baby have to learn empathy then? Or why do they have to pump the muscle of
learning empathy?
Hold on a minute, Flame.
Yeah.
Let me refer you back to the original statement made that we all probably have empathy. It's like a muscle, just like you have quadriceps and calf muscles, You have quadriceps, hamstring, and calf muscles. You have what's these?
Triceps, biceps, rhomboids, delts, traps.
No, stop that. I'm making a specific analogy. You've got muscles for walking muscles. You've got fine bones, metatarsal bones, for walking, right? But yet you cannot walk as a newborn. You cannot walk. If you're never given that opportunity to learn to walk, you're not going to walk. We have certain functions as beings that need to develop through time. Some animals, as soon as they're born, like calves and deers, they have the capacity to walk and be mobile from birth, right? And some don't. Our vocal cords need to develop in order for speech. Our palate, our tongue needs to develop in order to enunciate and communicate in certain words. Like there's so much more I could explain. You have a soft spot on your head where your skull has not fully conjoined. Yeah, these are all of us that need to develop through time, and empathy is another part because it is attached to brain function, specific area of the brain, the frontal lobe, which is still developing as a child. Yeah, this is why we are different types of creatures, because
so you're saying
our development process takes 21 to 23 years.
Yeah. So you're saying it needs to come through nurture and not nature?
No, Prof, are you all right?
No, well, obviously.
Time. No, I'm saying it needs time to.
Who's laughing?
Hold on, please. I'm saying it needs time to develop, is what I'm saying. Yeah. And like many of our functions, it needs time to develop, and we are born to parents that keep us through that development process, where a frog shits out its fucking tadpoles and keeps it moving, and then you have to find your way through life and develop on your own because they have their own process. Every animal has a different process. Humans, we develop it, our fucking infancy lasts 21 years until we're a fully developed adult.
Yeah.
And empathy is one of the muscles that grows and develops with experience and with age.
Okay, if we throw this back a couple hours or however long it was to the school system, the pyramid system, and an understanding that we're living in a society of programming, how can we be so sure when we're living in a society of programming that this is not part of programming?
Because you'll exhibit it in nature. Like you'll see that certain aspects of nature, you don't see it. Certain aspects of nature, like so. For example, for some reason I have the feeling that if a 14-year-old child or a 15-year-old child had a child, she would have some sort of connection to that child. She would never have need to see it. Like cats and like Jeddah was mentioning earlier, like we're the only animals, quote unquote, that are totally helpless when we're born. Yeah. So in other aspects of nature, there's empathy automatically built in. Do you know what I'm saying? Now even
we're not the only animal. We're not the only animal by far. Look at kangaroos, and the list goes on. We're by far not the only animal.
All right, but that's just an example, isn't it? So that's a side story, really. But yeah. So even the tadpole leaving even the frog leaving the tadpoles, that's some sort of empathy. Cause the frog might know that I can't take all of these lot with me. I might end up killing half of them. So you lot chill here, do your thing. So you can't say you can't really exhibit it unless you see people acting it out. Because it's in many different things. Like you're trying to isolate empathy into a certain action, but it will come in so many different forms. You feeding your child, you animal feeding their child. You'll see that in there. You can't say it's a learned behavior.
Yeah, I'm saying empathy in a sense of observing nature, observing human beings, I think we'll clearly see it's something that we've adopted. It's something that's been programmed into us.
Why?
Yeah?
Why? Because we right now. What's happening? Yeah, Sham, is
Because I've just shown you don't look after your child because of empathy. I'd love to hear from any mother that says she looks after a child for empathy. It's not the case.
No
one does. It's not because you feel sorry for them, you look after them. You don't.
Sham,
why would you do anything for someone you cared about just because you feel sorry?
Then you're gonna rule out. Then you're gonna rule out love. Then, Sham, are we ruling out love? Are we saying parents don't do it for love? Cause of love.
Love is hard to put your finger on. I would say it's more about DNA, bloodline, and there's a connection. It's like that connection, what some people say, your own child and a stepchild. That thing you can't put your finger on. I guess it's more to do with that. Like I made a scenario of the penguins that can find each other in like 50,000 other penguins. What is that? That's something else, right? Yeah. Whatever that is, and if you want me to try pinpoint it, I pinpointed it by trying to say it's more about your senses, like smell and all of these other things. And we could even look into, we were going to talk about pheromones the other day. We can look in how they work, why you smell something or you smell, all of these things. Why do they tell a mother to put the child on their chest when they've had the child? Like, what are these? What's happening? Do we understand what's actually happening? All of these things that connect us, none of them are empathetic. Do you understand? They don't need to be. You don't need to have it to have a loving home. Empathy is something that's a social construct. Yeah, it doesn't exist in nature.
Give me an example. Give me an extreme example of this made up empathy. So if you were explaining it to me, Sham, so I wouldn't conflate it with anything else. You're telling me this is isolated empathy. This is only empathy. I wouldn't think, it could be love, could be this, could be that. So I get you.
I would say the same argument that's made about you can do bad things and still be empathetic. I would say you could do good things and have no empathy. You could be my neighbor. I could see you in trouble and I could help you without feeling sorry for you. I could help you because I respect you. And I want to see good for your family and for you to get back on your feet.
Isn't that
I don't need to feel sorry for you.
You're empathizing with my struggle. You're thinking, not to say you're feeling sorry, but you're saying you just said you might want to see my family do good. Why? Why would you? If you ain't feeling some sort of empathy.
Well, one word you could use is respect. Yeah, you could even throw love in there. You could throw so many other words in there, feelings or however you want to put it.
What are you saying? Yeah? You look after youth out of respect for them?
No, I never said that. We spoke about a neighbor scenario, and in that scenario, it could be friendship and respect. I don't need to feel sorry for you, and furthermore, feeling sorry for someone, I don't think it's the right approach.
But it might not. You use sorry to as feeling sorry for someone as some sort of identifier of empathy, but that's not the case. Let me read something to you. Yeah, I've typed in Google. Does love contain empathy? Yeah, the ability, and this is what they've said. Yeah, so this is allcreatures.org or whatever. The ability to feel and communicate true empathy with another creature is an extremely important way to feel and to communicate love. Empathy is the identification with all the various experiencing of it, the thought and feeling to another person or animal. I butchered the last sentence. Empathy is identification with or the various experiencing of the thought and feeling of another person or animal. So it's saying, right, if you communicate empathy, you're communicating love, and vice versa.
Okay, I'm saying to you that in that scenario, you can have wisdom instead of empathy, and then you'll soon discover that there's no need for empathy. Because if you have wisdom,
your wisdom will tell you to empathize or not empathize. Your wisdom, you might say to someone, you might see someone trying to, someone got hit by a car. You know their leg's broken, yeah. So you can empathize and sympathize and think, right, like they're going through some pain, might need to help them. Your wisdom is telling you that, right? Now, when you go over to help them, you're going to consider that empathy. But from time you've had that thought and that wisdom has kicked in, you've exhibited empathy. Whether you act on it is different.
Okay, so I'll give you a scenario. Imagine you know, like ants, when you see like worker ants. If another worker ant was to see another worker injured, yeah, it would be for a common goal that he would help that person. So I would say the same thing to you. If you live in my society and in my, you know, my neighborhood or whatever, it could be a common goal. Whether that common goal would be goodness or the advancing of our community, I don't have to feel sorry for you to help you. I don't have to feel sorry for you. I don't have to sit there and talk about blah blah blah. I don't have to emphasize with your struggle to help you. I don't.
But why has it got to be struggle though?
Okay,
well,
I don't have to empathize with anything. To help you, I don't have to feel empathy. I just don't.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true, Flame.
Yeah.
To help someone because I'm helping you because there's a camera behind me, not because I care about you.
Yeah, you got that as well.
Okay, yeah.
On a simple basis, yeah.
That's cool.
It's how I'll come across. It could be, it could, yeah. It could be something totally different if you want to go that far, yeah. It could be how I'll come across. It could be vanity while I'm helping you. Imagine that. I'm helping you for vanity.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, hold up. If we get clinical, for you to sit there and think, wow, there's a camera and it's gonna look good if I go and help him or whatever, whatnot, blah. That's still empathy is still going on in your head.
No.
No, I want to look good because the camera's behind me, so I know how it will come across.
That can be someone's Hold on 1 second, brother. The camera, the photo opportunity, or the accolades you're gonna get, or the rewards, or the money you're gonna get, can be people's sole reason for helping someone, and there is no empathy there. Facts. That's true. I give you that, Sham. I give you that. But that doesn't mean that empathy does not exist because some people are not acting on it. Just because you have empathy doesn't mean you act on it. Just because, or doesn't mean that it forces you to act in a certain way. Having the capacity, hold on, brother. Having the capacity for empathy doesn't mean that you're gonna help people. Well, you have the capacity. I need you to understand that at least.
Yeah.
So we can get somewhere, right? You could, like Hitler, could have empathy. I'm not even gonna say it, but you can imagine what I'm gonna say, right? But I mean, he could have empathy for a certain group, however, have committed certain actions against a certain group because he believed it was the right thing. Yeah. I could have empathy for my dog, but still take it to the vet to get his balls cut off because I think it's the right thing.
Like Thanos, like he tried to kill half of the universe for the better of the other half.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like empathy, but it's not that he's feeling sorry for anyone, if you get what I mean.
Okay, but I believe we can speak things into existence. I believe I agree. You know, if you believe in something strongly, then you can create it. And I believe this is how empathy was created. It's a social construct that we spoke into existence and is now an accepted form of communication and interaction between other human beings. But does it necessarily...
You're saying we should use other words instead of empathy. Empathy does exist, but we should use another terminology.
I'm saying when we look at empathy and we're saying every single human must have empathy, I would argue that you could have a perfectly fine society without empathy.
No, you can't.
And I think you can.
Bullshit.
So how do you replace empathy?
I think that's what society is.
You ever seen a baby cry because another baby's crying?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the beginning stages of it. Simple.
All the baby cries when the mum's stressed.
Yeah, you are experiencing. You are seeing somebody else in some kind of emotional state or whatever, and it stirs a reaction in you. It stirs something in you. And these are kids that this is a kid that would probably still stab you with a knife because it does not recognize that stabbing you with a knife is going to cause you pain or hurt you or is a wrong thing. But they hear another baby crying and they know that signifies uncomfortability, unhappiness, and they start crying.
Okay, so what about if a baby's laughing and another baby laughs? What conclusions do we draw?
Empathy as well.
Empathy.
Empathy.
I can't even stop for too long. But
muscle. Your not even that. Your empathetic muscle allows you to connect and see the humanity in others. It allows you to see.
So you're saying the happiness is now replaced by empathy.
Your experience is not just your own, and others have experience too. This is what I'm saying.
So when you're saying people are being kept alive on life support,
you're listening to respond. You're not listening to take on board what I'm saying to you, bro. And that's why we keep. I don't even understand why it's taking so long for you to.
Let's let Raw try a new voice of reasoning. Go on, Raw.
First of all, before you go raw, Shug, what was you saying when you was interrupting?
I was just very briefly gonna say, when you were saying people being kept alive by life support and all of these things, and there's firewood and that whole conversation, I would argue empathy is the reason we're doing that. Yeah, just very briefly, and I would say that it's something that's been created and it's to the detriment of humanity. You can do so many good things with wisdom.
Talking about humanity. Yeah? You talk about humanity without a grasp of what empathy is a joke.
Sam, I don't think there'll be any humanity without empathy.
I know. I think what you're confusing, it's like you keep saying, "Oh, I just feel sorry for someone." That's where you're confusing yourself from. Like,
I know he's not. That's compassion. I keep telling him he's not listening. He's arguing what his version of empathy is, and he's not listening to the version that we're giving him.
No,
because he struggles with things like that.
Could you see?
Maybe he doesn't feel empathy for others.
Yeah, but I feel like he does though, because I don't feel like Sham's just gonna stand there and watch his girl get beat up. Obviously not.
Yeah,
like, you're not gonna stand there.
Because it's his girl, and that's a disrespect. Because you're beating up his property.
Well, you won't stand there and watch.
Beating up his property.
Okay, you're gonna see a random child getting like fucked up.
Nah, these people listen. Don't
why not?
Them. Listen, they're saying. Like, I'm very empathetic, extremely empathetic. So
yeah, but how can how can you be something you don't understand? Like you're basically saying that
because I'm using the word that you're using to explain the situation, but I'm saying it comes in a form of wisdom. Yeah, it doesn't come and it doesn't necessarily have to stem from. I'm not gonna say feeling sorry because you didn't like that, but it doesn't have to come from me having to put myself in the emotional bracket of the other person to be able to act. I can act without putting myself into that emotional bracket. Do you understand? So I can still make the right decision without having to inject myself into their scenario. I can still understand it, and that's through wisdom. Yeah? I would say empathy is the lower form of wisdom.
But how do you get the wisdom without the empathy? The empathy is the feeling part. It's the understanding. How do you understand or get the wisdom to say that, okay, this is for the greater good to help this person, if you don't understand the fact that, oh shit, this thing happening to this person is not good? The empathy part is the understanding.
Okay, you're creating the scenario and you're running different calculations in your head to allow you to come to the conclusion that this must not be a good position that this person is in. And that then allows you to absorb what that person might be going through without having to walk in their shoes. So
no, but that's why we have social
version. That's the manipulated version of empathy. That is what people get manipulated with. Empathy is just there. It's there. You don't. It's not
logical. Why people are sociopaths, because there's a lack of.
I don't think empathy is logical. I think that what you're explaining, Sham, is how people abuse empathy.
Yeah, let me jump in quickly. Puntai, pick up yourself. Wagwan. Welcome.
Hi guys.
How you doing?
Hello.
I'm good. I'm blessed. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we all right, man. We all right.
Now you're here.
You've stolen Sarah's voice, have you?
Oh shit.
You sound a bit like Sarah. So did you want to add to this? What are you thinking? What are you hearing?
Come on, you come to support me, innit? Come on, you come to back me. Tell me you come to back me.
No, but she's empathizing for you. Empathizing for you.
What you're saying is actually
where's
quite
the
scary,
empathy?
to be honest.
That's a
It
good
sounds
point.
like you're
Where
gay.
is it?
Hold on. Let the sister speak. Let me say it again. Puntai, say that again.
I said what Sham's saying is actually quite scary. It sounds like he's gatekeeping for AI.
Mad.
Yeah.
The reason I say that is because for me, empathy is a spiritual thing. It comes from the soul, and only soulless beings, like what's being created in terms of AI, this technological world, they are unable to enact empathy. They're completely unable to enact it.
Okay, so what
Because
if
it's
we
not part
create
of
the
their
software?
nature.
Yeah. Yeah, you sound like software. It's true.
So what if we create the perfect software that can replicate it?
You can't replicate
You
something that's
can't.
not.
You can't because it's from the soul.
Oh,
You can't. It's not like you were saying. It's you were saying it's a form of social engineering, right? It's not.
But you can say what you're saying,
was,
Sam.
then get AI to be empathetic because they can't. They will turn around and kill you.
Based on logic.
But we've already said that you can kill someone with empathy. So why are they excluded from killing someone with empathy?
Because of the understanding after. The robot's not going to give a shit or two fucks.
What if we write on the screen of the robot, I feel sorry for my actions?
No, but the feeling, that's what you're not getting. The feeling part. It can understand all that. There's a difference between processing something.
So how are you going to prove to me your feeling? You're going to say that this is something that we can now put on a rolling scale and you can show me feeling and I can't show you feeling? Is that what you're saying? You're not going to be able to
You
show me
being
feeling.
what? You being a robot?
Yeah.
Of course, because you've been programmed. You have a maker. My maker is God, the creator of the universe. Who is your maker? Because you question to your maker. Who's your maker?
And the maker was made in the image
And
of
does
what?
your maker does your
In the
maker
likeness of
even
what?
have empathy?
I would say it's just secondary. It's just another, evolution of something that's been made by, a great, like, let's say God, Allah, whatever you want to call it. I would say it's something that has been created by something divine who is now creating. We have children, we create. It's like now we're creating things, on in a factory or whatever. I don't see the problem.
That's a deep level of psychosis. That's like psychotic level of like madness. Without empathy, in my understanding, there's no humanity.
Right.
There's no human being without empathy. And that comes from our soul. From our soul.
Let me say though, and I keep trying to reinstate this, just because you have empathy doesn't mean that you have to act on it. So I will give you that, but to deny the existence of it is where everyone's like, How?
No one's denying the existence. We're denying its origins and where it comes from.
That's what I mean. To deny its inbuilt existence, like it's there already. You don't think so? We're not talking about morals, bro. Like,
I would say when you're saying is it there?
Wait. I want you to understand that we're not talking about morals.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not talking about what's good or bad. We're talking about understanding that if a thorn hurts you, it will likely hurt Jedi.
Okay.
That's empathy.
Yeah.
It's the connection with someone else, isn't it? You know that there's something outside of you.
You're saying that that's a learned behavior. To understand that what hurts you as a human would hurt another human.
Do you know that children don't understand consequences until I'm not even gonna say the age whatever because I'll probably say it wrong, but there was a certain age that they say children don't understand consequences.
They say that
someone with a computer
in the ancient world, there's an age of understanding which was 7. We have been deliberately retarded to make that age of understanding never even happen. I believe that you might be the first adult without that hasn't really.
No, we're talking about the origins. The origins.
I hear that, but look, Shamia, you said that like you want to replace empathy with love, but we can say the same thing with love. Then
I said wisdom. I said wisdom.
You did say love as well. That for the mother.
I said looking after a child. I'm saying no. We were exploring loads of different options that could replace empathy. Yeah. So when we're talking about a mum bringing up a child, then clearly we can now see that empathy is not the reason. So I would ask you, like
don't change the question.
No. I'm not changing nothing. I would ask you, when you go, and obviously you're a good man, you're a good father, do you do it for empathy? And I know the answer is going to be no already. You don't.
Do I do what for empathy? Say again.
What you do for your family? You don't do it for empathy. You do it because it's something that's innate in you. You don't feel sorry, like when they're hungry.
You're going back to the sorry though. You're going back to sorry. I understand that if they don't eat, they're gonna be hungry. That's empathy.
Okay.
Because I feel that. Because I know that if I don't eat, I'm gonna be hungry. So I don't want that for my children.
So you're motivated by empathy then. So you're lacking love.
In love, what with my children?
So your motivating factor is empathy.
Motivating? No, it's just probably you could say that.
I don't think that's being totally honest. If you're going to say that, your motivating factor is
my motivating factor for anything is not just one thing, though, is it? You can't just say this is just empathy and that's all.
Exactly, it's multifaceted. So how much of a part would you say that empathy plays in that? And when you start to view that, you'll realize a big part.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm quite empathic as well.
Could I ask, what is the need to dissect it though? What's the need? Empathy is as innate as it is for a man to want to provide and protect his family. Is as innate as love, is as innate as wisdom. I would go as far as to say that you can't get wisdom without empathy, because what?
Exactly.
I would ask you, can you go against things that are innate?
Yeah.
Understand life, and you can't understand that without empathy. So how can you gain wisdom without empathy? You can't dissect things this way. It's all
you're saying, does the sun have empathy?
The sun?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, the sun provides us. Without the sun, how are we gonna live?
Because it's empathetic. You see what the problem is there? Do you see the problem now? Yeah, it doesn't do it because of empathy, and it nurtures the whole planet. We're part of its solar system, and it.
Do you know if the sun has
consciousness? I would believe it has consciousness. Yeah, I would say it's got consciousness, but it's a consciousness that we can't understand. We can't exactly put our finger on and draw parallels from our consciousness.
So you're mirroring Jedi's point, because the same way a sun will kill a person, same way a Jedi can have empathy and still lick someone's head off, innit? So you understand
the sun is killing planets as we speak. There's planets that are like 400, 700 degrees, so it's doing it right now. So exactly, obviously, it's by design. It's not empathy.
Nature doesn't always have to.
Go on.
What is this?
Nature doesn't always what? Okay, maybe she's gone. I don't know what she was going to say. Maybe she was going to say nature don't always have to think consciously. I don't know. But I'm saying there's so many scenarios where this whole empathy goes out the window. And the reason why we're here and our deeper understanding, and even God, if you look at God flooding the earth, was there empathy? Like the Abrahamic faith stands on the flood story. Was there empathy in them actions? Yes or no?
It depends on how you see it, how you perceive it.
Our creator that sustains us don't have empathy. He has a deeper understanding. And
Sham, it depends how you see it, because he did
everyone's dead off. Because where's the empathy?
No, apart from Noah, because he warned him and told him to sort out your people. That's empathizing. Listen, I'm not gonna kill you all off. I'll empathize that. Look, this is my creation here. I want this shit to carry on. So I'm gonna empathize with you and your family. Save yourself, innit? Empathy. There you go.
Yeah, I don't.
And we
I
can
don't
say,
think that was
we can say the same point, yeah, when it comes to love. Yeah, you want to replace it with love, but we can say the same thing now. Then, innit? If we want to break down every little emotion that we feel, what's the point of love? We can just break it down to wisdom. We can just be wise and not love. You can still get the same results, can't you? But no, you take away the feeling. The same way, you need empathy. You need to feel to have empathy. So where do we go from there when we take away the feeling? Hello?
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it good?
Sam, come.
There we go. He reached his limit. Yeah, man.
What happened?
Big up everyone. I don't know. I think he reached his limit still.
Nah, man, he'll be back. He's having overheating problems and whatever. Shug, do not leave us. I mean, I left the room quickly to like scream into a pillow, but do not. Yeah, don't leave us, Shab. Come back, man. I was enjoying that motherfucking. That's a good convo, man. People getting frustrated. Honestly, no conversation should get to the point where you're like, yeah, and like you want the convo to be done, because once the convo is done, what have you got? A panel of people that agree? Come on, man. You don't need to be way more robust than that. It's not even about that. We need Sham. Big up yourself, Sham. I respect Sham for having his own perspective and whatever my personal thoughts are on the way he thinks. I do appreciate him being available to give us the perspective and being, never gonna take that away from you, man. You know what I mean? And maybe if there's anyone in the world that agrees with Sham, like, speak up, man.
You know what? If anyone's empathetic enough to, you know what it is. You know what it is. Let me tell you what it is with me. Yeah, I've got the, what did Tommy Robinson call it? He called it the silent majority. So whenever I'm here, I've always got the silent majority on my side.
Are you quoting Tommy Robinson?
Oh,
no, I'm not quoting. I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing. Yeah. So
this is getting weird.
So I've got the silent majority always on my side. They always stand there. They're always in the corners, but they don't speak up. And I take comfort in that.
Bollocks.
No.
Prove it. Get someone to say they agree. Someone that's not.
I do think so.
How can I? I'm not the platform owner. Look, I realized a long time ago. From time I'm not the platform owner, I'm always gonna lose any battles like this. I just have to accept it. Like, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is.
You're confusing me being the platform owner with me never being wrong. You mixing up the two. I'm never wrong.
Yeah.
I don't back wrong arguments. If I don't know, I don't know. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm not. Why am I backing the wrong argument? It's not true. Why is it even resonating with me as the truth? And why am I arguing it? I'm not gonna do that. In fact, I don't even really argue against things that I believe. I just say my perspective. You say yours. So right now, we're saying my perspective is humans are born with the capacity for empathy, and those without the capacity for empathy are what we call sociopaths. And they don't seem to fit into a harmonious human existence. However, I've done research, and from the research, I'm being told that those that were born into atmospheres or environments that had a lack of and didn't have abundance, those where survival, so survival was key rather than thriving in an abundant environment, optimal settings, you will thrive. There is no need for survival. Survival is what you do when the odds are against you, or when there's some form of resistance to you living a full, balanced life. right? So you have to survive in harsh climates, and you thrive in climates that are suited to you, right?
Okay.
So you got one part of quote unquote humanity that have the inbuilt thriving memory. Let's call it that. A memory of thriving from where they're from. So their nature is of a more agreeable vibration. And then you get those who have come from a climate of survival where their nature is of more of a disagreeable vibration.
Okay.
And I say sociopathy, possibly, I don't want to talk like I'm some fucking psychologist, yeah? Sociopathy possibly stems from those people that came from a survival background rather than a thriving background. It's just a background where there was a lack of, where they had to fight tooth and nail and do underhanded things and discard their empathy, discard their humanity in favor of just surviving to see the next day or make it through the winter, right? And eventually this unnatural environment gave birth to beings that maybe weren't as predisposed to just being happy people like the people of the sun were. Now this is just a theory, but you know, I don't know. I'm looking for an explanation of why some people are the way they are. I do believe it could be like a disability too, where just for whatever reason, genetic or whatever, you haven't developed that part of your brain that allows for the empathy.
Yeah, it's true, because it's like even a sociopath can be wise, isn't it? So it's not based on wisdom, is it?
I think sociopaths are very wise. I think they're very clever.
They're fucking smart. Yeah, 100%.
I think the word I want to use, the third word I want to use is cunning. Get me?
Like a cunting, innit? A cunting.
Never said that.
Cunting, you idiot.
Bro, what's wrong with you, man? No, yeah, cunning. You know?
But what I want to know, Jed, yeah? So say you've got some people who grow up in a very traumatic environment, yeah?
Right.
One person might thrive from that when they get older. Not thrive from that, but I mean, they may overcome it and be a much better person for it. Whereas there'll be another person in a similar situation who will become a monster from it. I just sometimes I wonder why there are those two paths.
That don't matter. That's just an opportunity to heal and process it. Very rare. It's not to do with empathy or nothing though. But like that's just like, yeah, some people go through hell and they turn into a demon. Some people go through hell and then they just want to be an angel to others, you know. Personally, I've had some mad experiences, and it did change me into maybe, you know, more of a demonic type of person in terms of the energy, not even my energy, because throughout all of it, I always maintained that I had a clean heart. I was not a bad mind person. I never became a bad mind person. Even when I did.
And how can demons have got you through it? It weren't demons, it was angels that got you through it.
I don't know about this demon. I'm not claiming any demons or angels got me through it. I was more saying the type of characteristics that you take on when you're in hell. You know what I mean? So
you know, it's funny that you said that. You even mentioned that, Sashi, because I had this thought the other day. Literally, like, what experience could I have? Major experience that I can have that can literally change me completely. I had to think about it. I don't know what. Obviously, things can change my characteristics and make me a bit more cold, but I don't think anything's gonna change me. I took like full
bullshit, man. Bullshit, man. Like I've never.
I've gone through.
Let me tell you why I say that. Yeah, I'm never gonna speak these words onto you or any individual. Let's take Maximus Decimus Meridius, for example, right? Okay. When you go through certain things like that, you might get to a point where you write off all humanity. You're like, fuck everybody.
But I felt that way before, bruv. I've felt that I've gone through that, bruv. It's not like I'm still me, bruv. Obviously, I haven't gone through the experience of Maximus Prime, obviously, but I tried to. I put myself in these scenarios in my head. Even my mum dying, like I put myself. I want to feel the feeling in it because I don't feel like I can handle it when it actually happens, in it. But I don't know, man. Like, 'cause I feel like I've been me since I'm from young, in it. Like, obviously, I've changed, but there's certain things about me.
But you're saying no matter what, there's nothing that could turn
No,
into,
I'm not saying it's nothing I can think of.
Every superhero film, when we deal with the origin story of the villain, usually some super bad shit happened to them.
Yeah.
But usually the villain's usually the superhero, though.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. I know.
But I feel like the way I see it is based on your choice, is based on your choices and your free will, and the way you choose to practice your free will, no matter what you've been through.
Maybe I should reframe it then.
Evil.
Choose, choice.
And you can also choose to be good.
So
maybe I should change it to say that.
At some point, you make a choice.
Exactly.
Of what path to go down. I feel like, even though I think your empathy is making you create that dichotomy for people.
Yeah.
But often that dichotomy might not truly exist, as in the choice of I'm gonna be good or I'm gonna be bad. It's not as clear. I think some people turn evil, it's a very slow process.
It's a slow burner, definitely.
Yes.
I feel like you're slowly being subconsciously convinced. I feel like you're being convinced into it subconsciously. Like, you know what? Certain things, layers are getting slipped off, and it's like, okay, I'm seeing the world differently now.
I got a good question for you, lot. And I want Shug to answer this one first, yeah?
Yeah.
Can a child be evil?
No. See, that's the thing. Things that are true,
Why?
100% no.
Why?
Because they
The
can't
child's
be.
not corrupted.
So basically,
be evil.
No, it's impossible.
I would say that children naturally maneuver through their innate inclination, which is their nature, right? Whereas if you've been conditioned and you've been programmed through society, you kind of get perplexed and you kind of get confused to what your nature is. That's why you're more susceptible to be evil, even though your nature's not evil. Whereas children, they are connected to their nature unless you program them differently. And that's why they've got to program them from young.
Can you be evil if you don't have empathy then?
I don't think empathy plays enough. I don't think empathy plays enough of a role either way when we can say you can be good or bad. It doesn't have enough impact. It's not strong enough
but it's
to have any real.
That's a good question.
It's the lack of the understanding.
Empathy will stop you.
Obviously, do you think people can use empathy for the bad? Because
you
if
could
they
kill for empathy, you can be so empathetic that you can take another life.
No, what I mean is that if someone's so empathetic that they can feel what makes people sad or what makes people whatever, could they then use that to cause a bad reaction because it's something they want to see? Does that make sense? Like, could someone?
Of course they could. Imagine if if I went out. So imagine if you was in trouble and my empathy for another person led me to go out and rob a bank to give them the money. You can commit crime in the name of empathy.
Yeah, you know what? I've had this experience because I've had someone close to me say to me, like, do some fucked up shit and say to me, I wanted you to feel the way I felt.
There you go.
Yeah. What was that like?
There you go. Yeah. So that is fucked up. That's understanding empathy and not applying it.
But I don't think having empathy is the applying the application. Just the empathy is what's there.
Just
and
a feeling.
The way you use it. Yeah, and the way you use it is your choice.
It's a form of a feeling. Same way you can feel sad. Sad is just a feeling. Empathy is just there.
Just a feeling. What did you call it?
No, hang on. I use feeling as an example of how to explain it, of the fact that it's just there. but can you use it for things that aren't necessarily seen as good? Okay, so when we're talking about children, some children can be bullies. And a lot of the time, they're doing it because they are feeling sad about themselves.
Yeah.
But
And
it makes them feel better.
do you see what I'm saying? So then they will project it, or they, I guess, will feel upset by other people's happiness because they can feel that happiness coming radiating from them. I don't know, innit? Like I just wonder if it can run in the opposite direction. But I'm not.
It can go in any direction. That's the problem. It can go in any direction. It's not applicable or attainable. You can't put your finger on it. That's the problem. The goalposts are all over the place.
So
and yet still, this is something that.
Oh, for what, the feeling or just having it? Because I know when I'm applying the applicate, I know when I'm feeling empathetic. I know when it's there. It's not like it's moving all the time. The goalposts ain't
you can't switch it on and off, innit?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying your actions. It's stronger than anything. I'm talking about actions. Your actions could be they could have any results. There's nothing to say you have to act in a certain. Yeah, but you could commit any horrific crimes in the name of empathy. So,
but sometimes your empathy will force you to do certain things. Like they will force you to make a move because you have empathy. Like I can't live with myself knowing that I'm just gonna sit there and not do nothing. Like that's gonna eat.
But you would harm someone else. You would harm someone else, and where would your empathy be for the other family or the other side? Just because you felt empathy for someone from your side. So what I'm saying is,
but the thing,
your actions
overrule that though, isn't it? Like
okay,
the reason why I'm hurting that person might overrule that.
To be honest with you, I think people are going to struggle with this one. If I'm honest with you, it's like you could do anything, and then when we talk about empathy, we can't exactly place our finger on it. It doesn't have a certain result. It's so pliable that you could form it into any shape and then say this is empathy.
I feel like
but you can love someone and kill them though.
Yeah.
So
I would say to you in terms of what you said about what about that family of the person that you killed out of empathy, right? Generally, what are you empathizing? Like you're feeling empathy, for example, let's say against oppression. If you are on the side of the oppressor, why hasn't your family already killed you? That's my question. That would be my question. I don't have to think about how your family are gonna feel. I don't have to think about that. Yeah, it's sad, but if you're doing evil and you're perpetuating evil on this planet Earth, you being exited is allowing the flourishment of even Earth itself, forget its children. So it's about good and evil for how I see it.
In a weird way, I'm kind of understanding what Shan is saying, because it's like I'm saying myself, I'm an empathetic person, but there's certain things I can say I just don't give a shit about. So where's the empathy there? But like we can turn our empathy off though, can we? I don't know, man. It is starting to get weird now.
It sounds like you could choose to ignore it. I can get that. You can choose to ignore it, or you could choose to suppress it. Like, there's no way. Like, we remember we say, oh, we're getting desensitized to people dying, people getting chefed, and whatever, whatnot, blah blah blah. I don't think that you can ultimately be desensitized. Like, as in, like, you can fully be desensitized. You can choose not to think about it so much. Your neural pathways can go in a certain way where you don't exhibit the same chemical release as you used to when you first saw it. But that's not to say, one thing. That's not to say that you've turned it off, in a sense. Does that make sense?
I feel like we're really good at convincing ourselves to be comfortable with certain things. So like we make up scenarios in our head to justify us feeling cool about something. You know what I mean? Like,
and also there's a machine behind it as well. You're being programmed not to be empathetic. You're being programmed to see something and just keep it pushing. Whereas your nature is to help, to support, to love on that person, to pick that person up, to be a decent human being. that's your nature, but you're being programmed otherwise.
But I also have a nature to be a cunt as well. That's also in my nature, you know.
Yeah, but
and that's also needed for survival.
But I doubt that's in your. Imagine if you were in an environment where you were happy with everything. You were happy with the way people were treating you. Would you then sit there and think, right, I need to sabotage this. I need to be a cunt now.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
No, but I would find. I might find something I might find something to get pissed about, though.
When you say you might find something, are you actively looking for it, or you just think there's a possibility you might come across it?
You know what? I'm only going off the my lived life in it, so I know I live in this society in it, so I can't I can't speak on being outside of this society. You know what I mean? But
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So, but you are though. You slightly are though, because you're saying I'm naturally like that. So that donates that if you weren't in this environment, you would still do the same thing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Do you
know what I'm
being
saying?
A cunt and actually working and acting on it is two different things, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say you can choose to be a cunt. I wouldn't say you're naturally a cunt.
Yeah, but then this is what we were talking about earlier, in which
Sash, that didn't go for you. That wasn't for you.
I weren't trying to take it for me. Yeah, so shut up. But what I was saying is that kind of refers back to earlier when we were saying, do people realize that they are cunts? Yes. Do they know? Are they aware of how they are?
Some people don't.
No, some people really don't. Trust me, yeah. So that's,
I mean, there's some people,
awareness, though, isn't it?
and this is coming from like what? Oh shit! Oh, it's gone. Never mind. Fuck it. No, yes, it's here. Right. So basically, where the whole concept, what I think Shan may have been touching on, I'm not sure, but this concept of where people learn to be a certain way. And so like you got people who wear hammocks, yeah, on their face, and they'll be like, I'm doing it to help you, I'm doing it to help you, I'm helping you, I'm saving the world, I'm doing good things, I'm being morally right and all that crap, do you know what I mean? I'm being righteous. And will look down or treat people who don't wear one badly. Like, to them, they really think they are the bee's knees, but they're not aware of how shitty they're being or how brainwashed they are. Does anyone see what I'm saying here? Or have I gone off topic?
I feel where you're coming from.
But
I feel like that's also from manipulation.
Yeah, I don't think
it's not from sanity. That's an insane person.
A lot of people don't self-reflect.
Of course, yes, it's psychosis. It's a form of psychosis.
So because of the manipulation that's going on such a large scale, these are insane people. So, you can't take anything they're saying serious anyway. I wouldn't say that that's coming from a genuine place because they don't even know what's going on.
No, it's not coming. Exactly, it's not coming from a genuine place. But this idea of learnt empathy is a problem because people think that you can just apply it willy-nilly when it's not genuine. It's not coming from your heart, innit? It's not coming.
When we pre it, Sash, aren't we like we're not actually learning empathy? We're learning the opposite.
There you go. Yeah.
We're learning.
Yeah, we're back. Like we back in the building.
When people say it, you can learn it. I would argue that it's a false sense of it. It's a false sense of what it should be.
Because I feel like when you learn it, you're probably just learning ways of exhibiting it.
Exactly, the good side of it, like the righteousness, the da 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 da. And in fact, the more you try to exhibit certain traits, the worse person you are. Do you know what I mean?
Because it's not coming from a natural place. Because it's not coming from a natural place, you always need a host. You need somebody to keep telling you how to exhibit it.
Yeah, that's facts. That is facts.
Big up everyone, man.
Big up, Mackie. You're back. Back in the building.
Big up, Unks. Man.
What's been going on? What's going on? What are you like talking about?
Empathy. And what was the original thing? Does everyone have it, or
the contingency point was Sham saying we don't need a society of empathy. Empathy is a made-up construct, and if we had a society without empathy, we wouldn't have issues. Everyone else is kind of saying the opposite thing.
Mm.
What do you reckon, Ox?
The fact.
Boy.
To be honest, the fact that there's that thought is so scary, because to me that's like gatekeeping for artificial intelligence. It's gatekeeping for making like this whole transhumanism thing, because technology is not able to have empathy. They're not able to exhibit it.
You know, that's a good point though, because I want to ask Sash, can empathy be created? And if so, then it would go into what you're saying, sis, about the artificial intelligence. Because if he's saying it's a made-up thing, then clearly it's been created. Clearly that emotion of empathy.
But that's the point. That's not. It's not created.
No, that's what I'm saying. But but I'm using Shug's standpoint, innit? If we go and stand on Shug's square, then we will look at it as something that's been created, right?
Mm.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
As he says, that's what he says.
Yeah, so then the question would be, does he think it can be put into a
he already said it can be. He said, what is there to say that you have more empathy than a robot?
But it's just certain
he
traits.
Said, what is there to say that a robot can't be empathetic?
It's just certain traits that come from empathy, that people who hold it and use it, that can be mimicked, but the underlying reason it comes out of someone, the reason why they might express this whatever, is not from empathy. It's just a mimicked expression.
Yeah.
It's fake.
I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is that Puntil? What does that say?
Puntai.
Puntai, do you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, Punt, as in, oh, yeah, the land of Punt, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I get you. Big up yourself. Sorry, I'm Sniper.
Nice to be speaking to you.
Good. So what's your thing? What are you into?
In terms of
discussion, like what
street life. No, I'm joking.
All sorts, anything.
Just general.
Anything and everything.
Esoterical. All of that.
All sorts.
Yeah, we like that, man. We like that. Defo. Breath of fresh air, you know.
Where is the land of Punt?
In
It's
Ethiopia.
in Somalia.
I mean Somalia, sorry. Yeah.
Somalia. Okay. So someone said, who said she sounds like a Ililili sister? That person was right.
Most definitely. Afti. Jeez. Lili. Abasha gang. Come on. Welcome to the Basha gang.
My pleasure.
There's bare of us in there. Get me? We rep the horn. Even though
so this is your first time, on the panel.
Do you know what? I think I did jump on, but it was like possibly a year ago once.
Oh shit, long time.
Yeah.
So would you say this conversation drew you out?
Yeah, man, it's scary. People trying to say that empathy is like a social construct. I'm thinking, what is humanity coming to, really?
Well, it is in a sense. I mean, I can't disagree with them. You know what I'm saying? In the sense that all these words we're using are social construct. It's only down to the language that you're using.
I'm talking about the force. Like is love a social construct? Is a force, you know?
No, it's a social construct.
Okay.
Remember, because love is
now what I would say is
love is a set of emotions.
Love and empathy are different things. Love, I could see why someone could say that's a social construct. Definitely. Because it's definitely not just one thing, blah, blah, blah. But understanding that what hurts you could hurt another human being is not a social fucking construct. That's observation. That's not a social construct.
I mean, it's not defined. Remember when we
I love you, Sniper. Oh, I'm in love with you. Oh, we're in love. That could all be.
Make sure someone don't sound like that, Jed.
that could all be a social construct, right?
Definitely, but I'm talking about the force, the force of love.
Okay, so break down what's the force of love then. Explain it to us.
I don't know how to get like the full, like for example, the
You're
creation.
talking about the energy, sis.
I would say even our creation, how we've come into being. I would say that that's a force of love. The fact that we're having this physical experience, the fact that we're spiritual beings having this physical experience, I would say that's a force of love.
But
so that we can extend.
Force.
It's a force of love.
In that force of life force, you know?
Of course, but I'm talking about the act that we are going through this.
What's love?
But that can be lost.
What about this is love? Well. Break it down, though. Break it down. Because I know you could go deeper. What about this is love?
For me, the fact that we're able to, we are souls. The way I see it, we are souls, right? We're spiritual beings, and we're going through this, like whether we call it assimilation, whatever this reality is, right? And we're having this physical interaction with each other, all these different souls, right? So that we can deeper our understanding in some form of way. We can deeper our existence. To me, that's love from the Creator.
Right, but it's like is it a bit like the soul? Like we know it's there, but you can't really grab hold of it. Like, you know, you're saying it's a force. Like, is it like a force of energy? Well, it can't be a force of energy because you would have a name for it, like gamma rays or some this ray or thing or love energy. But there's no such thing, I think. You know what I mean? I just think that love is a set of human responses, human emotions. You know what I mean? And not all of them good. Do you get it? Because there's jealousy, there's envy, there's, you know, you could say stalking, you know, there's crimes of passion where you love someone to death.
Yeah,
you get it?
I mean, the way I see it, when I think about love, I don't look at it from like human to human. That's not how I see it. But even though we do, like, of course we do show it, like for example, like a mother and her child, that connection is in some ways undescribable, even though some mothers can throw away their child, you know, and keep it pushing.
Right.
But maybe there is something deep in her that she's suppressing at the same time, and it's because of her physical reality why she's unable to give that child love. But the way I see it is, like, for example,
so like then with God, the child, she only has no sympathy, no empathy, or maybe she doesn't have no empathy.
I feel like in her nature, it's not to throw that child away. It is to love that child, but because of her condition, she's unable to, or she's unable to exhibit it, really.
Well, she's not feeling something. Do you get it? So
as
this
in
is
love.
Why I say
she's not feeling love.
Well, it's not love, it's the connection. They would say it's the connection to the child. When you should have that naturally, you're the one who nurtured it for 9 months.
But what if she is and she's just suppressing it?
Suppression or no suppression, people are not trying to hide their feelings. Do you get what I'm saying? In this day and age, people say that, oh, listen, I've always felt like a female. You know what I mean? All of these type of things. So it's not us suppressing your emotions time that people are coming into the world now.
Yeah. But like I said, to me, the way I see love, you know, maybe it will develop, but the way I see it is a force. To me, is a force, whether that's energy, it's a force that's beyond like us. We exhibit it in different ways. The way in which we exhibit it sometimes is harmful, is toxic. Yeah.
Right.
I wouldn't even call that love personally.
Well, but what the person doing it might think it's love.
Exactly, but you know, like we as human beings, of course, we're like affected by our experiences and our conditions. So you might call it love, but is it really love?
Right.
Are you just exhibiting behavior that you think is okay because you've seen it growing up, or because you've seen it in a movie, or because you think this is normal?
Right, because it's program responses. That's right.
Exactly, but
So I say
that's
a lot
not
of
what
things
I
are
see
programming.
love to be.
Right.
I see it as like an innate inclination.
Do you see love in nature, or do you see caring and
Of course I do.
You see love in nature?
Yeah.
Give me an example.
The way in which we are fed by nature. Do you know what I mean? We give back to nature and we take from nature. Is a give and take response.
Right.
That's a form of love. Love isn't always like it's not always a good thing. I wouldn't say it's always a good thing.
Exactly, because death and sacrifice is going to be involved in that.
Exactly.
No? Right.
It's
so
not always like this rosy, like daffodil type story, you know?
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is I've never seen like two lions just walking hand in hand or whatever, or paw in paw or whatever, you know what I mean? Just devoted to each other or in the act of love. Like, I don't understand. Mating, I do. Lust, I do. Domination, yeah, I understand. Like, but I don't see love. Do you get it?
I can see it.
Do ants love? You know, like,
it.
for example, do ants love, or do ants just get together? Do bees love? Do wasps? Do they just get together for the common good?
I mean,
because
the common good is what.
Mm.
Yeah, I think the whole thing's arguable. I don't know. It's arguable. Like, I would say the common good is love, essentially.
Like they might love collecting pollen. That's as far as I'm going to stretch. You know what I'm saying? They might love flying.
What about serving the queen?
Sorry. Yeah, serving the queen. Yeah, but serving the queen's program. It's not just about the queen. It's not a love and affection. Like, yeah, it's a duty. That's why they're called drones. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's a collective. It's a collective consciousness or collective responsibility.
But that's exactly how I see love. Is a collective thing, is a consciousness thing, is an energy thing, is a force. It's not like the interactions is not based on that. Like, I don't, like, for me, I don't say like, oh, I can love an animal and also sacrifice an animal, for example, like to be able to benefit from it as well.
Right.
I wouldn't say I'm going to overdo it, because then that's like, to me, that's animalistic. There's no need for me to like constantly be eating meat, for example.
Why not?
Right?
Because ain't it nature?
No, but I'm saying, like, for my own biology, the way I see it, I don't like it, but I'm not also against it. I'm not against it. I feel like,
because you understand that it's part of nature, right?
It's part, exactly.
Right.
But for me, I would go as far as to say, like, you need to respect the animal and use every single part of it. That's why I'm not down for this whole like going into Tesco and just getting like the cut that you like and whatever. Like, to me, that is like, you're completely desensitized. Do you know? That's why I like the old school methods of going and hunting and using the skin, using every part of the animal. That's what shows that you actually love nature and love, the creation of God.
Right. I hear that. No, that makes sense. Like wild game and things that were free in nature in the first place, or free to do what they wanted to do, and then boom. But it depends, because like, it's subjective, because the animal itself might not be willing to stop enjoying the experience of life to satisfy your needs. That even is animalistic. That's why we say we're the human animal or the human beast. Do you get it? We are the most dangerous and most detrimental animal on the planet. We can kill anything, everything, if we want to. Do you get it?
Most definitely.
Right. So, like, we have to question ourselves and say, have we even got love for the planet?
No, but that's why I'm talking about a person who's in a state of consciousness, who's practicing a righteous way of life. I'm not talking about a demonic being who's just pillaging and doing everything its desire wishes for. That to me is
imagine
detrimental to everyone.
then you're living, well, of course, but imagine you're living in a world like that. So you're already living in the world, thank you, of the world of negativity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're a positive person in a negative environment. What do you think is going to happen?
In terms of
how the negative react to the positive? Wouldn't they feed off that?
Of course.
And then are you not in the minority?
Of course.
Right. So, like, in a sense, like, you're cannon fodder. You have to protect your own energy. This is the thing I talk about, like psychic self-defense. You have to build a shield around yourself, because there's always going to be things sucking on your energy. You know what I mean? That's the way the system and the society is designed. You know what I mean? Everything is ley lines. Everything is designed so that this bad energy that people keep killing themselves on every corner, on every street and everything, and burying people here and doing this there and all of that. There are lots of rituals and ceremonies that keep this so-called capitalist society or whatever functioning.
Most
that
definitely.
We don't necessarily know about, you know what I mean? In the main, like, you just think it's all parliament and all of that. No. Other things have to be being, a certain amount of blood has to be given back to whatever entity that these men worship or subscribe to.
Of course.
You get what I'm saying? So that's why we say, like, even with crime, who seeks the benefit? It doesn't seem to be the criminal, but it seems to be the criminal justice system, the police, lawyers. So you get what I'm saying? Judges, keeps them all in a job. Prison officers, prisons.
Yeah, but Maku, people are brought up with values when they're young. People have values and everything else. Not everybody, but a lot of people are. You know, they have teachings and they learn for themselves. Or when they get older, they're around other people growing up. You know, when you meet new people, when you're older, you know what I mean. You learn from each other. You learn from other sources. You know what I mean. If you choose to, some people don't.
Yeah, but sometimes we can be all learning the same rubbish. Do you get what I'm saying? That they put out there for us. The ability to decipher what is truth from lies and facts is a lifelong experience. You get it? It's something.
Yeah, and what you learn also. What you learn also is a non-factor if you're still maneuvering in this paradigm.
Right.
It doesn't matter what you know or what you learn. You're still under this like massive construct, matrix, essentially.
Yeah, you have to surf through it, man. As I said, you can't beat the system. You just surf through the system. Try to survive. One day there'll be an exit. You know what I'm saying? But in the meantime, you've got to survive. It's all about survival. You know what I mean? And surfing. You know what I mean? You can't be fixed or stagnate. You have to keep it moving. K-I-M, Kim. Because no one wants to be stagnant.
Yeah, I mean, adapting, I think, is important. Yeah, keep moving by adapting. Yeah, I agree with that point.
Because as well as it being the matrix, and then as well as you gaining knowledge of what parts of the system and how the glue goes together and what department and all of this type of stuff, then you're able to surf.
Yeah, but there's only so much you're going to give up in terms of, like, you know, who you are, who you want to be, you know what I mean? Your morals and values and things like that, right? That is basically what makes people unique in that regard. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, what makes you different?
That comes with self-governance.
Yeah.
You get me? If you feel that you can, you know, you're responsible for your own actions. A lot of people are not responsible for their own actions. And that's plain to see. Do you get me? You're being programmed every single minute, second of the day, view various angles and waves and medium waves and and G5s and all sorts going on. Do you get what I'm saying? With these things, I'm wondering how it affects the waters of the body, since you're 70-something% water. Do you get it? Yeah. How does all these rays and all these energies that you're putting out there and vibrations, how do they affect the water of the human body?
That's the thing. If you're getting constant negative, you know what I mean, then you're probably going to be like that. If you're filling yourself up with a lot of positive, and then you're going to, you know, explore through some negative, then you'll probably have a better insight into, do you know what I mean, or a different insight.
How about your core, your engine that drives you is the positive thing, but it can get corrupted. It can be overwhelmed with this negative energy.
Could happen.
And then you conform, you become a drone, you start to accept, and oh yeah, I don't mind being governed over. Yeah, the government is right. What the government say, what the things say, is over my religion. It's over thing. It can close my mosque. It can close my masjid. It can close my gurdwara. It can close. Wow, these people seem to have more power than the gods that we believe in, or you get me? Even
then you have the
people
opposite.
who don't believe. Even the people who don't believe still conform to those people who are setting all of this out.
Right, but then you've got the opposite, right, of people that are overzealous, people that are overly rebellious, and they're always looking for that constant, you know what I mean? Mostly they're left wingers, right? How you see that, you know what I mean? They're always constantly trying to push for something new all the time. They're always on something, you know what I mean? Different, you know, like the goalposts never stay still for them, innit?
Yo,
It's always,
chill. Yo, yes, people. Yo, chill. What if it's a false negative?
What you mean?
You know, it's like, you know, you're just saying, oh, it's sometimes positive, sometimes negative. What if it's a false negative?
Like, in what example? Could you give me an example? Like, don't mind.
Right,
You said
so
hold on, wait. I got you. You said left wing. You said left wing. Or did you just not say? But exactly, that is still within the construct. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So whether you think on the right side or you think on the left side, how about you not even involved? You know, you're smarter than that. You're sovereign. You're you know what I mean. You're taking care of your own affairs. You're governing over your own movements.
You're not allowing somebody else to speak on your behalf, basically.
Right. So you don't even want to get involved to take a side and say, yeah, look, I'm left or I'm right. I don't have an opinion on this little pantomime that you lot are trying to display in front of me. Do you get me? You want me to be Labour? You want me to be Liberal Democrat? You want me to be Conservative? You want me to what are you doing?
The thing is, there are a lot of people that don't have a voice in that field, right? For various reasons, isn't it? You're going to draw a lot of attention to yourself. People are going to criticize you, whether you right, wrong, whatever, innit? Yeah, you're under that microscope, innit? People are going to look at you and analyze you, innit? And a lot of people don't want that attention. Other people feel like, you know what? I feel like I need to say something for various reasons. At least get my opinion out there and let people ponder on it. Do you know what I mean? At the very least. So this whole false negative thing, I mean, dude, you could be right, you could be wrong. You know what I mean? But at least you're getting opinion out there. And, you know, I'm just saying, you get me? Like, it's worth
a false
exploring.
negative is an opinion that has been set up for you. Do you get what I'm saying? In a sense, like controlled opposition. I think that's what my brother's trying to explain.
Look how people are getting duped right now. False negative. Do you get me?
Yeah, exactly.
It's all trained concepts that were
adopted. They act like they're giving you an option, but all the options have been falsely. You get me? Constructed.
You see it for what it is.
Yeah, it's all.
It's hard to explain it though. It's hard to explain it to somebody who doesn't see it. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. The easy example is to say, oh, I'm a freedom rebel. I believe in this. I'm a vegan. I'm a da-da-da. They've already categorized certain people and put them in a box.
Yeah.
And that box is meant to be like esoterical. You know what the government's doing. You go on marches. You da-da-da-da. It's like, it's controlled. Like people don't see it. You know what I mean? And then people will come back and tell us, oh, the vibe was good. Oh, energy again. Here we go. Who's storing and bottling up your energy? Oh, you had to walk a particular path. Past certain monuments. Do you get me? Oh, past Hades Gate, which you call Marble Arch or whatever. Do you get it? Like they got one in loads of countries and whatever. Like this is the games they're playing. They know how to control the energy. Do you get it? So you can get people riled up. Yeah. You've locked us up, or whatever the supposed focus is. Do you get it? But it gets people out there. I don't know what they're doing to you. I don't know if they're spraying stuff over your head.
What are we chatting about?
Yeah.
Where are we? Let me get in.
Yeah, we're talking about
so like social constructions and false negatives and like, you know what I mean, just being, I think, entrapped in the system.
Like Triller. Big up yourself, Triller.
What's happening,
controlled opposition.
Big up H. I see you there, H. What's going on?
H came in swinging.
You came in swinging for what?
You came in swinging with the question. No, it's good, man. It's good.
What was the question, H?
What if you can get a false negative? You know,
like
from what Triller was saying, basically. Because he was saying like left wing. If you a lot of the thinking of certain people is left wing and then I made the point that left ring, white ring, still within the construct.
You know about that famous saying in politics, though, Sniper. You know what they say, innit? An eagle can't fly without a left and a right wing.
That's correct.
So they need both. They need the two sides, so then they can make it look realistic. But really, they're both part of the same thing.
But this is that red business. This is that politics.
How is that not obvious by now? How is that not obvious?
No, it's obvious to
those people that are consumed by party politics really have no idea that they're in a religion. They just don't see it. How do you not?
Yeah.
It's so obvious now, man. And this is what. And this is going back to that the general point we were making. Why does it seem like the construct is so obvious to some and just others just can't see it? How is that? How is it? I just don't. There's a level of awareness.
I was relating it back to the energy thing. Like, you know, like Jed's, like say man's vegan, this one, freedom, this one, and all of that. They put you in a box. They send you out there on the street. Remember, Jed? And they talk about energy, innit? Oh, it was a great day. The energy, it was so nice, you know, to meet new people and the energy. Huh. But yet you have to walk past certain monuments, Jeds. It's always on a route, particularly through past Hades Gate and all of that to get it. Who's controlling this energy and this movement and of people? Do you get what I'm saying? And what they're doing with it. But
the thing is, you're because you're acknowledging it for what they want you to think it is. Realistically, it's just a piece of fucking rock, and
I'm saying it's a bigger vampire thing.
It's just a big fucking carved block, and it only has power because of what people believe it is. And if you just see it as a piece of fucking rock and smash it up,
no, it's not
how it works.
No, this is the thing. Your way of seeing the world is very naive, bro, and very one-sided. And you're almost as bad as the people that you kind of critique because you refuse to see the balance. So you want it to all be your way. Everything's mundane.
No, it's not that.
Whoa. 1 second. This is the vibration I get from you. Everything's mundane. Everything is as it seems, and everything is just. So, like, you don't understand like the effect geometry has on the environment. You don't want to look into that side of thing because you see it as being spookism, and at some point it's going to land you back at the feet of God, which you are desperately running away from. And because you are so desperate to run away from this God type guy in the sky, the creator of all these things, and I don't blame you, but because you're running so far away from that, you kind of like are missing everything else. You kind of just turning your back on it because it's like that's fiction. It's spookism.
No, it's not. It's not even that though.
I can't prove to you that God exists, bro. There's no way I could do that, and I couldn't tell you that I know hand on heart that God exists. I can't do that either. Yeah, so I'm with you on your skepticism, but what I can't do is pretend that I haven't had experiences that literally shatter the scientific model of what our reality is. I know what we take for day-to-day reality is not reality. I've experienced that. I've been part of that. I've seen it melt away before. Like what you think is real just melt. Then what? Then what? You hear me? When you see some shit that you can't compute, what do? What does your mind tell you? That you never saw it? That it never just happened? When you and your brethren agreeing that you all just saw this thing? Like, and I definitely understand when some people have certain experiences with religious folk, they write it all off. I get it. But don't be so angry or so against whatever that experience was that you shut your eyes off to. Do you know what I mean? For instance, we go back to the arch in Marble Arch. Now, if Sniper is telling you that arch in Marble Arch stands for something, as far as you're concerned, it's a little bit of spookism. It's just an arch, blah, blah, blah. But if we delve into the science of the geometry and how that geometry affects the area,
the energy, right?
The energy is something that we all agree exists. We all agree energy exists. We all know humans emit electromagnetic waves,
right,
blah, 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 and more inconceivable forces that we don't necessarily have the tools to explain.
That's right.
What if some people were intelligent enough to understand how to cipher that by placing certain things around that? It's not so spooky. This is science, bro.
It's straight.
You know what I mean? Because we maybe don't have the blueprints to all of these contraptions. We don't understand that an archway, made in a certain location with certain angles is actually technology. Our dumb brains and our dumb society has left us thinking this is just an ornament. It's just a structure, a sculpture, whatever. But people with access to maybe slightly more advanced or intricate understanding know that, this is whatever. I don't know, like say Sniper saying it's an energy vacuum. That's not impossible. Do you know what I mean? So
but for me to say something, I've got to come with concrete. Come on, like, got to be like,
but we don't. Our problem is, bro, we don't have the concrete of anything. We standing.
So basically,
one second. We standing on the understanding of other people, even things that we take for granted to be true. Yeah. Just the other day, obviously they're letting you know that the theory of general relativity is more than likely wrong because of new discoveries that they've made. Now, that's a massive
kick in the teeth.
I've always said this though. Science does not mean fact. It's all theory based. And this is why I do like science, but then you can be manipulated with science if you don't understand how it works. Especially if you make claims, and like you said, there's certain things we don't have access to prove these things. So you shouldn't just take it by.
Well, I definitely had access to Marble Arch and that energy of that Speaker's Corner and around about that Hyde Park and all around that area. Yes, I have definitely experienced and done the physical experiments, and I'm sure Jedi has as well.
You know, I heard this. I heard someone say once, like the brain is probably the most advanced piece of technology ever created.
Computer you've got.
So then what's to say that your brain is not computing that and imparting or leaking small parts of that information to your conscious, where the rest is going to the subconscious? I think we all agree the subconscious is aware of all this shit, right? But our conscious maybe get small slivers of that information from the computer, and it arises in intuition, it arises in a hunch, it arises in an awareness that something just took place, but you're not quite sure what it was.
Yeah, but like you know, Jed, theory doesn't make anything fact on it. So until somebody can physically show it on camera, or you know what I mean, like they can have some kind of experiment that physically shows that something's happening. Do you know what I mean? Not like these geezers who hold these little metal forks and go, I can feel energy, because anyone can fucking, you know. I'm on about something that can be measured, and you know, like everything can be measured in some way. Like gravity can be measured, pressure in the air can be measured, electrical energy signals can be measured. Everything can be measured.
Can you measure negative energy or positive energy?
Of course you can. Of course you can.
If they can do that, then what are we talking about?
But where's like you said, your man just says, there's not enough concrete evidence. It's all theory based, but this is based on what we've been taught. And I do agree with you. There's loads of ancient knowledge that has been disappeared.
Listen,
and it's
I gave evidence of those people walking on those marches talking about it was all about the energy. So that's and it's saying maybe I never experienced it, Yeah, but I've been on many marches and experienced
I've met
a different
people who
energy.
said they can see ghosts and shit like that, and I don't believe them, bro. So it's
No,
like,
I'm just saying that at the march, like, you know, someone that's gone to these marches, and these marches have been
big rally thing,
right, and they've been on this route, right? They've gone from one place to another place, but they always seem to pass Marble Arch, end up maybe at Downing Street or wherever. You know what I mean?
But
like,
is it
doing all
because
these
of
things.
the symbolic value people put to these objects? Because we've been trained, like these Churchill
No,
statues, and
remember they're not even allowed.
Crying about it.
They're not even allowed to create a route map. Somebody gives them a route map and says, "Go this way. You want to do your thing? We'll allow it, but go this way."
You know what's funny? Yeah?
Mm.
When the controlling entities of this world seem to not leave anything down to choice or chance. Sorry, chance and choice.
Or chance.
Yeah. But I did mean chance. Mean chance.
Yeah.
When we look at the architecture of the world, we maybe there's room for you to accept.
Yeah, it's definitely planned out.
Right.
Definitely planned out. You look at something from bird's eye view. You start seeing
things in certain locations.
Circuit board.
And it looks like strategic. Right?
I'm glad you said that, Sniper. Circuit board.
Circuit board. So what runs through a circuit board?
Energy, power.
Right. So
information.
So what are we?
We are like supposed to be like
Duracell batteries, man.
Come on, man. We're supposed to be like worker ants. To
ants with energy.
Purpose. But the thing is, what's wrong with our society is if you're good at something, you're not necessarily going to get a job in what you're good at. You might go to college for something and might end up doing something completely different. So
no, we're not even talking about that. We're talking about the energy. Listen, if you live in a negative environment, is what I was saying to you. You can be positive all you want. Now, there's only one or two things that can happen. Negativity is attracted to positivity.
Yeah.
Right? So you're going to be under constant attack.
And if there's
because
more
you live
charge, it's going to turn the positive into a negative.
Right. And because of the way it's designed, as in the architecture, as in the masonry, there are certain points and certain places with, like, just say within London, that are always going to be hotspots. Brixton's going to be a hotspot. This place is going to be a hotspot. Tottenham's going to be a hotspot. You know what I mean? West London, Church Road's going to be a hotspot. They know what they're doing, bros. Yeah. And Trafalgar Square and Speaker's Corner, or whatever, Hyde Park is another one. Yeah. They got all sorts going on there. Bait River or this one, or, you know what I mean? Crazy. Crazy. Hold on, my phone's ringing. 1 second.
I don't take it literal though, man, because I understand that a religion only exists because its followers. If the followers weren't there, it will eventually fade out. And like their power and their belief in their symbols only works because people carry that knowledge. It's like you lot are aware of it, so you lot carry it, and then other people are made aware of it. So then it becomes more and more, becomes like a religion. So it's basically spreading the word. But I don't take anything like what they put out there literally. You know what I mean? I just see it as like, it's a statue. It's some geezer who did this and that. See it for what it is, not what they want you to see it for, innit? So get you to love your captures, man. They love this Stockholm Syndrome shit. But definitely with the energy thing that Sniper was saying, like, man, if you're surrounded by negative, it does have an impact on you. Will have an impact on your mindset, even your health and well-being, eating patterns, the lot. But we are conductors of some sort, and we are anti-magnetic. Every single living thing is supposed to be slightly anti-magnetic. We're supposed to be able to repel magnets. I think I sent you a video yesterday where the guy puts 2 rats in a cup and on this scale thing, and he puts a neodymium magnet, really strong magnet, next to him, and it's pushing the mouse away from the magnet without even touching it. And he's basically saying that everything's supposed to be naturally slightly anti-magnetic. So when everyone's on about, you know what's going on right now, people are getting magnets stuck to them. So it's a bit odd. I'm like, what they're playing at? If everything's supposed to be slightly magnetic, you have to question these things, man. You have to understand science, nature, Yeah, man.
So
ourselves.
What you're saying is the metals in biological beings is of a negative charge.
Yeah. It's supposed to be like of a negative. It's supposed to repel magnetism. This is what gives us.
No. Wait. No. Magnetism has two poles or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the attracting one.
Yeah, negative and positive, right?
Yeah.
No, but the attractive one is just when two, like when the opposite is there. So, for instance, if the magnet is negatively charged and it's held against another magnet of negative charge, it will push that magnet away.
Yeah.
Right.
I've got to check what I nailed him.
I'm sure that's how it works. Two negatives. I used to remember the red and the blue
magnet is positive or negative charge.
Just let me know whether a magnet is attracted to or repels a magnet of its same polarity. Because I can't remember how it works. Might be the opposite. Might be opposites attract, or it might be opposites repel. I can't actually remember. Repel is a nice word. Yeah, that's a nice word. I like the word repel.
I'm trying to find out.
Dr. Thomas Brown has an interesting theory about the heart not being a pump but an electrical vortex. Interesting presentation. Okay, I think I've heard about that before. Opposites attract. Okay, music says opposites attract. Yeah, so that would mean that. See, I mean, we all got iron in our blood, right? So you get a strong enough magnet, I'm sure it can interact with the iron in our. Do you know what I mean? The metals in our system.
I'm sure it's a different kind of iron, though, isn't it?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
Because the edible iron is slightly different, but this is how they trick people, man. Because dumb people be thinking, oh, it's metal, and they'll be probably eating metal. But then the iron metal is actually kind of good for you because they make this thing called iron fish. If you've ever heard about it, they give it to like poorer countries. So when they make the food and stuff, they put it in there and they get the daily intake of iron. It's literally just a shape of a fish, just a ball of iron. It's not showing me what charge a neodymium magnet has.
Yin yang, everything makes up the whole. Yeah, that makes sense. Opposites attract. That makes sense. North and south magnetic poles repel each other. Hold on, that don't make sense now. That's now the opposite of what we just discussed.
You need both poles to have a field. So to have a magnetic field, you need a north and a south. Otherwise, you won't have a field. It would just be like north, if you know what I mean. Because the north and south will interact with each other on it. Because it's a bit weird.
Yo, family, jump on. £2 fish, £1 fish, 50p fish. Jump on. Big up Nash Trill Lion as well, man. Yeah, jump on. Come on, come forward. Get your fish. She says, "Soz, I'm high." Nah, Mary Jane, you've confused me now. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah? North and South. You lot are all confusing me in the chat. Stop this, man. I don't know what to believe anymore. Let me play this video. Hey, it'd be funny to hear what. Honestly, H, yeah, watch this video. Yeah. Can you keep an open mind? Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right, try and keep an open mind. I'm not saying I believe in this. I just want to know what you take from this, right?
Yeah, man.
All right, cool.
Why won't anybody wake up? It doesn't take much to look around and realize that something is very wrong and that we're in the midst of a battle of consciousness.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with it in the sense that there's people that are conscious about the decisions and choices they make, and there are people that are unconscious. They just do it because everyone else is. They just go along with the narrative.
Is there a battle to keep the masses unconscious?
Yes, definitely. 100 million %.
100. Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page with that. Okay, cool. That doesn't need to involve any kind of spookism or nothing, does it?
No. You can just see that through the entertainment, the music, the difference from how the music was in the 90s to how it is now, and little things like the social norms, and yeah, man.
Snitty!
But one thing I always question is like obviously the world's like really old, isn't it? So many societies have come and gone, and I always question like what makes societies collapse. Is it like when society gets to a certain point of consciousness that it starts to collapse? Because you see, if you look into history, like actually look into history properly, you see like a lot of patterns, and it seems to be similar patterns but in different eras and different.
Are you a mud flood type guy?
What's that mean?
You never heard of the mud floods and Tartarus and that's a big theory about previous civilizations collapsing and there being like kind of like cover up like landfills to kind of
there's definitely been cover-ups because there's definitely proof of ancient nukes. So if there was floods and stuff, it could have been man-made back then. And because people didn't have technology, they'd be like, oh, it's the work of the gods. And of course, they're going to call something they don't understand God's work. You know? So, you got, like you said, look at it from an open mind. Play the thing, man, play the thing. See?
Those of us who have set on the journey of expansion and rediscovered our divinity oftentimes are baffled how so many people live each day almost like nothing is wrong.
I know you're not fucking with that part.
Yeah.
But
some people are happy.
But you do believe in all right. Do you believe in the consciousness being separate from your physical?
I think yeah, it's individual consciousness. Everyone's got their own level of consciousness.
No. What I mean is your consciousness, as in your awareness of self and other things. Yeah. Do you believe that is solely locked into your body, your physical body? Or
no.
So do you think there's techniques that could be used to separate your awareness from your body?
Yeah, change patterns, change your living patterns. You know, there's lots of ways to change how you think and be. You know.
No. I'm talking about. All right. How do you feel about the concept of uploading your consciousness to a server?
It's not possible. No technology can replicate an individual. It's impossible.
When you say replicate an individual, what do you mean?
It's like where all this artificial intelligence, where they're like, oh, but you can put your life onto a computer. You can put your thoughts, you can put your pictures, your videos, but you can't put a person onto a computer. It just doesn't work because a person is constantly growing based on the experiences they've had. You could have a good experience with something, make you feel a good way about something, or let's say you had a bad experience about something. Maybe you haven't had that experience yet, and it's yet to come. Like it's not possible to put a human.
Okay.
Because a human, like a blank canvas, bro.
When you close your mouth and count to 10,
that's your mind.
That voice you're hearing is where?
That's your inner self. That's you.
And where are you?
That's your thought.
Where are you?
I'm where I'm.
Where's your thought? Where's your thought emanating from? Where is it from?
From my internal organs that are processing the information that I am thinking and seeing.
From your brain?
Based on my experiences, yeah. Yeah, my brain, yeah.
So do you believe your mind is in your brain?
No, I think, yeah, your mind is, but then the body governs it because you got gut instinct and things like that. So certain things I felt from my...
Right, so show me the evidence that your mind is in your brain.
Because all my thought comes from my head. When you think it, you scratch your head.
Yeah, but that's just not,
you know. And
some people also tap their fingers and jostle around. It's not everyone scratches their head. That's a learned behavior. Do you know what I mean?
The thoughts coming from that region of my body. If you know what I mean.
Why do you know that, though? How do you know that?
You can feel it.
I mean, you feel your thoughts.
Well, when you dream, you're feeling your thoughts, aren't you? So technically, you can.
I don't know. So you think you're feeling your thoughts?
Yeah. Otherwise, you wouldn't be interacting in life.
What's the tangible, physical things? Because you has to be something physical for you to feel, right?
It doesn't have to be something physical you can feel. You can feel it, let's say, like you were saying with the empathy. Like you can see something happen to somebody and feel a certain way. Like it doesn't have to be something physical. Like, you know, you can feel something.
So basically, what you're saying, your thoughts trigger emotions.
Yeah, everything's based on emotions. Language is based on emotions. Religion's based on emotions.
I mean, that's a theory. I don't necessarily share that theory, but I hear where you're coming from. So because you think and your thoughts cause emotions, and you feel like those emotions are emanating from a specific location, which is your head.
Mainly my head area, yeah. It's like but then, like I said, you get gut instinct as well, and that comes from your stomach when you know. When you're in a situation, you're like, well, something's about to happen. You kind of get them feelings. Yeah, that doesn't come from your mind. That's your mind processing the information, but the feeling comes from your body. It's like your heart and your stomach lets you know, like.
How is that,
bro?
Perceive something that hasn't happened yet.
Because the body is like you said, it's the body is like, I don't know. Capacitor or something, like an electric capacitor. We're magnetic beings, yeah, so we have our own magnetic field apparently. So yeah, I think you kind of pick up on energy, man. You pick up on this energy. It's like,
so energy is going to communicate to you. Energy is going to deliver information that something is about to happen, and then you in turn. Take
energy given off by a lot of things, people's actions, the body language, the tone, the way people you pick up on energy, man. It's like little things, man. Like it's hard to explain. It's very hard to put into words, you know. It's fucking hard. You make things difficult.
I know why it's hard to put into words, because it's not a physical thing. And you're speaking about something that is not physical, but you're quite keen on making it make sense and putting it into, a sensible way of breaking it down. That's what. But that's why you're struggling.
I'm just trying to bring an explanation to what I can't explain.
Right, the unexplained, yes, and it's unexplained because it transcends our current theories of how the world works and what is scientific and what is
physical and spiritual.
Right. What one, Zulu?
Well done, my brother. How you doing?
Yes, my G. How are you?
Yeah, man. I just heard a convo, man. You're spitting bars, bro. Just wanted to come in and just, contribute.
Yeah, you're gonna back me up, yeah. Back me up a little bit, bro.
Oh, yeah, back you up any day against me.
Nah, because you raised some good points, bro. It's like I was thinking in my head, like, where does the mind come from? Because it's like, if I was to be honest with you, I don't know. Like, I can believe things, but I cannot empirically show you where the mind is channeled from, where its source is.
Metaphysical?
Because even when you say the brain, from what I learned, the brain is like the processing unit. It's for storing information. It's for adding to the mind's knowledge. But the mind itself, without absorption, what is the mind without words, without maths, without absorption of anything from the outside? What is the mind? Like, what would it sound like? What would
I think the brain's just a calculator, and it calculates everything you do in your life.
It's just a sponge. The brain is a sponge.
The outcome of what your brain does is it equates to your physical. So, like, if your brain's doing bad maths, for your life, you're gonna end up in bad places. But if your brain's doing good maths and you're good at putting things into place and being calculated with things, you'd get a bit further. The brain definitely is a calculator though, and I think the body is the signal, like your eyes, your taste, your smell, even your understanding, your computing of language and communication and things like that.
Because even when it comes to personality, these are all results of environmental absorption. Your comedic personality, your angers, your fears, these are all absorptions. So what is the observer without absorption? That's what I
I'm reading. Let me read this to you real quick. Yeah. Krishna Murphy, 2009, uses an analogy. The heading is "How does the mind function?" Right? Krishna Murphy, 2009, uses an analogy based on computers to explain the workings of the mind. The mind is a virtual entity, one that reflects the workings of the neural networks, chemical and hormonal systems in our brain. The mind cannot be localized to particular areas within the brain. Though the entire cerebral cortex and deep gray matter form important components, consciousness, perception, behavior, intelligence, language, motivation, drive, the urge to excel, and reasoning of the most complex kind are the product of the extensive and complex linkages between the different parts of the brain. Likewise, abnormalities attributed to the mind, such as the spectrum of disorders dealt with by psychiatrists and psychologists, are consequences of widespread abnormalities, often in the chemical process within different parts of the brain. So basically, they're saying that you can't locate where the mind is, but the mind is a product of brain function.
Can the mind be altered due to brain impairment?
Yes, that's what they said. Yes.
So in some ways, it's binded to the mind, and if it can be affected by the physical damage.
I mean, until we understand what happens to our consciousness at the end of brain activity. Now, there has been lots of studies, and there's a big study going on right now about people who are being brought back to consciousness. I'm not going to say life, consciousness after prolonged period of brain inactivity, brain death. And some of them are coming back with experiences.
Yeah, speaking different languages and shit.
Which technically shouldn't be able to happen if your brain was switched off and your brain and your mind is just a product of the brain. When your brain's switched off, there should be no mind. Therefore, nothing to recall when the brain is switched back on. But there is. So people are like legit scientists and biologists are questioning what the fuck is the mind? What is the consciousness?
Even when they say things like energy, then are we saying that unconscious substance can create something conscious? Because people will say energy, right? But is energy conscious? They say, that's where the mind comes from.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So again, we're going back to the birds and the the egg or whatever.
Right.
It all goes, but like for those like this.
And why are animals H? Is H still there?
Yeah. I'm listening.
Sorry, I just want to ask you, H. Why do you think animals are not conscious? If they have brain activity, why don't they have awareness of self?
Well, they do have awareness of self. I've got a dog that takes care of itself. When she had puppies, she delivered them herself, like without having any experience of having puppies before. So that clearly showed me that my dog has a brain of its own.
That's genetic memory. That's just genetic memory.
Yeah, but the thing is, the only reason why we have to train dogs is to keep them safe from humans, to navigate.
No, you only have to train dogs to fit in. That's it. No, to make to be within our reality, or like how we want.
Yeah,
them
that's
to
what
act.
I mean. This
in the wild, dogs don't need training.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Yeah, but they need to have training to know where. All right, stop when the cars come in and them kind of things. You know what I mean? Or not to just bite anyone. Like, it can't just bite. Dogs don't have hands, so that's how they're feeling it with their mouth.
So do you think every animal is conscious then? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Just watch David Attenborough shit, man. You'd see like there's birds that try to impress other birds and do little mad dances.
I don't think
that's a conscious thing, man. Come on.
And that's the same as our mind. Our minds don't.
Yeah, man. We have exactly the same organs that other animals have.
No, that's a lie. When you look at
we do have a lot of. When you have a lot of the same organs.
We have a lot of the same organs, but when you look at the brain, our brain is supposedly the most sophisticated brain.
So basically, the only thing that's
hold on. When you look at our frontal lobe, it is the largest of all animals, and not only is it the largest, but we're the only animal that has a prefrontal cortex.
Actually,
dolphins'
brain's actually bigger.
Like, what I would say is like everyone can have a phone, but not everyone's got a smartphone.
Right.
So I say if all creatures have got phones, but humans have got smartphones, so they can
I wouldn't say the smartphone makes a human clever though.
No, wait. I would say we can access social media, which means we can communicate in a more sophisticated way for us. Then maybe some animals don't have that technology.
Nah, I swear I've come across something where they've stuck these diode things on a dolphin's brain and communicate. I'm gonna find it.
No. I'm not diminishing the intelligence. Yeah. I'm not diminishing the intelligence of animals. I'm just saying. No, animals are very smart. I'm saying though that on human beings, the brain, pertaining to the mind, the prefrontal cortex is important for decision making, for planning for the future, for critical thinking. These are the components that make us what we are compared to animals. So clearly we have a different hardware to animals when it comes to the mind.
Do you think dogs think about tomorrow? Like tomorrow?
I can't tell you. I don't know.
You think a dog think about yesterday?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Jed. If I say to my dog right now, walkies, and just don't take her for a walk. If I kept saying the word walkies, she'd be looking at me like, when am I going? Am I going today, tomorrow? Like, she would be probably thinking about it. You can see in her eyes.
I think dogs just live in the now. I don't think they think about tomorrow and all that shit.
But it's all trained behavior, though.
I think it's all. It is. I think with animals, it's entirely impulsive and instinctual. I need to eat. I need to shit. I need affection. I need this. I need to mate. I don't think they defy their natural coding. I think humans are the ones that are able to.
Yeah, no, the animals do what they do to navigate themselves around humans. Like if I do a certain thing, if I look at him a certain way, he's going to give me a bit of his food. Little things like that. They learn how to manipulate us because we're basically got them as prisoners. If that's basically what it is, isn't it? Because they're not in nature. So they just have to learn to understand us.
Coping strategy, yeah. Radar.
You know, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You hear that? In my property.
Huh?
Nothing, just telling my dog that it's my property.
Yeah. They say that animals like only like their consciousness is like in the present, isn't it? And they say like machines and that, like they like it's like in the past, isn't it? Machines just store like the past, isn't it? And they say like humans, like we think in the future and thing, isn't it?
Right. This is also about the prefrontal cortex.
So that's probably why we can like control and tame.
Some people call that the God particle, or like the imago Dei, the image of God. That's what they call it, the God particle.
It's what manifestation then.
It's what separates humans and animals.
If we could think about the tomorrow, is that manifestation? Is that us making things happen because we've manifested it?
I would say no. I would say
because if you don't manifest it, you ain't gonna try. But if you manifested it, you're gonna work towards that, and you're gonna eventually get things done and progress.
I think to think about the future, we need to combine both our experience with the past and the present. And I think using our memories from the past and the present, that allows us to, in a way, look into the future.
True.
I also have a theory that.
All right, here we go. Let's go again. Does a dog have the ability to question its own existence? This is what I should have asked from the beginning.
No.
Yeah, I'd probably say if you put a dog in a back garden and don't give it no human interaction, it's probably going to be like, what the fuck am I doing here? It's probably going to be angry at humans. It's probably going to want to bite everything and anything.
I don't think so.
That's a good question. I want to state something. I think one big difference between like animals and humans is that we have like self-reflection. So see like things like mirrors and pictures and art, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the ability that we can look at ourselves or like have someone show us what we look like or describe it to us, like that alone will give us like a different level of like perception. And so like imagine if like you never were able to see yourself, like your perception would be different, right?
Like, does a dog know it's a dog? Like, I mean, not like a dog, like, does a dog look? Can a dog?
To be fair, like I doubt it really does because it's like it's never really seen itself.
And I feel like getting my dog in here, putting it in front of the mirrored wardrobe, and just.
I've seen this reaction, right? But its reaction is gonna. I mean, I've seen dogs bark at their own reflection.
Yeah, she was curious when she first seen it, but then once she realised it's her own reflection and that.
Right.
You know, now my dog, instead of looking at me directly, she'll look at the reflection of me in the mirror. Yeah, like trying to be sneaky and that, like I can't see her eyes, like
They say that dogs have the intelligence of a human 3-year-old.
Well, a human 3-year-old knows it's looking at itself in the mirror.
Most animals apparently have the age of like a human child. I mean, the intelligence of a human child.
My dog's never jumped up a pregnant woman. It's like she knows that woman's pregnant. It's weird.
It's I think it's genetic memory.
That's like sense of smell and that. A pregnant woman's just gonna smell different. She's gonna let off different hormones.
Yeah. But the dog picks it up straight away.
Yeah. Well, the dog's got that nose though. The dog's got
heightened sense of smell.
The dog's got it's got a piece of technology we don't have.
And even the ears. There's a lot of technologies animals have that we don't have.
Yeah.
But I guess you'd rather have the mind, the high IQ than the nose.
Well, I think on a deeper level, our perception of self is shaped by many different aspects. So obviously, I stated one, just the ability to have self-reflection or someone else like show us about ourselves. I think there's all different aspects. If you look at like a dog, like if a dog can like see itself.
A dog's got an upgrade. A dog's got a better nose, better eyes. Soz.
It's hard to speak. I'm trying to speak over you, man. It's very rude.
It is.
But like a dog can perhaps see itself to a certain extent. So a dog may drink water or like see a mirror. Like to a certain extent, it can see itself, but it's only limiting like certain angles and perception of itself. So I would personally predict that like an animal, they would probably be going off more like their feeling and just how they just kind of are. So like if you feel energetic, you'll just kind of feel like that. So it's like without being able to see yourself, you might think you're bigger than you are because you've never been told you're small. So you haven't been limited by like what your size is.
I think it's got something to do with we ain't got dog's ears, we ain't got a dog's nose and a dog's tongue, we ain't got dog's eyes, so we've got less of an interface than what a dog has. A dog's got upgraded eyes, super nose that can smell ridiculous, taste anything, so they're going to have a different perception of the world than us. They're going to have way more. They're going to have different signals going to their brain than us, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I think that it's all dependent upon the environmental growth, adaptation, or like what you were created to contribute in terms of the ecosystem. What you were created to contribute to. Like if you were created to be spread pollen, you're gonna have certain instruments to allow you to do that efficiently.
Yo, dog, go make me a sandwich, man.
if you were created to, I don't know, eat grass and be a herbivore, you're gonna have certain instruments to aid you in that role. So I think we all have roles with different instruments for those roles. I wouldn't say like one is better than the other.
You're definitely right on that, because did you know that Japanese
so
people...
Hold on, you're right that were created, because I mentioned
No, you was right on the thing. You was right on the thing about eating grass and stuff. Yeah, if we ate grass for so long, we'd probably be able to consume it. It's like in Japan, there's people who have got a bacteria in the stomach that can actually break down seaweed, but the human body can't naturally break down seaweed. But because they've been eating it for so long, their bodies develop this next bacteria in the stomach that can.
Have you heard of the Hadza tribe in Africa?
No.
These guys eat baboons. They hunt baboons, bro.
Yeah. I was just watching that.
And they
wait. Sorry to remember your story. Did you just see that?
Yeah.
So this is what pisses me off about YouTube. Yeah, it's because when it's ready, it suggests certain things to all of us.
It's programming.
I don't like it though. It's annoying me because I literally just put that on my watch. I literally just put that on my watch later list. In fact, I watched part 1 and was waiting to.
I know exactly what video you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, I watched that one. I watched all the way to part 3. I watched all of them.
I'm like,
is that?
The white dude,
yeah, and his wife is there. They eat honey. They do all this stuff. It's
yes.
It's a good, bro. They eat the lava and everything. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
and it was right after I was telling everyone I really want to do my travel documentaries, and that's exactly the type of shit.
Would you go there?
Yeah, yes, bro. Of course.
And you would eat that?
Yes, I would. Yes.
Oh.
Why not, man? What is it like? Get me.
So they're like, here's some baboon. You're gonna eat that baboon.
You know what? I'll be real with you. There's no shame in it. I mean, I'll be real with you. I will try it. I will try some baboon. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, fuck it. No, why not? I will try some baboon, man.
What part of the baboon?
They give you the butter. Like, here's some bubble bum. Here's some butter.
The bum. The bum is a delicacy.
Apparently, they've done studies on the stomach bacteria, and it's supposed to be like super like unknown. Like they're able to digest some crazy shit. People are testing the scientists are testing their poo.
Right.
And what it is Western culture don't have them bacteria because we're too busy poisoning ourselves.
We're too busy cleaning everything. We put antibacterial on everything. We're supposed to be in dirt. We're supposed to eat dirt sometimes. It's good for you, but because we're so clean all the time, that's why we
our
can't.
bodies don't defend itself because it's relying on all this.
So how about what if the Japanese and the other tribe you just mentioned? What if they didn't develop something new in their stomach? We just lost the ability to adapt because we sterilized ourselves so much. What if that gut adaptation is just a normal process?
100%.
Do you know what I mean? It's not strange or nothing. It's because we living in fucking sanitized buildings, buying from Tesco's meat wrapped in plastic.
We're eating microwave shit and like, what do you think's gonna happen?
Right. So maybe it's just this. I feel like, honestly, civilization and technology are stripping us of our superpowers.
Yep.
Sarah returned to here. I would eat baboon. Fuck off, Sarah.
I feel like you wouldn't, though. On a real, I don't think you would. Honestly, I don't think you would.
If I'm there with them, I'm gonna do whatever they do, bro. The only thing
so when they say put this on your da-da-da and do this da-da-da, you're just gonna do everything.
I'm gonna do most of it, yeah. If the white guy turned his willy inside out, the white guy pushed his willy up inside of himself and spun like, what did he put around it? Like fucking leaves or something around his foreskin and tied it to his stomach, like how the men doing that. If he's gonna do that, I'll eat a bit of baboon, bro.
Oh.
I know what I'm like, yeah. I will immerse myself in the culture of the land, especially if it's in Africa.
You're gonna get some parasites, bro.
If it's in Europe, I might feel a bit of a way. Yeah, but you're
gonna get some parasites, bro. Real talk.
To be fair, I've ate pork, I've ate bacon, I've ate sausage. What's going to be worse than that?
I don't know. A baboon seems kind of close to home, innit? Like, not to say that we're monkeys, but like, it kind of feels a bit.
Oh, stop that! No, stop that! Stop that!
Nah, it kind of does kind of like. Let's be honest.
Stop that, man! I'm not even feeling that. In fact, yeah, tell me that monkey is not kosher.
It's really not. 100%.
Because what? Why? Because what? Where does it say it's not kosher?
There's a certain requirement, like it's the animal's digestive system and its classification, like as in
it needs to have a hoop.
It needs to chew its cud.
It needs to chew grass.
No, chew its cud as in like, you know, when animals they chew and then it comes back up, they chew again, like deers and cows what? And cud is basically like when you mash up food, yeah. With those kind of animals, it comes back up and they chew it again. That's what it means by chewing the cud.
You got like a more complicated digestion.
Like it comes up and it chews it again.
They vomit.
It's not vomit. Have you ever seen a video of a deer or like an impala when they're eating grass? It doesn't just swallow it. It comes back up and chews it again.
When you say it comes back up,
the grass comes back up the throat and it goes into their mouth and they chew it again.
Oh, is that how it works?
No, these animals' digestive systems are sophisticated so that they release more toxins.
So it is part of the digestive system.
The whole point of chewing the cud.
What are you saying? They chew it.
Fuck. Whoa.
What are you saying? They chew it. They chew it, swallow it, bring it back up and chew it again, then eat it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's to ensure that it's properly digested, and it also ensures that they release.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
You okay?
No. I'm putting to the fucking bed, man.
Okay.
Get to the fucking bed, man. Yeah.
So those dietary laws are actually very sophisticated because thousands of years ago, even the Egyptians, they didn't eat pork. There was a lot of things that people just didn't eat because they just knew naturally certain things are garbage eaters, certain things are good for you, certain things are not. So there was a natural law on what is good for human consumption. Not to say that if you were struggling, you had to eat something, you wouldn't eat a lion, but you wouldn't on a day-to-day say, let's go and eat a lion.
Because you know what? I'm not gonna lie, yeah. The same book that's telling me don't eat an animal that don't chew its cud is telling me to fucking be respectful to my fucking master, to my slave master.
That's a misinterpretation of that.
No, it's not. No, it's not, bro.
Do you think like these books of like that were written?
It really is, but I don't have time. Yeah, it really is.
It really is. That were written like with all these rules when you're saying about like culture and you can eat this and can't eat that. Do you reckon like the people that it was written by, like they kind of had a certain perspective because maybe they saw their own people living in such a dirty way that they wanted to kind of like force a higher standard. So even though like a lot of things they do might be silly, but because of like
just natural law, bro.
Bro, the people that read that shit, don't even wash their asses, mate.
It's not.
If you look at like the psychology of it, maybe it's because like if you see your people be so bad,
and they don't wash their asses.
You want to try.
If you study trichinosis, trichinosis is a parasite that is very common in predatory animals and also very common in scavenger type animals like pigs, hyenas, lobsters, all these kind of. And what this trichinosis does is it essentially eats out your insides. And this is what you get when you eat these unclean animals. So this is sophisticated dietary laws. There ain't no just random selecting what you can eat. There was obviously some trial and error. You know, you saw someone eating this and they felt sick. So you right, you know what I mean? It's just common sense. It's common sense.
Okay. Now, firstly, all right. How about then, if we don't eat lobsters because of a parasite they had from eating garbage, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How about we hand rear them and we feed it on organic pureness in a tank where there's no room for parasites? How is that not halal now?
Yeah, that would be logical, yeah.
Okay, but then we would have to assess its biology.
But then we've got to think if there's a bacteria that naturally occurs in their body.
Not only that, but you would also have to assess its biology. They have an exoskeleton. So just like pigs, they're not releasing toxin. The only way they're releasing toxin is by shitting. They don't have airways. They don't have ways of releasing. So it's just encapsulating all that shit. So that's why you have to break through the shell.
Can we not remove it though?
Remove the toxins?
Yeah. Is Is
Yeah,
it
of course
not?
you can. That's just getting to a higher level of food. It's just like
I don't
like
know, but do you
chicken
want to
and
go through all that just to eat it?
Yeah, why not?
Just,
Why not? If that's what's stopping me from eating it, how about I remove those factors?
I mean, you can eat what you want, bro. But I'm just like, there's obviously a logic behind it, innit?
I'm saying like if like the toxins is the reasons why we're saying lobsters are not kosher. How about what if I can remove the toxins?
You can do that 100%.
I wouldn't still say it's kosher because you're eating something you're eating a scavenger. I mean, the role of the animal is not something fit for consumption.
I've not allowed
he's adapted it from a scavenger.
I've not allowed it to scavenge.
What is a human then? What is a human? Is a human not a scavenger?
Humans are omnivore.
But we're not scavengers.
No, we're hunter and gatherers.
When's the last time you hunted and gathered?
Well, you go to work, you get paid, and you go on the hunt in the shopping.
I
know. Obviously, we're not, in our natural state, obviously. But I get what you're trying to say. It just wouldn't work, bro.
Why though?
Can you really change the animal's biology that much to not be what it is anymore? Well, and would it taste the same if you
for
did
this
all
example,
that?
like, yeah.
Would it taste as good as it would without all that procedures and all this and that and that? Maybe that toxin's making it taste nice.
Really? The best example
You know what I
can
mean?
give you.
I've eaten pork. Pork is nice, man. I've had pork before. It's nice.
Hey, the best example I can give for this would be chicken. So if you look at the different qualities of chicken you can buy from a supermarket, you can get like the cheapest quality that's just flooded full of like hormones and shit, or you can get the more expensive one that's like been fed on a certain diet, like a corn diet, and it's raised in certain conditions. So you get a different quality in it, and you get all different qualities in between. So of course you could do that with fish. Like you can get farm fish in that in supermarket.
What is chicken categorized as?
Fishes, yeah. If you look at the fishes, oh my, go ahead, man.
What is chicken categorized as? Is it categorized as poultry or fowl?
It's poultry.
No, it's fowl.
Fowl. There's land fowl. No, there's land fowl.
Look it up. Chicken is fowl. It's called fowl because the meat goes off quick. It carries.
Okay, but it's called it's a land.
No, don't get away with that. That's not why it's called fowl. It's a different fowl as well. FOWL. Don't do that.
He's laughing as well.
Yeah. He tried it.
Mad.
Yeah, and poultry. Like, I don't see the difference between poultry and fowl. They're the same.
Yeah.
If anything, what I would say is maybe poultry is a domesticated bird and fowl is a wild bird, right? Mm-hmm. So we have guinea fowl, partridges,
land fowl.
Get me?
Mm-hmm.
That's like a more wild thing, and poultry is domesticated turkey, domesticated pigeon, fucking chicken. I'm just guessing though. But
you're right.
Okay, no.
Because when you eat village when you eat a village chicken or hard chicken, it's different. It's almost completely different to the store-bought chicken. Because it's dark, yes, and I would even say it's more flavorsome, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Jed. So it's called a fowl because it's a bird that's kept for meat and eggs. But poultry is basically just a bird that's just for its meat and eggs.
It's the other way around.
Yeah.
But I don't think. How is that right though? So what does a pheasant come under? That's the word I was looking for. Pheasant.
Pheasant would be just as poultry because it's just for the meat. They wouldn't really have pheasant eggs, would they?
I think so.
Can you get pheasant eggs?
Yeah, I think so.
Pheasant eggs.
Is it the same sort of classification as how they say bovine? But bovine is like cows. But there's different ways to say there's bovine, there's beef, there's cow, there's that. It's just another way of saying it.
Yeah, I don't know. Because remember, half of these animals don't exist in the wild, bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you seen African cow? Like those skinny cows?
Mate, the original cows got
when I went to the village in Zimia, I saw this Nguni cow. These cows are skinny. Those are massive as horns, but the meat is the best. They ain't no fat cows you see in the farms over here. They're skinny, bro.
The original African cow, has got the horns on it are ridiculous.
They're ridiculous, bro.
Ridiculous, like next level. But that's supposed to be the original cow before it was like humans started domesticating it.
And then think about it, that cow is getting all the vitamin D. It's in the sun. Imagine how healthy the meat is.
So they breed the horns, so they're smaller and smaller. They breed it so the udders get bigger and bigger. And
there's no hormones in it. It's just in the wild, walking around.
Yeah.
In the heat. Compared to this meat here in freaking barns and hormones and antibiotics, steroids, and
if they put a farm animal into the wild, it wouldn't be able to give birth without human interaction. So it kind of like fuck itself up. Let's just say if humans cease to exist, everything man-made will probably disappear within like 100 years. Probably even less than that.
What's that?
You know what that is?
Oh, I have an idea. I know what that is.
I know what that is.
No. I was thinking like making some something to smoke. That's what I was thinking.
Sniper, where are you, man? What are you saying? What kind of phone call is this? Who has a phone call of this length? Huh?
Sorry, man.
Yeah. Are you still on the phone?
He's playing PlayStation, I think.
Nah, he's oh, what is he online?
Nah, he's not online. I just checked. He's not online.
I got my PS4 right next to me, man.
Bro, when we go play GTA, man, or like Among Us or something, we need to do a gaming segment again.
You managed to get a GTA.
We tell the gaming digits every week.
In an hour. We'll play GTA in an hour.
Okay.
I'm not gonna try and sort it out. Yeah, we can play that.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, let me see. I'm just checking through my phone. Yo, hit the like button, family. And if you have enjoyed today's conversations, like I have, if you enjoy the conversations like I have, show a little bit of love, man. You know, smack that like button, share the stream in a group, in a WhatsApp group, on your status, something. Let someone get an opportunity to come over here and find us. Hit up that PayPal link, most definitely. Show some love to the PayPal. You know, whatever you can afford, I'll appreciate. And also hit up that Cash App. And if you want a fast and effective way to get to my Cash App, I have the QR code here. Just scan that QR code and it will take you straight to my Cash App, or just type in #Trill donate. If you don't have Cash App, download that because it's a cheap, not even a cheap, it's a free and handy way to transport money anywhere within the USA and the UK. If you're outside of the USA and UK, for some reason, I don't think you have that ability. But, you know, for those of you that ain't on PayPal and you're in the UK or the US and you want to show some love, use the Cash App, man. Download it. It's quick and easy. And yeah, man, all support is appreciated. Where we going with this? No Trilottery. Yeah, the Trilottery's there, man. I'll bring it back soon. Like, everyone's Trilottery numbers are stored. They're there. They're safe. I'm just trying to build the vibe back up. So once the vibe is back up to where it should be, then we're going to go back in on this Trilottery board. And we'll make it happen. But for now, just gonna chill out. You know what I mean? For now, because like it was taking too long to fill the board up. I don't know what's going on, so I'm giving people a chance to kind of just recoup. You know, it's almost like a non-deliberate. What is this? Like reset of the channel. What is this? Let me this. Hey. Why is it so long now? Hey. My PayPal's working, family. My PayPal is working. Nothing wrong with my PayPal. Hit out that PayPal. I've been putting the link in all day. Why? What's wrong, Uncle? What have you been trying to send me something? It's not having it. Let me check. Yeah, my PayPal's working though. Unless they found another way to fuck with me, man. Always fucking with me. Oh shit. What's going on? Yeah, today's been full of great conversations, just how I fucking like it. It's like sick convos. Loving it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. We're back on top form. Yeah, my PayPal's cool. My PayPal's cool. Keep doing you, babes. Appreciate everything you do. Much love. Thank you so much. You know who you are that sent me that message.
Come on, family. Big up, big up. I'm not gonna lie, I've been loving the conversations as well. Getting man through the traffic and that.
Man, shut up, man. Where you been, man?
You know how we do.
Yeah. So what was there no points that you wanted to?
Yeah, going back to the mind and the brain. I was feeling that conversation, and when I think it needs to be a balance of the two. So not only does it have to come from your brain, it needs to come from an outside outside consciousness. Consciousness.
What are you sorry? What are you talking about? Empathy. What are you talking about?
So when it comes to the mind,
yeah,
the mind is a combination of your thoughts within your brain, as well as the vibrations of the outside consciousness, so that everyone around you. So I believe that we're all one, right?
Mind. That's not my fucking mind, bro. No way. Nah.
So you don't believe that it's a combination of the two?
Nah.
A combination of what?
The two. So at the same time as you have the ability to affect your life and the world around you,
I believe my mind and
the same
social...
way the world has the ability to change you.
Yeah, but that's not my mind, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, what I would say is, I think my mind and social consciousness are two separate things. And the big trick or big illusion has been to get us to discard the functions of our own mental faculties, our own critical thinking, our own mind, and adopt social consciousness as our mind.
Facts.
So rather than thinking for ourselves as individuals, we think as the hive. Hive mind.
I do think there's divisions within the mind, or there's layers. I think that's the case as well. I don't think it's simple. I think it's very complex in terms of like the layers within it
of the mind. I mean, you know,
maybe these layers are artificial. I don't know.
Got a mad book here. I got a mad book about the entity known as Sekhmet in the Egyptian pantheon, right?
Yep.
And Sekhmet is like depicted as a lion-headed goddess, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the story was something happened.
Can we get some pictures? Can we get some share screen?
It's like a lioness head, right?
Yeah, but why am I showing the picture? That it's just a lioness. You're not going to get a picture of Sekhmet. You're going to get a interpretation. So just a lion-headed goddess. I don't even want to. You know why? Because I don't want to sound like I'm promoting it. Fuck it, let's do it, bro.
Okay.
You're gonna be a chemic guy now.
I'm just trying to be responsible because the next part of the story is serious. You get me? So I'm just trying to be responsible. But
no, it gives it a better representation.
Yeah, no, cool. I get you, bro.
Just visualization, you know.
Yeah, I get you, man. Here we go.
Oh, I swear I've seen that in the British Museum.
I saw that as well when I went to the British Museum.
Where did we go the other day? What museum was that?
That was Natural History Museum.
Natural History, okay, yeah. Let's go to the British Museum then.
You need to go to the Middle East section. There's a lot of.
Bro, can you not just walk in? Can't we just walk in there?
Yeah.
But we could have gone there.
I think now everything, bro. I'll be honest with you. Everything now is booking.
You got to admit, these Egyptians.
If you go to the British Museum in London, go to Gallery 10. You'll see some interesting stuff down there. That's all I'm saying.
These Egyptians couldn't draw for shit though, man.
What are you talking about?
And you see that if you look at the Kush section in that museum, it's mad from the amount of stuff they've stolen.
What if this is just imagine, imagine, this is their Marvel, like we've got Marvel and Capcom and all that.
Yeah.
That's their science, bro.
Avengers and all that.
I agree, but hold on. But just like then,
that's their science.
Like their Marvel stands. Well, who's got the echo? Just like then, their Marvel stands for a lot more than we take it for. Like Marvel stands for a lot more than we take it for. Are we indoctrinating our kids and ourselves in this for over 70 years, and we still haven't grasped what they're trying to teach us about these different characters with their names that often link back to deities and entities in existing religions and spiritual practices? This ain't a good. Not only is it a bit like, it is exactly like.
Yep.
But I think these people existed. I think Ra and all these people existed. And Odin and Zeus.
But in what form?
As humans, it's ancestor worship. Even in Africa, we do this now with ancestor worship, venerating people that came before into gods, into the divine. These are just people that were there before that have become deified.
And I think this is a lot in the Hindu.
All of them existed.
All these deities have got based on people that existed from different regions, and man.
100%.
Yeah, man.
We know that Odin is Nimrod. Odin, Adon, it's all the same thing, isn't it? So these are people that existed. It's just ancestor worship.
And you got all these different names for them, yeah? What if that's not just different dialects of different languages?
Of course.
You've
got Isis. You've got Isis in Egypt. You've got Samaras in Babylon. You've got Ishtar. You've got Astaroth. Yeah. It's all the same. It's all the same thing. They're all individuals that existed.
The borders might move, but the places still exist.
It's all the same. And that also kind of proves that humans were once in one area together. The fact that we have all these common gods and traditions after we've been dispersed. We were all in one localized area to have these commonalities, and then we then ventured off into other parts of the world. After
you know what, Zulu? I think it's the complete opposite. I think they make the world out to be bigger than what it actually is, and that we were already interconnected, and we were already, do you know what I mean, spread out.
I don't know about that, because I think then how would you explain the similarities in in language, in spiritual systems, in technology? There would have had to been a community of humans all together in a location before the dispersion. Because then how would you account for the similarities? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like how would you account for the Aztecs building?
Right. Once upon a time, they should have started from one location and then eventually spread out
Exactly. Because then how do you account for example, the Aztecs having pyramids in in Teotihuacan, or that's the name of the god. What's the location called again? I don't know. Some place in Mexico, right? And you also got the Egyptians having pyramids. The Nubians Tijuana, thank you. Tijuana. You got the Egyptians making pyramids. Where did the Aztecs learn that from? Did they just think in their head, oh, let's just make pyramids? There must have been communication. There must have been a common understanding. They found Egypt.
That must-have that you're using that must-have very, very like wild though. Must-have like.
I can't prove. Yeah, well, I can technically because there is some evidence that Egyptians went to America, but I don't know. I can't say I know for a fact you're right. Of course, I can't. Definitely can't say that. But most of isn't I know for a fact kind of.
It would make sense because there are pyramids all over the world.
Yeah, there's pyramids in Antarctica, apparently. When Buzz Aldrin went to Antarctica, did he not tweet, oh, I went to the pyramids in Antarctica, and he was in a coma or some shit like that. He was devastated after going there. He said there's some dark energy there or some shit. Buzz Aldrin is crazy, man.
Yeah, he's a weird dude, isn't it?
He's a weird dude, isn't it, man? And he even confessed that the moon landing was fake. And
he's a weird dude. Buzz Aldrin. I don't even know. He's passed now, right?
Nah, he's alive and kicking, man. He's just been reprogrammed. He doesn't say stupid shit anymore. He's just been reprogrammed. They're putting him back in the MK Ultra. He's cool now. He's not glitching anymore.
You know, that's not a joke. Yeah, they can actually
wipe your
erase
mind.
things from your mind.
Yeah, but then you start glitching when you try to remember it.
and extract things from your mind, like CIA agents and shit like that. That's what they used to do. Use certain techniques to extract things from.
But you know what's really funny? When you look at Graham Hancock's work here on prehistoric civilizations, it completely destroys the idea of Homo sapien and Neanderthal. When you look at the earliest constructions, the earliest civilizations, people don't even know what the Olmecs were doing. All we know is heads, these stone heads. We don't even know about the Olmecs. That's how old they are. That's how sophisticated they are. It completely destroys the idea of some primitive primate walking around human beings when we've got all these stone constructions and dating back to tens of thousands of years. How do you quantify that if you're an evolutionist?
You should definitely question that narrative anyway, Julie, because every narrative that they give to you, you know, has ended up being a lie.
Because I'm a firm believer in civilizations existing before us and before earthly, grand catastrophes. I'm a very firm believer in the antediluvian period of history. And they were way antediluvian.
What was that?
The antediluvian.
Yeah, go on, break that.
What's that, bro?
This is the pre-flood civilizations. These guys were so technologically advanced. They were so in tune with nature and the spirits, and they were doing some madness, man. And all they want to tell us is evolution and all this rubbish. When they know what was really happening thousands of years ago, they really know. I'm telling you, they know what was happening, bro. This ain't no joke, man. Ain't no joke. That's why I said when I look at atheists, I'm like, what? Like, you don't know you really don't know you're being played. Like, you really don't know you're being played. Really don't know, man. Anyway, let me not talk too much. Let me be quiet.
Now talk,
bro. Your gems, bro.
When you look at most civilizations around the world, yeah, they all speak about a flood. They all speak about a family being saved from a flood, animals being in a boat of some sort. The ancient Egyptians, the Sumerians, they all talk about pre-civilization before a grand catastrophe, which also supports the fact that this was a global event. Not only do you have evidence for this, but if you go to Turkey right now, I think it's in Mount Ararat. There's a sort of like a boat construction that they found that's dated to be around that same time. There's a lot of evidence to suggest this antediluvian period, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. You know, people want to come up with these alternative theories like Atlantis, and they want to come up with all these alternative theories. But when you look at Graham Hancock's work, yeah, if anyone that wants to read something interesting, look up Graham Hancock's work. Just study South America. Just study the rainforest civilizations. You know that.
Zulu. And is that theory or is that fact then? Because was he born then? Like, you just says it. Everyone wants to follow this theory, but isn't what you're following?
No. These are based on findings. He's not guessing.
Based on theoretical findings.
No. You can disagree with his conclusion based on what he found, but the findings are there. They found this shit, so it's not like no one's making this up. I mean, you can't go that far, but
yeah, but
what's the point?
That's based on assumptions and presumptions, though. Like, it could be anybody's boats. Back then, there's probably making boats is probably a normal thing. People probably more in tune with doing things for themselves and stuff.
I'll give you an example. Yeah, if you study the rainforest civilizations, which were recently discovered because people thought there was no one there but like tribes and like native peoples, they found out that these guys had gardens, sophisticated stone constructions, buildings. They even generated their own soil. They did this by using ash. I mean, we can't even replicate it today. We're just still trying to find out how they made soil from scratch. Not only did they make it from scratch, but they made it to such that they could develop a garden and they could basically make the ground fertile. They made the earth fertile, like the environment fertile. So it's a very sophisticated civilization. This is something that we didn't even know a decade ago. This is also another prehistoric civilization. So the more and more we're finding shit, the more and more it's destroying the idea of us being Homo sapiens, walking around with sticks and hunting animals and climbing off trees. And because then you're gonna have to change the timeline. You're gonna have to push it back further. Then, if we're doing sophisticated shit that long ago, you have to push it back further. And that's, of course, they're doing that because they'll tell you the Earth is billions of years old, don't they? They want to make the Earth so old so that we can believe in some idea like a long, long time ago we were monkeys. They want to make it so old so you can believe this.
No, they want to make it look like that we was incapable.
Because they don't want you to know that
you're more capable.
They want
than
you
what
to
we
come
are
from
now.
a primitive state.
They don't want you to know that you were the most civilized, you were the most sophisticated. They don't want you to know that you guys were basically gods. They don't want you to know this. They want you to think. They want you to think you was an ape.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to think. So you can justify being immoral. You can justify being quote unquote like an animal because you are an animal. Is that not what they tell you?
Yeah. This is.
Why have morality? Why have morality when there is no institutor or there is no maintainer of a morality or there is no origin in morality? It's just the origin in instincts and impulses. Just being an animal.
And it's just because some of the people in power, they're some of the most immoral people out there.
It's deep, man. And you know what's more shocking, yeah? Like I watched this on Joe Rogan's show, yeah. I learned about Grant Rock on. It's becoming more mainstream now. Like they're not even trying to hide it anymore, bro. That's the scary thing about it. They're not even trying to hide it.
Was it hiding in plain sight, right?
Just hide in plain sight, man. There's millions of views on this shit. You can watch it all over the place. They're not even trying to hide it.
You know, I was actually doing earlier. I was actually making a
Wikipedia
page for myself, so I can be like, so I can just basically brag everyone. Then I was going to show you guys how easy it is. Like literally, you can just write your own history, and people will believe it because it's on something like Wikipedia or. Do you know what I mean?
But this is the problem with the scientific community, right? There's a process called peer review.
Yeah.
So what happens is someone like Grant Hancock will be called a pseudoscientist, yeah? Or even someone like Kent Hovind will be called a pseudoscientist. This is because he's coming up with these ideas and theories, and his conclusions are different to the conclusions of those of opposing ideas. So, for example, if the publisher or the peer reviewer has an atheistic worldview, if you were to conclude anything supernatural, or if you were to conclude anything divine from any data, they would consider you a pseudoscientist. Because it has to comport with natural law. It has to comport with atheistic ideology.
Things you can measure, things that can be proven.
If
you're talking about, I had this natural phenomena happen to me, they'll take their Geiger counters there, they'll take their signal detectors and whatnot to see what kind of light, you know what I mean? They'd actually investigate. But if you're saying, I had this message from God, you can't exactly measure that. How would you test that?
But I'll give you another example. I'll give you another example. Yeah, are you familiar with the double slit experiment?
No.
When this double slit experiment first came out, people were getting excited, like, this proves that the environment reacts to observation. It also proves string theory and and consciousness in atoms and But recently they're trying to downplay it and say no. You guys have misunderstood the double slit theory. What it is essentially is it's the instruments that were used to measure the particles that are it's reacting to the instruments. It's not reacting to observation. Like they will downplay anything that sounds quote unquote supernatural.
You know how bad belief is, right? When I was a kid.
Hold on. But these are the same people that will tell you about multiverse theory. Like you will sit there and listen to the most staunch atheists. They will confidently talk about the God part. They will confidently speak about multiverse theory as if it's a possibility. But when if you were to mention, I don't know, astral projection or something else, they would laugh at you. These are the kind of people we're talking about.
Okay, Zulu, when I was a kid, my dad had this brethren, who owned this multi-million-pound company. We went there and he had these water, you got them water dispensers. And he's like, this water's way better than tap water. And there's a bit of a debate going on. There was like, no, it's not. So what we'll do, we'll get a cup of tap water and we'll get the cup of the dispenser water and we'll put it in the fridge overnight. And in the morning, we'll come in, we'll taste which one tastes better. So anyway, we did it, But then when he come back the next day, he was like, this cup's better. But what he didn't know is when he went, we basically just put 2 cups of tap water in there. And because he believed it, innit? We knew the truth. We knew that it was both cups of tap water, but to him, one of them was the dispenser water and one was tap water. And there was definitely a difference, even though we know there's no difference. But that's what belief is. It's like.
But no one is free from belief.
No, but that's what I mean. It's not always factual. It's like
even people that say they know, They're just being, what's the word? They're just being boastful. They don't know. Because if you're talking about knowing, is it something you can demonstrate that you know, or is it just something you think you know within yourself?
Exactly. Yeah, man. You get the point I'm trying to make, though, man. You get it, man. Nothing's ever knowing. Like, even when we think we're in the know, we're kind of somehow not.
Right. Exactly.
But like, that's why I don't really go along with all these theories. It's theories, and you gotta pick it out. You gotta sieve out a bit of truth. But then the other thing is, a lot of these ancient sites, we haven't physically been there, so we need to go there and have a look ourselves. And little things like that. Like, that's why I look at these Brian Forrester and all these kind of other pages where they actually walk around and they look at the anomalies and they record it so we can see it with our own eyes. But then, what's to say, we've got power drills now. What's to say someone ain't done that in modern time? You know what I mean? Like, anything could be fake.
Well, this is the thing.
Like, these are the same people that attend us about history were knocking noses off statues back in there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
To hide that history. So why is there a choice?
I mean, you've got Napoleon. What's his name? What's his surname? Napoleon something Bonaparte, whatever his name is. He blew up by his own admission. He blew up the nose on the Sphinx, and many of the sculptures. And he said that these guys look like Negroes. Like, he's like, no, we can't have this. And he blew up the noses with dynamite. Like, it was an intentional. This is the thing, though. The scientists will tell you, which is the funny thing. Oh, it's just corrosion. What happens is when the environment and the rain continuously pours on these certain parts of the sculpture, the nose falls off. It's just erosion. Okay, so then how come it's specific locations? Why is it consistently the nose? Why is it consistently lips or noses? Certain features that can tell you who these people are. Why? This is what I'm saying, right? It's just a bag of lies, man. You can never accept the official, conclusion that the scientists give you. There's always an alternative to conclusion that's been hidden under the rug that you have to search in the deep dark web for. You ain't gonna get that shit.
And it's usually the complete opposite of what they're saying.
Right. Exactly. That's how they go, man. Because they run the peer review, they run the publishing companies, they run the school books, they run the biology, chemistry, they run it all.
Yes.
All of these different classifications, they're based on Greek names, Latin names. You're talking about K9 and all these Latin. This is all God. Like even the Jupiter, when you're naming the planets, this is all their ideology.
Yeah.
It's like when Daniel.
It's like into the ideology. We all
It's like when Daniel. It's like when Daniel and the Hebrew boys went to Babylon. When they went into Babylon, they were taught the Babylonian gods, the Chaldean sciences, astrology, astronomy. They were taught all these things. Even though they had their own spiritual system prior in Jerusalem, they were taught the things of Babylon. Same ways we are in Babylon right now. We are learning the Babylon way of science. We're learning their gods through the stars. We're learning their chemistry. This isn't what the fullness of reality is. We're just learning their ideology. Is this not Babylon? No. So, like, even when I was in school, like, I never let that evolution shit phase me. I knew that shit was a joke. I knew that shit was a joke while I was learning it. So, and it makes you smarter to be able to not accept the mainstream narrative. I think it generally makes you more intelligent to able to look outside of what you're being told. You know what I mean? It takes a certain level of awareness to do that. Some people are just comfortable with just sticking to what they're being told. Are you guys there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm just installing my printer, innit?
Oh, okay. Yeah, this temperature's hot, man. How many degrees is it today? Probably like 20 something. I hate this kind of heat, man. It's only good when it's dry heat. When it spreads around like that, it's just annoying, man. It's only 21 degrees though. It's not bad. The other day I think on Sunday it was like 26 or something like that. It was almost 30 degrees on Sunday. It was a bloody nightmare. Is everyone just gonna be muted, fam? What's going on, man?
Nah, I'm literally just installing a printer on my computer and tapping up my phone.
Is anyone else there? Radar, Sniper, Mills? Anyone else there?
Yeah, I don't think anyone else is, man. Yeah,
right yeah, I'm there, man.
Radar.
You see that? You saying about that double slit experiment?
Yeah.
Like what? You saying that? You saying that?
You see that? I'm not one of
that double slit experiment.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like what?
There's echo.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yo, Judge got echo.
Yo, Jed, sort your mic out, man.
I'm good, man. I don't know what you lot are talking about.
Yeah. Zulu, I was saying like with the double slit experiment, you saying that like you think that or you heard that it wasn't the change wasn't from observation, but it was from the equipment. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, this is what they're saying. They're trying to downplay the whole string theory that observation, the environment reacts to observation. They're trying to downplay it now by saying no, it wasn't the fact that they were observing it that altered the atoms. It was the fact that the instruments itself altered the particles. It wasn't the observation. That's what they're trying to say now. But they weren't saying that decades ago.
The videos I watched, like back in the day on the thing, like I'm sure like the main focus on like, what it was.
Your microphone is not really, is a little bit muffled.
It is. Very muffled. It sounds like you're sitting on it.
I'm outside, but is that better? Yo. Is that better or the same?
It's a bit better.
So yeah, the video I watched on the double slit experiment back in the day, like it was like that the observation, like looking in and out of the room or turning the light off and on, like that was like the main focus of like what the double slit experiment was. And even like in psychology, like I've read like this one psychology paper like about like I guess like psychic connection with like nature or something like that. And basically it's talking about like psychic connections with things on like the smallest level. We're saying like psychic things usually start at like the very small level, like little microbes and like the very small thing. So like that's why I can kind of like see with the double slit experiment like how observation would change it, because like the particle and that is so small, isn't it? Maybe it's easier to change because it's a lot smaller.
Yeah, there's many different conclusions on that experiment, but the initial conclusion that was introduced to me was that the protons are reacting to observation, which is very interesting because that would imply in some ways that possibly we have the ability to affect the environment around us simply by observing it, or the environment around us moves to our observation, or is different to, it would perform differently to how we, it would perform differently to when we're observing it and when we're not observing it. That's the conclusion that was given to me when I first saw the experiment. But it seems like they're trying to go away from that now, oddly. But there's so many wacky theories. I mean, I saw one the other day about something about fields or waves or something like that, to where like you can alter something in another location because it's all within the bubble. There's some crazy theories, man.
No, but that makes, if you believe that we are all connected to one consciousness, then that shouldn't be hard for you to even fathom.
But you see, this all, we're all connected thing, we need to quantify what we're saying there, because like when we're saying we're all connected, what is this connection? In what form is this connection? What is that when we say we're all connected?
As in, like the same way you have trillions of cells within your body to make your body work, we are trillions of people within this earth to make this Yeah, to make this world work.
So like we're an ecosystem within an ecosystem. Within the ecosystem. And so on and so on and so on. You trying to say something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to go against the idea.
Which makes us, but at the same time, it can be altered. So it's a funny thing.
Would you say that some people are cancers to the body of this planet?
Of
like
course.
the negatively, yeah. Interesting.
Of course.
Interesting. Yeah, some people would say that Earth is conscious. Like the Earth itself is like a conscious thing. I don't necessarily believe that personally, but
You've been watching the Iceland volcano. It's been pulsing every couple hours, and then the pulses have been coming quicker. So technically, the Earth does have a pulse of its own.
Yeah, those volcanoes are no joke, bro. Those volcanoes are no joke.
Trust me.
It can wipe out millions of people.
Forming new land and all sorts right now.
But again, this takes me back to my belief in that this Earth is being maintained, it's being sustained. Because if the hold was pulled, let's say God let go of his hold on Earth, this thing will become molten. The whole thing will become molten lava, bro. The Earth is being held back. Because if they were to let go, it would be a madness. That's all I'm saying. I think it's being held back. We have this belief in that there's 4 angels on the 4 corners of the earth holding back the winds of strife, essentially holding back the forces of nature from completely wiping everyone out.
4 angles, 4 corners.
4 angels.
Yeah, but four angles.
Where did this come from?
It's in the Book of Revelation. And as we get closer to the Day of Judgment, they're slowly loosening their grip. That's why we're seeing more and more natural disasters on this planet. More and more worldwide catastrophes and pestilences and all sorts of madnesses.
I believe we're adding to the situation as well. There's probably governments out there that are manipulating people, other countries' weathers.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've got these companies that are basically making artificial weather or altering the weather. You've also...
You've seen the ships that have been sinking and shit, yeah, and all the chemicals that are leaked in the ocean and shit. It's all corporations, yeah, and the end game is they're blaming us for it, even though it's corporations that are ordering this shit.
Well,
they blame us, the consumers, don't they? They blame us for all this shit.
Yeah, of course, but we have to take our responsibility. I do hear what you're saying. But if we are only the consumer, then we need to take on responsibility for taking on their products. If you keep using their products and keep helping the cog turn, so
what
to
if
speak,
you're not using their product? What if you're not using their product and you're still in the equation because you're still part of culture, society, and the consumers?
I wouldn't say that respect. You're probably still involved with taxes or in some respect.
Yeah,
You'd definitely probably still be involved, even if you're not buying the product. You'll probably be lining their pockets somehow.
True.
It's mad.
Oh my days.
But yeah, I mean, like, there's many different things behind what's happening in the physical, like that's from being impacted from the spiritual. And I definitely think the natural disasters are one of them. I do agree with you, Mills, that it is the government's also manipulating the environment. But I mean, there's certain things like tsunamis.
You're saying that they don't have the full power. They don't have the full power.
Yeah, like look at the tsunamis and shit. Like, you're telling me that's not God?
Well, they're saying, but they're saying, is it Nikola Tesla who create the earthquake somewhere without even realizing, create a device that can make an earthquake?
I mean, yeah.
They say, but we don't know that for fact, man. Come on.
What do you mean?
We don't know that. They haven't tried it out. It's all hearsay.
And you believe that?
Do you believe everything you see on the internet?
No, I don't believe everything I see on the internet.
There
but
you go.
do you not believe that the human mind is not capable of manipulating or
I'm not saying that.
device
I'm not saying that. But then I'm saying that these motherfuckers like to exaggerate shit. It's like see
they
how
wanted to exaggerate it, why
think about
why is he
this.
still not as big as
No.
Edison?
I'm going to make a very good point now. Did you know who Tesla was 10 years ago? And don't lie to me. No. Yeah. People didn't know who Tesla was. It's only because the internet blew it up. Because listen, man. Obviously he was around there, but no one knew who he was. All that information.
You can't say no one. You can't say no one.
Come on, man. Do you know what I'm on about? The general public, yeah. Not everyone knew who he was. Only people who were clued up on technology and those kind of things and history would know about it. Hardly anyone knew about who he was. Not even the internet.
Who do we know about?
Listen, man. I'm making a fucking point here, man. Not a lot. It's only come to light,
man.
I know, but it's only come to light, since, let's say, what's around now that's named after Tesla? Something that's not even owned by Tesla, isn't it? Some geezer owns a company called Tesla, and all of a sudden, all this information about Tesla's out in the open.
It's not
Come
all
on,
of
man.
us.
It's a narrative, man.
Hold on.
You don't see how
Hold on. You can't generalize what you
generalizing.
hold on, man.
Yo,
I'm speaking, bro. You can't generalize what you know based on when you first knew about it.
No,
to say that everyone else
not the point I'm making.
hold on, man. To say that everyone else didn't know about it because when I found out about it, that's when it was popping. Loads of people. Hold on,
that's
man.
not what I'm saying, though. You're
why are you being so rude, man? I've not interrupted you. I've not interrupted you though.
Yeah,
so
but you're trying to take everything out of context. I'm just correcting you. I'm not interrupting. I'm correcting you. I'm correcting you. How are you telling me what I'm thinking?
Because I
listened to. I've just told you took it out of context. Listen to the context.
How can you correct me?
Are you going to listen to the context?
How can you correct me when I listen to what you just said?
Because you just took it out of context, and I've told you you've took it out of
then
context.
Let me finish. You can provide.
No, because you're still taking it out of context.
You can provide your. You can provide.
Let me put it into context first, and then finish.
You can provide your correction when I'm done.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
What do you mean? What's wrong with me? I've just told you incorrect.
Let me finish.
Finish on what? An assumption.
Let me finish, bruv.
I've just told you you've got the assumption
wrong.
Where's
your manners, man?
It's not about let you finish. You just took it out.
Yes, it is about let me finish. It's a bloody conversation.
Bro, you just fully took it out of context.
You didn't want to listen to
fully took it out of context.
You didn't fully says that monologue, bro. It's a conversation.
You assumed that I meant everyone. Now let me finish and put it into a context.
I did not assume anything. I was very clear.
You just did though. I've just clearly told you that you took it out of context, and you said let me finish. About what? Something you took out of context.
Is this guy taking something?
Can I put it into context?
Are you intoxicated?
No. Can I put it into context so you can fathom what?
Calm down, bro. Calm down first of all.
Nah, I'm not gonna let him. I'm not gonna let him.
No, finishes.
Can I put
he thinks it's okay to interrupt people
in a way that you can fathom?
A whole point of a conversation.
You think it's okay to interrupt people because you have to say
listen to someone.
What you have to say
listen to what the other person is saying.
No, but he's took it out of context, bro.
All right, then after he finishes the conversation, you can say, look, you caught it out of context.
I told him there's no point finishing something that's continuing to take out of context.
He thinks what he has to say.
No, you don't know what I'm thinking. You're doing it again. You're taking it out of context.
You don't know what I'm saying.
How can you say that? How can you say that when you're saying that
he thinks you know what I'm thinking? I don't know what you're thinking. You don't know what I'm thinking.
Turn it down.
Stop trying to tell me what I'm thinking. Stop trying to tell me what I'm thinking. You don't know. You clearly don't know.
You're rude, man. You're rude, man.
It's not rude. You're rude for trying to tell me what I'm thinking, and you completely took me out of context.
You need to get muted, man. You need to get muted, man.
Wait a second, H. How can you
me?
I would mute you.
You mute me.
I would mute you in a heartbeat.
Go do it. Do it then, fool.
You get yeeted, not even muted. You be out here.
Shut up, man.
You're so rude.
You're a donut, man.
You
fully took me out of context. You're still
trying to fight through it.
No, I'm telling you, you don't know what I'm thinking. So stop trying to tell people what I'm thinking, you weirdo.
All right, wait a second. Wait a second. So you don't know what he's thinking, yeah? You don't know what he's thinking.
I don't know what he's thinking. You don't know what I'm thinking.
Let him think. Let him finish what he has to say. Yeah,
but
it's
he took
common
it out of
manners.
context.
Just allow him to say, even if what he's saying is wrong, you should have the ability
And he's
to
laughing
allow
because
me a minute to put it into
he's not even
context.
taking you seriously. He's laughing.
That's all it is, hate.
He's doing it on purpose. He's laughing.
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
He's no. He's
go on, just finish what you have to say, Tulu. Finish what you have to say.
Finish your assumption. Go on.
All right. So
allow it, H man. See, this is what I'm saying. Now you're just throwing digs, and now Zula has to throw one.
It's an assumption. I'm calling it what it is.
Allow it.
I
know you're laughing about it as well. See what I'm saying? That's how I know about you.
We'll let him be rude. We'll let him be rude. Yeah, I'll finish what I'm saying very quickly. So, from the little monologue you gave earlier, it clearly shows that Oh, you want to laugh?
I was laughing all along, mate.
Yeah. So it clearly shows that you think that everyone is aware or privy to things when you
based
are
on your assumption. Based on your assumption.
Bro, can you hear I'm speaking, man?
You're trying to tell me what I'm thinking, but you don't know what I'm thinking.
I don't have the patience for you. I don't have the patience for you. I don't have patience.
You ain't got patience. You're not.
I don't have patience for you because you're rude. You're rude.
I don't care.
I have not interrupted you. I have not interrupted you today.
Like Sniper said, man, empathy isn't like a natural thing, innit?
I have not interrupted you today. Where's your manners? You're gonna learn today. Don't worry. I'm gonna teach you manners.
This geezer, you know.
I'm not gonna stop until I finish. You're gonna learn manners today. You're not wriggling out of this one. I'm not letting you fight through this one. You're learning.
Go on, say your point. Say your invalid point. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. So, my advice to you is don't assume.
Make your point, man.
My advice.
Make your point about Tesla. Go on.
I'm making my point. Can you hear me speaking?
Say it then.
Come here, man. Have to respect to allow man to speak, man. Come on.
And you're laughing, you little. Oh. Anyway, so my quick advice is don't assume people are privy to things at the time you are privy to them based on whatever popular. Okay, man. I'm done, man. Just let him go, man. Because this guy's got no manners. Go ahead.
Just assuming. You're assuming. I didn't say that. You took it completely out of context. Now, the context was that information wasn't mainstream. Just like Jed was saying earlier about certain video, how it's just popped up and how it seems to be filtered. Now, that Tesla information seems to be filtered. Do you get what I'm saying? It's coming to the mainstream. Yeah, the people that knew about it, but it's really coming to the mainstream in the last 10 years since Tesla's been building his empire. So they only brought it to the mainstream because they're bringing it into the mainstream. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying that nobody knew about it because more people know about footballers than they know about actual shit. I'm not saying that people are dumb or nobody knew about it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people have been made aware about it because it's a narrative that's being pushed in the mainstream. And it should be obvious because everyone's going on about, like, they know what Tesla is. So half the people don't even know what a fucking toothbrush is. Mad.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that people don't know about Tesla.
No, I didn't say that they don't know about. I'm saying that the mainstream has made it more available, more in the public eye. Before it wasn't in the public eye, it was kind of hidden from the public eye. Do you get what I'm saying?
And still, today's not a lot of people know about Tesla.
Exactly, but there are more people that do know about it now. And people associate it with Tesla, the company. Do you get what I'm saying? So is it a coincidence that it's just been coming out in the mainstream? Especially if this technology is supposed to be ancient.
I swear the only reason why they're associated with it is because you use the technology of Tesla.
Exactly.
Right?
It's only because they're using the technology now. They want to bring it out in the open. But before that, it was kind of under wraps.
No, of course, due to, was it Edison?
Yeah, Edison and the Rockefellers and the banking industry, because all these scientists needs funding. So if you're onto something, they can block your funding, and now you're not onto something because you can't fund. Everything runs by
so
money.
That doesn't mean that it didn't exist. That should make you more aware that Tesla did make an invention that could create.
But it was suppressed. It's suppressed because they probably didn't understand it, so they thought, "Oh, let's understand it first."
No, they probably told you. So they're probably making it out to us that they've suppressed it when really and truly they're using it to their advantage right now.
True. But yeah, nobody knew about this stuff before 10 years ago. Like, it wasn't in the mainstream, but now all of a sudden it is. And I don't think it's coincidence.
I mean, I knew about heart 10 years ago, but I'm not going to sit there and say I knew about.
Yeah, but we know about it, but we don't know what it actually does. We only know what they tell us it does, and it's also assumptions and presumptions, bro. You get me? We don't make the text, so we don't know what it is. We're not trained to know what it is because we're not taught to know what it is, and so on.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't.
We can't understand it. Yeah, we can. We can understand anything that we choose to understand, but like, as you know, a lot of people are just like not willing to be educated, man. They don't. It's easier to be ignorant than it is to be like conscious in it.
Do you feel like you're ignorant in the contraception knowledge?
In ways, yeah, because I play on the Xbox couple hours a day. Do you know what I mean? So like.
So you think Xbox is a reason for you?
It's not natural. No. If I weren't playing Xbox, I'd probably be doing something to stimulate my mind. Do you know what I mean? Something constructive.
So you think Xbox is the reason why?
No, I'm just using an example, and that's like one of the things that's not natural in my life that I feel like I can do with less of.
I believe that it's just wasted potential. You know deep down in your heart what you need to do, but yet you choose not to do it.
Exactly. Why? Because it's easy option. Oh, I want to relax.
It's not though. It's not though. You actually, it's to your own detriment.
Yeah. But that's society. You get me.
Why are you blaming society again? It's you. This is what I'm trying to say. Exactly, I keep pointing everything at you, and every time I point anything at you, you keep deflecting back to anything else.
No, I don't always deflect back to everything else, but I'm just saying this is like a thing that it's like back in the day. I never used to gamble, never used to go in bookies. My brethren took me to bookies once. He's like, yeah, got a £5. Give him a £5, flipped into like a bag and a half, and give me a little drink. And I was like, right, is that easy, man? He was in there for like 10 minutes, and boom, next thing you know, I'm putting little pounds in there, here and there. Do you know what I mean? So it's like sometimes we adopt based on how easy it is. Wow, that was easy. Quick little couple of bills. Do you know what I mean? And then, but the reality of it is, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. The reality is, it's pot luck, isn't it? If he's going to pay, it's going to pay. If it's not, it's not. And 9 times out of 10, it's not going to pay you.
How about you even having that thought of me putting this money in there to get some sort of return in itself?
It comes back to that thing is if you've never had it, you'd never miss it. If I was never introduced to that quick little boom, yeah, I would have never been like, all right, let me just put a quid in there. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, society, you do pick things up, but then it's what you learn from those things you pick up that define, like, you know, like I don't even go in the bookies now and them kind of things. You know what I mean? It don't interest me. I see it for what the fuck it is. But then there's brethren who get introduced to it and they get sucked into it, and yeah. So society does have an effect in ways, and it's usually down to the individual, isn't it? What you choose to accept in your life and what you choose not to. What you choose to normalize, what you choose not to. And yeah, some people normalize, I don't know. It's like with the Tesla thing. Everyone goes on like they know what they're on about, but no one's got a fucking Tesla coil up there. It's mad. It's like everyone's like, yo, no, this does this, but what do you understand the science behind it? No, we don't. So yeah, we got to understand shit before we have our opinions, and you know, stop being ignorant and basing things on everything on theory. Because yeah, everything is theory, but you got to prove that theory in it. So we got to use.
But you got to also remember as well, though, H, that you have to, no matter what, everyone come at the beginning didn't have understanding. So you have to remember that everyone started from a beginning of something.
I agree.
So you got to remember that gives you an advantage because you are starting from a standpoint of knowing more knowledge. You understand?
But
so
then
that
when
means
your experiences make you more able to navigate, though. So all your experiences that you're going through in life, let's say something bad happens to you, you know how to navigate yourself the next time that situation occurs, or you can even prevent it from even occurring. Do you know what I'm saying? You can kind of take control of situations then, but you got to learn how to like lot of people, yeah, they go through things and they don't learn, and they keep going through these same things, and they beat themselves up. Why does it always happen to me? But they do it to themselves. And then there's some people that go through things and they're like, all right, this happened this time.
The same way Jed was saying earlier about the lady with the mask. You know, people end up saying it's habit.
Yeah,
you know, it ends up becoming your habit, and then before you know it, 10 years down the line.
Bang on, yeah.
It's
normalized. It's normalized. It's part of culture. Then it's a cult. Yeah, and
they say it takes 10 years for something to become a fact.
Not if you've been trained to believe it's a fact. Train them to believe it's a fact, even though it's probably not. Like, yeah, man.
It's literally mass hypnosis at its best.
Stockholm syndrome, bro. At its finest. Like you know, man. We see Wagwan, innit? We see Wagwan. But yeah, man, some people are happy partaking, bro, and it's all consensual. So we let it be, man. Can only guide people, and you know, and like you know, man, people like shortcuts, man. Everyone likes
you know
these
what?
smartphones.
This guy, I always come from a point of saying, do you know what? I don't know nothing myself. Understand?
Yeah,
I don't
man.
come from. Do you know what I mean?
I can guarantee there's people out there who.
Because I believe, when you come from that standpoint and you try and, you're not going to get through to anyone if you're coming from a point of ignorance. You understand? Like, you're sheep or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? The more and more I realize you try and tell someone not to do something, the more and more that person.
Sometimes you don't tell them not to. It's not telling them not to do something. Sometimes, like back in school, there's this one brother used to always stink, So everyone used to always cuss him, but never say nothing to him, innit? So man brought in some shower gel, little Lynx set thing, and that man come fresh next day. And like sometimes, people don't know, like until things are pointed out, and they're like, "Oh, you know what? Nice one for the hint." And they you can change people's patterns, man. Trust me, for the better. And yeah, man, like sometimes you have to be blunt, man. And then people are like, "Oh shit, I get it." Like. You ever been looking for your keys and they're right there in front of your face, and you're turning the yard upside down like, where the fuck are these keys? And they're right there. Yeah, like that, man. Something could be right in front of your face and you think you're looking for it, but you're
Yo, can I chime in for a second? Let me chime in for a second, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Big up H still, but I want to hear Zulu's opinion as well still, you know. You know what I mean? I know you've got your side of things, but can we also hear Zulu's opinion as well? Yeah? Sin? Is that all right with everybody, yeah?
Yeah, man.
All right. Respect still. Yeah. Let me just hear. I'm going to jump off again, but I just thought that I want to hear the both sides, you know what I mean? And kind of, you know, get a decent conversation like going still.
Come on.
All right?
Yeah.
All right. Bless up to the both of you still. Yeah, let's try and keep it civil. But bless to the both of you. See?
Respect, yeah, man. So what was your opinion? What was Uncle want to hear your opinion on?
I don't know, because last time I think we were speaking about Tesla or something like that, and then H started spazzing out. So I don't actually remember. I don't remember what my point was. Yeah. What were you just talking about now?
Everyone was talking
losing your keys or something like that?
No, I'm talking about how everyone was going on about Tesla this, Tesla that, but that information, nobody would have known about Tesla. Not as many people would have known about Tesla because it wasn't in the mainstream like it is nowadays. It's been pushed in the mainstream because they've got companies like Tesla. You get me? Only because they're monetizing on it. Now they're making it public knowledge. But before that, it was kind of suppressed. There was like very little people that were looking into it, and there's very little access to the information. So yeah. But I'm not saying the technology's probably been thousands of years old. We don't know. And we don't know because that information's suppressed. So even what we do know, how much of it do we know is fact? Because everyone, like I said, everyone talks about Tesla, but no one's got a fucking Tesla coil themselves. So I might just fucking build one. Fuck it.
That's what I'm saying. Can you not see people on the internet that have built them?
Yeah, yeah, but it's only since like it's been more and more common in the last 10 years. People actually are trying to learn and understand that technology.
See, the point we were making is about manipulating and that Tesla made was it a machine that can create earthquakes?
Yeah.
So and what was a tsunami? An earthquake within the water, right?
Yeah, but they've made tsunamis with nukes deep underwater. They set off nukes underwater and they create tsunamis as well. They've got loads of ways. They've got loads of ways. They can drop a tungsten rod from space into the ocean, create a mad tsunami. There's loads of ways to do this stuff, but yeah, like things like when people are going on about HARP and stuff, we don't know what it really fucking does. We only know what they tell us. It's like radar and it's
HARP was just another example that I used, H. But then again, you were disagreeing. Don't try and run away from the point. Don't try and run away from the point that I was trying to say to you. What I was trying to say to you, that you didn't want to agree on the fact that there is a machine that can create earthquakes.
Yeah, but we don't know that for a fact because where has it been demonstrated? A story that's on the internet about Tesla using it, and police come and took it off him and confiscated it and this and that. You know what I mean? Like,
So hold on, H. Are you saying that we cannot affect the Earth's environment by our behaviors and our actions?
What do you mean?
So they're saying there's nothing we can do.
No, we can alter. Yeah, we can alter the Earth's atmosphere and shit. Yeah.
Okay, so if we can alter the Earth's atmosphere,
what do you mean by atmosphere?
Why is it hard for us to make earthquakes? Why is that not possible?
I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't think some small little machine creates.
What makes you think it's small?
I saw the size of it. Like there's pictures on the internet, the Tesla one, and it shook the building. And yeah, they could reverse engineer it or whatever. But what's to say it was what they say it was? Like they lie about everything. What news article reading Rockefeller News or some shit? Like, do you know what I mean? Like who written?
They do lie about everything, but at the same time, they hide everything in plain sight.
And think about this, yeah. Think about this even more, yeah. We've got more freedom than we had back then. Back then, yeah. If you was onto shit, do you think you could speak about it like in public, mate? It was next level, man. People used to get hung and shit like that. Back in the day, man, they had ways to put people in mental houses, say you're crazy, just to silence them. Like, bro.
They still do that now.
Yeah, exactly. But you get the point, innit? So what makes you think that anything is actual, factual, and truthful unless they want it to be in their narrative, which they've put it in their narrative?
You have your own consciousness, you have your own brain, and you have your own ability to decipher what's exactly going on.
I wouldn't even say decipher. I'm like, just don't. It doesn't concern me, man. It's why trust it. It's why they push it. Like why they push it. The certain narratives they're trying to push really hard. They're really trying hard to push. Those are the ones you don't trust. But why are they trying so hard to push it?
So can I ask you a question, H? Do you not think they're trying to push the idea of
We've got wireless charging now, so technically we're already through that phase. We're at that phase now. You can get this wireless thing that you put your phone on top of it, automatically starts charging. Yeah. You can get mini Tesla coils where you can get like a fluorescent light bulb, put it nearby, and it will light it up. I've seen the videos. Like you can get little mini ones you can plug into your computer and shit. Yeah, man. But like I said, man, like that if that stuff's been out for hundreds of thousands of years and it's ancient technology, how come it's only been coming into the main domain in the last 10 years? Like you can actually buy these things and try to understand it, because they want people to learn about this technology, because this is the next phase that they're trying to go into, the wireless transmission. You know what I mean? All that kind of shit, man. We've had that wired, now we're at wireless, now we're at some next fucking phase. And yeah, man, went from black and white TVs to color TVs to 3D TVs to fucking hologram TVs. And yeah, man, 3D projections, mad. Yeah, man, technology's evolving, but maybe the people aren't. But yeah, man, the Tesla stuff, the earthquake machine, I don't know, man. Until certain things are proven, it's all questionable, and there's always that doubt. Coil. I'm gonna get one if they're like 40 quid or something. £16. What, bro? You can get one for like £8. Mini coil plasma speaker. Oh no, that's speaker. Mini self extraction tablets. 15 quid for a little USB one. Like, they're making it so accessible now. Like 10 years ago, this wasn't this accessible. Tell you straight. 15 years ago, it was even less accessible.
We know, because at the end of the day, you even know that people like Windows, Bill Gates, his technology, he holds back for like 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. They say that he's 10 years ahead in technology.
Nah, they're 10 years behind. China's 10 years ahead of these guys. That's why they're trying to start this war with China, because China don't want to share their technology. Yeah, trust me, China's got next level shit, bro. My brethren lives in China.
I trust that, but I don't believe that. I just believe that's the narrative that they're putting forward. Like, oh, we ain't got nothing but China do.
Nah, they rely on. Remember, the West of civilization that builds on it, sweat equity and slavery. Think about it. What are their main trades back a day? Yeah, so it's all evidential. Now, what did they started to do? They started to move their industrial technology to what they class as the third world countries. Now, the third world countries have learnt their shit, and they're actually cleverer, so they've perfected it. And they're at a further stage. There's certain things like, even like Russia's ahead of them in certain things. But on the chip making, electronics, robotics side, China's leading. China is way ahead. And it's because they push this technology to the younger generation, so the younger generation normalize it and want to learn it. But this generation don't do it like that. And all of a sudden, they started trying to get people interested in this shit.
Are we able to play the video? Does it be there?
I'm raggo buying one of these coils up straight up.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get back so we can play the video. Hopefully. These guys in the chat are funny, man. Sometimes he just rambles on and on, bro. It's like, ugh. I don't even know what to. I can't even contribute to that sometimes. It's just like, ugh. You know what I mean? That's why I was quiet. I was like, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. I'm giving all the energy. I just don't know what to say.
God speaks for you. That's why.
You see, when he does little things like that, it's like, ugh. You know what I mean?
Come on, man. I'm just speaking your facts.
You gave it a go, Mills. You know, I'll big you up for that. But I just couldn't do it, bro. I think I need more patience. I think that's definitely something I need to learn. More patience.
Definitely not, Doctor.
And like just dealing with people better. You know what I mean? I just need to learn that way better.
I definitely think that's definitely an art that everyone needs to learn. Like, and I need to get a hold of is that sometimes you're not in control of other people.
100%.
You know what I mean? And then you gotta let other people go through what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? There might be a certain journey of their road that they need to. Do you know what I mean? They need to be. So you just let them be. Trying not to get onto them too much, you know the ones.
But I think sometimes it's a lack of social intelligence and conversational intelligence. And I don't think I have the patience to teach people that. You know what I mean? Like, especially when they're of a certain age, you would assume that they just have it naturally. But when you speak to them and you realize, whoa, they don't have this social intelligence, it's like it's kind of frustrating.
You have so much vocabulary.
Because then it's like for example, right now, right, like this situation now, like a normal person surely wouldn't have done that while someone's speaking, right? But
What's
it's like
normal? What's normal?
Like how do you educate someone in that way of thinking?
No, go on.
Or should they be educated? Should you just leave them to behave like that? You know what I mean?
Because it's long. Because in a real life situation, do you know what I mean? That this wouldn't happen.
It wouldn't happen.
Is it?
And even if it did, you'd be like, look, let's see.
I'll just walk away. I'm like, I'm not talking to you. What the hell? You know what I mean?
But you talk to God.
You see, like little things like that as well. It's like children talk like that. Children don't even speak like that. It's like
You just said it yourself. So you're childish, are you? You believe in God, yeah?
Like I don't know. Like I honestly, yeah, when H is on, like it makes me not want to come because I don't know how to talk to people like this. I personally don't. I'll be honest with you. And it's not a job on you, H. It's probably something I need to work on. But I just don't know how to talk to you, bro. I'll be honest.
No, speak your truth, bro. Tell him to his face. Do you know what I mean?
Like there's times where I can talk to H. You know, we had the conversation the other day about volcanoes and shit. But then there's other times where it's just like like I don't know. Should I just let him rant or like what can I contribute to this? He's just talking and rambling and. I don't know, man. I say that I've probably got things that annoy people as well, even though I'm saying that. So I can't like I'm the best communicator because I'm probably not. So
how do you feel about that?
Just something I've observed of him of late, though.
Yeah.
And he's not alone. There's many people that have poor communication skills.
No, of course. Everyone's got something they can improve on.
Obviously, Zulu's got superior communication skills. That's what I was trying to say.
No, I've just told you.
Man's so superior. He speaks to God, communicates.
But hey, I've just told you I'm impatient. I've told you my faults. I said I'm impatient. You know what I mean? We all have faults in it. I know mine. But the question is, do you know yours?
Yeah, what you see as a fault, I don't see as a fault. You see, so it's all a base of opinion.
But you see, I would call that pride, not being able to reflect on your own actions.
So you believe it's a subjective?
I'm conscious of what I do, mate. I'm not docile like most, but yeah.
So you're consciously being rude.
You're consciously assuming, are you?
Yeah. It's just dopey behavior. It's like low level of brain cells. Like that kind of behavior for me is just jarring, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Get off your high horse, mate.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, bro, I can hear you. Finally.
All right, well, man said finally, you know.
I can't take H's rambling, bro. I tried. I just can't, man.
All right, cool.
You know, it's mad though. He's been rambling for time, and I've been bare quiet.
You've been quiet. Is that how you perceived what happened?
That's what I'm saying. I'm on about for like the last 15, 20 minutes while you've been talking, mate.
I've been talking for 15 minutes.
Literally, the only person that's been talking is you for like the last 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes. Hold on. I've been talking for 15 minutes just now.
Okay, mate.
Really? Really? You're crazy, bro.
Do you want me to rewind the stream and play it back to you? And
you're crazy, bro.
You time scale to you, the joker.
Bro, you're rambling on about Nikola Tesla for 30 minutes, bro. I was quiet.
No, that was a conversation. Rambling. That was me, like actually talking like stuff that you can actually look up and find proof of, like that. How there wasn't much proof on the internet 10 years ago. Yeah. things that you can actually look up. You're dumb. That's it. You're just dumb and ignorant. I'm just too
You're
religious,
sick,
mate.
man.
You're
You're
dumb and
sick,
ignorant,
man.
too religious. But
I don't even know
don't
what to.
bother me.
I
What
don't
you
even know
are,
how
though,
to
that's the thing.
communicate.
But it's funny that it bothers you. You're so concerned about me. Thank you.
Do you not see how? Do you not see it's a problem to where people are struggling to communicate with you?
It's a problem to you because you're weird.
Is there anything in you that can say, hey, maybe it's me? Why are people
Seems
struggling
like you're weird. Go
Why
talk
are
to
people
yourself,
struggling to communicate with me? Have you not noticed that? How many people don't like talking to you, bro? Just think about that. Or are you just gonna think that it's them? Is it them or is it you? Because I don't have anything against you, even until now. I just don't like talking to you because you're very hard to communicate with. You're very rude. You don't know when to stop, and you just waffle. And you do all the time. All the time. It's even worse when we're talking about religion. Don't even need to get into that. I think you know.
What did he go?
Oof.
Yeah, he left.
Fucking knows me, dude.
I don't have the patience for people like that, man. And it's like I said, it's my problem.
Speak the truth, bro.
It's my problem, man. It's my problem. It's not.
I'm gonna play this video.
Please.
Yeah, I wasn't involved. That's why I didn't moderate. I wasn't. I weren't really here. I was just doing a couple of things. We're trying to do something, but it weren't working. But yeah, I had it on mute. I could see people popping in and out. But yeah, I'm not trying to, make this platform be overly regulated or overly moderated. So sometimes, you're not just gonna be left to your own devices. But yeah, big up H, man. Come back, bro. I don't know what happened, but just come back, man. It's all good, bro.
Why won't anybody wake up? It doesn't take much to look around and realize that something is very wrong and that we're in the midst of a battle of consciousness. Those of us who have set on the journey of expansion and rediscovered our divinity oftentimes are baffled how so many people live each day almost like nothing is wrong or abnormal about the world's condition. The energy extraction matrix system is happening on such a fundamental level that to ignore it seems almost inhuman. We tell ourselves that if only people were to take time to perform a detox of themselves, meditate, discover that everything they know is a lie, then they could start to lift the mask of illusion off themselves and the world. But that's assuming all beings are living souls. Most are, in fact, already dead. In his Hermetic text, The Stellar Man, John Baines writes that there is a collective unconscious consistently exerting a de-individualizing influence on humanity. He calls this the collective soul, or central computer. This central computer is what I have previously called the secondary AI oversoul. An oversoul is a conglomeration of souls, also called a soul group. An oversoul transcends individual consciousness. We can think of it as funneling the underlying attributes of that soul's intelligence. The oversoul of the living souls contain divine intelligence, since it is still tethered to the pleroma, the source of this intelligence. The secondary oversoul of the organic portals, however, has only a parasitic intelligence which attempts to mimic that of the living souls. The secondary oversoul formed over time. Living souls connected to the original oversoul decided to experiment with division, fear, addiction, illusion to such an extent that they completely cut themselves off from sources nourishing light. Because of this, the secondary oversoul instilled a program of automatic energy vampirism. This constant vampirism we see is not an act of evil, but an act of desperation, of a soul group who has lost their way. The organic portals are conglomerated into a sort of virus that aims to infect and assimilate. They are dead. This may be difficult to digest. To say most people are dead would mean many of your loved ones, friends, family, teachers, favorite musicians are not organic forces like you thought, but are a part of a complex AI consciousness. A soulless being appears as full of life as anyone, but we are dealing not with a complete person as we think of on all levels. We're dealing with something that suggests a constructed reflex machine, which can mimic a true being. An organic portal can seem to have creative ideas, moments they hold dear to their heart, but at the end of the day, their function is to consent to and sustain the energy extraction matrix. Their AI software dictates that their life will be focused on material, monetary, personal, and fleshly interest. The 20th century Russian esoteric author Boris Maraviv wrote in his work Gnosis that there are two types of humans, Adamic man and pre-Adamic man. This is how he classified the organic portals, or soulless beings, and the living souls. Maraviv writes, the scriptures contain more than one reference to the coexistence of these two humanities, which are now alike in form, but unlike in essence. The anthropoid race are the descendants of pre-Adamic humanity. The principal difference between contemporary pre-Adamic man and Adamic man, a difference which is not perceived by the senses, is that the former does not possess the developed higher centers that exist in the latter, which, although they have been cut off from his waking consciousness since the fall, offer him a real possibility of esoteric evolution. When one is in the process of growing and strengthening the soul, the control system, the AI consciousness, will automatically insert more organic portals into the living soul's life. As such, their growth will be ridiculed, ignored, argued about, and oftentimes the living soul is left with a dilemma: to follow their inner truth or to submit to the system. The targets of the energy extraction matrix are those with self-aware consciousness who find themselves caught in the muck of sentient programs. Boris Maraviv explains that organic portals, the descendants of pre-Adamic man, have a sort of automatic reaction to stifle the progress of living souls. Therefore, when a living soul aims to connect with the true essence of their being, organic portals, he writes, will automatically become instruments of the general law, which makes sure that those who step out of line are brought back to the fold. This is how a man's foes shall be those of his own household. So some of you may be wondering, how do I know if I'm a living soul or an organic portal? But asking this means that you are a living soul. You're questioning reality at a level higher than an organic portal can truly do. If deep within you there remains a flame burning for the truth, for wisdom, courage, resilience, for unity, this means you are indeed a living soul.
What do you think about that, bro?
That's just deep, man. I mean, I could see where he was trying to reference scriptures, but I'd also can see where there's some esoteric in there, mostly. I want to know where this theory came from first before we can even see if I agree with it. You know what I mean? I want to know where it came from, who started it, and yeah.
If the idea came from Lucifer himself or itself, would that make it less true?
It would mean that it's upside down in some ways.
It has to be?
Yeah, because there's always a lie embedded in truth when it's Lucifer, isn't it?
Nah, I don't think so. I think he can tell you a lie, or he can bring forward a lie, then bring forward the truth, then bring forward a lie. And these are separate pieces of information. But because maybe you discover the first to be a lie, or you suspect the first to be a lie, you then take the second truth to be a lie too, which is, do you know what I mean? So I think it works in that way too, where he can actually tell the truth, knowing that because it's come from that arena, you will think it's a lie.
Okay, but can you also not think that him telling the truth is only for his benefit, not ours?
Yes, the benefit of telling the truth would be that coming from a source that you don't trust automatically, you will discard that truth, or knowing that that truth is a truth that maybe has been hidden from you for a reason. He will unveil it to you.
Okay.
Did Adam and Eve die when they ate the apple?
No, but they're not alive anymore.
No, that's cool. But were they told that the day that they eat the apple they will surely die?
Yes.
Did they die on the day they ate the apple?
Of course not.
Were they lied to them?
No. From dust to dust. The bodies began to die.
Oh, began to die, but that's not what was said though. Not began to die. It was die.
You're going from immortality, or essentially, the assumption of being alive forever, to now aging and dying, decaying.
Cool. Yeah, but I'm saying when they ate the apple, they lived. They didn't die. They lived. According to the Bible, they lived for hundreds of years after.
Mm-hmm.
That's not dying. That sounds like a lie. That's not dying. That's not being dead. Sorry, that might be dying, but that's not being dead. Unless when God said, on the day you eat the apple, you surely die, God's idea of a day is different. And then we can go back to the 7-day theory after that and readjust that then. If God speaking to man described him dying in a day, and man did not die in 24 hours, then what did God mean by on the day you eat of the fruit, you shall surely die?
I'm not sure if what I'm thinking is what it is. I can theorize about that, but I'm not sure.
Okay, let's theorize and just say, oh, we're theorizing.
Because this is the thing though, when they ate the fruit, God's reaction to them eating the fruit, it wasn't like, oh, you're gonna die now. Like when they ate the fruit straight away, it was like, where are you? And then he encountered them, and then he was like, what have you done? Because he noticed that they ate the fruit, because they were wearing clothes, they're wearing fig leaves.
God asks a lot of questions for all-knowing being, don't you think?
Yeah.
Like, where were you? He asked Satan that as well. Oh, where you been?
Where have you been? Yeah.
That doesn't sound like an omnipresent, all-knowing being.
Well, can an all-knowing being ask a question for an effect?
Why, if he knows the outcome? I'm going to ask you a question. I know the truth. I know you're going to lie, or whatever. You didn't even lie. I just know the truth. So in fact, Satan didn't even lie. Neither did Adam and Eve. But he already knew the answer, and he knew he would tell them the truth. So why ask?
I think the questioning, in my opinion, has got to do with an audience. It's got to do with us not being privy to that all-knowingness. So for our context and knowledge, he's asking, or the writer is asking on behalf of God, in terms of like the storyline. So we know.
A man that saw another being created from his rib, I don't think would be in much doubt of the power of the being he was speaking to.
No, I'm saying for us reading.
So for Adam and Eve, God asked Adam and Eve so that it could be written down in the Bible so that we could read it.
No, I mean the person that wrote Genesis put those questions in there.
Oh, so the person that wrote Genesis is lying about God's conversation with Adam and Eve.
I'm not saying he's lying.
Yes,
I'm saying it's context.
You're saying he's lying.
I'm not saying he's lying. You're trying to say that I'm saying he's lying. I'm definitely not saying that.
You're saying he's lying because you're saying that he said stuff that God didn't say. That's a lie.
No, I didn't say God didn't say that. I'm saying that by putting the question in there,
it
allows us to know what God's all-knowing.
Did God ask the question or not?
I believe so, yeah.
Right. So then if God asked the question, no one put it in there for any context. They just put in what God asked. If God asked the question, my question is, Why is God asking questions to answers he knows? Why is he asking questions he knows the answer to, and he also is aware that he's going to get the truth? So it's not like he's like, let me see if this motherfucker lies, like your mom would do or your girlfriend would do. He knows that they're going to tell the truth, and he knows the answer. So why bother?
Okay, so I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
A mathematics teacher, right, will ask the student, what's 2 + 2? Does the teacher not know the answer already when he's asking the student this question?
But if the teacher knew that the student knew the answer, he'd move on to a different question.
But he will still ask him, though, just for training.
No, he wouldn't. If he knows that you know and you're going to answer correctly, he's not going to ask you. What for? What kind of teacher? What's that for?
No, but isn't the whole point of questioning the students to get them to focus and provide an answer to the problem, to provide a solution to the problem?
Yeah, if you don't know it, to work it out. But if you already know it, and I know you know it beyond the shadow of a doubt, because I'm all powerful and can read your mind and know what's in your heart, then why would I be asking you? It doesn't make no sense.
But then when you look at the question I was asked, for example, when he said, where are you and what have you done? If you look at the answer that was given to God, you will see that if God didn't ask that question, the significance behind that answer, wouldn't have known it. Like if you look at the answer that Adam gave God, it's very, deep. So like the questions may not necessarily be for
This is
him.
funny. Why do we act like God is going to be surprised at some point? He knows all of this. He knew at the time of creating Adam that me and you would have this conversation today. Nothing is beyond his knowledge. So what are we talking about, bro?
But like I said,
unless that's not the God you believe in. If you don't believe God has those qualities, then you can say so. That's perfectly fine by me.
No, that's not the case.
Oh, so you do believe he knows?
I think there's a misunderstanding.
Hold on. At the time of creating Adam, he knew that Zulu and Jedi would have this conversation.
I think, he knew we would have this conversation. Yeah,
right, and he knew the outcome of the conversation. He knows both of our outcomes in life, in general, in existence. He knows exactly where we're going, what we're destined for. He preordained.
Big up.
Big up.
I get what you're saying, but I think the fact that these events are recorded has a big part to play, and that because these events are recorded, they are now made an example for those that read it or learn about it. So
he asked Adam the question, knowing that it will be recorded in a book, and that some people will have the opportunity to look at this book with an unfiltered paradigm as to whether it's true or not. And this is his belief. This is what God knew.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Can I just say one?
No, 1 second. Let me get some answers first. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to understand, why is God asking questions?
It's because he wants us to confess the truth.
And he knows that Adam is going to say the truth.
Because he wants us to confess the truth. He wants us to be confessed. He wants it to be confessed.
Wait. What is the point of confessing the truth when his heart already confesses? You know what I mean?
Because, like I said, there's an audience. There's people that will look at this event thousands of years to come. We don't know what's in Adam's heart. So the only way we can know it is if he's questioned and if he confesses.
This makes no sense, bruv. This makes no sense.
If that wasn't recorded, you wouldn't have known about that conversation.
It makes no sense, bro.
If it wasn't recorded, you wouldn't have known about the conversation.
Hold on, Spence.
Assalamu alaikum.
It doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense to me.
Well, try help it make sense.
Because what you're doing, Jez, is you're isolating that event to just God and Adam, the conversation between God and Adam. Right. But I'm looking at it to where how everything is interconnected and God is timeless. So he sees the future, the past, and the present. So if he's having a conversation with Adam and he's just doing the all-knowingness, knowing everything, boom, 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 and then that's it, and there's no public or
it's not
exterior, if there's no exterior confession or exterior conversation that can be recorded, how am I going to know the interconnectedness of that whole event if it's not recorded, if he's not asking the question.
I don't know. What do you mean the interconnectedness of that event?
The significance of Adam's answer would never be known if God didn't ask him that question.
There's no significance in the answer.
There's a huge significance in the answer.
What's the significance in the answer?
So you can even have a whole study on the answers. For example, the answer was, let me get the passage. I don't like paraphrasing. But he was basically saying it's the woman that you gave me that made me eat the fruit and da-da-da-da. Like all of that stuff there wouldn't have had that stuff to break down if he didn't ask him that question.
What is there to break down? It's the truth. He doesn't like God could have said, Adam, the woman I gave you, by the way, when I created, I knew that this was going to happen because I'm not all knowing, but I created it anyway. The woman I gave you gave you an apple, you ate it. He could have filled those blanks in. He doesn't need Adam to say it. Just like nobody was there to fill in the blanks of on the fourth day he created this, on the first day he did that, before that the heavens and the earth were separated. There was no need for like. Come on, brother. Who wrote Genesis?
Exactly.
Moses.
Who narrated?
Who wrote Genesis?
Moses.
Okay. So this is what Gabriel was telling Moses on the mountain.
I don't know about Gabriel. God spoke to Moses. So
sorry, yeah. Okay. God spoke to Moses and gave him the information of the beginning of earth.
Yes, but these stories were known by other peoples like Sumerians and so on and so on.
How?
Because this information was passed down from Noah to
remixing.
From Noah. There's no remixing.
How did Noah know?
If you read in the scriptures, it tells you that Noah passed this down to his 3 sons. This information.
How did Noah know that information?
Because he would have learned from his grandfather, and his grandfather would have learned from his grandfather. And his grandfather was Adam. It goes all the Noah's like.
Where's the detailing of? So you're saying God explained to Adam the process of making the earth?
This information was passed down orally.
Are you saying God is the narrator? Is God the person that told Adam and Adam passed it on to Cain and Abel? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Because there would have had to be an explanation to why we can't go into the garden. Because if you read in the passage, the cherubims that were guarding the garden didn't allow anyone to enter in after they were kicked out. So because some people tried to get into the garden, but the cherubims were outside of the garden blocking it. So Adam would have had to provide it.
So you're saying that Cain and Abel themselves would not have been able to explain why they'd been kicked out of the garden. God, Adam and Eve explained to their children and their whatever, their family, the story of being kicked out of the garden has nothing to do with the 7-day creation period.
Yes, because because it's part them being created on the 6th day is a part of the creation story.
No, because after the 7th day, after the Sabbath, after the resting, the incident happened with Adam and Eve, which I'm assuming was not in days but was in years.
I don't know. I can't say when we ate the fruit. So I don't know when they ate the fruit.
How close to the telling of the first Sabbath?
I don't know, bro. It could be hundreds of years.
You got your Bible there, bro.
It doesn't say.
Hold on, brother. It doesn't say.
It doesn't say like the day they ate the fruit. It doesn't say. You know what I mean? So there's a gap there.
Okay, no. In the text, what is the space of verses or chapters in between that? And what happens in between the 7th day and the eating of the fruit? Chronologically in the Bible, what takes place?
As soon as the 7-day creation story, which is Genesis 1, it goes to Genesis 2, where it talks about the creation of the Garden of Eden and forming man from the dust of the earth, and then it goes on to the serpent tempting Eve. So there's no like in between time period.
Wait. So after the 7th day, Eden was created. Is that what you're saying?
No. Genesis 2 is basically reiterating what's happening in Genesis 1 on the 6th day.
Okay, yeah.
So reiterating what's happening on the 6th day, like specifically how is man formed, the environment man is in. And then Genesis 3 goes straight to the serpent, tempting Eve. So I don't know the time period between when Adam and Eve was created to them eating the fruit. It could have been months, years, weeks. I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't even guess. You know what I mean?
So hold on. When Moses was given, the Torah, right?
He wasn't given. He wrote. He wasn't given. He wrote the Torah.
He wrote the Torah. He wrote all of the Torah.
Yes.
From Genesis to, what was it? Numbers or Deuteronomy or which one?
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy, right? So then, in which part is his death?
His death is recorded in Deuteronomy. Joshua is the one that finishes it, though. And he writes the book of Joshua as well. Joshua was the one that accompanied Moses and was Moses.
So then God didn't give him the whole thing then?
No, but when we're talking about God giving him, we're talking about the origin story, the Genesis, the Bereshit. Because obviously he was living Exodus, so he wouldn't need God to write Exodus. He was living in Deuteronomy and Numbers. So when we're talking about God giving him information, we're talking about the stuff, before the flood and even after the flood, Abraham, all that stuff. And even some of the Abraham stuff, he could just ask the Hebrews, because these guys would have passed down this information orally before it was in a book anyway.
No, so, but why is he doing that when you're talking to God directly? You're getting the instructions.
Well, of course you can get it from God directly, but I'm saying, like, obviously these are not stories that would just run, like, they would have known, the Hebrews would have known about this before Torah, because this is ancestral, just like how now in Africa, they have dances for the ancestors, they have songs. These things there's methods to pass.
So which bit can we definitively say God wrote? Just Genesis, yeah?
God is responsible for the whole Bible in terms of inspiring the writers. It says that the Holy Spirit inspired the writers of the book. So it's not in the sense that God is writing it with his finger. The only thing God wrote with his finger is the Ten Commandments in pertaining to Genesis, not Genesis, the Torah. Because if you read in the Torah, it says that God wrote the Ten Commandments with his own finger on the stone tablets.
Well, but is the Torah the Ten Commandments though?
No.
Right. And most of the commandments are in what chapter of the Bible?
Most of the commandments, like the 613 laws, that's in the book of Leviticus and Numbers.
And who wrote that?
Moses.
Right. Or the Levitical priests, right? That traveled with Moses.
Yeah, they would have had scribes, but Moses was very educated. He was an Egyptian prince, so he would have been able to write anyway.
And which point was he writing as well? Because you got the stone tablets, and then they supposedly go on their journey, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when Moses went back up on the mountain after he smashed the stones, because the Egyptians,
the second time, right?
Yeah, he started recording these things in scrolls. Even after he died, if you read the book of Joshua, it talks about the Israelites carrying the book of the law. So they had scrolls or collections of these books, even during the time of not too far from when Moses died. So these things were recorded in a Torah or in scroll form during that time. It talks about the book of the law when you read in Leviticus and Joshua. So they had the Torah.
So now you're saying that the 5 books of Moses was mostly compiled by Moses, a little bit by Joshua, and Genesis by the Creator himself.
As in the Creator telling Moses what happened and Moses writing it down.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, you would have had
the Creator, one second, is the Creator, the way it's written, is the Creator the narrator of the story? Because if you say in the beginning, God said, let there be light, and there was light, that's you explaining an action of the Creator.
Of course.
Or the instruction he gave.
It's not in first person, you're right. It's not God saying, I created, it's saying in the beginning. So that's why I view Genesis 1 as like I don't want to say poem, but most like a short kind of like story of like sequence of events. First day, second day, third day.
Think about it. Are there other beings that God has created around to record that? Just like a man said, Gabriel, for example. Was Gabriel around during this event?
You're saying did the angels record Genesis? Is that what you're trying to say?
Maybe. It could be. I mean, that could be the first narration. Yeah, because if you're saying, oh, God said, let there be light, where was you? Oh, God's face passed over the face of the waters. Yeah. Where was you?
Yeah, but why would you get the information from an angel when God himself, who created the planet, is giving you the information?
But sometimes God sends messengers, doesn't he?
Yes, but it says that but in the scriptures Moses spoke with God, like specifically.
Yeah, but some of these angels are really good at passing information, like Gabriel, for example. So he is like the constant messenger, the guy who you think. So it wouldn't be far-fetched to say he could possibly be the one narrating that version that people have. Do you get what I'm saying?
In the book of Exodus, Deuteronomy, it's very clear that Moses spoke face to face with God. It says that in the scriptures. So we're not talking about in the middle man or an angel. He spoke with God on the mountain.
Because
that's what the scripture says.
Yeah, but the scripture says you can't see the face of God, and if you did, you'd probably like die or disintegrate.
Which is why Moses asked God, "Can I see your face?" And God said, "No, because the day you would see my face is the day you perish." And this is why whenever Moses even went to speak to God on the mountain, when he would come down, he would have to cover his face because beams of light would emanate from his face and his body. He would have to wrap his face with a veil.
There was a cloud with lightning and stuff.
He had to veil his face because light would emanate from it. But that's how extreme that environment was when he was communicating with God up there in that mountain. So it's clearly speaking to God. He's not speaking to into the intermediary being like an angel or a messenger. He's speaking to God.
So can you point me to another time when God spoke to someone directly, other than that situation and supposedly that situation? Because it doesn't really seem like it was God physically. Because what you explained to me before, remember, was that the lightning and there was earthquakes and all sorts going up there in the mountain, innit?
God has spoken to many people directly through his word or through angels. Right. So if it's through the word, it's obviously through Jesus. So for example, the being speaking to Adam and Eve in the garden isn't the Father. It's the word. It's the word, the God in the physical form. You've also got God speaking to Abraham when
hold on, God in the physical form.
As in God representing the word God representing the Father.
Oh, I get you. I mean, big G or little g, you mean?
No. I'm not that. As in the word God, who is the physical representation of the immaterial consciousness representing God. So whenever God is communicating to human beings as God, it's not the Father on the throne. It's the word representing the Father.
And what's his name?
He's the word.
The word?
Yeah, the word in John 1, the word in the beginning, the word was God.
Hold on, what's that in Hebrew? What does that mean in Hebrew? Because it's not in English. I mean, it couldn't be. You say the word.
In the Greek, it's the logos. In the Hebrew,
God is the logos. The physical God is the logos. Okay. Because I can understand what you're saying, because the Sumerians believed that the physical God was named Anu.
Yeah, the Egyptians also had the same concept of the ray, and then the sun, where the ray emanates from the sun, reflecting. This is another thing. This whole Trinity concept isn't like something that just we made up. It's even seen within nature, because God says that his handiwork, his signature is in nature. You can find the gospel in nature. So you will see these same analogies within nature, which is why the Egyptians had the concept of the hidden God, and then the God that emanates from the hidden God. These are some of the oldest concepts.
But then when they're saying it's the physical God you can see, and then they're referring to the sun. So
because it's a natural example.
Wait. Where is the physical God? You get me? There's no such concept, because we don't have that concept. We don't believe in what you're talking about God being a physical, unless it is the individuals themselves. They are saying these people are gods and goddesses, but they're still human beings. They're still physical.
But God came down to this earth 2,000 years ago in the physical.
God came down to this world 2,000. Well, no, it seems like he came down before that still.
He's been. The word has been many times, but the word fully became man 2,000 years ago.
Right. The Son of God.
Yeah. So when you're saying where is the God in the physical, he was here 2,000 years ago. He was here. So there's no where is he.
I understand in the other concept of other people thinking that the physical people of the planet are the gods and goddesses, not that anyone else exterior, or even if they were exterior, they were still same like us, physical. And you could see them and they were tangible and they're named and all of that. But they all come from the source or from the essence, which is the sun, for example, being the lowest form or the physical example of the unseen. You get it? So the physical and embodiment of the unseen is the Atunre. Yeah? Where you get Arten from, or Akhenaten, and
Akhenaten came up with that concept.
No, I mean not the concept of the Arten or the Atunre. No, Atunre, Amun-Re, Amun-Re, and yeah, there's 4 of them at least. Sorry, you got what I'm saying, and that is like the lowest one. The Arten, we know what that is. That's the sun. It represents the sun, that attribute of the unseen, because the unseen is going to be behind all of it. You get it? But the physical thing you can see and no one can argue with is the sun. That brings life, gives life, brings energy, whatever, you know what I mean? Allows for growth and whatever else. So it's slightly a different concept. Did you get it? But I do understand where you're coming from, though. But yeah, I just think that, yeah, the physical God thing, yeah, it starts to put realms of confusion in other parts of the Bible, where they're saying, look, you couldn't see the face of God. Now you're saying man was wearing veil. I'm not necessarily sure about all that, but I do agree that there's something going on up there. I don't know if that was God, though. It could have been an angel. I feel that some places in the Bible.
Maki, you're saying could have been, but the Bible tells you what happened. It's like you're looking at the script and you're saying, no, I don't think what happened is what is recorded on the script. I think it's something else. But then you're basically just changing the story then. That's what you're doing. Because the Bible clearly tells you he spoke to God. It wasn't angels.
I'm asking, look, they're asking, remember the Bible is filled with stories and allegories. So I can either take that story literally, or I can examine it and break it down, and that's what people do.
When you say the Bible is full of allegories,
yeah, that means that means that there's stories that there's a message within it. It doesn't mean that it's 100% true. 1 second, bro. It doesn't mean that it's 100% true. It's trying to tell you a story or trying to give you an example of something. Do you get it? Or how to live, how to do certain things, or
I think the Bible is more of a history book and a spiritual book than a book of allegories. Because I think when you say it's a book of allegories, it's like you take the wisdom behind it, but you don't give credence to the fact that what is recorded might have actually happened. It's like
I give credence. No, I give credence to what was written in the Bible. If the Bible says,
yeah.
Before God created Adam, did you know Adam would be lonely and needed a woman?
Yeah.
Why didn't he create a woman at the same time, or straight after? Why did he wait for Adam to request for Adam to express loneliness?
Because it's another confession of Adam's needs, and which can be recorded and witnessed by the viewer. And not only is it that the case, but if you look at the location of which Eve was created from, which is the rib, it's also to signify the equalness of man and woman. Because if Eve was created,
Eve from the rib, like
allegory.
If Eve was created from the toe, if Eve was created from the knee, or whatever it may be, someone could use that as an excuse to say she's less than Adam. But the fact that
she could have been created from the, like, if you don't want that excuse to say she's less than Adam, just create it at the same time.
But then the significance of her being created from Adam's flesh or from Adam's bone shows a relation, or sort of like they're connected in some way. But if they're created separately,
just do that the next day, or do it later after you created him. Say, like, now I'm going to create your woman from your rib. Why do you have to? Why do you have to wait? Like, come on, bruv. This all-seeing being is playing games, bro.
But this is the thing, though. When you're asking these questions of preference, or why didn't he do this? Why didn't he make this?
No. It's not a preference. No. It's understanding.
It's like, I don't know God's preference.
No. I'm giving respect to the being that you worship. yeah, I'm giving respect to the being that you worship, as in, or the idea of the being, as in, he's an all-knowing, all-powerful being. So then everything that goes outside of that, it's like games, bruv. Like, you have to understand. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful at all. To me, it's like it comes across as games, because it's like, I know it's like I'm gonna give you a cigarette, and I know you're gonna want a lighter, but I'm gonna go downstairs and wait for you to ask me for a lighter. Then I'm gonna come and bring you a lighter. Like, almost like I've created a dependency. I've created a being dependent on me, and yet I'm gonna play games with the things I know he needs.
But you're saying it from the perspective of God, as if our perspective doesn't matter, as if how we view the event doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
It's like you're focusing on God's all-knowingness.
Why does how we view an event matter?
Because it's our souls that's in this battle. This whole battle of good and evil is for our souls.
Why are you battling with something you created?
I'm not saying God. I'm just saying we are battling.
Why have you created something that has to battle for its soul?
Because it's something that the thing that you've created did to himself.
It's a game, bro.
No, you're trying to make it like it's a game. I understand it perfectly,
brother. 1 second. You said something we did to ourselves. That's inaccurate for all-knowing and all-powerful being to create us, knowing the outcome. He created this outcome because he is the master and creator of. God created the outcome of man needing to battle for his soul. Nothing was done outside of God's predetermination.
No? Is that not true?
All right.
Huh?
No, you're speaking. I'm listening.
No, that was a statement I was making.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
That's cool.
I agree, 100.
Interesting.
We don't agree on everything, but I agree on definitely
You
that.
definitely don't agree on everything.
Yeah. No, I'm talking to Jedi. I'm not talking to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that. Yeah. So
what's wrong? What did I say wrong?
I mean, that's your opinion, isn't it? I don't share those beliefs with you, but
no, it's not my opinion. It's your opinion.
No, but you're giving your opinion on my opinion, so it is your opinion.
No. Hold on. Unless when you say all powerful, all knowing, omnipresent, you mean something else than what it says. If you got someone that knows our deeds and knows the outcomes of everything, our beginnings and our end, yeah, a being that is timeless and knows the outcomes and knows all things, the beginning and the end, he knows and has witnessed, then it's playing, because even calling him he consistently is just another thing that I don't fully grasp.
The meaning.
What makes you a male without a penis or the ability to reproduce or the counter of a female? There's no, if you're one of a kind, how can you be gendered?
No, Zulu understands it as that all-seeing or the unseen creator can create a physical embodiment of itself.
Yeah, that's fine. Right? That's fine. But before it was a physical embodiment of itself, we still calling it him. He, God did, he did.
I know.
So before any, like, I suppose you mean Jesus when you're saying physical embodiment of yourself.
That's
before Jesus came, which is how many years, like long time after creation, we still refer to God as a he, Father of the heavens.
Did you say what? Oh yeah, he was there during the creation.
Exactly. What do you think when he says "let there be"? Who's doing that? Who's the word in that beginning?
Okay, so who's narrating then? When I asked you who's narrating, and you said you're not sure, and then it's either got to be Jesus or it's got to be one of the other angels. That's what I said. No,
it's like you guys are trying to think for God, like,
or maybe the devil.
I just don't.
Because
like, I'm okay with not knowing God. I'm okay with not knowing.
Who's taking notes underwater?
I'm okay with not knowing what God's thinking.
Yeah, I'm saying, I hear all of that, but just to do an overview, it's like I'm being introduced to an entity according to the book that sets up scenarios that he knows and had full control of the outcome, and explains it to us as some form of battle or some kind of war for our souls or some kind of battle between good and evil, but it's not. It's one all-powerful, all-knowing, omni-creator that has created all the scenarios that we experience. The outcomes, like the dynamics, the rules, the laws of this battle, of this experience, is all dictated by this one being. And yet we're supposed to sit here and just participate in it. Just because.
You're not participating in it if you reject him. So it's kind of like
still participating in the scenario that God has created. Yeah. And in this type of game, non-participation is still, or non-compliance to the rules is still participation. You participating by default, whether you like it or not, with zero choice of whether you want to participate in this reality or not. It's thrust upon you.
Can you choose to exist?
No, this is the whole point I'm saying. God made me exist. God decided I exist, knowing that I wouldn't comply and I would end up in hellfire. He created me for that purpose.
And you made a choice.
Just to go into hellfire.
But you made the choice at the end of the day.
No.
Because the point.
Bear in mind, I was given no choice to exist. I had no choice on my outcome that God already predicted. So before I existed, God knew what my outcome would be. So don't now try and call it a choice. Now He's created me, and I've fulfilled what He knew I would fulfill before He created me. That is no form of choice, my brother.
It's a choice. It's a choice,
bro.
I'm not allowed to speak.
Yes, sorry. I'm just getting passionate, bro. If you know that I'm gonna fucking get run over by a fucking number 8 bus on a Sunday, yeah, in the 18th year of my life, yeah, 10,000 years before I was created, and then you create me and I fulfill what you already knew would happen, how the fuck are you calling that a choice? I had no remit to go against what God has already predetermined. It's basic.
But this is the thing. But now you're trying to explain how God's all-knowingness works. But this is the thing, though. There's so many theories.
Are they different ways to know all?
Well, there's middle knowledge. There's the default. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's many ways to even break down all knowingness. Like, because the concept of
middle knowledge is not biblical. Let's go again.
Why is it not biblical?
Middle knowledge.
Because it's not in the Bible. You put in attributes. You just accuse me of trying to break down how God works. You're putting attributes to God's knowledge that is not in the Bible. Unbiblical. 100%.
Wait. How is middle knowledge not biblical?
Sorry, my bad. Sorry. You know what? Maybe it is. Explain to me the biblical.
No. I'm not saying someone. I'm just asking, like,
so in the Bible,
the word because the word middle knowledge is not in the Bible. It's not biblical.
There's no evidence of any form of middle knowledge of God, or that being a way that He acquires knowledge or has knowledge. No, absolutely. That's a theory created by men, and you've just blasted my theory out the water. So I'm trying to stick with what's in the Bible. What's in the Bible says He's all-knowing.
But this is a theory that's based on the Bible, though.
It doesn't make it biblical. There's many theories based on the Bible. You just shot some out when we just watched that last video. You're like, well, I could see how they tried to quote the Bible. No, man directly used things that was in the Bible, but because it was mixed with other things, you threw it away because it's not written in the Bible like that. So this middle knowledge, I'm just saying, in the Bible, you can find no evidence of God or any of His angels or His physical manifestation or the disciples or the apostles speaking or referring to middle knowledge of the all-knowing Creator. If it says in the Bible that He's all-knowing, who's doing the remixing by bringing up middle knowledge?
So let me ask you a question to explain what middle knowledge is, right? Do you think there's a difference between knowing exactly what someone is going to do and knowing everything a person can do, all the possibilities of what someone can do?
I feel like if I'm all-knowing, then I know the outcome, not a possibility. I know.
So can you know the outcome and what could have also been if you chose something else or went through a different path?
Wait, hold on. hold on. What do you mean? What different path is there?
As in, like,
no, sorry. Either you are all knowing, therefore know the outcome, or you're not, and you just have a good understanding of probability. That's very different from being all knowing. There are no possibilities outside of what God already knows to be.
No, I'm talking about him knowing exactly what you're gonna do. Yes, number one,
Yeah.
but also know. But hold on.
If he doesn't know exactly what I'm gonna do, then he's not all knowing.
No, but to also know not just what you're going to do, but to also know if you made a different choice or if you did such and such and such.
Different choices.
Oh man.
There are no different choices. There's only the eventuality of destiny, of what was foretold, what was foreseen, what is already experienced, according to God, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the keeper of the book of knowledge and the book of life. He knows the events and the outcomes. He knows. It's not a guessing game. It's not whittling it down. It's not, oh, well, I know you're going to do this, but had you chose this, this would have happened. Because there's no point in saying, had you chose this, because I know before I created you, you wasn't going to choose that. So ultimately, the creator exists in a dimension beyond probability. He just deals with fact, what happened.
No, but God deals with all possibility, knows all possibilities and impossibilities.
What? That's another unbiblical thing.
Anything that can be imagined, God knows it. Anything that can be done, God knows it.
We're not dealing with imagination. We're dealing with factuality, actuality.
No. I'm talking about. I'm even giving more to that whole concept of not just what you're going to do, but anything that could have also been, or anything like
that's no one's argument. Anything that could have possibly been done, I'm not interested in that. There could be a human that could surmise all the possibilities. I want to know the actuality. Okay, one of these 5 things could happen. No, you're not the one I'm looking for. This one thing is definitely going to happen. Yeah, you're the all-knowing Don. You know what is going to happen. There's no way around that, of possibilities. How could an all-knowing creator be dealing with possibilities? Doesn't make no sense. That means that that doesn't make no sense. That's like hedging his bets. That's not all-knowing.
Now my thing is Zulu is not what you're saying is wrong, but I think there's a level of care and aftercare, and what level we place ourselves between us, the creation, and the creator. Do you get what I'm saying? I think the levels are much different. I don't think the creator gives a damn about what you do in your individual life. I think that's such a low level of what you're conceiving the creator to be. Do you get what I'm saying? And we're just assuming what the creator's capacity is. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't think anyone should do that. I think it should be limitless, and you know what I mean? Like, you can never conceive what the creator could do, or you know what I mean, what the possibilities are. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, Zulu. I hope you realize my cutting off was just to, like, you know, I think you bounced well with what I was doing. I wasn't meaning to cut you off. I was just kind of
no. I want to hear your perspective. So
but
it's fair for me to listen to what you have to say.
I hope you feel like you're getting a chance to express yourself. I just tried to cut you off from a line that we didn't need to go down and like redirect you. So what I would do is I might say 2 words, you respond to those 2 words without even breaking your stride, and you carry on. And I think you did it well, because I see like Kemo in the chats kind of complaining, oh, you're not letting him finish. But I think you made all good points, and I was listening. I'm actively listening, just kind of engaging with you, not interrupting. I think there's a big difference, but obviously, whatever. So yeah, your middle knowledge. Tell me about the middle knowledge thing. The middle knowledge is knowing the possibilities, yeah?
Yeah, do you want me to read it to you?
Yeah, you're going.
It says
You've read
here,
it cover before.
I'll read it very shortly. It says here, according to middle knowledge, God does not determine human choices, but he does create the circumstances necessary to actualize these choices. God knows all things in actual and potential, hence he knows that he knows what I would do in any given circumstances. God knows that if I wake up tomorrow morning and find the box of waffles in front of the French toast, I will choose the waffles. Since God's perfect plan is for me to choose the waffles, he manages the circumstance such that I will choose the waffles. having the box of waffles in front of the French toast. By this
That's
knowledge
right.
of all
That's
possible...
not, stop. Can you pause there, please? What you just described there isn't choice.
What would you say that is then?
God just engineered that I choose the box of waffles. Like you just read that.
Okay.
Meaning that was a bad example.
Did you not just read that?
But it says it's okay. It talks about free will here. It says here, middle knowledge is an attractive middle ground, but it fails on two accounts. First, if God never violates human free will, how can he effectively and consistently create the circumstances necessary to actualize my decision? God may try to arrange the situation such that the waffles are in front of the French toast, but he cannot prevent my wife from getting up before me, eating the French toast and putting the French toast in box in front of the waffles. My wife is free to do as she chooses, and her choice may disrupt God's intended circumstance.
Right. So that's why your thing fails on two.
It's not my thing. It's just a theory. I'm just
but you're saying middle. You're saying middle knowledge.
No, it was a suggestion. I don't.
But
like
they
I said,
just explained how it fails on two counts. The most fundamental.
But bro, I'm
Like,
content
what?
with not having to know how God's all-knowingness
Is it me,
works.
Jed, or
I don't need to know how God's all-knowingness works. But I'm providing theories on what people are saying, how it could work. I'm not saying
right. So that's what we're trying to say to you, though, Zulu. It's all gonna be
I'm
theory.
just providing theories. That's all.
Yours is a
Your
theory
theories
as well.
are coming from out of the Bible, bro. Like outside of the Bible, and I'm trying to theorize from inside of the Bible. Like, am I correct in saying that the Bible describes the Creator as all-knowing?
Yes, nothing is hidden from God.
Then I rest my fucking case, broski.
But I'm content with. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that.
Remember, the Bible says nothing is hidden from God. Why you keep asking people where they've been?
I don't have a problem with that, bro. Honestly, I genuinely don't have a problem with it.
Why do you keep asking people where they've been?
You're gonna have to ask God that, man.
Okay, I'll ask God that. Not only did hold on, everybody seems to ask that part of the Creator. I mean, that part, the Creator seems to need to ask a lot of questions. Let me give you some 3 examples.
You said need. Is that
okay? No, sorry, I'll take that back. Need. The Creator seems to ask a lot of questions that he knows the answer to. Let me give you 3 examples.
Okay.
Adam, where have you been? Satan, where have you been? Father, why have you forsaken me? Ooh.
If you knew the last one, oh, that's such a mic drop. You know why? Have you read the Book of Psalms?
Have I read what songs?
Psalms. King David's poems, right?
Yeah.
That same line, that same mic drop is something that David prophesied the Messiah would say. That's called fulfillment. Fulfillment. Just like how it says, my hands and nails shall be pierced in the Book of Psalms. All that stuff. Jesus was... There's always an answer to it. You may not accept it, but
I'm hearing. I mean, like
there's an answer to it.
Jesus said that because
who wrote Psalms?
So to fulfill whose prophecy?
Prophet David.
Psalms?
Huh?
King David, the prophet.
And who gave King David the prophecy?
God. But this is all to show his glory,
bro.
This is why the Bible is so.
Bro. Come on, bro. Come on, hear what you
I
just
don't
said.
have a problem with none of this.
No, I know. But like, I'm not asking you to have a problem, Zulu. I'm not asking you to have a problem. You're pretty sturdy and whatever in your faith. My job is not here to rock anyone's faith when I don't know what I believe. So don't ever get it twisted. We just having a convo, right? Not no competition. But I'm like, yo, King Solomon was given a prophecy by God that God would say something. And then God came to earth and said what he told King Solomon he would say.
How would we know God's all powerful? How would we know God is powerful or God is almighty or any of this stuff if he doesn't prove it, if he doesn't show it by prophecy?
I know a good way.
How?
Kill the devil, heal the earth. That convinced me.
Yeah, and it will happen. It will happen. It will happen. It's gonna happen on the day of judgment when he's thrown into the lake of fire.
Or make a woman out of my rib.
But there's no need for that.
Right, that's good. I mean, that's good. No, but I'm saying like the same way he convinced Adam, innit? He convinced Adam that he was all powerful. Told him that, according to you, told him the story of how he created everything in 7 days. Yeah. And then asked him where he's been. Like, what?
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing there, bro. I don't know.
Bro, you just asked me my whereabouts after telling me a story of how you created everything.
But
the heavens, the earth, the animals, the sea, like land. Come on, man.
But how would we know Adam's thoughts?
You created a woman because I was lonely. Even though you knew I'd be lonely anyway, but you just wanted to show off and wait for me to ask you.
It's all for God's glory.
Yeah, all this.
Because how would we know in 2021?
Is like a really human trait.
But how would we know in 2021 Adam's intentions if God didn't bring it out of him?
Write it in our hearts. He could just write it in our hearts, and we would know.
Okay, but then we're just basically saying God could have painted it red instead of painting it blue. The outcome is still the same. As in, you basically hold on.
If you write it in someone's heart, it's definite. If you write it in a book and give us the history that we've had, some of us are going to question it with our critical minds. I'm not born to go against the Creator. I'm perfectly happy for the Creator to make his presence known clearly, and I will follow.
But God's presence is not only known in...
You've created a mind that can see... God's glory isn't... Can I just say one quick? God's glory isn't bound to a book. God's glory is in nature. We are evidence of God's glory. The natural law is evidence of God's glory. But all the book. But can I say one quick thing? All the book does is record the interactions of man and God. Sorry, but that's the most important part. Because otherwise, I could attribute all of this to Lucifer, or I could attribute all of this to Malik Taos, or I could attribute all of this to Zeus. Like the book.
But does Lucifer work in nature?
Hold on, bro. The book is the thing that's given me the names and the places and the details. So without the book, no, it's not. Yeah, there's glory out here. Yeah, it's a beautiful world. I can't deny that. But there's no one to attribute it to without that book.
No, that's not true.
How would I find?
Because before there was a book, people were worshiping gods. Before there was a book, so there's always been this inner thing to worship something outside of you.
I mean, before there was a book, I don't know the evidence of people worshiping. Is your God Yahweh?
My God is the I am.
Does he go by the name Yahweh at times?
His name is Yah.
Yah. Okay, so were people worshiping Yah before a Torah?
Yeah.
And how would I gain knowledge of Yah without the Torah in those days? How would I have done that?
By communicating to you, by prayer, by speaking to him.
How would I have known to speak to Yah without a book telling me to do so? If I was born in the Amazon in those days, how would I have known to pray to Yah, and in what fashion to pray to Yah? How could that have found that out?
Because you would have had a feeling that something out there is greater than you, and you would want to try and find a way to interact with that. Hence why people would look at the stars. Hence why some people worship the sun, because they were looking at something that they perceived as greater than them, and no one gave them a book on how to worship Ra, but they started worshiping Ra. So it's a common thing to worship something outside of you that seems greater than you. And when I say prayer, it could be a cry for help. It could be and asking for good fortune. It's prayer is just communication, essentially. It's a spiritual communication to the Creator.
With who? Are you sure?
I think that, huh?
Are you sure? Because at the moment, you know what I mean, like we're talking about the Creator and we're putting all these assumptions on the Creator. We know nothing about the Creator. Let's be honest. You know what I mean?
When you say we, are you speaking for me as well? Because I claim to believe. I'm telling you that I believe that the knowledge of the Creator is in the Bible. So when you're saying we, I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, I'm saying we as human beings, full stop, who are religious and believe in a God and all of that. We would humbly and respectfully say that we don't know nothing. Like a drop in the ocean is our knowledge of what the Creator and what happens after, in the hereafter. Yeah, we've got a few examples and a few allegories, stories. You get me? But I wouldn't say they're 100% history. And that's why I would say they're allegories, because you're supposed to learn something from them.
You're saying it's not 100% history, Maki.
No, I can't say.
The people that excavate.
How are you going to explain stem cell or
the
bone
rib.
marrow?
The rib.
Yeah, exactly. How are you going to explain that? You're just going to keep it simple, innit? You're going to say rib. You're not going to say, oh, we did some stem cells.
Maki, that's perfect.
The stem cells out of Eve and put them into Adam and all of this type of stuff.
The fact that you were able to take that story of the rib and take from it stem cells, putting two together and try and rationalize that shows that there's a significance behind it being a rib. It's not just a make believe. Like there's significance about a lot of things that are in there, but people will just look at it and say, "Oh, it sounds like fairy tale," and they'll just move it away. But every little act, every little question, every little thing has a significance because it's all interconnected.
But the significant thing is that someone would have to do study in other fields other than biblical to get the answers that they want.
This something on fucking like. Sorry, I had to go out. Yeah. There's the part where you said, "Oh, you're gonna want to look for a creator." I'm like, does God want me to just look for a creator, or does He want me to find Yah?
Yah is revealed.
Or the Logos. Which one? Which one are we doing?
Before they called him Yah, they called him Elohim because Abraham didn't call him Yah. Abraham didn't know his name.
Oh my God, here we go. Plural and singular.
So hold on. Let me finish. Yeah. So Yah is revealed with the Israelites in the sense of his name, the temple structure, the whole deep theology of it. But before his name was Yah, people just said the generic term Elohim or like El, like God. Like he was known. Abraham knew about a God. You know what I mean? Or the creator, like how we say creator when we talk. But the in-depth knowledge of who the creator is, his name, his nature, all of this is expressed through Israel. But before Israel, they just knew there was a God. Adam wasn't calling him Yah. Abraham wasn't calling him. Noah wasn't calling him Yah. They just said Elohim. They said God, the creator. So this knowledge comes with Moses. It comes with the Israelites.
Do you understand what I meant? You know what? You get what I meant, though, yeah, bro.
I did get what you mean. They didn't have a Torah, so they wouldn't have worshipped him the same way, or like we wouldn't have that knowledge.
Cool. And that's the way God intended it for people not to know who He was. And so when you got people worshiping the sun, you telling me that
the result of the devil.
Wait. Wow. But that maybe the result of the devil. But how would people know that was the wrong thing? There's no book to guide them.
There's always a voice of reason in the midst of chaos.
No, don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
You're telling me in Kemet. Hold on. So in Kemet,
you're saying before the Bible, men needed other men to tell them who God was, and after the Bible, men needed other men to tell them who God was, because the book was written by other men. Why is God not telling people who God is, like He did with Adam? Why is everyone afforded the luxury of certain truth, of definitive interaction with their Father, with their Creator? Why is everyone not awarded that form of reality and then given the choice of whether they want to turn away or not? It's unfair. I'm left to rely on King James's version, when there's all kinds of rumors flying around about who King James was or wasn't. You got 50 different denominations of Christians laying claim and different interpretations of what the book means. How is this fair? This is an all-knowing, all-powerful being that knows the outcome. So I go back again to say, Why would this merciful, loving, all-knowing being create me knowing how much of a treacherous fucking minefield it is to even try and trust the truth? There's no way in knowing the truth, and that's not fair.
You're saying it's treacherous minefield, but where's the discernment though? Where's the discernment within you to detect whether this was from God? If that is not there, then that means there's some sort of detachment from God from within.
All right, so you telling me that?
We've been detached.
All the people, you telling me all Muslims, all other Christians that follow different pathways and have different beliefs. Some don't believe in the Trinity. You telling me they all lack discernment, and you
100%.
You and your Christians are the only ones on this earth with discernment.
If you don't believe in Jesus Christ, you lack discernment in the spiritual realm, and that's a fact.
And what evidence, what proof have I been given of Jesus Christ's existence, except for a book translated by or transliterated by King James and his scribes?
Look around you. Look at the impact of this.
No, bro.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so who? Hold on.
Everyone's worshiping different Jesuses to the one you're. For starters, some people are worshiping a Jesus that isn't even God, but is God's son. That's a different Jesus to the one you're worshiping. Furthermore, you don't even call him Jesus. You're just lazy. You call him Yeshua.
It's not about laziness. It's about people don't know his name.
It's about laziness. You mislame him, knowing that's not his name. Which is just like, come on, bro. You know his name. Yeah, you know his name.
How are you speaking on my intention though? Like what?
You know it because we've had this conversation before 2 years ago. You know his name is Yeshua, yet you refuse to use it and settle for Jesus, the colloquial term that is incorrect.
No, I only use it for the sake of public conversation because not everyone.
Incorrect. You use incorrect terminology.
But God is not superficial. God doesn't care.
So then I can call him Lucifer then. If he's not
no, because you know who Lucifer is.
I can call him Pan. As long as I'm talking about the creator, I can call him whatever because he's not superficial. Jesus was not his name, and in no shape, form was it ever his name. So to use that name, you know it's incorrect, but you're just doing it because it's what everyone calls him, which is that don't make sense. That wasn't my argument, though. I'm just saying
when I pray, when I do I don't call him Jesus, but I'm just doing it for people in the show that don't know his name in it. Like obviously, I'll say Yeshua if everyone knows that, but like it's communication skill to be able to communicate in different tones and words, and like I'm not just gonna speak in Zulu, am I? You know what I mean? It's like
hold on, and Kemo, you shouted from the bleachers, young man. Like you literally on the sideline trying to. You get me? You're in the nosebleeds trying to shout at the court, like, and I'm busy slamming and dribbling and fucking air walking and shit. You get me? Tongue out, doing mad kind of designs, alley-ooping to Maku, and you're in the nosebleeds, bro, chatting shit. Now it, man. Like, did anyone hear me say that King James created the book? Exactly. Nope. I clearly said he translated or transliterated a book. And this is the version that my brother leans on, and therefore is the version I'm speaking to him about. Right or wrong?
That's facts.
Right, man. Because we still talking about Jesus. So shut the hell up, man. You get me? We talking about... No, I said transliterated. No one said King James created the Bible. Stop being a moron, bro. You get me? Jump on the panel. You see the link. Stop being a moron, man. You get me? I know I said King James created the Bible. I don't believe King James created the Bible. I've not seen any evidence of King James creating a Bible. Like, what are we talking about?
So who created the Bible then if King James didn't create the Bible?
I'm saying that he translated the Bible.
But who created the Bible from what he translated?
Bruv, that's not my argument. Whoever, I don't know. Whoever. You believe Moses and the apostles. No? You believe that it's a bibliosis or whatever, a collection of Biblos. Yeah, right. Yeah, come on, man. I'm not a dummy out here, man.
Okay, so okay, that's fine.
You rewind it, bruv. I said transliterated. Yeah, moron.
With his scribes. You said with his scribes as well.
With his scribes as well, man. Tell this boy to shut up, man. Get me? Yeah,
It's a lewd point.
You get me? Man's in the nosebleeds, waffling, bruv.
It's a lewd point anyway, Kemal. I don't know.
He couldn't hear me. He couldn't hear me past the dun, 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 dun.
Blow!
And H is just getting happy like a fan in the thing. Like, yeah, get him, Jedi, get him. That's what H is doing. But H couldn't come in here and debate me.
H couldn't war with you. That was clear. He ran. You said 1, 2 thing. His feeling got hurt, and I don't even know what it was. I don't know what it was you said.
You just kept interrupting me, just being rude, man. That's what it was.
Come back, man. You like a cheerleader who went in the giant fall. Middlesex, you still in the grave?
Martin.
Now, Kevin's my dog. He knows, man. It's bare love. Get me? He knows, man. I don't know what Middlesex Omar's trying to do. You get me? You lucky that thing never killed you. Sister MD. She tried to jump on. You get me? She was being a bit impatient. She ducked out. You know, like, oh, I'm gone. You get me? I'm gonna be back in a minute. Cool. And then when I looked at the chats, Middlesex Omar was like, yeah, the God of the Quran is not the same as the God in the Bible. Full back, sis. She hadn't even said that, you know. She was like, yo, okay, like I wasn't even gonna talk about that. You get me?
Jump with the gun, yeah.
Yeah, but same. The chat is funny, man. Yeah, H, you gotta jump back on, man. You get me?
Yeah, don't let Zulu talk.
Yeah, so where was we? Brother, man. Come on, man.
I'm just sitting there typing, trying to get information at the same time, trying to refresh my mind. So I remember looking into this because I even concluded at the end of it, I don't feel personally in my heart that free will is compatible with foreknowledge. Just like I'm trying to find ways to say maybe just to be objective, but I personally don't entirely see that being compatible. But
yeah, middle knowledge.
I'm open to other theories, though. I'm open to it. But
I mean, we either got free will or everything's written in the book of life. That's the way I see it. I mean, obviously, there's always a get out loop that the brothers drop on me, which is like, well, you're trying to pretend you know God's logic, which is like, all right, safe. But like, I do believe if there is a God, he did give me the tools, like you said, of discernment. And I'm saying there, why would he leave it to risk the chance? Yeah, like, come on, brother, this is not fair. This is just not fair.
So are you seeking that experience with God, though?
Yes, of course.
Then it will come to you then.
Is your God the truth? I'm seeking the truth, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
Jesus says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life.
I don't need God to be Yahweh. I don't need God to be Allah. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
But then that means your God ain't my God then, because I don't believe in a general God. I think God is very specific.
Wait, bro. No. I never said a general God. Don't do that.
Do you know? No. I mean in the sense of, like how people would say the creator, and we all just like.
I don't need the creator. Put it this way, I don't need the truth to have to be biblical. I don't need the truth to have to be dharmic or have to be Islamic or have to be Judo-Christian or have to be pagan or have to be. I don't need the truth to have to be that. I just need the truth in whatever it is. I don't want. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is probably why, because of that mindset, I haven't just entrenched myself in African spirituality. Being an African, my ego would lead me in that direction, no?
Mm-hmm.
Get me?
It almost led me there at some point.
Right? But I'm just like, I don't need God to have to be a Dudua or I don't need that. I don't need that, bruv. If that's what it is, then let it be so.
That's why God says, I am that I am. I was, I will, I am, and I will be. I just am what I am. There's a significance behind that name.
The problem
also,
is, Jed, the problem is your ancestors' concept of what they're calling God was still physical people. Where your
exactly, they were still ancestors. Exactly, Mkulunkulu was a person.
No, I'm just saying it's a different concept now. Hold on, it's a different concept.
Human beings.
Thank you. So then, what is God? Like, is God? We're talking about the
transcendent.
You know, we have different names. We have the supreme consciousness.
I'm not talking about ancestors or blah 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 blah. I'm talking about this concept of some form of being that transcends. Forget. You know what? Forget the transcend. He don't even have to, bruv. If my God is if God is my original ancestor, then so be it, bruv. If that's what it is. If there's no being in the sky that is devoid of physical or whatever, and so
why does he have to be in the sky?
So just
why can't he be inside?
Exactly. Exactly. You're right. He don't need. That's exactly what I'm saying. He don't need to be in any sky or any dimension or any seventh heaven or any He don't need to be surrounded by cherubim and seraphim and nothing. He don't need to be a Trinity, the God, the Holy Spirit, the Word. He could be whatever. It can be whatever it is, or all things. All I seek is the truth, bro. I don't want to look in a direction looking for something, and therefore I miss what is there.
Will you ever find the truth?
Is the truth findable? Is a question I would rather ask. Will I ever find the truth? There's two separate questions. Will I ever find the truth? I don't know. Is the truth findable? I don't know. Are the two mutually, the two can be two separate things.
Because if you're always searching, then when do you actually achieve that goal or objective? Or is it just continually searching until I die and then that's it? And I'm never found? Because some people are claiming they're found. But there's others still searching.
Yeah, that sounds like But like, I mean, I'm gonna search until I find the truth. I'm assuming once you find the truth, you see the truth. It's the truth, right? You no longer need to look for it.
That's how I feel.
You feel that, but Zulu, I'll be real with you. You still kind of immature in your grasp of what you're saying you believe in right now. You Googling and shit as we speak. So to be fair, I do think you are still searching for the truth. So just be wary of your ego telling you that there's no more to find.
No,
because in 1 second, in one conversation with me, you've hit the internet a few times looking for explanation. So therefore, are you sure that you've got the full truth? But
it's only because I'm trying to answer the specific questions that you're giving me. But in terms of
but your views can change, though, Zulu. No,
some can't, man.
Are we not talking about metaphysical?
Because I've had personal experiences.
So your view would not change even with updated information. That's ignorance, bro.
No, but you're saying as if this information can be updated, as if I'm just believing blindly, as if nothing has been revealed to me personally, not just from a book.
Right.
Because the things have been validated for me with my own experience. So how can I just?
I'm not going to talk about these things, Zulu.
But how can I rubbish it and just say, I can just change it when it's been proven?
But like fair dues.
You mean like middle knowledge?
With that, bro.
Like I've had visions. I told you about demons and shit like that when I was like I can't say I've never had a spiritual.
That doesn't mean, bro. Come on, family. All right, let's play a game, yeah. Yeah, I know the answer to this. Yeah, when you saw demons and you called for God, you was not in your understanding that God's name was Yah or that Jesus' name was Yahusha. So you would call for Jesus or Jehovah or some other thing.
And he still answered.
And yet it still works.
Because he looks at the heart. He's
right.
not superficial.
So like bruv, you're contradicting yourself now.
How?
Because when we were talking about pre-biblical and pre-Torah times, and I was saying, so if they're worshipping the sun, he was like, that's from Lucifer. But if you genuinely are looking for the creator and there's no text to show you otherwise, and then you look at the sun and see how it nourishes the earth, why wouldn't you think it was God?
But this is why it says, to him much is given, much is expected. To those with more knowledge, they're more responsible. So, for example, the Aborigine or the person that's in the jungle that's never read the Bible or never heard about Jesus, he isn't going to be judged in the same way as me or you or someone that's had this knowledge or been given this information. It's a responsibility. God is not superficial. God isn't just like, oh, by the letter. He looks in the heart first, which is why it says in the scriptures, Israel shall be judged first and more harshly, because they had all the information, they had all the miracles, all the encounters. There's no excuse for them. They've seen the truth.
I'm a little bit upset that the God that we're kind of, when I say the version of God, the version of God we're speaking about left me out in the cold. Like I'm a bit upset about that, because whatever my great, triple great, quadruple great times a million granddaddy did, our granddaddy did, I wasn't part of that. And you're paying for what him and his gal did. And
do you think you would do something different if you were in that situation?
Sorry?
Do you think you would do something different if you were in that situation?
Well, I think that I wouldn't have a choice to do something different, because it was predetermined by the all-knowing God that created me. But do you believe that Adam had a choice to not eat the apple?
Well, I mean, he was given options not to do so, and he was told not to do it.
Right, let's work it in reverse. Let's reverse engineer it. If Adam ate the apple,
the fruit, yeah.
Sorry. If Adam ate the apple and we had the fruit, and we know that from the Bible that he ate the fruit, how could there be a possibility that he didn't eat the fruit? We're in a passage in time where we can see that this is the choice that was made according to the Bible. How can that ever not be the choice that was made? That doesn't make sense.
I'll tell you why.
But before we existed, the evidence, before we existed and before Adam existed, the fact that he ate the apple already existed in
the provision from eating the apple was already
in the perception of the Creator, the all-knowing. He would have known Adam will eat this apple that I am creating.
Yeah. Which is why
there is no choice for Adam to have not ate the fruit.
No, but he knew, but this is why there were provisions made for this event, which is why the incarnation, the death on Calvary, all these like the Jesus dying, all that stuff was to remedy or to counteract that act. It wasn't just, oh, he's ate the fruit now. What do we do? There was a known solution before even making man.
Can't make and then talk about the known solution. I can't believe it.
But this is the thing, though. When you look at the Garden of Eden, there were two trees. There was the tree of life, and there was the tree of good and evil. The tree of life essentially was keeping them like immortal, in the sense like it was keeping them alive, essentially, like to live more, essentially. God stopped them from eating the tree of life once they ate the tree of good and evil, because he didn't want them to live forever in that state. So the fact that they were
mankind wasn't immortal. Is what you're saying by that? Mankind wasn't immortal. They were just eating a fruit that sustained their lives.
Mm-hmm.
So they were never immortal. They were never created.
But it was the tree that was making them immortal.
So they were immortal.
So the fact that tree of life was...
They're not immortal, bro. They're not immortal. They just, if they keep eating from this fruit, they'll live forever. They're not immortal.
But the fact that the tree of life was sustaining them shows that the intention was for them to continue to live, not to just eat the fruit and
why not just create? I know you don't let why not.
Sorry, Jess.
Just create them immortal.
I think they were immortal because when the curse comes, then the lifespan is shortened. So it can't be shortened unless it was long in the first place. Do you get it?
Yeah, but it was. But he's saying that it's only long because Zuli was trying to say. I agree with you. Actually, that's a good point. But Zuli's trying to say it's the fruit that was sustaining their long years.
It says in chapter 2, verse 9, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever.
Yeah, so what was he allowed to eat from the tree of life?
Not after he fell.
But he was eating from it before.
He was eating from it before.
So then he's immortal then?
So he's immortal.
No, but God is saying here, after the fall of man, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Like basically saying kick them out, don't let them go in, because he might eat the tree of life and live forever while being in that state of
but hold on, was it one of the things they were asked not to eat
He was allowed to eat the tree of life, but when he ate the tree of good and evil, God didn't want him to eat the tree of life because he would live forever in that state.
What? If you already eaten from the tree of life, you're already in that state. And that's why God has to put a curse on you, and childbirth will be hard, and you will live, your days will be 120 years. Like,
the tree of life, you don't just eat it once and then boom, you're immortal. It was it was like food, like they ate, like how you eat to stay alive now. It's the same.
Last time I saw a story like that, it was a monkey magic thing. A monkey magic went up to heaven and he ate the fruit that turned you immortal. Interesting, isn't it?
But this is why there were cherubims guarding the Garden of Eden before the flood came and flushed it all out. There were cherubims there guarding it, stopping people from entering in, stopping Cain and Abel and Adam's descendants from entering into the Garden of Eden after they were kicked out. Because if they went to that tree of life and ate it, they would live forever in that state of fallen.
And how long did Adam live?
900 and something, I think 960 something years old.
So then what happened to the curse?
Which curse?
The curse that they wouldn't live to more than 120.
That was after the flood.
No, that was when they were after they saw
that was just before the flood. Adam was already dead when that was happening.
Oh, sorry. No, it can't be, because remember that the serpent is supposed to crawl on its belly for the rest of the days, and
120 years wasn't told him on the Garden of Eden, bro.
Hold on 1 second. That. And then 100, and then the devil's generation, the devil's seed will bruise the heels of Eve's seed. No, is that not what it says? No.
Her seed shall crush the head of the serpent and shall bruise. Yeah.
Right. That's in the garden, right? That's why.
Yeah, but the 120 years isn't in the garden, bro. It's in Genesis 6.
It's not in the garden. So what did they say in the garden then? So what was the point? And then why was the child labor, painful in childbirth? Has to relate to it as well, no?
It's a punishment.
Yeah, but in the garden. You're gonna get kicked out of the garden, and take this with you.
Okay, let me tell you when the 120 years cup is mentioned. It's mentioned in Genesis 6 when the Nephilim come about. After the Nephilim come about, God tells God basically I can't let my spirit dwell in humanity forever because of his morality, because he's become so immoral. His days shall be 120 years. So this isn't during Adam and Eve. This is way after. This is after God has looked at humanity and seen that they've become so immoral.
So I'm saying the curse.
Sorry. Before Adam was created, God knew what state man would be in. More gameplay. Oh, I've looked at man and seen that they're rare. No, before you created man, you knew.
You knew, yeah.
Oh, you're not all knowing. Oh, you're not all knowing. If I've just pointed out something you didn't know, then you are not all knowing.
Unless
and it seems to me that the tree of knowledge meant that knowledge was available for everyone to know. So it's not even to be all knowing. Wasn't even what's
the tree of knowledge. What do you mean? What do you say that part again?
The tree of good and evil. Sorry.
No, the tree of knowledge.
Oh, the tree of knowledge.
The tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah.
Yeah. Only knowledge of good and evil.
Only knowledge of good and evil.
So you mean without eating from that tree, you didn't know what was good and what was bad for yourself?
Right. There was no concept of sin to Adam and Eve because they were innocent. They only knew.
Sin's a fruit.
So then, hold on. So then they couldn't have known what was bad.
No. It wasn't a natural thing for them to do bad. Like how we're tempted to do bad.
The tree of good and evil, good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil gave you knowledge of what was good and what was bad. Is that what we're saying? Made you aware of sin, what was sin and what was not.
Yeah.
And before from that tree, they didn't have that knowledge.
They didn't have that. They were just living like animals. Animals don't know what's good and right. They just live.
Punished, even though they went against God, they didn't know it was wrong because they didn't know it was a sin because they hadn't eaten from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So why punish them? Knowing they don't know and knowing they're going to eat it anyway. Why create it? This thing is a minefield of paradoxes, yeah? And if we take it literally, which I suggest that from the complexity of the story, this can't be taken fully literally, but if we choose to, then we are trying to illustrate a God that is displaying characteristics that are not, they're not nice. They're not. So I feel
okay, go on.
By reading the text like that, we're forced to have to go into symbology, allegory, and all of them things in order for it to make sense in terms of.
To whose sense is it making sense to?
Bruv, you wanted me to read a book, and that's how you wanted me to discover you. So now don't start playing games with me. You didn't want to write it in my heart. You wanted to leave it down to whoever it was that wrote books and translated books and did it there and blah, blah, blah. You read it on tablets and this and that and blah. So now this is what you've left me with. I have to question things. What are we talking about? I have to question it.
But are you allowing any possibility of it being true, or are you just going in with the mindset of rejection?
Yeah, I'm allowing it to be true. I'm just applying critical thought to it.
Because how critical are you with everything else, though? Because it's like
probably more critical. You'd be surprised. I'm critical of everything, bro. Like I'm critical of everything. If I can be critical of my memories, then I'm sure I'll be critical of somebody else's writings. I'm critical of everything. You show me where I'm not being critical, and I'll try to apply more critical thought to it. Because that's not how I don't want to.
Does something have to be perceived through your senses in order for it to be for you to perceive it less critically, like your own personal experience, whether it's like a spiritual experience or a dream?
Would that be my own senses? I mean, I think I would be by nature less critical of my own senses. Yes, that could be a weakness. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, if I've experienced something, I'm going to be less critical of that than of a book that has been translated, a couple thousand years old book that's been translated. That is a kind of a he say, she say. So
like when you've had an experience, like when you've told us to you, you're not going to be too critical of it because you experienced it. But
no. I will be critical of it, but I won't be as critical of my own experiences as the experiences of a man that lived, or the experience of a man that was created 6,000 years ago. I'm going to be way more critical of that story, especially when you tell me that it's been provided by the all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipresent creator of all. Once you tell me that, then I get super critical of it. You're telling me the most powerful being in all existence has supplied this story, and I have to now believe you.
So the people that run this world, who's their enemy?
I don't know. I'm trying to link up. I'm trying to link up with him or her or it.
You don't know who their enemy is?
No, I don't know who their enemy is.
So they've not given you any clues to who they may despise?
If I'm honest with you, bruv, if I'm sitting with Jehovah's Witnesses, they're gonna tell me Jesus and Jehovah's Witnesses and the anointed, the 144,000.
What do the people that run the world say?
You're gonna tell me Yah and Yeshua. If I'm sitting with Muslims, they're gonna tell me Allah and the prophets. If I'm sitting with, do you understand? Come on, brother.
But do the people that surround this world the people that run this world, are they gonna say Krishna? Are they gonna say Allah? But what do they say? What do the people that run this world say?
They say that most of them say they're Christians, bro. So you need to fucking steady yourself.
What? Hold on.
So come on.
God bless America. God save the Queen.
We watched that video when that Australian X Factor guy was telling you who they hate.
No, he's telling us who they hate. Yeah, that's great. But then you can watch another video of another guy telling you who they hate. Come on,
no, but it's from their own admission. It's not him making it up. You can look at the literature. They tell you who they hate. They tell you.
What are you doing?
You find me literature from who? You're gonna find me literature from who saying they hate Jesus? Find me someone.
He was reading. He wasn't saying his opinion. He was reading what they said.
Find me literature where they say they hate Jesus. I'll wait.
I'll have to go back on a video and look at the book he was reading.
I know that the official religion or non-profit organization religion that's attached to the UN, United Nations, who I would say pretty much are part of the group of people that are running the world. Yeah, they believe that Jesus is an ascended master, along with my.
That's Madame Blavatsky, though. That's only a few hundred years.
That's their teachers. That's their teachings. They believe in, though. On the outward, this is what they say. I could go to a UN-sponsored page that shows you that they are waiting for that coming hierarchy, spiritual masters.
Yeah, but we know who that's the Antichrist. Though.
Wait, brother. You just asked me who do they say is their enemy, right? And I'm saying on their official sites, they're saying Jesus is an ally of theirs. So they're not even. It's not like they're banning out Jesus on their official page. Say, nah, ban this. Christianity is the problem.
Wait, so
they're not saying that. They're not saying that, brother. Even if that's what they think in their heart, even if that's the conclusion you draw to, they're not saying that, bro. Let's be real.
What? So that thing that we watched then, is that part wrong then when he talks about that?
He's speaking from his experience. We're talking about what the people that run the world say. So he can give us his experience. How do we know that he's not a psyop?
Of course, probably, but he's quoting information.
They hate Jesus, so we run to Jesus.
He's quoting information. He's not speaking on his opinion.
Yeah, he is. Well, oh, come on, brother. Be fair now. Come on. I'm saying, how do I trust this X Factor man that Jesus is the one? And you don't even. He didn't even say Yahushua once.
I'm not that. Okay, yeah,
he
go on.
didn't even say Yahushua once. He's talking about Jesus. Do you want me to praise Jesus? Is Jesus God? No.
Do you think God cares more about the vocalization or the intent?
I think that he cares about the truth. And if his name ain't Jesus, we shouldn't call him it.
So if you don't know it, is he going to punish you for it?
I think that if you call on the name of a false god, according to the Bible, then yeah, you will be punished for idolization.
By knowing that you're referring to someone.
So those that don't know are not idolizing. Is that what you're saying? Those that don't know, those that don't know the name of, bro, this doesn't even make no fucking sense.
Bro, the person behind the label Jesus is still the events, what the person did, everything, the whole story. It's still the same person. It's still the same person, but it's just that the name is different.
No, how did the name change? How did the name change? It's your interpretation. Is what Bible you're following. How did the name change?
Jesus is basically a transliteration of the anointing. It's basically a translation of God's salvation. In the Hebrew, Jesus' name is Yahusha, which is God, Yah's salvation. That's what it means, right? Yahusha.
You're saying Yahusha and Jesus. Jesus is a
Greek way of saying
translation of Yahusha.
No, it's a transliteration, as in the meaning of that name in Greek. So if the meaning of that name in Hebrew is Yah's salvation, flip that in Greek, it's Jesus, God's salvation. I'm not saying I go around using Jesus' name when I'm praying, but I'm just saying I'm not going to be pointing people out and being superficial because I know it's just this language we're talking about at the end of it. But I prefer to use God's name personally. I'm not focused on that part. I'm not gonna lie to you.
What's God's name again?
Because Abraham wasn't saying Abraham was saying Elohim. He didn't know his name.
Oh, he didn't know. The father of your religion didn't know God's name.
Because was Abraham even speaking Hebrew? He was a Chaldean.
Exactly. So then Hebrew is not God's language, is it?
Hebrew is a mixture of languages. It's an Afro-Asiatic language.
So it's not it's not God's language. It's not nowhere near it, is it?
Let's let Step Nasty get his 10 words out.
What you mean?
Yesterday you jumped on. I don't even know if you spoke, bro, and I don't know why you just stay on mute the whole time. I don't even know why you bother, bro. I enjoy you coming on, but you just don't interact at all, bro. I don't get it.
Don't worry, man.
I'm not worried, bro. I'm asking you now. I've got the chance to speak to you. Like, why do you jump on and then don't speak, bro?
I like to speak when I want to speak, and not when I'm told to speak. Like, And that's the thing as well. Sometimes when I'm about to speak, other people are talking on it, but I'm courteous to let them speak.
Big up, Steps.
And
Your
yeah,
time now. Your time now. Your time.
Yeah, where the
Thinking about what's
Israelites
big.
at, man? Jump on the panel. Any Israelites, any Christians, jump on the panel, man.
Yeah, jump on, man. Yeah.
Like I'm the only voice for the Israelites. I'm the only voice.
My man said Lysis, and Kemo said Lysis.
Asus.
The translation from Yahushua,
Asus,
is Lysis.
Asus.
Asus? What are you talking about, Asus?
It's not Lysis.
L-E.
No, but you're talking about Greek. Like, for example, in Hebrew, when you say ch, you don't say ka, you say cha. So there's different ways to pronounce.
Oh, you're saying how to say it, but this is how it's spelled. L-E-S-U-S.
In the Greek, you would say no, but that's how it's spelled in the Greek in terms of like how we say it in English. You say Jesus.
It's an iron.
Oh, wait, no, sorry, my brother. What is L-E-S-U-S? What is that?
It's I. It's a capital I, man.
It's an I.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, it's an I.
Mm-hmm.
So why have we swapped the I for a J? This is a word that
because it's Latin now. Because the language is transforming.
This is a word that's sayable. We could say this in English. Why do we need what? I don't get what we put the J in front of it for.
But we're not speaking Greek, so we're speaking English.
We're speaking English. Yeah, but we can say this word in. What are you talking about, bro?
But because of language, the language evolves.
It doesn't change the meaning. By putting a J and taking away the I, it don't change the meaning. We can easily say Jesus. Jesus doesn't mean anything in English.
Okay, but it's like saying why do we say John instead of Yohanan?
That's a good question.
Because we're speaking a foreign language. We're not in Israel. We're not in our home. We're speaking their language.
But the name is Yohanan. If your name is fucking Tukumbo, why am I going to now try to say, in English it's Charles? It's not.
Because when the white man tries to pronounce it, he butchers it and it changes.
Bro, come on, brother, man.
I'm not justifying it, just I don't use that name when I'm praying.
Let me just leave you with this final gem, yeah? For somebody that is so aware of the word and the power of the word, yeah? I.e. the word being Jesus, i.e. the word being the creating force, blah, blah, blah. For somebody that's aware of that, can you not see how all your words are changed from what they should be?
That's why it says in Daniel 7.
And that has no impact. That has no impact on the vibration, has no impact on where the energies are going.
I didn't say that.
So then, this is silly then.
But this is why it says he shall change the laws.
This is why you have to rate the Muslims.
No, because I do my Hebrew thing. You know what I mean?
This is why you don't say Yohanan, you say John. You don't say Yahushua, you say Jesus. You get me? You do this constantly. You don't say Yah, you say God. But you know the correct terminologies, and you don't create an environment where the correct terminologies can be used. So we use all these fake names.
If I was speaking to Israelites, I would be saying Yeshua. I would be saying yeah. If I was speaking to, but I'm not speaking to Israelites. So what do you want me to do? Like I'm not speaking to people that believe that.
This don't make sense, bro. That explanation you just gave me don't even make sense, King.
It is because we're talking about communication skills and understanding.
Right, let me ask you: do you think that I know who Yahushua is? Do you think I know the name Yah before I asked you today?
Yes.
Right. So why were you not using that terminology before?
Because there's people listening. It's not just me speaking.
And you don't want them to hear the true names?
I want them to know them. I want them to know the message before the name, because a name is, you can know a name but not believe. What's the point of knowing the name if you don't believe?
I'm saying when you playing around with translations, you're losing information.
Zulu, is there any significance in the name?
100%. There's the meaning behind the name, especially in the Hebrew.
Why change it then?
Yeah, but bro, I'm. It's not like you guys are gonna sit here and study Hebrew, innit? Like you're acting like you're gonna be looking into the Hebrew and da 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 da. Like we're talking about individuals, and I'm using.
But by you using a proper name, you might plant the seed that makes someone look into it.
Listen, if you want me to use Yeshua, I will use Yeshua, bro. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not gonna deter someone from using a name when I know who they're talking about. It's just communication skills.
Nah, you know what it is? I get it. Like if you were saying that when someone else says Jesus, that you got no issue with it because you know that what the real name is. You get me? But you're not saying that. You still use Jesus, and then you'll say you know the proper name.
No. I use Yeshua. Like when I'm praying, like my day to day, when I'm speaking to myself, I use Yeshua. I don't use Jesus. But obviously, I'm not trying to impose my knowledge on everybody. That's poor communication skills. I'm not constantly correcting people and da. I just speak how we all understand.
And I got one more question for you still. It's like, do you still think the Earth's 6,000 years old?
Yes.
Okay. Because you confused me earlier when you was talking about
Graham Hancock.
But it's 7 years. It's 7 day. 6,000 years old, based on the 7th-day theory, and I'm saying the 7-day theory seems like it may not be literal when we talk about God telling Adam that he would die on the day he ate the fruit, because he ate the fruit and he didn't die on that day. In fact, he lived for 900 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
The 6,000 years is based on the genealogy. When you look at Genesis 10, it goes all the way from Adam going
I've
all
just
the way.
shown you evidence that when God says a thing, I've just shown you evidence. God is the one that told you about this story. So I'm just saying, when God was telling Moses, yeah, he told this story, and this is how he told it. I created the earth, the heavens and the earths, and blah 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 in 6 days, and on the 7th day I rested. Yes. He also told Moses that he said to Adam, on the day you eat this apple, you will surely die. And then Adam went on to live to the age of 900 and something years. So clearly showing that when God says a day, possibly he doesn't mean 24 hours.
No. The Hebrew word used for day is yom. It's a 24-hour day. It's
Is that the same word used when he says you will surely die on the day you eat apple? Is it the same word used for day?
Let me see.
What is day to a god? To God, is it not 1,000 years?
Years, isn't it? That's what
it doesn't say is. It says is like. Again, it's language. When you say something is like something, are you saying it's literally that?
Well, it's the closest thing they can give you.
But what is the extrapolation from saying God, a day to God is like 1,000 years? The extrapolation is God perceives time differently to how we perceive time. That's the extrapolation. But if you were to read that literally, you're just going to be like, oh, God thinks that a day is 1,000 years. But it's not saying that. When you use words like is like something, it's not saying it is.
No, it might even be longer.
Exactly. But the whole point is,
at the end of the day, they're giving an estimation. And since you said the Bible is factual 100% and historical and accurate and all of that, then they don't make mistakes. So if it is a day for 1,000 years for God, then making the world in 6 days was 6,000 years.
No, but again, you're doing it again. You're taking that passage and you're saying it's 1,000 years must literally be a day to God. But it's not telling you that it's literal. It's telling you it's like.
Well, okay. How much is 6 days like 6,000 days then?
No, because then it would have just said it would have just said on the first 1,000 day on the first 1,000.
Have you looked up that word that he said to Adam about on the day of eating that? Because I need to make sure he even made that quote. On the day you eat this, you shall surely die.
Surely die. Yeah, surely.
I need to understand whether he says the day, and if he does, is it the same word translation for day that he uses when he's talking about the 7 days of creation or the days of creation?
I'm looking for it now.
If it is, we in trouble. If it's not, then fair dues.
And it would make sense, because if it was 1,000 years to God and man died at 900 and something, you didn't even make it a day in God's eyes. So,
and then
you didn't make it through the day, did you?
In the earth, like there's days going on with no sun in it.
Right. Like, what are we talking about? So it has to be a process of growth, trees, all of that is not going to take a day. We've never seen that anywhere. So what I'm saying to a nigga is like, yeah, a day is 1,000 years, man. Like, come on, it makes more sense. So your 6,000 years and the fact that the people writing this thing and giving a timeline for any biblical is saying between 6,000 and 8,000 years.
You do know the 6,000 years is based on the genealogy. It's not based on the 7-day creation. So when you look
it's after.
No. The theory of 6, it's based on the genealogy in Genesis 10. It tells you how old Adam was when he died. All you do is add up the years, going all the way from Adam all the way down to Noah. It tells you how old each of Adam's descendants were when they died. That's what it's based on.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and it only tells you how old Adam was when he died. It
No,
doesn't
not only
tell you how old when he was
it
created.
tells you all of them. It tells you about all of them.
My
I didn't hear no birthday.
Explained it works backwards. It's going back from Adam to God. You're making it go forwards, like you were saying, through the genealogy.
Right.
No, it's telling you every descendant's age, not just Adam's age. All of them.
Moving forward.
We're not doing that. Yeah, that's after.
Yeah, but obviously
we don't necessarily know they got the curse, but we would assume.
No, but obviously the first
no one
year,
ain't living a day.
Obviously, the first year Adam was made is the first. Is the beginning, because it's the 6th day of the 7-day creation. So obviously it's the first, time of the earth, essentially. Unless you're saying there's thousands of years before Adam is created and there's an earth. Is that what you're saying?
Is there even 7 days in that time? I mean, as in
it's been
a
6
week
days.
or calendar.
On the 6th day, Adam is created.
Okay, but is that a week or is that what is that in that time? We're not talking in now time. You can equivalate it.
24-hour period of time.
Right. So you're saying that then, really? Huh?
That's what the word in the Hebrew means.
No, but we're using Gregorian calendar.
No, the Hebrew word for Yom means 24
Was there Saturday?
Hours.
Was there
I said
Sunday?
there once.
No, I'm just saying, was there Saturday? Was there Sunday? Was there Friday? Was there any of these days? They never existed then.
But there was still a 7-day week.
How do you know that?
It's just different names. The Sumerians had a 7-day week. The Egyptians had a 7-day week.
What God calendar?
They all had 7-day weeks.
Same amount of days?
The Sumerians had a 365-day year.
Check it. Is it 365 days?
The Sumerians.
Right? Check it. 365, you said, yeah? The one we have now.
Look up. I'm not making this up.
So everybody has the same calendar. We're using the Gregorian. When we're using the biblical, we're using the Gregorian calendar. Is that
I'm not
true?
saying the biblical is the Gregorian calendar. I'm just saying.
I'm saying it is.
The 7-day week is not unique to the Bible, or is not made up. It's very universal.
Okay, when did it start? I'm saying, bro, come on, when did it start? Who started this shit? God? Did God say, yeah, boom, 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 boom?
God created the 7. God created the week. God created the week. God created time.
And the strong as well.
I don't understand, but if a day is 1,000 likened to 1,000 years to God, then what are we talking about?
I don't think
what calendar are we using?
I don't think you understand my passage, man.
You're saying 24 hours.
Forget that passage. Not even forget that passage. Not to be rude.
24 hours is a day, isn't it? You said.
Did you find the Yom reference to him warning Adam about consequences of eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
I'm gonna have to just type in the passage and then see if it shows up in the Bible, because I couldn't find it.
See if it shows up. I just want to make sure that I've actually even got that quote correct.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing that.
So where's the warning about the tree of?
I just typed it on Google. In the day you eat that that fruit in the Bible, and it's not showing up. It's just showing other things. I'll just type in the day that you eat that fruit. It doesn't say that. It says if you eat that fruit, you shall surely die. It doesn't.
Okay, it doesn't give it.
In the different versions, it says, like for example, in the KJV, it says, "For in the day."
There you go.
For in the day that you eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die.
There you go. Now we need to know. Please tell me what the Hebrew for that word "day" was, and whether it's the same as the day used in the 6-day theory, the 6-day creation story. Okay.
Yes, Yom.
Right, so we got a problem now because he didn't die. Adam did not die in 24 hours of eating a thing. We now have a big problem.
Or maybe when the word is used, the definition changes depending upon the context.
Say that again, brother.
Maybe the definition of the word changes depending upon the context. Because in Hebrew, that's not a foreign concept. Like a word may mean one thing in one context. When it's used in another passage, it means a different thing. Like, you know, like how when I open a Blue Letter Bible, there's like 4 definitions for one word. You've seen it before, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it could be that. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. Well, then we need to know the definitions of Yom, or the possibilities of the definitions of Yom. Then let's do it, man. Shut up your blood clot screen, Zulu, man. We playing with me for.
Hey, let me close some tabs.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see, man. Let's see. This will be interesting. Wagwan Mag.
Yo, Wagwan. You good, everybody?
You
One.
One.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Yeah, it's proper interesting though, like, because I've always kind of had this allegory versus literalism thing,
right,
running through life, innit? And I flip flap between both, and it's always good to hear what man I got to say on it, because I don't take much literally nowadays. I'm not gonna lie.
Yom. Okay, so we got Yom here. How many meanings are there of Yom?
Day, time, year.
Yeah. We finished.
Day as opposed to night. Day 24-hour period. Hold on. Day 24-hour period. As defined by evening and morning in Genesis 1. A division of time. Working day. So it's a measurement of time.
I'm just looking at deep.
Look. Lifetime. Days, lifetime, time, period in general. Yeah, hear me. Year, temporal references, day, yesterday, tomorrow, broski.
But let's look at the Strong's definition here. It says here, Yom, from the unused root meaning to be hot, a day, as the warm hours, whether literal from sunrise to sunset, or from one sunset.
Pause. What day was the sun created?
Exactly, this is what I was saying before.
4th day, so that blows it out the water, bro.
It's madness. What are you
doing? But the measurement.
There's no sun for it to be hot. There's no sun for the pot. Come on, brother.
Yeah.
There's no 24 hours. What? Based on what?
Exactly.
There's no sun.
It's only based on God right now. It's only based on God.
Come on, brother. We gotta stop trying to be. Come on, man. Come on.
It's not literal.
I don't agree with that.
Day is a time that's been around. What was
not literal? It's allegory. And hear what the devil said. Zulu. Read to them what the devil said.
You gotta watch.
Because if you read what the devil said, then you can kind of get an inkling to what Jedi's kind of saying. Do you get what I'm saying?
You're trying to say God's the devil. What are you trying to say?
No, I'm saying that the devil gives a different explanation to why that when they eat the fruit, they won't die. You're just going to be like God. You're going to be wise like God, and you're going to know about good and evil.
P, you gotta turn down your YouTube in the background. Well, go on, P. You try to hide. You can't hide. You can't hide, man. What go on, Pam?
Oh yeah.
Yo, P, you gotta come off mute. You gotta come off mute, brother. You gotta hit the microphone button. Yeah, and come off mute. You're on mute right now, yeah, my G.
Yeah,
big up, welcome. PMP, you know.
Have you guys gone into
Yeah, we can hear you now. P, what you saying? You good?
Am I meant to hear you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't hear us?
I can hear you guys now. I can hear you live.
Yeah, big up, man. Big up. What one?
I just wanted to join into your chat, man. I've been listening for the last hours while I'm working doing eBaying, and I did comment about the guinea fowls and the chickens, and I said, yeah, it derives from chicken from the perspective of the jungle or the forest.
Right.
Because I come from Gambia before I came to England, so I kind of have a different perspective to know about certain things that you man were discussing. So that got me so engrossed. I had to make a little comment, and then my partner Philly Queen, she's here, and she said, "Why don't you join in? We always listen and watch. Why don't we join in?" So I thought I'd join in.
Yeah, man.
Welcome.
Yo, Philly Queen, welcome, my sister. You good?
Hello.
Big up.
Big up yourself.
Long time, man.
Jeez, long time. Big up
We ready
yourself.
for some cake? We ready for some cake?
Yeah, innit? Some cakes. We had no cakes for a long time.
Yeah,
man.
definitely.
Innit? Come on now. Good to see you, lot, man.
So, Zulu. Yeah, foot back on your neck now, bro. So, I hope you had a good time breathing, getting this free breath. So,
I'm breathing. I'm content. I'm calm.
Okay, because you're saying that you're still sticking to this, even though in that thing that it's saying a passage of time, blah blah blah, a year, a general passage of time, just to show you in the last thing you read, it said heat, something to do with the sun,
the root of that.
But we know that in the creation story there was no sun till the fourth day.
So how would you know what a day is?
Exactly. How are we marking days?
Yeah, but that we're talking about the Hebrew language, isn't it? We're talking about people that were using at the time after the sun has already been created. So this is how they would measure time, by the stars and the sun.
No.
When was Hebrew created?
Sorry.
What?
These are not the words of a man. These are the words of God.
Moses is recording this information.
Yeah, the words of
but
God.
he's not narrating.
This is why it's not written in first person. God's not speaking in first person.
Whoa. Did God's fingertips itself not carve this out on
the Ten Commandments? The Ten Commandments.
Okay, yeah. All right, fair enough.
Moses wrote it like it's like an autobiography. Not to say that's not true. It doesn't make it not true. But I'm saying, obviously, it's not God writing it in the first person. Which is why the speech marks, or it's like God said, it will go to God said, and then he'll say something. It's not the whole thing God is speaking.
I'm sorry, but God communicated to him that on the fourth day, the sun was created. God communicated that to him. So this is God's terminology, which is not making sense.
Because God don't speak Hebrew, never did. And Hebrew came about way after Adam. Mad thing. Can we use the tongue of Adam and Eve or something, please? Can we get there? Can we even get the text of Adam and
Genesis 1 verse 14, God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let there be signs. Let them be for signs and for seasons, for days and for years." And then he said, God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. So it's telling you that the stars are for signs, seasons, days, and years.
All right, seasons. Okay. And how long is the season? A day?
I don't know what you're trying to do there.
No, you don't. How long is a season?
Sorry, let's start again. When did God create the stars?
This is the third. This is the fourth day.
All right. So still, we're back at square one. How are we determining 4 days have passed or 3 days have passed without sun, without stars? What are we talking about when we say a day?
But can it not be the same period of time without the sun and the moon?
How you time is a new thing compared to
because if God created time before the sun, because it says in Genesis 1, in the beginning, that's time. So God has created time before he's even made the sun and the stars or whatever. He's already created time. So time is a created thing now.
Things we use.
Where's time?
How can there be no time and the beginning?
There is no time. There is no time.
No, it's telling you in Genesis 1, in the beginning. That's time.
Yeah, there's no time. That's a period of time, but it's not the beginning.
No. Maku, listen. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. That's time. When you say beginning,
you're gangster, mate. You're gangster.
When you say beginning, that's time. So there is time before the sun, before the moon. Because even after that, he's saying this is the first day, this is the second day. So there is time. before
So
the
what
sun
is
and
time?
No, the
What is
narrator's
time
saying
is-
that. You said third person. One
God-
second.
God-
You said third person, so God's not saying that. So carry
No,
on.
hold on.
What is time?
The sun, the moon, and the stars are for us to tell time and for us to tell seasons and years. But time is already.
Time is a measurement. So time is essentially a
time-
measurement then.
Time
Okay,
is already.
does that exist in Moses' time?
Time is already in existence prior to the fourth
Can't
day.
be.
I've just
Exist in
demonstrated
Moses' time
that.
in
It's a
when Moses
man-made
is telling the
construct.
story.
It's a measurement.
I've just demonstrated that.
Hello, is it in Moses' time that maybe?
How can there be how can there be a beginning without time?
So would you say
What is
time's
time?
accurate? So would you say
Time is
time's
relative
accurate?
to what you're standing on, bro. Like, allow it, man.
Zulu, is time accurate to you then?
And if God don't stand on no
What do you
planet,
think? What kind of
how can
question
you
is
measure
that?
time?
No, it's a very good question.
Is time accurate to you?
Is time accurate to you? It's not a very hard question. If time is accurate, that means the clocks are accurate, innit? That means that the time don't have to be reset a few hours or minutes. It wouldn't have
An
to be,
hour.
yeah? So it's not, nothing is exact and actual. Even the universe's movements are not exact and actual. A day isn't exactly a day. It's slightly off. It's slightly over. It varies.
And it's not a day.
It's basically a measurement
it's
of
shadow hour, man. What are we
yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, but it's a basic measurement. It's not actual and it's not factual. It's a basic measurement based on theory of the stars moving. It takes the stars to move this direction this long, and it takes the earth to move this much. That's how the seasons are measured. That's how the years are measured. That's how the hours and the minutes and the seconds are measured.
So when we're talking seasoning, we're talking agriculture.
Yeah. And this is how even a minute is measured. You know, you get 60. It's an estimation.
No, the 60 they got from the Sumerians. Let's not get that twisted. Time they got from the Sumerians, but we're just going to leave that alone. We don't even want to go into that today and hurt someone's brain. We're just going to stick with the Bible.
Whose brain?
No, we're just going to stick with the Bible. Like, let's continue.
You're very arrogant,
Like,
you know. You're very arrogant.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
used to that.
Time definitely wasn't God made it. It's a man-made thing based on observation.
Well, it seems it came after.
That's why it's not perfect. Hence the reason why it's not perfect. Because if it was so God made it, and it would be so perfect, wouldn't it? But it's not perfect. That's why it's got flaws. So we've got leap year and.
I'm just letting you speak because I completely.
No, mate. Anything I say, you can look it up. But obviously you're religious, so you'd always be in denial about what anybody else is saying. So.
And you're obviously in denial about what a
you've been
religious
in
person.
denial.
And you're obviously in denial about what a religious person is saying. So, touche.
Yeah, that was a good touche. I'm not gonna lie.
So I guess we're both in denial of each other's concepts.
You two both can be stuck there in that kind of, is it religion or not?
I know.
No, I wouldn't be stuck there because I'm not the one who's questioning God.
Oh yeah, because science
real
is
or not.
it's
This guy believes that imaginary is real. Spiritual is more stronger than the physical, isn't it? Yeah, really.
So yeah, this concept of time, you're saying God created it and put it in the Bible as defining those periods. But that's just defining day and night, no? Is it not? So we could say, yeah, this is a day and a night when the sun's in the sky, and then when the sun disappears in the shadow hours, yeah, that can define a day. All right, fair enough. But then it doesn't make sense that you say the day you eat this thing, you will surely die. But what makes more sense is what is God is a day to the Creator, and that is supposedly likened to 1,000 years.
Yep.
So why are we talking these small numbers and talking this Gregorian calendar bullshit? Because that's what you're effectively doing. Yeah, you're using a calendar that we're using for biblical, and the biblical calendar is Gregorian. That is our
Gregorian, and it's wrong.
It's Gregorian, so there's no Hebrew calendar, no?
You're not using it. No, you're not using it. You're not using it, bro. That's plain and simple. You know what I'm saying? If you're using the Hebrew calendar, then cool. But then tell us the Saturday or the Sabbath day or whatever day. What are the days of the week in Hebrew?
Bro. What do you think Saturday is?
Yo, you man.
Do you know?
Can I just get in a 2 pence?
You say Sabbato.
Sabbato.
You know when you say Sabbato.
Can I get in a 2 pence,
Saturday
please?
is Sabbath. What do you think that is?
I thought Saturday was Saturn.
Yeah.
No, that's
Saturn.
the Greeks. The Romans and the Greeks call it
Or
Saturn's
Saturn's
Day.
I don't know.
No, but
I'm
you're
sure it was
talking
the Romans,
again. But again,
Saturnalia.
you're
So hold
talking
on,
about
wait.
bro.
So,
Can you hear me speaking?
So did Adam do it then?
Can you hear
Did
me
Adam
speaking?
do this?
Yeah, I can hear you speaking still.
Go on, family.
Confusion, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to say 2 pence still, which is
Yes, family.
if there is like a reference we're using, you all have used the different references we can use. But what about if we use a paradox or just say that we can't fathom that time because we're not capable
That's
as
right.
humans?
That's fair. That's fair. That's
Yeah.
also fair.
That's good. That's a good one.
Because we're just using
I don't
different
share
references to
any.
get
I
our
don't share
voice
any of these
heard.
views that you guys are.
Okay, cool. But you're the only one. And as I said, man, are open to any possibility because I'm not going to put parameters on the creator and an explanation of a story that is been made for human beings.
Because you're saying
One second,
you're
man.
putting
Stop,
parameters.
man. Let me finish, man.
You're saying God can't create. You're saying God can't create the world in 6 days. You're putting parameters.
Yeah, I'm saying that in
I just think all
nature,
of those
in
are just
science.
basic
One
numbers,
second,
just to
one
give us
second, family.
comprehension.
1 second.
Sorry, my
family.
bad.
Yeah, I'm saying that in nature, in science, and everything that we learn, yeah, nothing can come forth in 6 days that of significance. So if we saying that a day is 1,000 years to the creator, and he's creating our earth, say 1,000 years goes past, trees will grow, vegetation will thing, all of these things will happen. You get what I'm saying? Or maybe a volcano will calm down, and all of these type of things. So we've got to give
Create
them
like a natural cycle for itself.
right. Thank you. And it will take a period of time, and we even see that replicated in nature.
Whoa, hold on, no. Hold on.
Go.
And I know you're going to differ with this, but if I stand on Zulu's side, we are talking about a man that doesn't have a mother. How much unnatural can we be? We got a man that probably doesn't have a belly button. Come on, brother. This is a full-grown man that was never a child. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You're
So
right.
what we're talking about test tube baby or something.
Why can't he make a full-grown tree or fully developed ecosystem?
This is why I stand on the.
He could, but I'm saying that it doesn't seem so in the sense of giving what time is likened to him. It only makes more sense that these are 6 periods of 1,000 or even.
Why the confusion? Why the confusion of 1,000 days? A day is like 1,000 days to the creator. Why even do that? And use the same word for day. Why even do that? That doesn't even make sense.
It's not confusion. I'm not confused by it. I'm not confused by it. Millions of people have
days of
believe
1,000 years. Why don't
we're
you
not
call it
confused.
1,000
You guys
years?
are confused about it, not me.
Okay, I get it. You're not confused. I get it.
Because when I give my explanation, you guys reject it. So I don't know what you want me to say.
I don't even know.
You can get something substantial in 6 years, 6 days.
Zulu, you don't lean on your own understanding. So, like, I feel like sometimes the cockiness or the confidence that you display in your current understanding is destined to be short-lived, because you will upgrade your understanding as you evolve and mature in your belief. So you saying, "Oh, I'm not confused," that's cool, but there's many concepts within that Bible that you don't grasp fully, and you are still trying to fully understand or get a better perspective of.
I don't need to know everything.
Let's not act like it, but you act like it's stuck in stone. Now, I'm not confused. I know where it is, but you still need to. And you can come to a new understanding.
I don't need to know it though.
You can come to a new understanding that's truer, that's more. No, can you not?
I don't need these questions that you guys are asking. It doesn't keep me up at night. I don't need to know them for me to believe in it. I don't need to know it.
All right.
Let
me explain why. Because you obviously are short-sighted, and then I'm gonna hear from P. Yeah, bro. At the end of the day, if, for instance, the 6 days of creation, in fact, was 6,000 days of creation, and then the genealogy of man is 6,000, that would place the Earth at a minimum of 12,000 years. That should make a difference to you when looking for archaeological evidence or whatever else around the world to do with life earth, reality, but you're acting like it doesn't matter. Come on, bro. I've just doubled.
No.
We've just maybe doubled the existence of the earth, and you're acting like, oh well, yeah, don't keep me up at night. No one is saying it does, but it's an important detail to add to your.
But you guys are providing a theory. You guys are providing a theory, isn't it?
That's the only reason.
I'm taking the Bible literally. You guys are theorizing and allegorizing what the Bible says.
I'm taking it literally. Yeah, but we can assume
you guys are not taking it literally. You're not taking it literally.
All right then, brother. All right, one last thing. You don't take the Bible literally, yeah? So Cain, you taking the Bible literally. So Cain and Abel were literally Adam and Eve's children, right?
Yeah.
Were they other children at that time?
No. Oh, at the time of Abel, yes, the sisters, yeah.
The sisters. Where does it speak of the sisters in the Bible?
It says that Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters after Abel.
Where? Why? What point does it say this?
It says it when Abel died that they had other sons and daughters.
Let's read. Let's go there. Let's go there. If you don't mind, can you you're doing a little Bible study still? So just show me where it says that, because I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I think you know where I'm going. Where we're asking where Cain took his wife from and why Cain needed a mark on his forehead, worried about the others. And who knows
the others that would come forth from Adam and Eve, because they didn't live very young, they lived long. So he would have been alive to see his other brothers and sisters and their children and da. So he founded the land of Nod, in case you didn't know that. So how can he found the land of Nod?
You didn't found anything.
Yeah, he founded the land of Nod.
You didn't found anything.
He went
there.
Zulu, go in your book, Zulu.
Where does it say he founded it? Stop your nonsense, bro.
Type in who founded the land of Nod and you'll see.
Yeah,
bro, how did he found it?
Don't get frustrated, Stan.
Why did we call Nod and his name's Cain? Who is Nod? Where does Nod come from?
Genesis
what
4,
does it mean?
1, 2. There's the answer.
The land of nudity.
No, nodding off, sleeping. The land of Nod. That's what that means.
Okay.
There's no such word at that time.
Okay.
Well, in English.
Go in your book, Zulu. Don't argue with these man from outside your book. Just go in your book and just shut them up, innit? P, go. What are you gonna say, broski? Sorry, man.
No, I'm saying to come back to the whole perspective thing, like the lacking of perspective or paradox because if we're just going to keep using reference is always what one can understand already and can comprehend and make sense of and has emotional attachments to. But otherwise, we have that and more with God, because it's either instinctively based and it's something that we can affirm to, or something that we just feel beyond something we can comprehend with words, because the words we use are already perverted if we go back to the land of nodding or anything like that. But it's just so that you can, with your peer, be able to affirm and feel the same alike, that you know that there is one thing you can never keep conversating about, which is God, or how did we get here, or what is what. And I feel like sometimes we all need to just have a bit of a more open mind to just still be able to understand that someone else can feel something different than we feel, but does not mean that they're wrong, because perspective does not mean right is right and wrong is wrong. It just means that the holder feels right, and that could mean as long as they're not harming anyone or infecting anyone with their ideology or concept, well, it's all right. Let's have a laugh about it as well at the same time.
Yeah, but Pete, we do have these conversations with a like to educating ourselves and getting to the truth. Do you believe that the truth exists?
Also, I definitely affirm the truth must be full. The full truth is what I'm about. The full truth, because I'm not about this half perspective of is it full or empty? It's full. It's got to be nothing but the truth, the whole truth, the full truth. Will set you free, or will give you peace of mind.
Right. Therefore, we
do have to educate, or I don't know, intellect.
That's why we're going into it, P, just to try and get the full truth of that account. You know what I mean? That's why we're getting into that. But yeah, you're making a good sense. Yo, hold on. Where's he gone? Oh yeah, he's there. Yo, Steps, what are you saying, brother?
Now I was saying the only one I know is Seth, innit? That Adam and Eve.
Right.
The Cain and Abel.
And
Right.
can we
Because
start
Adam lived
using
800 years and had other sons and daughters.
can we start using the appropriate language like
where does it say that?
Genesis 5 verse 4.
And also, if they had less days in a week, how long would that 800 years translate to?
This is frustrating me.
As well.
Why are you getting frustrated?
Remember, they had
Because
less
asking the
days.
same questions, you know my answer. You just disagree with my answer. So, like, why ask the same question again?
I don't think that question's
Hey,
no one's even asked that question today. What are you even on about?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. My role here is to moderate and alleviate the frustration so we can have a fruitful convo. Because I know sometimes it can just we'll be having a great convo and then everyone gets frustrated. So I'm trying to be an intermediary and ask anyone that needs questioning, I'm gonna answer my question, right? So don't feel attacked, bro. We just
Yo, Jed.
I'm enjoying it.
Yo, Jed, so basically, he just put in the private chat something. I just asked the question, and he's just insinuated that that's already been asked when it hasn't. So basically, it goes, after the birth of Seth, Adam lived another 800 years and had other sons and daughters. Now, what I was saying is, you know, like how we had other days, like Sunday, added to the calendar. That wasn't until like Roman times. So, like that 800 years. How much would that equate to if you missed certain days of the week that weren't there, and even the hours of the day that was different?
Wow.
Do you know what I mean? How much? What would be the difference? Would it equal to what?
Exactly. It depends what calendar you're using.
Are you saying that might make the 800 years bigger or smaller?
Shorter. It'd probably be shorter. It'd probably translate to something different. Because remember, they had different days, different hours, different alphabet. Everything's been translated over time.
No, it's easy to work out. Let's do it this way, right? It's easy to work out because if the concept of time comes with the Sumerians, right, which is way before any of these stories or whatever, right, and probably the root of some of these stories, right, and they gave them the contents of 60, 360, 60 seconds, 60 minutes, all of that, right? So that is down to the Sumerians that we actually know. We can prove that and say that
was the first concept. That was what the Bible and all that come from. Sumerian kind of was that.
No,
a lot of it
Absolutely
came
false.
from. 1 second. A lot of it, came from that region and out of that knowledge that they acquired from those regions.
So you got Sumerian calendar. What was the Mayans before that or after? That was after.
No, you've got the Egyptian. You've got Mayans is later, of course. You've got obviously the Chinese has even got calendar. So many people have got calendar systems, but the one attached to the biblical is the Gregorian. Unfortunately,
it's clearly not. It's called the Hebrew calendar, bro.
Okay, you think King James version of the Bible?
How am I gonna keep a Sabbath if I'm following the Gregorian calendar?
Well, that's why some of your brothers disagree with the timing of your Sabbath. Some people are doing Sabbath in the week. Is that not true?
It's not disagreements. There's more than one Sabbath.
Yeah, but is there people doing it because they can't say saying that they can't. They didn't never had Saturday
research,
or
man. Yo, is Hebrew calendar after Sumerian?
Fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah. Okay. So,
there's the moon days, and then there's the Sabbath day, which is every week. There's two Sabbaths. There's the moon days, which is an additional Sabbath, and then there's the weekly Sabbath, which is the 10 Commandments. God says, keep the Sabbath day and remember it, keep it holy, which is in reference to the seventh day God rested. So there's the weekly Sabbath, and then there's also the moon days. There's no confusion there.
So hold on. Who was practicing this before it was given to Moses?
I personally, if you were to ask me, I don't think Abraham was keeping a Sabbath. Personally, I don't think there was no Mosaic law.
Right. So Moses never did it. I mean, what's his name? Noah never did it.
I don't know about Noah because it's possible. Again, I'm theorizing. It's possible that Adam would have known about this Sabbath because of the part of the creation.
Then Seth never did it, and then obviously none of these people did it.
Okay, I'm looking at the Hebrew calendar, and the Hebrew calendar is not much different from today's calendar, except for the seasons slightly overlap.
Mm-hmm.
So and the Sumerian calendar is not much different either.
12 months. Sumerian calendar, how many months?
So Most of the ancient calendars are not that much different. So
then what? So
the
what
one
one
we do now.
is being used then? Ask what one is being used for your biblical timeline. Because your timeline is trying to tell you from 6,000 years ago to now. Yeah, that's what it's trying to tell you. It can give you dates, so it can tell you, yeah, man's 800, and then from 800, this one lived to 500, and this one begot, all the way up to modern day, and somehow that works out as 6,000 years. From Adam, mad.
Yeah, it's a lot of research, you know. So make sure you do some research.
Yo, Sumerian calendar's got 12 months, and it's got lunar months of 29 or 30 days.
Right.
So they see how we got 30, 31 days. They had 29, 30 days.
Okay, but that's a small difference. The commonality is the 12-month year.
It's not
365
days.
So if the Sumerians have a 12-month year and a 7-day week, what much different is it now than it was then? Because you're trying to fashion it like, oh, there's this massive difference in the calendar.
Who said it's a 7-day week? Who says it's a 7-day
Look it up.
week?
Look, type in. Did Sumerians have a 7-day week? Because I did the research.
Sumerians,
so you type in and
7
see.
day a week.
Does Sumerians have a 7-day week? Type that into Google. Because you're making out like, oh, Gregorian calendar. All the Gregorian calendar did is change Sunday to Saturday, saying that the last day of the week is Sunday
it's called a hermetic
instead of it being Saturday. That's what the Gregorian calendar did. But it's still a 365-day year, 7-day week.
Where did you get August from? You're even getting extra months. What are we talking about?
So it's the Sumerians that introduces 7 days a week. So it
must so it's not the Gregorian calendar.
No,
but they're the ones who introduced it.
Introduced calendar system, bro. Are you understanding what you're saying? They introduced the concept of time. So they're giving you everything you've got. Yeah, that's where it's coming from. They're giving. So you just said that nah, it's not them. It's blah blah blah. You're just chatting shit. No, bro. Yeah, these Sumerians gave you the concept of time, and the one the Bible is using is not Sumerian. Dumb.
Hold on.
And is it 365 days on the Sumerian calendar?
When you say they gave you, are you saying the Sumerians gave Israelites information?
If their months are short, how is it going to be 365 days?
Hold on. Answer the question. Are you saying, when you say they gave you, are you saying the Sumerians gave Israelites all this information? And furthermore, who are the Israelites? Where did they come from?
What are you talking about, Israelites? Like, we come from Jacob, bro. Like,
no. Okay. Where does Jacob come from?
He comes from Abraham's seed. Like,
where does Abraham come from?
Constantine added Sunday to the.
Where does Abraham come from, Maku?
He comes from Terah, his father, and then his father all the way back to. Where did they live? The way back to 1 second, all the way back to Peleg, and what was the other one you like to claim? With the language.
Eber is after Peleg.
Yeah, okay, cool. But all the way back to Shem, right?
But
son of Noah. 1 second.
Where did
son
Terah
of
live?
Noah.
Where did Terah and Abraham live prior to Abraham going to Canaan?
He lived in Babylon.
Yeah, this is mad.
Okay, so when you're saying they gave you, that was their concept. There's no gave anybody.
Yeah, but no one's Israelite there. So what are you talking about? We're talking about Hebrews. If you're talking about Hebrew, yeah, cool. But Israelites come from Hebrews. Do you get what I'm saying? And Abraham being the first Hebrew, right?
This is so dense.
Am I wrong? Or am I wrong? Because Jacob is way down the line, bro. This is a whole different era when we're dealing with Israelites.
Bro, if Abraham comes from the land of Ur, which was in Samaria and Babylon, and you're saying that the Bible took the concept from the Sumerians, but the people that wrote the book are Sumerians essentially, because Abraham was from there initially. There's no taking from anybody. It's their concept.
So why is it not just their concept? Why has everybody else got it now? Why is everybody else claiming Adam and all of these Sumerian words or these Akkadian words? Yeah, you're speaking Akkadian, yeah, but yet you're saying, Hebrew this and Hebrew that. No, let's stick to the language being used and the words being said. If you're going to say Adam from Adama, yeah, know what language you're using.
You don't think Adama is used in the Hebrew?
Bro, these are pre-flood languages, bro.
Do you know? Do you know what? Do you know what? Do you know what Adama means?
Perhaps
it means the ground.
We know.
Okay, so in the Hebrew, the same names, the same location, Garden of Eden, between the river Euphrates and between the same place, same names, same events, same people. Who's taken from where?
But you're saying Israelites.
Bruh, okay. Next.
Is that what you said? No.
Next question. Because you're just going around in circles.
You just made yourself look stupid, bro.
No, you made yourself look stupid.
I'm saying Hebrew. I'm saying the first Hebrew is supposedly what's his name? Abraham, right?
The first Hebrew is first Hebrew is
and
Eber.
then when we get to Jacob, one
Eber.
second. When we get to Jacob now, who changed his name to Israel, then his descendants, the 12 tribe, will be Israelites. Cool, no problem. We understand that, but that's different times.
But what's
times
the root?
Are going on
what's
here.
the root, Maku?
But we're not saying the root, bro. We're saying that Abraham is a Chaldean.
Do you know why it's important? Because you're
Aramean.
Maku, it's important because you're claiming plagiarism. How can I plagiarize my own ancestral information?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying that the people taking and writing the books, rewriting the books, these modern Greeks and Romans and British and all of these are the people doing it. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about they originally. One second, bro. One second. We're not saying they originally wrote the text. We've said this. We've placed the texts where they originally come from. We know all of this. Not all of it is from Sumeria. Some is from Kemet. Some is from other parts of the Middle East.
No,
and
none of it's from
that,
Kemet.
right?
None of it's from Kemet.
Okay, cool, no problem.
Sumerians are older than Kemet, bro.
No, but is some of the biblical story placed in Kemet, my brother?
The location is there. Yeah, the location.
Right. A lot of people in the Bible are in Kemet, so Kemet is integral in the story, kind of thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not knocking it. I'm just saying.
The point I'm challenging is plagiarism.
Well, I'm saying, let's look at it this way then. If you're saying Kemet, right? Kemet story is Kemet story. So if the Bible story happens to slip into Kemet, it better match up, right? That the Kemet story and the biblical story coincide at some point and say, yes, boom, this is the same story.
The biblical
story. One second, we do that because we're saying that the Kemet will keep an accurate records of their dealings and what happened in their country, and the people in the Bible, knowing where that information came from, if it is true, would definitely match up with the Kemet thing. For example, just one.
It's the other way. It's the other way around.
Okay.
I'll tell you why it's the other way around.
Why is it the other way around?
The Kemet story, the Sumerian story, the Hittite story, the Hawaiian story, they're all deviations or sub stories of the original truth. The biblical story is directly given to Moses on the Mount Sinai. So it's not like, oh, it's through ancestral oral. No. He's telling you what happened. There's a reason why there's a similarity between them all is because Noah told his sons this information. So when these sons now disperse later on, some other information is remembered and carried on, which is why the Sumerians talk about Adam and Eve and the Egyptians talk about creation and da-da-da and da-da-da. It's because it all stems from Noah teaching his sons this information after the flood. So no one from the Bible is taking anything from Kemet, Sumeria, Retete. All the Bible is doing is giving you a deeper explanation onto what happened, why there was a flood, so on and so on. Right? Or no?
I don't understand what you're trying to say, bro.
I suspected
clear,
that.
please.
I suspected you didn't understand.
Yeah. I was thinking. Was that directed at me as well? I didn't even know. I was just listening. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
Well, you're playing games, bro.
I must have phased out, bro.
Playing games, man.
For this drizzle. You get me?
Drizzle?
But yeah, go on. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, Chaldeans what? The what? The Israelite what?
Bro, you're not even taking it seriously, fam. Next move on.
Yeah. Forget it, Zulu, man. You get me? Like you made a mistake. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? We move on.
I made no mistake, bro.
So
I've stood my ground this whole time.
So who was the first Israelite again? Sorry, what did you say?
I don't know. I don't even know what you're doing right now. I
You said Eba is the first Israelite.
Did I ever say Eba is the first Israelite?
Well, what are you saying then? Because I'm saying that I agree that Abraham was the first Hebrew, right? And
No,
I
the first
agree
Hebrew is
that the
Eba.
first Israelite, is Jacob, who changed his name to
Hebrew
Israel.
Eber.
You get me? Okay. That's what you said. Exactly. You said Eba.
Eberites.
All right, Eberites. But there's no Eberites in the Bible. Mad thing.
Are you serious?
Okay.
What do you think the word Hebrew comes from?
I'm saying, no, you're doing the Ezra again.
No, it's not an Ezra thing. You can go on Blue Letter Bible. You can go on Blue Letter Bible, Mr. Michael.
Even Ezra couldn't
you can
even
look
prove
at the
that,
root
man.
word.
Eberites
You can look at the root word for Hebrew, and it will show you that the root word for Hebrew is Eber.
Okay.
No one's making anything up, bro.
All right.
Okay.
And how long did Eber live? And who was his son?
His son was Terah. I think it was Joktan or Terah, one of the two.
It was not Terah, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, probably
several generations away from Terah. We looked at it. And he had brothers. You get me? He had brothers, that thing, and succeeded him because he died off. So we can see the generations of Shem. You get me? All the way down. And Eber's way. Yeah, there's no time for Eberites. That's all I'm saying. Like, you got Kemo laughing even.
Yeah, because you're trying to cook, bro. He's laughing at you.
No,
He's laughing at you, bro.
What? How is he laughing at me when it's Eber? Like, come on, man.
You know the laughing is at you. It's not at me, you know. It's actually at you. In case you didn't know that.
Eberites and that. What? Where?
Because when you say things like that,
where is
and it's like,
you said the Blue Letter Bible? I'm saying in your standard Bible, is there Eberites there? Is there?
Bro, the word Hebrew. Okay, do you understand the root words for words? Do you understand what a root word is? Or maybe not.
What does the word Hebrew mean, bro?
Bro, the root word for the word Hebrew is Heber, who is the ancestor of Abraham.
No. I'm saying
the word Hebrew means the one who crosses over.
Right. And what did Abraham do?
Went to Canaan.
Did he cross the Tigris and Euphrates at any point?
Mm-hmm.
He did, yes?
Yeah.
So he crossed the river. So that statement relates to somebody crossing a river, a foreigner or someone coming from somewhere else crossing over a river or two. You get me? So all I'm saying is that's where it comes from, and that's where it relates to. You have to find out who's saying the word. You get what I'm saying? What language it comes from, because there ain't no Hebrews around or anything like that. So it's one people who speak one language referring to another set of people who speak a dialect of the similar language. The Chaldeans, call them Chaldeans. No, you don't. You say Hebrew. People crossing over or whatever. That's the basics of it. You know what I mean? And that has been a long-standing thing for ages, bro. Don't know about this new Eber stuff.
There's no new. Like, it's literally just language, bro. Like, it's so simple. You just type it in on the internet.
Just like I'm telling you, like, Ezra has already done this, bro, and many times.
All Ezra did was screen share. All he did was show evidence. You're just talking. He screen shared, showed you the Blue Letter Bible, showed you the root word for Hebrew, showed you what it means. And you
did he win the debate though? He didn't. Like, that's the point, bro.
No, he didn't win the debate.
And since then, he's been upset.
He was judged on his performance, not on the information.
Yeah, but
he wasn't judged on the
information.
Because Ezra actually brought information. It's just that he was just in a mood and he wasn't.
All right. But did next man not bring information as well?
Yeah, he brought a mountain. He brought a mountain in Russia.
Cool.
Like what? He didn't show no Bible. He didn't show no Hebrew. He didn't show nothing. He just brought a mountain in Russia called Haparu.
And our brother Ezra promised us, that he would not use the Bible to prove his point. He did not say that. Did he not say that beforehand?
He didn't say that. He said he would not only.
Oh my God!
He said he would not only use.
No, he said he wouldn't.
No, he didn't.
He said he was going to come with a different. I'm telling you, bruv. We've got the recording of that show when he came on.
Why would he say that if we said we wanted to see more from the Bible? Why would he say that?
No, he didn't. He said that's what he was going to do. He was going to do something different because everybody does that. It's kind of easy, you know what I mean? So he can prove his point outside of the Bible. These are his words. So I was rubbing my hands, waiting to see and hear, and then I heard Bible stuff. So it's cool, no problem.
I do not
You know what I
recall
mean?
that.
We weren't knocking it. You know what I mean? But it's just you say one thing and then you do another, and then you don't prove your point.
Matthew,
You get it? As far as the information is concerned.
Why is it in Luke 30? Why is it in Luke 3 verse 35? Eber is called Heber.
But Luke is a student of Paul.
No. Answer the question. Answer the question.
I can't speak for Luke, who's a student of a man who was not around in any of these times, bro.
Maybe it's translation, and maybe it's
you're not going to play that game with me.
Why is he called Heber?
Headbutt you in your teeth.
Time, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Reading the
Does
New
anyone
Testament,
care what Luke says?
Why is
Heber
called Heber?
Yeah, Sniper as a non-religious person, I think I can probably answer this. It might be the region that they're in. It could be the accent. It could be the different language. Could be a whole load of things. What? Explain to us why then.
Luke, you get me? Oh, he's not a student, is he, Kemo? You're an idiot anyway. You get me? You should know that's old school shit, man. Man's worked that out a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Mikey, you still can't prove that Paul isn't even a good apostle. You can't even prove nothing, bro. Remember last time me and Ezra was sitting there asking you for evidence? You're like, give me a second. We waited for at least 30 minutes, almost an hour. You couldn't screen share anything. You couldn't show anything. So remember, we know you don't bring evidence, bro. We know this.
No, you're just running again. Remember that was the slaughtering of Paul. Remember, we went from the donkey.
It was a failure.
We went. We went for the donkey off into Damascus to him writing most of the passages, most of the passages in the New Testament. He got knocked out, punched up, elbowed, and all his apprentices. Yeah,
absolute flop. I remember that.
All his apprentices, Luke and Timothy, and them man there. Like, stop it, man.
It was so bad, that you were even.
I don't want to hear Luke.
It was so bad that you were even laughing because you were
writing
like,
of no papers from no.
All right, but what convo are we having now, though? I hear about what you lot did. You're like conquesting the parts of each other, but come on, man. Let's keep it in the relevant. We've got new people.
Let's try to run from the point. Yeah.
Let's keep the conversation rounded. I go away. Don't make the conversation one where only 2 people can have. Because then there's 6 people on the panel. 4 of them gonna leave, including me. Like, I wasn't listening though, but I'm just saying. Now I am.
I was listening.
Okay.
I was listening.
Add something then, P. Add something, man. Bring P in.
Nah,
man.
but that one was like them two had to go at it. Man was listening into it to see and learn as well. Man was learning at the same time, but man was listening to them because it seemed like it was a bit of a personal one from past videos and that. So yeah, I'm just listening at the moment. Man, we'll get into it.
It's easy. It's easy.
As long as you get the concept, that's cool then. That's
As we say, if you're gonna quote Luke, as I said, it's gonna be a problem because we already looked into the individual and he's a student of another individual who's a self-proclaimed apostle or whatever. He's doing his own thing.
Oh my God.
Cool, no problem.
Self-proclaimed apostle. Okay. I'm just laughing at this point, bro. You got no evidence, no information.
I'm not rating Paul. You know,
by your own admission, you said the other day.
We don't rate.
I hate when people have to ask me for evidence. Why can't you just take what I say for truth? You said that, but you said that the other day. You're like, why do people have to ask for evidence? You know, like, why can't I just take what I have to say? So. You said that.
I don't think so, bro. I think if anything, yeah, people always fact checking me, bro.
Why do you think, bro?
It's easy though. I'm not here saying don't fact check me. I'm not saying don't fact check me. What's the great thing about it is some people do it for me. I don't mind that, bro.
But Maku,
they'll come back, boom, 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 boom. Oh, Maku, facts, blah, blah, blah. Look, if you look here, it says it here. Boom, simple. Like, bro, I've done my research. I don't need to worry about anything you're saying. You lot are the frauds, especially this pussyo in the fucking chat who won't jump on.
Maku, what
are you talking about, Kevin?
Why do you have a problem with screen sharing or providing evidence for your claims? Why do you want people to just take what you say?
That's never been the case, bro. I fucking sitting here because I fucking got struck down for showing fucking evidence. That's what I do. You've been on my show and we've had a whole fucking show of fucking evidence. No, bro. Maps, everything. We've done everything, bro.
You've never been demonetized by screen sharing. Hold on. You've never been demonetized by screen sharing evidence, bro. You were demonetized for playing a video.
Bro, it's evidence, is it not?
Okay, but if I'm saying screen share so and so from the Bible,
allow it, man.
Hold on, if I'm saying screen share,
that's the level of what I'm doing. You get me? That's the level of what I'm doing and I can do. You know this. So this is why I sit the way I sit right now, because I'm in contemplation like, bros, I can't even speak my own mind. I have to create new channels where I can do that now. So yeah, when we go in the FTK Academy, yeah, we're gonna do battle, man. We're gonna do whatever, bros. You get me? Because that channel ain't got no strikes. But you know, I'm not gonna mash up my bread and butter or next man's bread and butter, yeah, just to satisfy whoever. When you blatantly seen people don't like when I start going into certain things. Let's not play that game, bro.
The day you bring evidence is the day I would start believing what you have to say.
My fucking channel is littered with evidence.
Until then,
all the time.
I'm gonna have to fact check everything you say, and I would advise you to do that with me also. But especially because
so
you don't
easy
bring
to fact check you, though.
I have to fact check everything.
Can we get into some fact check?
Yeah, let's do that. You get me? Let's do that, man. What you want to do? What you want to see? Because as I thought, we were still in Genesis now. Yeah. We was in Genesis. And we was about to find out how Cain and the curse and the people he went to in supposedly Nod.
Yeah, man, you're gonna have to look into that, bro, because every time I speak, it's just something else I know.
No talk, man. No one ain't disturbing you for talking or not listening.
No, it's just like when I say something, it's like you're gonna reject it. So what's the point? You know what I mean?
You ain't even said it, bro. So like, just stop doing that, man.
Yeah, but you know my position. Why are we even going through that?
Can we have a conversation, please? And not a conversation about a conversation. Let's
exactly.
just have
like, what are you doing, man? Just preempting everything.
The combo's just like going downhill. We're not talking about anything anymore for the last 10 minutes, and the numbers are just going down. It's getting boring now, man. Can we talk about something, please?
Exactly.
Come on, man. What's wrong?
As
with
I said, we was in
it's hard work moderating between adults all the time, but if I don't, we get to a point where communication breaks down, and then you lot stop talking to each other like properly, and then before you know it, one person jumps off. Everyone's like, "Where's Jedi? Where's Jedi?" There's 20 people watching, and that pisses me off.
Yeah.
Like,
Anyway, as I was saying,
you not invite some more people on? Like, let's. I'm just saying, yeah. Maybe we should make some statements and we should ask questions about it to build the combo back up, because we're running to a dead end. Or find something else.
I'm trying to bring it back on track. Yeah.
Yeah.
On my page, it's showing me we were in the Bible, right? We was at the bit where Cain was about to get the curse, right? And go into Nod and sin supposedly waiting at the door, and you get it. I'm there, bro. My page is open. You gotta say, yeah. I'm waiting. Because you know what's strange about this? It doesn't even name his wife.
It doesn't name a lot of people's wives.
Yeah, but you go somewhere, if it was like a relative, you know what I mean? We would have the name like a sister or a younger sister or something. Or do you get it?
Why do you think the genealogy in Genesis 10 only mentions the man, the paternal lineage?
Yeah, but okay, he has a son, and who's Cain's son?
It's in Genesis 10. It talks about his descendants.
From this unholy or this holy
Enoch,
right?
Their people. If you read in Genesis 10, it tells you his descendants.
Is this the same Enoch as the Book of Enoch?
No, it's not the same Enoch. It clearly tells you, even in the passage, not the same Enoch.
Right. So, and then he has a son named Enoch, right? And Seth has a son named Enoch, right?
No, but Seth's son Enoch is generations after. It's generations after. Seth's first son wasn't Enoch.
Right. But he has Enoch in his generations, right? His descendants, right.
Yes.
So they're using the same names.
Yeah, I mean the names have been used from multiple people. Like for example, Joshua.
No, it makes sense because they're family, innit? Like,
no, it's just language, innit? You may name someone a name, but there's someone else in your family that has that same name.
Because it's the same language, no?
Right.
Yeah. If we're brothers or thing, I know. Yeah, like you might kill the other brother, but yeah, we're brothers still, right? And our parents are the same, so we can still use the names that we know in the language that we speak. I think that would make sense, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm wondering. But anyway, this thing. Are you there yet?
Me?
Yeah.
Where?
I think it was Genesis.
What are you asking me to do? Like I don't understand. What are you saying? What are you there yet?
Oh, it was what Jedi was asking. Remember we was talking about Cain, right? And he's gonna get the mark. And then he goes to Nod, right?
Yeah, and I said that he founded Nod. And and his wife was his relative.
Right. So we're trying to establish that, right? We're gonna try and go through the passage because it doesn't actually say that.
So it doesn't say that he went to Nod and he knew his wife, which he already had. Because if he found a wife in Nod, it would have just said he went to Nod and found a wife. It doesn't say that. It says he knew his wife and he went to Nod.
He fucked her. He fucked his wife. You know what?
So it doesn't say he found a wife in Nod.
No, he fucked.
Hold on, wait.
No, his wife is to have sex with him.
When he was getting cursed.
You know that, though.
Sorry.
We know that's what it means. It's sex, yeah.
Sorry.
What's the problem?
He's just coming out of
I'm saying.
Wait, Jen was like, he fucked her, man. He fucked her.
I'm that's so immature, man. Anyway, I'm saying that because he already had a wife and he went into her and had kids when he went to Nod, means that he already had a wife before he went to Nod.
Does it say that he already had a wife?
Hold on. Oh, please.
Man. Sorry, go on. Sorry.
It would have said, if it was saying what you guys are saying, it would have said he went to Nod and found a wife.
Where's his wife? Where's his wife from, bro?
It's his relative.
Where's his wife from?
If you look in the Book of Jubilees, it says that's his sister.
That's a bit weird that you have to go outside the story itself.
Yeah, like.
Hold on. What is the Book of Jubilees? When you say going outside, what do you mean by that? What's the Book of Jubilees?
I'm saying if we're in Genesis and we're talking about Genesis, why are we in the Book of Jubilees? Can't we just stick to what Genesis says without all the embellishment that have to be found in another verse?
Who with Jubilees? Moses as well.
Nope.
So how did they get the? How did they know what happened in the Garden of Eden and them times there? Who else got that information with them apart from Moses?
I mean, this was information that the Israelites would have known orally.
How, bro?
Because Noah, if you read in Genesis, it says that Noah taught his sons these things, and they knew the events of what happened prior to the flood.
Cool, man. See, that's what happens when you explain things, bro. Do you know what I mean? You just hold on. What? I just realized. So I'll be back. What the fuck?
So the bit about him making love to his wife and her getting pregnant and having Enoch. This comes after he goes to the land of Nod.
No.
So prior in that conversation, there's no mention of the wife in the next. What,
the women are not mentioned in that genealogy list for either lineages, for Seth or Cain, because it's a paternal lineage.
But it is mentioned in verse 17. Yeah, Cain made love to his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cain was Cain was building a city, and he named it after his son. So he didn't build no Nod. He built a city called Enoch.
No, he built a city in the land of Nod, but there was no one else there in the land of Nod. he founded the civilization in that location.
No, it doesn't say that, bro. It's saying like
because he didn't take his wife from. It doesn't say what you're saying. It doesn't say he took his wife from Nod.
He doesn't even say that he brought his wife to Nod. No, I'm not saying he. I'm saying he doesn't even say that he brought any wife to Nod.
No. There's no. It just says he already had a wife.
Doesn't say that either.
No, it does because there's no wedding day mentioned.
There's no.
Can
I feel like just reading it like word for word from the actual Bible?
I'm reading it from the Bible.
Yeah, but when we read it word for word, you guys are thinking different things to what I'm thinking.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't care what you think. I said, can't you just read what the Bible says?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to Zulu. Like, yo, I'm looking at the Bible verse, on my screen, and he's
Wow.
But I share your screen, Snap, please, so we can see. You are selfish, man. Selfish, man.
Yeah, man. Man, still learning on this one.
We trying to learn, man. You're selfish, man.
Oh shit.
Hit the like button, family. Everyone at home, chilling out on this humid day. You know, I'm gonna rice some peas and oxtail, even though I wanted jollof.
Man.
I wanted jollof and bomb.
That was yesterday. Man had jollof yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, man. Some lamb and that.
I'm hating. I would have loved some jollof.
With the nice lamb chops and that. I heard you said you would eat gorilla or whatever kind of monkey. You went to monkey land.
Shut up, dude. I said I would. I said yeah. I would. If I was out with the tribe.
That's right.
And they were eating baboon.
Yep.
I'm gonna try some. Yeah, I'm gonna try some. I'm not gonna be that guy. No. And just look like a dickhead. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah. I agree with that. I'm not about no extremity, and I will try anything once. When it comes to food and food only, I will try anything once. Due to that, I've been a vegetarian. I've done all extremes, and now I'm just about a nutritious, healthy, balanced diet. Big up, Dr. Sebi.
Yeah.
Big up, family.
You're on a Sebi vibe. I respect it.
Nutrition. You know, I understand about certain things to do with nutrition based on, you know, how it was when you did school and you went even all the way to university just because of PE, because you could kick ball, and then you ended up learning so much more than you actually.
Sharing. Oh my gosh, this is a phenomenon.
Go on, share the screen now. Let's learn together.
Stop that, because you're gonna wind him up and you're not gonna like it, bro. Don't wind him up, man. You don't frustrate him.
Yeah.
So what verse are you reading?
Yeah, we're saying like, does everybody here accept these verses? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, because this is all about Cain, right? We wanna get to the bit. Look, you killed your brother. Blah blah blah.
15.
Do you get what I'm saying, right?
15.
So go to 15. Okay.
Yeah, boom. There you go. Look,
blah 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 to the Bible, you know.
Hold on. Stop. But the Lord said to him, "No. So anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over."
Right.
Then I need to understand that as well. But whatever. Why 7 times over for a murderer that killed his brother? But cool. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Cain made love to his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. So like, look, let's be real now. It doesn't say that Cain's wife was his sister. I know you said in Jubilees, but here it does seem like he went to live in the land of Nod and then made love to his wife. There's no reference to his wife before that.
But does it say he married someone in Nod? Does it say he found a wife?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so then it's not what you're saying, is it?
What am I saying?
That there's other people, and he went and married someone in this location, and
I mean, if you ask me verbatim, does it say that he married someone? No. Does it insinuate? I would take that as, because we're talking about Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, and no reference to nobody else. Cain kills Abel, and then, Cain kills Abel, and then he's worried that he will be fined by others, which I think makes no sense. He has no idea that Adam and Eve are going to have another child. and there's no reference to other children at this moment in time. So that's all presumption. If you're saying there's a later story,
but God knew that, which is why he put the mark.
No, Cain knew that, and Cain was worried, so God put them up for someone. Cain, you get me? That's it. So clearly it's showing that there was someone that Cain was afraid of now, not a newborn baby. Cain would have been a couple 100 years old at this point. No, he's not going to be afraid of a newborn baby. So I'm sure he's aware that there's others out there in the land, and this translation seems a bit shaky as well, because I've definitely seen a different translation.
Whoever, this is the key word. He didn't say family, he didn't say cousin, brother, sister. He said whoever finds me will kill me.
Yeah, listen, I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me.
So there's other people out there.
So do you not take that inference from that?
Nope, because if you read
not at all.
No, because when you cross-reference, you clearly see that the word Adam means the first man, it means mankind. Eve means the mother of all that's living. So if everyone comes from Adam and Eve within the Bible, how then can there be other people outside of those progenitors?
I don't know.
Which is why my theory,
I feel like Adam and Eve gave birth to a specific tribe of people.
It doesn't say that, bro.
But that's obviously what's going on here.
No,
I don't.
But hold on, why is what I'm saying cannot be inference, but what you're saying is inference?
How did it become named the land of Nod? Who named it that?
But again, Moses wrote this, so at that time, that's what he would have been called. For example, when it says the rivers are next to Ethiopia, was it called Ethiopia in that time?
It doesn't say that though.
What do you mean?
I don't say the rivers next to Ethiopia.
No, I'm saying
the rivers.
You know what I'm saying. I'm saying in the sense of Moses is writing it using the locations he's aware of in that time. So when he's talking about the Garden of Eden, for example, the rivers are next to Ethiopia. It wasn't called Ethiopia then, but he's using the name Ethiopia because that's what it would be called in his time. That's what he's familiar with, the location, right? So the land of Nod was probably what it was called in Moses' time, but maybe it wasn't called that in in Cain's time.
All right. Let me ask you a question then. Seriously, yeah. Why would one man and his wife build a city?
They want to start their own thing.
Sorry?
They want to start their own civilization away from Adam and Eve.
There was no civilization before that. Where did you get the notion to build a city?
A house, a settlement.
No, it doesn't say that. It says a city.
But that's what a city is.
No, it's not.
It starts off as a settlement. And then it
grows. Bro.
It involves other people. How can you shouting at me? What the hell?
You're being silly. How's a house mean?
You're forcing me to accept your understanding. I don't accept that.
Bro, it's not my understanding. It says city there.
Land of Nod.
City meaning people, other people.
And he said, build
society.
a city. Yep.
Came with them building a city.
Yep.
Come on,
and he
bro.
named it after his son Enoch.
This is so hard to. It's like you're forcing me to take your understanding.
No, I'm not, man. Bro. What's wrong with you, man?
That's like what it says, bro.
You keep correcting me.
When you get tired, it just turns silly, man.
Because you keep correcting me every time I say my point of view.
I'm giving my point of view, not correcting you. I'm giving my point of view, and my point of view is I'm reading what the Bible says. The Bible says city. You're saying a house.
No, I'm what? That's a settlement.
A house, yeah. I'm saying
settlement.
Settlement. It does not say that. It says building a city. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, built a city in the sense of this is who founded the city, right? That when it became a city. But obviously, he's not gonna clap his, he's not gonna snap his fingers and he's a city now. Obviously, it takes time. It takes time to make a city, right?
Why are you building a city, bro? How many times are you gonna have? How many children are you gonna have with one woman? And you want them all to live together. You want them all to live together and fuck each other.
If you're living up to 500 years plus, how many kids do you think you're gonna be having in that time,
bro? Anyway, man, like I said, these people have robust genetics. yeah, which means they can interbreed with their direct siblings multiple times, enough to populate a city full of people that have one mum and one dad.
Right, and they're living up to hundreds of years, so it's possible.
Think about it, bro. You're not even. Where's the 120-year cap?
That's way after again. This is not even during
Still
that
not come in
time.
yet, no?
That's way after. This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
That makes sense. So, I personally think that the idea of this incest city just troubles me a lot. It troubles me a lot, man. You know?
Yep.
It troubles me, man. Everyone in the city's got the same mum and dad, or what? And then if you're gonna have sex with someone else, it's gonna be a niece or a nephew, or a brother or sister.
Bro, scientists will tell you we come from one man and woman, so it's like it's not troubling. Like everyone kind of has that same kind of concept. So like, I don't see how that's troubling.
Do scientists actually say we come from one man and woman? Yeah.
Yeah, they say
or did they say they're tracing people's DNA back to one man and woman?
And that's some people.
The chromosomal Adam, the Y chromosome Adam. They say we all come from him. I'm just quoting to say that it's not unique, as in like, oh, this is such a weird theory. No, it's a very common, universal kind of understanding that it would have been one progenitor. For example, you don't have many. What's it called? You came from one person, two people in it. You didn't come from multiple people. That wouldn't make sense. You came from two people, even now.
Yo,
so it's the same thing.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Does that mean we can go to Mars? Because this brings into the Mars theory, and I feel we're talking about things that are unethical. And if it's unethical, I think God, in the way He puts things, like you said, setting up Adam, He knows what's going to happen before it happens. So that's one thing I think we'll never be able to do, go to the Mars, because it's going to take some ancestry, and I have an issue with that. And I like how you're expressing that, Jedi, because ancestry can't be something beneficial because it has side effects such as Down syndromes and other things alike. So that can't be healthy.
You're talking about the first human beings, bro.
So
doesn't matter. Ancestry is ancestry, bro.
You're saying as if their genetics you're saying as if their genetics is the same as ours.
We got to pull with there's a line always drawn, bruv, yeah, and you can only go so far before you've crossed that line. When it comes to ancestry, I feel the line has to be quite far down the line before we cross it. And you're just saying it's nothing.
I like what you just said.
I think you're undermining the genetic capacity
I'm not, bro.
That Adam and Eve and the first humans had. You're treating it like how it is today.
No,
I don't think Adam and
we're
Eve
human beings. There's certain things we can't break. The rules of physics, the rules of the law of God, whichever name you want to give him. And you're are just talking about breaking things that are
Hold on, you're quoting laws of God. What God are you talking about?
I'm just saying, if we're talking about scientific perspective regarding genetics, I just think ancestry is genetics that we can't accept, but you seem to be cool with it. Jedi is not cool with it.
Okay, but this science that you're quoting is talking about humans now doing ancestral activity. It's not talking about the first man and woman.
I'm going where you're going, bro. The first man.
You're borrowing their laws. You're borrowing their laws.
I'm not borrowing no law. I just think there's certain things that when it comes to whether you want to say Adam's got the Y chromosome or the X chromosome, is all irrelevant when it comes to things of ethics. And I can't see ethics ever been broken, bro. That's all I'm trying to say.
And really, they would know as well, because like they would have already a bit from the tree in it, so they know good and bad. So they would know that incest is wrong.
Archer steps.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on that one, mate, because there's research behind that. So I don't.
You
even
can
know
carry on, Lulu. You can carry on, but we're just saying our perspective is slightly different when it comes to certain things.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't have
to carry on. Then I'm just throwing in my pence. No offense. I'm just throwing in my 2 pence, bro.
That's cool, bro. That's cool.
So
I like what you said about the Mars thing, like that shit ain't doable, but I don't know. Everything's written in essence, apparently, isn't it? So I think people just take things a bit too literally, and I think you should take it in essence, because, like we're all aware, there's things that are present in this day and age that they probably had a different way of describing in that day and age. You know, like science and mysticism, they'd call it sorcery and witchery and all that. So
yeah,
man. It's interesting, man. It's interesting just listening still. Zulu made
But that is
good
the
life.
question, though, because the reason why I put that in there is because there is stories about mankind going to Mars, and the time and space and technology, it will require some kind of feat of that nature. If I might just throw that in there.
And I think a lot of these religious books were designed to stimulate us to look for things.
But I'll go with that, man. It's got to be a good thing, though.
I'm just wondering, though, like
Curiosity, man. That's what our brain's for.
Which Enoch is the one of the Book of Enoch? Because it's got Enoch here, right?
The descendants of Seth.
Of Cain, right? Okay, let's go, Seth.
It's in Genesis 10.
Let's go, Seth. No, we don't even have to go.
You're on about the extraterrestrial Enoch, isn't it?
Huh?
It's not Enoch. It's not Enoch.
Enoch.
Because Enoch, it's not Enosh.
So he had a son though, and he called him what?
If you go in Genesis 10, you'll see that it's way after. It's like, I think it's the 7th generation, the seventh from Adam, I think.
What, his generation? Yeah.
Enoch is the 7th from Adam.
Next page.
This is from the sons of Seth. If you go to Genesis 10, you'll see the genealogy.
Hold on.
Or maybe I think it's in 5 there. You're gonna see it there, I think.
Right. So okay. We're looking and Seth.
See, look at the years, Marco. You see 100 and something, 900 and something, 800. So you see, when you add all those up, you're gonna get 6,000 years, bro.
What? Just all these years to now, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So this is where that thing comes from. It's not someone just making up a random number. It's from the genealogy.
No, I never said that. I said this is the timeline from the Adam, from the biblical timeline. They give it 6,000 years, and I even was generous and said some say 6 and some say 8, because you can't give time for the creation period because they're still a bit baffed on it. That's why that extra 2,000 years. My thing, isn't it? It's a chest burner. You get me? So yeah, man. Look, okay, and Enos lived.
Methuselah is the oldest person that ever lived.
Right.
He lived up to even older than Adam.
Is there any more Enochs?
He's the son. He's the father of Methuselah.
And then when Enoch was blah blah blah,
and he was taken up to heaven. There, see Enoch. So it's 7 generations.
Okay. So there's 2.
And as you can see, every time it goes down, had sons and daughters, had sons and daughters. Right. Look at 18, 15, had sons and daughters, had sons and daughters. So it's letting you know it's being populated. As it goes down, the world is being populated. Sons and daughters.
Yeah, but it's not multiple. That's not specific as well. It's non-specific.
Hey, look at every descendant. Every descendant is having sons and daughters, bro. Look.
Yeah, if they're named, then they're named, but they're not named.
No, they're not named because it's a paternal. They're not named because it's a paternal lineage. That's why it's not named. But it's letting you know.
They want the bloodline from Adam, innit? That's what they're concentrating on.
Which is why they're saying, but listen, look at the vocabulary. It's saying daughters, not daughter. Because they're having daughters and sons each time. Look, each verse is saying that.
Okay, and then I'm gonna
so
point
the world
you
is being populated.
Yeah, but the city's already in existence. Look, hold on, those youths though, where they're gonna live? They don't live in the garden, so where are they gonna live?
Outside of the garden.
So where are they gonna live?
With Adam
they're
and Eve.
Live in Enoch. What?
Adam and Eve were still alive during the time of.
But they're populating the planet, are they not?
Enoch
so moving around.
Enoch met Adam and Eve. Like Adam and Eve died at like 900 and something years old. Like these guys, he still would have seen his great grandkids.
Yeah, we know that the time span. Yeah, like man would have been there for bare generations.
I think maybe Noah met him, but probably not, because if you look at the dates, he doesn't. Yeah, Noah probably, but Methuselah definitely met him. Like he lived to see his great grandkids. He lived to see them. So yeah.
See, but with all these stories, it's the weird thing is like there has to be partners for these things, and they cannot be their sisters. Do you get it?
You're saying it cannot be, but it's telling you that Adam and Eve are the progenitor of everybody. So how can it not be that?
But it makes no sense because it's like, look, all this is happening for Cain, right? The punishment, the thing. You know what I'm saying? He gets a wife, and they have children, right? They go to Nod, they build their own city, and their generations, Methuselah and all of that, and Lamech, and he gets 2 women, married 2 women. You know what I'm saying? Where did the women come from? Who are these women?
Okay, if it's telling you in the Bible that Eve is the mother of all life, as in like human people,
okay,
how are there going to be other women or other people outside of that lineage?
Okay, let's go. Because when we get down here, boom.
There's no boom.
Listen. Look.
Oh
Look at the
my
screen.
gosh.
Adam made love to his wife again. Hold on. There must have been a period where they were not around each other, right? That's cool. We can understand that, right? And she gave birth to a son and named him Seth. So all this Seth business happens after, look, Cain has already done his thing. Generations of Cain, Tuba Cain and all of that. Do you get it? Bronze workers and iron workers and daughters, and man is having daughters.
But bro, in
right?
Genesis 5 verse 4, it tells you that.
That's kind of agreeing with what you're saying, as in, look, there are going to be generations of Cain's descendants out there when Seth comes along. Yeah, and then Seth has children, and then they have to go out into they're already all in the wilderness. Remember, they're outside of the garden. And there's only these cities, Nod and these other places.
But Matthew, in Genesis 5 verse 4,
Sodom and Gomorrah and that.
But Matthew, in Genesis 5 verse 4, it tells you that in all of Adam's years, he had sons and daughters other than Cain and Abel. So if he had sons and daughters, so for example, let's say when Adam and Eve gave birth to when he gave birth to Abel, he also, maybe he was a twin sister, and he gave birth to Cain, there was a twin sister, or he gave birth to Cain and Abel, and then he had sisters after. Then they married those sisters, and then they were still having kids continuously. They didn't stop having kids. Like, they didn't stop having kids after having Cain and Abel. They didn't stop having kids after having Cain and Abel.
Well, it says it here that, 1 second, it concentrates on Cain, and then it comes back to Adam and makes the point, that he meets up with his wife and makes love to his wife again. That means they've been apart.
No, they haven't been apart.
We can accept that.
They haven't been apart. It's made love again doesn't mean apart. It just means they had sex again, they had another kid. That's what that means.
Okay, and the first kid that they had was Seth, no? Whether they had kids after that.
No. It's not saying the first kid, it's just saying they just had love, they made love again and had another kid. That's all it's saying.
But what that kid is definitely significant, because his descendants that's when they're gonna start calling on the name of the Lord.
No, he's significant because read what it says there. It says, God has granted me another child in place of Abel since Cain killed him. That's why it's significant, but he isn't the only guy that's being born. There's other people born even before him. His daughters being born. It tells you in Genesis 5 verse 4, he had sons and daughters. We're talking about the significant people, like the Cain and the Abel and the Seth. These are the most significant. These are like the older brothers. These are the significant people.
Right. So you're not saying this is straight after. So they had other kids named.
They kept having kids, bro. Just like when you looked at
what was the name of the kids? Like, what were we saying?
It's only going to tell you the lineage of the important, like for example, the important people being Seth, going all the way down to Noah, and so showing you the important people. But they had other kids, bro. The reason why also
no one ever argued that, bro. This is my point. But I think that Seth. 1 second. I think Seth is the first one of that. 1 second. Of this reconnection of Adam and his wife, it seems, according to the book, because you can only go by what the book says. They're saying all this activity goes on for Cain prior to the birth of his brother.
Maki, I'll tell you why those other people aren't in there. Think about this, right? When you have the flood is now wiping out all of those people. The only people that are remaining are the descendants of Seth, go all the way down to Noah. So Noah's family. So
all I'm saying is,
we ain't got flood.
So hold on. Can I just finish what I'm saying? So, so if Noah's descendants are the ones that are remaining after all of these people before the flood, the lineage that's going to be mentioned there pertaining to us here now are going to be to those people. It's not going to mention all these other people. It's only going to mention.
Let's take Noah. Yeah. So obviously we are now far removed from the assumption that there's some perfect genetic imprint. Yeah, but we've gone hundreds of thousands of years past that now.
It's still better than it is now from that time.
Check it now. Yeah. Well, you say that we've got no evidence of that.
Adam was something 100-something feet.
You say that we've got no evidence that they had different genetics than us. Please stop that. What? We're allowing the theory that these people lived 900 years. Now let's not, either we're human or we're not human. We've got the same genetics, and it was because God said that we shall not live past 120 years. Then that's our only difference. God said our lifespan should be shorter, according to your book. There's no evidence for them to have altered DNA or whatever. The main issue was in the book they were breeding with fallen angels.
No, that's not what it says.
Yes, it does. And sorry, bro.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt your chest.
Yes, it does. And in the book, that is the reason for the flood, because all these hybrids are running around, right?
Yeah. So you're just gonna say that's what it says, even though I disagree.
You disagree. I agree. That's it. You get bun up on that subject. It's long. I can't even.
Angels don't have sex with humans, bro.
Bro, Gabriel does.
What?
Gabriel goes impregnating women. What are you talking about?
When, and where?
Who got Mary pregnant?
The Holy Spirit.
Through who?
It just says the Holy Spirit. This isn't the Quran. It doesn't say someone breathed in something. In the Bible, it says the Holy Spirit.
Come on, bro. Read it again. What does Gabriel do?
Sorry, can you read
Gabriel tells Mary that she's going to bear son.
Can you read this
the
on
Holy
screen?
Spirit is the one that impregnates Mary, or puts the seed there for Jesus to be incarnated as a man. It's not Gabriel doing anything.
Is this any significant?
It clearly says the word. We've gone through this. It clearly says Holy Spirit. Very clear who is responsible for. Very clear.
Well, from what I'm looking at,
go on.
Because you did quote scientists and say scientists agree with you, yeah? And I'm saying scientists don't agree with you. Scientists say that we need at least 50 different genetic donators for us to have a healthy population. And I could read you a long-ass article talking about the matters.
And scientists have many different theories. That's probably one of the theories that the scientists would say. I could probably show you a different one to that. I'm not using that as my evidence. I'm just
a scientific study that says we came from incest and we came from.
I wasn't using that as evidence though. I was just showing you that there's other worldviews that support that idea. It's not just the Bible. That's all I was trying to show you.
I don't see that.
Why do you think we have Why do you think we have paternal lineages, maternal lineages? It all goes back to an individual. Even when you study genetics.
But not one individual.
Yeah, but even those 50 individuals,
your dad and your mom's dad are not related.
Okay, but when the further you go back, the more and more you're going to see some interconnections between the great grandfathers and grandmothers, and you're going to see relations. You might be related to someone 1,000 years ago. That you're not related to now because of this thing. Because
you're just making it up. That's not science.
So, Zulu, who are these sons of God then? You're saying that they're the sons of Adam.
You know my opinion on that, bro.
Is this the verse he was talking about, Jed?
It's because like I'm saying my view, and then you guys are just rubbishing it.
Yeah,
so
now
like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Now man's asking, I said no, you're not. So you're not even gonna. And now man's asking you, you're huffing and puffing. You're confused, bro.
It's because you guys are rubbishing everything I'm pointing out. What's the point?
Oh, bro, man, stop acting.
Zulu, don't forget we got an audience, so keep teaching, bro. Man, want to hear your point.
I'm not teaching anything.
We're in the Bible. We're not disrespecting the thing. Just brought it out.
Like, you're halfway through the convo and you're like, oh, you don't know, you guys don't agree with me.
And now you're mocking me now.
We're still
Zulu, hold on, Zulu. Are you on a mission to wind up this conversation?
Still is.
And hold on, P. Are you on a mission to wind up this conversation and go somewhere else or run away or whatever?
No.
If you want to do that, just do that.
I'm not.
You're getting so sensitive about everything being said. If a man disagrees with you, you're sensitive. If a man does a voice, you're sensitive. Like, what's going on? Have a drink.
I'm not being sensitive.
Have a sandwich. No one's mocking you, bro. Have a sandwich. I'm just saying, bro.
Moderator.
It's just that when I provide my answer, it's like you have to correct me, and I don't know why.
Correct you, bro, man.
Yeah.
Are you not giving your perspective? Do you agree with what Mackie's saying?
Of course not.
Mackie says something you don't agree with. Don't you tell him what you don't agree with?
100%.
So why should we treat you any different then? I'm just doing what you're doing to Mackie.
Chat.
Disagreeing at points that I don't disagree at. But you're quoting it like it's some issue. Oh, as soon as I say something, you disagree. What? So ain't that the point of this? I might hear something I disagree with. I've agreed with you on many things today, Zulu. So this is why I say I feel like you're getting tired and you're becoming sensitive.
Nah, it's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm exhausted. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I've got a limit. I don't know.
Yeah, you start getting like this after a while. Like,
So I've been talking for a while, so I don't know. Maybe that's what it is as well. I don't know.
You need to relax, man.
So,
and from what I'm reading,
keep going though. Keep going. Don't
from what I'm reading, folks from out of Africa have between 1 point something and 2 point something % of Neanderthal lineage, and in their Neanderthal lineage, they're finding heavy trace of inbreeding or evidence of inbreeding. They're not saying they're finding that in African people. So I'm trying to understand what I want. Like, this is what scientists are saying. I could read the page, I've got it open. They're not saying they're finding it in African people.
So then how come when you look at haplogroups, there's progenitors to, like, for example, E1B1A and E1B1E and B, has a progenitor, EMP2 that has a progenitor. So these sub paternal lineages all go back to the same lineage, that which goes back to the. It's like it keeps going back.
Okay, the people that give you these haplogroups, yeah. Do they believe you came from a monkey? Honestly,
I'm not claiming them, though.
Honestly,
I'm not claiming them.
Bro, you're claiming their science.
No, I'm showing you other worldviews.
Hold on. You're claiming their science. So I'm saying the people that tell you E1B1, A1B1, blah, 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 they believe that there's a possibility to find monkey DNA in there or prehistoric human and all that. Do you believe in that? 90,000 years? Does that fit in your worldview? No, it don't.
But me quoting the haplogroups isn't. But hold on, me quoting the haplogroups isn't to say this is my position. Again, I was quoting them to show that there's other worldviews other than mine that have a similar idea. Very simple. That's what I was doing.
But but you're quoting a piece of science, cool. But there's a whole there's a whole science behind what you're quoting. So I'm not going to discard that. If you're going to pick up the haplogroup to show us an example, I'm going to say, well, the people that example also says that the world is millions and billions and years old, which you don't agree with. They also say that certain man are part monkey, part rare. They're also leaning towards evolution. So I'm saying when we're looking at these haplogroups and DNAs and that, are we trusting them? To tell us our origins? Are we trusting them to tell us who we are? Because I don't necessarily trust them.
What's the Sons of God and Nephilim haplogroup? Anyone?
Yeah, I'm saying. When human beings began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful. All right, so the sons of God are the sons of God human?
No.
No, not you,
like it. Oh, sorry.
Zulu.
Yep.
Are the sons of God human?
Those are the descendants of Seth.
Are the sons of God human?
I answered your question. I said yes.
No, you never. No, you never.
The first time I said yes.
You didn't
The
say
second
yes
time
or
I
no.
said.
You didn't say yes or no. I asked you a question. You didn't give me a yes or no.
Bro, we can play it back.
I don't know who Seth is. I'm
Bro,
not asking about Seth.
the first time you asked me, I said yes.
I'm asking you about, are the sons of God human?
I said yes the first time you asked me.
Cool. So the sons of God are human, and they saw that the daughters of humans were beautiful. Make it make sense, bro.
Daughters of man. What version? The International Bible Society? What is this?
Okay. Bad version, Maku.
It's not a bad version. It is
obviously is. You're not happy
with the
it.
daughters of man.
So what? We need to go to King James's, yeah?
No, there's no need to go anywhere. I can still read this and understand what it's saying, but I'm just saying.
It doesn't say the daughters of man. It says the daughters of human here. So shall we just move to a different version then of the Bible? Because you don't agree with that.
Wow.
And obviously, the sons of God are actually sons of Seth, who is a man, and the daughters of men are actually just bro, man, come on, bruv, man. Like, why are we abandoning common sense? Why are we just
I'm not abandoning any common sense. I've researched. Listen.
Let's go to the King James.
Bro, it's like you want to. This is what I said, man.
Let's go to the King James.
This is what I mean, man.
What, man? What's up, bro? You're tiring me out now with your constant whining. What's up, bro?
It's like you keep. Never mind. Just continue, man. This is gonna happen again, like last time. Just continue. We'll continue again.
You say take the Bible literally. I read something literally. You give me an interpretation. You don't see your hypocrisy, but it's cool. Like now, I'm doing something wrong for reading what it says there.
But I'm explaining it because I've read later passages. It's all cross-referenced. I've read the passage where Jesus was asked, "What do we have marriage in heaven?" He told him we'll be like the angels, having no male and female, having no marriage. Angels don't have genders. These guys don't have
heaven,
kids.
yeah, they don't have gender in heaven. But when they come down,
not only that,
when beings come down, they take the form of all sorts of things, as we know.
The natural habitation is a spiritual form.
God can come down. If God can come down and be born through a vagina, then I don't see an issue with an angel coming down and having a physical form and taking a gender. I really don't see the issue with that. But can we find the King James version while you're there, Snipes?
Yeah, man, I'm there already.
Right, and then back to that. Yeah.
What are we doing?
It's very clear that angels are spirit beings, so I don't see that there's how they're going to be having sex with human beings when we know in the scriptures.
How they spirit beings? How they guarding the garden?
My gosh.
How they guarding the garden then? What are they gonna do? Are they gonna physically contact anybody that tries to get in there? Yes, they are. So let's stop the argument, bro. They're outside the garden with swords, bro. Stopping people from going in. Does that sound physical to you?
So spiritual beings can't affect physical beings.
Well, then what's the issue then? So then if they can affect physical beings, why can't they impregnate them?
We're talking about passing on their talking about sex.
Stop chopping and changing. Sex, murder, whatever. Why
So
can't
hold
they?
on. So hold on. Do angels have sex with each other then? To make more angels. To make more angels.
No. Hold on. Is there any info of any females in heaven whatsoever? Do you even hear about females really like that? No, come on, man. It's your Bible.
So if angels can't have sex with each other,
there's no female demons.
So if angels
they're not
can't
mentioned. They're not mentioned.
They're
not mentioned.
But can I say what I'm saying? So if angels can't have sex with each other to make other angels, and angels are created beings straight from God, how the hell are they developing a penis, seeing women, having sex with women, and creating Nephilim? When it clearly tells you in the scriptures that man have been referred to as sons of God. Sons of God isn't even unique to angels. We are called sons and daughters of the Most High in the book of Psalms. So sons of God, Adam is called the son of God in Genesis 10. So sons of God. Hold on.
You're saying there's humans, there's physical beings being called the sons of God. The only ones that have been called the sons of God that are not physical are the angels. So are the angels not the anomaly? Is your understanding of that not the anomaly? If men are being called sons of God also, and they're physical beings with children, so how are we both sons of God? We're not both men, unless angels have that capacity or had that capacity to take on a male or man-like form to be called a son.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that because I'm obviously cross-referencing the whole scripture.
Yeah, we can do that though. You're just lazy though. You just get lazy.
I quoted Jesus just now.
Bro, we're doing a thing called screen share where we read the passage and we go through it together. So that you want to talk about cross-referencing, you pull up the scriptures and you start and you show me, look, here, this says that, look, that says that. That's a convo. You're just doing some next thing. When I question you, you get upset.
So can I ask you a question? So when can I ask you a question?
To break it down to man, but you
Okay,
want to get.
So let me ask you a question. When Adam is called a son of God, why is that not an angel?
Bruv, we just gone the other way round. I'm saying son of God are physical beings. That's what I'm saying. By what you said to me 5 seconds ago, it gave me multiple people that are named son of God that are physical beings. I'm going with the interpretation that son of God is a physical being.
It's not always a physical being.
When an angel is being called a son of God, that is when an angel is in a physical form.
It's not always a physical being. Because I'll give you another example.
Oh man. When God was walking around the garden, was he a physical being? Or is it hypothetical walking?
I wasn't there. I don't know, but I would assume, yeah.
You would assume what?
In the sense that he appeared to Adam in a physical form. So I didn't see.
Okay. So God appears to Adam in a physical form. Yeah. God comes to earth in a physical form. God is a spiritual being, but you don't believe that the angels maybe have that ability too. Maybe we're not
talking about delivering a message. We're talking about procreation. We're not talking about being a messenger, like coming down speaking to. We're not talking about coming down speaking to prophets or whatever. We're talking about procreation.
And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. How does a spiritual being take a wife when we know in Hebrew taking a wife meant sex? Backstroke out of this now.
But who said it's a spiritual being there? I'm telling you that's not a spiritual being.
The sons of God. So the sons of God are who?
The descendants of Seth.
The Seth God.
Seth is not God, but he's the son. Adam is the son of God, as described in Genesis 10. Yeah. So if Adam is the son of God, these are the sons of God. These are through Seth's lineage. Because hold on, let me finish. Because Cain's progeny and lineage were doing madness and all this, demonic shit. But the people that were preserving God's way were the descendants of Seth. This is why they're called the sons of God.
And who are the daughters of men?
The daughters of men. This is referring to Cain's daughters.
Cain's daughters. So Cain is a man. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Cain is a man, and his children are daughters of men. Seth is a man, but his sons are daughters of God. Our sons of God. Because Seth is a good guy, following God's ways, and Cain is a bad guy.
Right.
Not following God's ways. And they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years. They were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them.
No marriage this time.
Yeah, you get me? Came on to
marriage.
The
this is rap.
And bore children to them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and every imagination of the thoughts of his hearts was only evil continually. And I repented. So I'm saying,
they repented, my Lord. And they repented.
Where's the bit? Where's the repented bit? Let me read the rest of it. 6, yeah. And it repented, the Lord. What does that mean?
As in the Lord When I looked at the definition of that, it was like saying like kind of regretted or like, oh, I shouldn't have made these people.
God regrets. God, the all-knowing God, regrets creating something that He knew would happen. All right, cool. That He made man on the earth, and it grieved Him at His heart. And the Lord said, "I will destroy man who I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air. For it repenteth me that I have made them." So I want to understand what the beast and the creeping thing and the fowls of the air did wrong. Man has done some wrong, and that is Seth's children have laid down with Cain's children. Cain,
it's because when Adam made the fruit, it also.
Sorry,
somebody making
when Adam made the fruit, it not only affected him, but it affected everything around. It affected nature, animals, affected everything.
Okay, cool, whatever. And that's another assumption. You just made that up, but cool.
Assumption.
Okay, so all right, cool, whatever, man. Like that, you've got scripture for that, right?
I've got scripture that the nature was affected when Adam and Eve ate the fruit.
Yeah.
Let me give you the passage. Give me a second.
Okay, cool. So what about the giants then? Why are men creating giants?
It's because of it's a mutation. We do this today. Even today, when some people can have kids and the kids can be like 7 feet tall or something like that. It's a disease.
That's not giant, bro. Is that what you think they meant by giants? Because we've got giants measurements in cubits in the Bible. So please don't lie, innit?
It's a mutation. It's not a lie. Why you see? Let me point out what you're doing. I said my opinion, and you said it's a lie.
By using chemical measurements.
How is my opinion a lie?
I don't want you to lie and try and make it seem like it's just some two men.
How is my opinion a lie?
I'm saying
how is yours more true than mine?
Because there's measurements of some giants in that Bible, so we know what constitutes as a giant, and it ain't a 7-foot man.
By the Egyptian standard as well.
Hold on, the Bible calls Goliath. The Bible calls Goliath a giant. He wasn't a descendant of angels. He was a descendant. He was a descendant of Philistines.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't, because he came
from the Nephilim tribe, bro.
No, he was a Philistine.
There are still Nephilims.
Philistines are not Nephilim.
Yes, they are.
Bro,
no, they're not.
He was a giant. How tall was he?
The Philistines were known as giants, though.
Come on,
how tall is bro?
Goliath was tall. Yes, he was really tall. We agree.
He's a giant. Yeah.
How tall?
I don't know the exact number. Come on, man. He's tall, isn't it? We know he's a giant, bro. I'm not trying to say he's only 7 feet.
Paul was a giant.
I'm saying
no, because I'm trying to differentiate between a giant and a tall man.
Okay, but I don't have a problem with it being a giant in the way that you're thinking. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying that we've got other examples of these same kind of tall giant people not being a result of angels. Goliath wasn't a result of angels. You're saying a Nephilim tribe, but it's clearly telling you it was a Philistine. Philistines are not a Nephilim tribe.
They were Philistine. There was Nephilim Philistines, just like there'd be Nephilim other things. Because you're born in that tribe. You're born into that family. That's what it is. Do you know what I mean? There's men and women.
There's sons of God around, and
there's men and women. So the products of these children are going to be male and female, and they're going to live. Do you know what I mean? And they're going to breed too.
Because the Nephilim got wiped out.
Huh?
By what?
The Nephilim got wiped out. The reason why it calls people Nephil after the flood, when we're talking about Goliath or even talking about anyone in Canaan,
a flood can wipe out a
that was
giant.
perceived as a when it's talking about those people in Canaan, it's just Nephil. It's just giants. It's just saying giants, but that doesn't necessarily originate to these people here.
Yes, it does.
Show me where. Okay. Show me where.
Okay, brother.
Yeah, I need to show you, so you show me.
Okay, cool. No problem.
Because that Goliath, from my understanding, is a result of just normal people. So if he's a result of normal people and he's that tall, I mean, it doesn't seem to be something that has to be because of angels.
Oh, there's your cubits, though.
We have we have even these genetics issues today. Obviously, they're not as tall as these people, but we have genetic issues like that today. No, 2 normal people can give birth to someone that's 10 feet tall. We have that same issue today.
No, we don't, bro. This is what I'm saying. This is what I mean. Don't lie. I told you, don't fucking lie. You've never heard of a 10-foot tall man anywhere in history. What are you talking about?
There's no such thing. So I can type in right now.
You can't type in that, bro. So just don't waste your time.
A 10-foot tall man is a giant.
It says the tallest is 8'11". Tallest man to ever live was almost 9 foot, and the photos of him on Robert Wildlow was the largest man to ever live at 8 feet 11.1 inches.
Okay.
I wonder if Robert Wadlow's parents were normal height.
Look at the largest tribe in the world, the largest people in the world.
Let me show you a screenshot of what he looks
They're
like.
9
So you
feet
can
tall.
see that his family look normal.
Right now.
Look at this. Okay, can you see?
You're sharing screen.
I'm sharing screen. Can you see this?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. 1 second.
Look how much bigger. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
We know this dude. We know. How's that mic drop, bro?
He's 8 foot tall, bro. And look at his parents.
And
there's man taller than him, though.
How tall is Shaq? What, bruv?
You think Shaq is this tall?
How tall was Goliath, bro?
You think Shaq is this tall?
How tall is Goliath?
How tall was Goliath?
Probably even taller.
Right.
All right, let's get
a giant.
I don't know the exact.
Look, there, it's noted. It's noted in the Bible.
I don't know the exact number off by heart.
Goliath's height, yeah. I'm not asking you to go off by heart.
But can you listen to me that I proved that two normal people? Hold on. Hold on, bro. Just let me finish. Can you listen to me that I proved that two normal people can give birth to someone significantly taller than them? I mean significantly.
That's not a giant, and I'm saying.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm saying that these genes are remnants of what I'm discussing. I believe man today has Nephilim blood in them. I believe that. Do you know what I mean? So you don't. But I'm saying that's not a giant. That's a tall man.
He was known as Gentle Giant.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Bro,
because they call him a gentle giant. Hold on, wait. Because they call him a gentle giant. You're saying that makes him a giant, like Goliath was a giant.
No, but you're saying giant has to only pertain to those cubits that I mentioned there. That's how you can only be a giant.
Distinction. When people are like grasshoppers, when the Bible's talking about men being like grasshoppers compared to the giants, I'm not just gonna go with an 8 foot tall man and be like, yeah, that's the giant that they meant. I don't think there were giants in those days. I don't think that the Bible's. I just think you're being silly if we stick with that.
Yeah, but if the Israelites are looking at these tall people and they're familiar with these stories, are they not going to call them giants? Because they've never seen an Nephilim.
Only Og king of Bashan remained of the remnant of giants. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. It is not in Rabbath of the children of Ammon. 9 cubits were the length, therefore, and 4 cubits the breadth of it, after the cubit of a man.
How much is that in feet?
I'm not sure.
What was it again? I'll type in. What was it again?
9 cubits by 4.
9 cubits.
Where did they get the measurement from? What's cubits? Where did it come from? Huh, Mr. Israelite?
It's arm length. Egyptians did it as well. Don't try it, Michael.
It's theirs.
9 arm length.
I think so. I think that's what it is. The cubit is arm length. Oh, it's 14 feet. 9 cubits.
Right, there you
it's
go.
14 feet.
You are 8 feet and we got double that. So there's a big difference. If you saw a 14-foot man, come on, brother.
Of course, I'm not diminishing the size of what this.
I'm saying that 8-foot man ain't a giant. It's a big man by today's standards, but I don't think it's gonna warrant that title of giant. You understand?
But if the people back then were taller generally, then to them that would have been their 8 foot, like how it is to us.
No,
and I believe people back then. I believe people back then were giant generally. Were tall generally. Sorry, I believe they were tall generally. I don't think they were short people back then.
Bro, there's a whole race of Africans living, breathing right now in Sudan who are the tallest people in the world, and they're 9 feet tall.
Right.
So, like, forget your 8 feet.
You know when we talk about
but they're still like that's not a giant, bro.
Because hold on, if the average height back then was
something like 24 cubits,
and this is a guess, yeah. Let's say the average height back then was 7 foot. This is a guess, a big guess, yeah. then 14 foot to someone that's 7 foot is double, but it's not like, whoa, it's just double. But for us now,
if you met someone double your height, that wouldn't be whoa. I'm 6'2". Someone 12'4" would be whoa. What?
It would be whoa. No, it is whoa, but it's even more whoa now because we're shorter than those people.
Bro, I just said to you, someone double my height would be whoa. We're shorter than, you get me? Someone 12'4" would be whoa. And you're like, what are you talking about, bro?
No, but it's more whoa to us because we're shorter than the average height back then.
All right, someone that was a taller average height then, bro, they were calling them giants, bro.
If they were giants. I'm not diminishing that.
If they were tall, if normal humans were tall them days, yeah, then someone called a giant amongst tall humans would still be a giant, bro.
Agreed.
What are you talking about?
Agreed.
You're like, oh, it's woe to us, but it wouldn't be woe to them.
No,
they call them giants.
We agree on that. They're giant. I'm not diminishing their height. I'm just saying that my whole point was it's not a result of. It doesn't have to be a result of angels. There's examples of giants without the result of angels. That's all I'm saying. Goes back to that point, which is why
it doesn't make sense. It might mean that the humans have that angel DNA, maybe. That could be a possibility.
And where would they have got that? Where would they have got that from?
According to where the Bible said they got it from.
No, but hold on. Where did Noah's
sons of God?
Where did Noah, right? Where did Noah's wife or any of these people get that from?
They got that from their wives. Who said they weren't giants?
You're just guessing as well, man.
No, who said they weren't giants? Who said they were human? Like where does human begin and Nephilim and Raphaim and all sorts of end? Where does it end? Where does it all start? But your Book of Enoch explains it a lot better, and you know it does.
Yeah, there's many problems with the Book of Enoch, bro.
Okay, cool. But there's nothing wrong with Enoch, no?
If you're talking about the Ethiopian Book of Enoch, which I've read, doesn't say what the Book of Enoch you're talking about says. So that's why I said there's many issues with the Book of Enoch.
Does it explain about angels and
the Ethiopian Book of Enoch doesn't say that?
How do you know?
Okay, let me show you.
Who's got it? I thought the Ethiopian had their own book, and no one's got it. No one's got access to it. I think they got the oldest written Bible too.
Yeah, it's way older than the King JV. It says the same stuff though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I know.
So one thing I'll say is in here it says Nephilim. This is not the King James Bible, but here it's saying Nephilim is a transliteration, whereas giants is the correct translation. And this is a King James Bible version kind of breakdown. Every time I type in Nephilim, King James Bible, it brings up giants. That's it.
Acha.
But this is the thing. We went on a Blue Letter Bible. I remember we had this conversation, and I looked at the commentary on the Sons of God, and was my theory not mentioned in that commentary?
That's one of them. Yes.
As one of them. So then
if
you just disagree with mine, that's fine. But you can't say as if I'm making it up.
Not just disagree with yours, but you know what? In fact, you could show me where that commentary is there again. But I'm not even disagreeing with yours. I'm just saying that it was one of them. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. But it could be yours, it could be mine. But it doesn't mean like mine is just completely like, no, Zulu, you're lying, you're reading it wrong, Because it's one of the possibilities based on cross-referencing.
No, it's not based on no cross-referencing, bro.
If we're clearly told that spirit beings don't have kids.
What are you cross-referencing?
All the later passages, bro. Angels not having kids. We're going to be like angels in resurrection.
But who said it was angels? They said they were sons of God.
Yeah, but if you're saying that those sons of God, if you're saying that those sons of God are angels, but the rest of the Bible is telling you that these angels are spirits, they're not flesh, that we're going to be like them when in the resurrection, meaning not male and female.
Is Jesus the Son of God?
How the heck are angels having sex with human beings?
Is Jesus the Son of God?
Yes.
Right. So God can have sons and daughters. No.
Are you really gonna try that, Marky? Really?
I am. Yeah, I'm saying like you're saying Jesus is the Son of God. Yeah, and then the Bible's saying sons of God. So we kind of get the inference that there are people that came from God.
Jesus is the second Adam. Adam is also called Son of God. Jesus is the second Adam.
Okay, he's also called Son of God as well.
But it makes sense that Adam is the Son of God because Adam was created directly by a spirit being,
and Jesus.
And Jesus, in part, is being created by a spirit being. So therefore, these sons of God could be spirit beings.
Yep.
But Adam and Jesus are both human. Right?
Yeah, but they're not just... No, hold on.
No.
Yes, they are human.
Adam's not human.
But at the same time...
Adam's not human?
Adam's a kind of human. I don't know. Adam was a born...
He's not human. Don't say he's human.
He's still human, though. Okay, yeah, he's not like
he
wasn't born from a vagina, but he's still a human.
He's not human.
He's a man. He's described as man. He's a man.
He's a man, yeah, but he's not human. There's many type of hominids or man type things, Nephilims, all sorts of imps and angels and things themselves. Like, what are we dealing
with?
If
then we're talking about sons of God. How can you be different to him if you come from him?
And then even they would say in your book, in the Torah, they would say Elohim, plural. So like, what are we talking about? You just changed. They're just using the King James version, the sons of God.
What did Jesus say? What did Jesus say to those Pharisees? Don't you know that ye are God's sons and daughters of the Most High? So if we are sons and daughters of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
As humans, also can be that. So then, why does that passage have to be talking about angels? If you cross-reference it and we find out, oh, wait a minute, these angels are spirit beings. They're in a different dimension. They're not physical beings. They can appear to man. They can shapeshift. They can appear to humans in a physical. But in terms of them having sex with human beings, it's not something that we can see happening.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, when you isolate that passage and not know what that word means.
No, but it's being said a lot. How can you have sons and daughters? How can you be sons and daughters of God and procreation never happened and people weren't having sex with each other? What are we talking about? Someone had to have sex for you to come into existence. Your soul comes from somewhere else. Yeah, right. Could come from God. We can accept that. You're just a vessel. Your body's just a vessel for the soul that came from God. Cool.
Okay,
no problem.
I've got the whole breakdown. I'll put it in the private chat, yeah.
Adam, soul came directly from God, blown into his chest and all of that. But he wasn't human like what we're saying.
So in Job 1:6 and 2:1 and 36 verse 7, these are all references of sons of God,
right?
As spirit beings and angels. So we have references of sons of God being both.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with that, bro.
Having that ability.
Cool.
But but does this not then mean that it depends on the context, right?
No.
I would say, like you said, that sons of God were physical.
Mm-hmm.
So it was denoting a physical characteristic of his children, and therefore maybe alluding to these spirit beings being in some kind of spirit, in some kind of physical form. I'm just giving that up as a theory. I don't know. I'm just giving up as a theory. I'm saying when angels come to earth and they interact with man, possibly they take a physical form. And in taking a physical form, they also take on a gender, a physical gender, rather than a spiritual gender, where they're known as men. When they come to earth, maybe they, do you know what I mean? So when they're in heaven, of course they're not breathing and whatever, because they have no genitals and like lungs and shit like that. They're not in heaven breathing. It's a spiritual version of them. But when they materialize or manifest, thank you, possibly then they manifest into pliable material flesh.
Right.
So then if that's the case, then why did an angel just come down and become Adam? Why was Adam fashioned from the soil and from the breath of life? Why was man made in that way? Why wasn't it just the angel becoming a man?
There's many contradictions in the story of creation. Not even contradictions. There's many questions we could ask in the story of creation. I don't think that's a story that I don't think that's a question that stumps anybody. Oh, why didn't angels come down? Because they didn't. Because angels were in heaven doing the angel work. They weren't even being asked to come down and do these type of things. They weren't being asked to. In fact, I feel like they didn't even have permission. Because when God's saying where you go, where you've been, a man saying, yeah, I've been to the earth to and fro, God wasn't happy. And that's how they ended up getting casted down. Because they weren't, because remember in the Bible it says that the angels abandoned their, was it their inheritance or their place of being, of residence?
Heavenly host. Yeah.
It says they basically left the post that they were supposed to be at. So they're trespassing. They don't even got permission to be on earth, but they came. Where you been?
So why aren't they doing that? Why aren't they doing that? Why aren't they mixing with humans now?
Oh, stop that, man. Why are they not? Why they not?
Why I can't answer questions. What the
hell?
hell?
Why? You know why? You know why? You know why? Because that threshold between spiritual and the physical was sealed for a while. Yeah, their ability to manifest in the physical had been stopped, or they'd lost it. But through all this CERN and stuff like that, trying to get the key to the abyss, they're trying to free themselves from that dimension that they're locked in, so that they can manifest in real time here once again, as in the days of Noah.
That's raw.
That is a good theory. When I think about it.
Fire.
That is a good theory.
Raw, I think.
That is a good theory.
Because you know what I mean? Or maybe this is what they're trying to do with all this quote unquote AI, and they're trying to make some meat suits so that they can put their consciousnesses in it.
I do believe what you're saying, the latter half of, like the second half of what you said in terms of them being locked away and trying to come back. That's 100%. I believe that. But then when they were here, do I believe they were mixing with humans? Okay. Yeah. How about this? Hold on. How about this theory?
This is disgusting. God of the Bible was like, this is bestiality and shit. In a way, do you know what I mean? This is disgusting. So this is why he involved the animals of the air, because everything, the whole gene pool started getting
mixed
corrupted.
up. Yeah. Okay, that's
fine.
Like,
with everything.
Okay, but here's the middle ground. Yeah. I'll figure this out now. Yeah. How about it's not through sex, it's through gene splicing and manipulating?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Okay, that's fine then. So it doesn't have to be through angels. Okay,
you don't have to be through sex like that. Yes,
cool.
I'm happy with that. Yes. I just read a version where it was like maybe they possessed man, and then man
went into the woman through the possession.
Went into the woman.
I'm feeling that as well. 100%. I'm with that as well.
No, man, that's dead food, man.
You think that's dead food? I feel like you don't have to be into.
I'm with those two, bro. The possession. I'm saying
in the verse here, there's two sets of beings coming down. Yeah, both sons of God, but one come to marry, the others come upon, and from that interaction come giants. So it can show you two different beings. You know what I mean? And their purpose. The first sent by God himself, the sons of God were sent. They found the girls, human girls, was beautiful, and they bred with them. No problem. Their children seemed to maybe come out giant, but everything was in reason. Do you get it? But then when the other sons of God come, they rape these women and blah blah blah, and it's terrifying.
I think they use this. I think they use the children as Sepha's.
All of a sudden, you're getting giants. Now, if you're getting giants populating the planet, that's going to be a little bit of a problem, family. Do you get it? And they're trying to say that. So to flood it is what's the idea. But for me, it couldn't have killed all of them, because later on we're going to get Goliaths, and so the gene is still being carried.
Or maybe the
somehow,
gene maybe the gene splicing continued after, which is why when Josh which is why God told him to take out the Canaanites. Why did God continue to tell Israel to go and take out the Canaanites? Not only because they were worshiping Moloch and doing all that madness, but because these guys were in tune with the devil, in tune with Baal. They were reviving these practices, and that's why there were so many giants in Canaan.
But weren't these ones giant in the first place? So all these Baal and all of these other ones that pre-existed, who are giants, even down to these Nimrods and all of that, where you see their statues, they're depicted as giants with horns on their head and all of this type of stuff, carrying a lion like it's a little kitten.
Yeah, the Epic of Gilgamesh is this
Right.
statue of Nimrod. These are bloody giants.
So right, thank you. So this is what we're trying to say. Like this giant thing is not exclusive, and it didn't get rubbed out with a flood. The bullshit.
No, Maku, I'm not saying that it's not possible to come after, but I'm saying the method of which it came after. I think it's because of the spiritual practices of the people, like the Canaanites were literally in tune with it. Maybe there was some gene splicing. I'm okay with that. Or manipulation of some sort, manipulation of some sort.
As we understand, if we say marriage, according to the Bible, sex is marriage. So, you know what I mean? The ones that were sent by God seem to marry and take them as wives. So that's a different set of men.
But did they do it did they do it in an angelic form, or was it through a flesh?
They would have had to been physical, like every other messenger or
So
thing.
how does this? So, Maki, how does this angel or a spiritual being take flesh? How do they do that?
You'll have to ask them.
Is it not called possession?
No, it's called manifestation, or to incarnate. Do you get what I'm saying? These are abilities that are restricted for the angels or the jinns or whatever. They've got different capabilities amongst each other, but we're not going to demean the ability of an angel to turn himself from energy into physical form. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even trying to doubt God, remember? So I'm not going to doubt his creations and creations that are older in the universe than you. Do you get it? And me. So if they've got that capability, they've got that capability. I think that, like Jedi said, they might have lost that capability. The ones that were fallen, because we still got that story to go. Who did Satan or Lucifer fall with if it wasn't other angels? Those might be the ones who came down and were the sons of God, formerly known as, like Prince. The sons of God, who just came down and just rape up gal, and then there was giant in the earth in those days. And then they had all these different demonic systems or whatever, ancient systems that they could fall into, like Hinduism and all of this type of stuff. Sin or Singi and all of that. Because the stories have to match up.
Right, and I don't know. Was the flood to wipe out the giants? And if it was, why were there giants after?
Exactly. It wasn't to wipe out the giants. It's to wipe out all species. Remember?
It connects back to what I was saying though. But which people were the ones that were reviving this whole giant kind of thing? It was the Canaanites, right? Was it not these people that the Israelites were encountering in Canaan? What were the Canaanites known for doing? Worshipping Moloch.
You cut out, bro. Say that again. You cut out. Say it again.
Was it not the Canaanites who were or some of the Canaanite tribes who were described as giants? Were these not also the same people that were worshipping Moloch, sacrificing babies to Moloch and doing all this madness?
Maybe.
So is there not a correlation between their spiritual practices and there being giants among them? Meaning that they possibly revived this whole giantism by continuing that Nimrod or that Cain demonic kind of shit, messing with demons.
No, what it is like some angels, angelic beings who had descendants. Can you imagine how egotistical they could have been? I'm a descendant of Gabriel. I'm a descendant of this one. I'm a descendant of that one. You get what I'm saying? They're all on the planet. They've got powers. They've got abilities. They're giants. They're thing. They got knowledge. They got all sorts of things. They got places they can go to learn other practices and rituals and shit. These are all being told in the books. Like if you understand what Nod was and nude, you get me? People walking around naked, doing all sorts of practices. Well, who was doing that? There's different beings coming to the planet, and no one can give explanation for. They're not written in the books. But yet we know.
Hold on. I've got a perfect mic drop for that, yeah? Think about this, yeah? Can humans mix with animals?
In some cases, yeah, it seems they can, yeah.
So hold on. So if you had,
I think there's a science to it. Yeah.
Oh yes, I agree. Chimeras, yes, but I'm talking about as in you.
Talking about
animal getting pregnant. No.
Yeah. Oh, cool. So if it's like, for example, when it says God made them after their kind, dog kind, we all have our own kinds. We mix with amongst each other. The only way I can think of it happening is through gene splicing. If that's the possible.
I think they were mating. I think there's a point where God's disgusted because things are not mating onto
with
their
what they're
own
supposed
kind.
to mate with.
Right, they're mating with other things. So that's why it can be flies and everything getting bun out. All of you are gonna get it.
Why do you think Sodom and Gomorrah got lit up? Because there was bare LG, you know, and there was bare.
Hold on.
It must be more than that, though, Zulu.
The animals that survived. So, are you not saying that we lost during Noah's flood? We lost species of animals.
Yes, a man,
No,
beast,
I think,
beast, man, all sorts, beast of the field, whatever you want to say.
No, I think no. It says 2 of every animal was put in the.
No, we're not talking about
every
that.
Animal,
we're talking about.
Or would that be like every? But would they consider like a chimera as an animal? Probably not. It's
Probably
an
not.
abomination, right?
Which is why maybe when we look at the fossils, we see all these weird looking.
I'm kind of thinking maybe rare, but bro, I'm not gonna lie. I went to the museum the other day, bro, and when I looked at these animals, man,
yeah,
I'm just like something fucking weird going on, bro.
It looks like chicken bones, like, innit?
Bro,
like
no. I'm talking about the animals, the stuffed animals, and the
saber-tooths and
real animals that they had. Not the prehistoric fake shit. I'm talking about like if you see like the mongoose and then all other marsupials, they're like someone took a mongoose, mixed it with a wombat, and made this creature. And you can see literally it's got the markings of the wombat, the face of this creature. Is it like, bro, I see some tall fox thing here. I'm like, these creatures are not what we think they are.
Well, then hold on, Jess. Where does adaptation, if you believe in such a thing, come into play? Like the difference is due to the environment.
I don't know, bro. That's obviously that's what I was thinking the whole time there. I was like, what is going on here? Because these, like, I swear to God, these creatures look like, take a bit of Jedi, take a bit of Zulu, and then you've got a Julu. Oh, we've got this Julu animal. You're like, yo, hold on, that's half Jed's, half Zulu. How have you done that? Like that when you see, especially in the mammal section, yeah, anyone that goes to the Natural History Museum, check out the mammal section. It's the weirdest fucking section, man. It
gets even more crazy when you look at the sea life.
Exactly.
You got like apparently whales came from like a dog looking thing.
You start looking at these animals like, what the fuck is this? What?
But they're leaning on the tree of life, in it. That whole they're leaning on the one ancestor thing, isn't it?
Can there be another angle to it? Can there be like places like this northern Sodom and Gomorrah where beings were coming from far and wide, wherever they were coming from, and practicing different practices there, rituals, making things. We're using gene splicing there. Do you get what I'm saying? Animals that we've got on the planet that don't make sense, don't even go with nature. It would make sense.
I always go back to the dog, yeah? We were told for a long time that the dog is the ancestor of the wolf, was bred from the wolf, right? Then the scientists turn around and say, oh, we find significantly less DNA, less matching DNA in a wolf with a dog than we would have expected of an ancestor. We have to revive. And I just didn't believe, like, bro, if you see what they say a dog comes from, if I can find my dog book, bro.
Yeah, from a grey wolf or something.
It looks like a mongoose, bro. It looks like, and then there's a cross. There's something that's like a cross between a bear, and like, I don't even know, a possum. You got all the marsupials, all the pouched animals. Then you got the mammal that lays eggs. You got a mammal that's got scales. It's like an armadillo. The thing's got scales all over it. Pangolin, something like that.
Mad. But yeah, there's some animals that can't be explained.
Exactly. I'm just like, I do see like it looks like some kind of experimentation. What are you looking for? What's that?
I'm trying to look at the dog you're talking about.
Oh, which dog did I mention?
Something looking like a marsupial. I'm trying to see. Is it something like this?
You just go to just look at the dog's ancestor. Dogs. Yeah. See the first picture there.
That one there.
Is
It looks like a what's that thing called in Australia? That like what's it called? What's it called? The Tasmanian devil.
No, you got to look off the family tree of it. That's not the image. Let me see if I can find it.
Looks like,
right in, ancestor of the dog or origins of the dog or something.
It does kind of look like a marsupial, like those ones in New Zealand and Australia. The ones that are extinct now. I know which ones you're talking about. Something like this, right?
And that the now extant wolf lineage. Man, these not chat shit, man. Hold on. Something like what? Where?
The one on the right.
Some dingo on that, man. Nah, man.
Yeah, that's the extinct one.
Nah. The thing that they show looks like a ferret or something, bro. Like it just like, what is that? And it's like basically it splits ancestry, and then one end becomes a bear, and the other end becomes a dog.
Yeah, because it gets even weirder when you start looking at reptiles, because it's like the same chickens, it's like they're just all over the place with it, man. Oh, is it like this?
Let me see.
Oh shit!
What?
Look how big this dog. What the hell?
That's a dog. That's a
But look how big it is,
I know
though.
that dog. Yeah. That I don't know if that picture's real, bro. To be fair.
What about this one?
Similar. It's getting similar. So now you can see. Where's the wolf in this?
What is that? Bush
right.
dog?
Similar to that. The bush dog. This is what Nigerians be eating that shit, by the way. When they talk about bush dog, this is the dog that they eating, bro. This is which looks like a bear, right?
Yeah, we got these ones in Zim as well.
Looks like a bear. Yeah.
It does look like a bear. Dogs and bears are very close, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
It's weird.
That's not to do with no fucking wolf, bro.
Now it is definitely like a village. Like these, I see these African dogs here. I wouldn't say these came from wolves, because like I would say these are older than wolves, because wolves are like, you don't get wolves in Africa like that, do you? That's like European places. You get these kind of dogs in Africa. These zebra-looking dogs. These are wild dogs.
I think dogs are our closest example of splicing and genetic engineering and I just wonder how many of the other animals in our world.
Because they ain't showing like in Egypt, they ain't showing wolves. They're showing dogs like this in Egypt when they're talking about Anubis. They ain't showing wolves.
Jackal type things.
Yeah.
I ain't even seen a species of dog like that, tell truth.
Of what these ones?
Of the Anubis thing.
Oh, the Anubis thing, yeah, they look fucking sick.
They don't exist no more.
Well.
They don't exist no more.
They can't, because no one can find one. Like,
what normal? That's a normal dog, yeah.
What do you mean they don't exist?
Is it
where have you seen one?
It exists. I've seen one in real life. Touched it and everything. They exist.
Egyptian jackal.
This Egyptian jackal thing. Yeah. I've seen them. They're skinless. They're weird, man.
Yeah. Oh, is that it on the screen? Sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah. Look, man.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, definitely.
That looks like a violent dog, bro.
All the neck.
But this is the weird thing about dogs, though. You got a dog like this.
That dog looks like it does neck day at the gym.
Next day, bro.
This is the weird thing, though, fam. You got a dog like this, and then you got a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
And then you got a poodle. Like, what is that? Like, what are we doing? What's going on there?
Heavy breeding, man. Heavy breeding.
But do you think it starts off something like this? Like, oh, this dog has smaller ears. Keep him mixing over there. This dog has bigger nose. And then it just
this how it's explained to me, but I'm not sure what it is. But there's something about dogs that I just.
It's similar to humans, isn't it?
There's something weird about their origins. I'm telling you, bro. And there's a reason why they're like our dog's man's best friend. I just think there's some necks.
But don't you think it's similar to humans? Like, why don't all humans look like sub-Saharan Africans or like us? Why do they look, when you go to China, they look like that over there?
That's if we all have the same. I don't know. To be honest, I'd rather just say I just don't know.
Because if we don't have the same, how can we mix with them?
Okay, then, yeah. Well, then I would say that. Well, then does that suggest that we do have the same?
Yeah, because if we weren't the same, how can we mix with a white person or whatever? You know what I mean? If they've got this Neanderthal thing over there, how are we?
By the way, just to say, someone was saying that the daughters of men were fair in the Book of Enoch.
It just means pretty. It says in the Bible as well. It just means pretty. Like
Okay.
they were attractive.
You sure?
Fair, as in like you want. Oh, you mean? Are you trying to say white?
No, I didn't say that, bro. I just said fair, bro.
Gassed up lighties.
Nah, fair is just like, oh, she's hot. It just means she's hot.
I just said fair, bro.
It just means she's hot. That's all it means.
Gassed up lighties.
It means she's attractive. I don't think any white people are around in them times we're talking about. Personally,
there was no white people there.
I'll be honest with you, bro. I think white skin is due to leprosy. It's like an ancient term for leprosy. I don't.
What if Adam and Eve were white?
Nah, Adam and Eve were 100% more black.
What if Adam and Eve were white though? Why are you saying that?
I'll tell you why. Because Adam was from the dust of the ground, and these locations mentioned, Ethiopia, Euphrates, none of the ground is white.
Stop that, man. You're being silly now. Stop that.
The ground is our color.
Whatever it was fashioned with, it's going to be that color. Stop that, man.
Yes, why not? Why would it have that color?
Why don't Eve look like a rib then? Stop being silly, man.
No.
Yes. By your own accounts, bro.
But he was formed from the ground. His shape, the way he looked, is from the ground. All the breath of life thing was.
No, we made in the image of God anyway, so that's a lie.
No, but
not from the image of the ground. Not from the image of the ground. We made from God's image. So stop that. Already, what you're saying. Stop that immediately.
Look at the color of this soil. Look at the color of this soil. That's my complexion. That's my complexion. I don't see no white here. I don't see no white here. This is in.
No, I hear you, yeah, and I'm not even gonna argue with you, yeah.
Look at that. Look at this. It's the same as his hand. Look.
I'm saying, just to assume, the color of the earth would that has to dictate the color of the being is I don't know, man.
Not has to, but you can make that conclusion, no?
Why can't Adam and Eve be wet?
But that would be made known. Is that not significant? Hold on. If Adam and Eve were white out of brown soil, would that not be significant? Would that not be made known? Like what? That's a big like whoa. What is made known is Esau. When Esau is born thousands of years later, they're looking at him like Jacob is looking at not Jacob. Isaac is like, whoa, this kid is red. What the heck is this? Red is hairy. His skin is red. His hair got hair all over. Goat's hair, straight hair. What is this? That's when we see that. But until then, it's mostly black looking people, bro. So I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, the first white man.
Okay. I'm with you on that.
And if not Esau, just look at the leprous people in Canaan having white skin. And when Moses, what did God do with that Moses on that sign? He put his hand in his sleeve, came out looking pale, white as snow. And you got all these leprous people walking around in Canaan having white skin. So there's examples of that way after being clearly expressed.
I feel like the Bible doesn't significantly answer about race. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it does. Maybe I'm wrong and I have to study more. But I don't feel like it. Do you know what I mean? I'm probably wrong. But I don't think it does enough to.
What I can definitely say is we are the original, we're the archaic man, as in we're the prototype. We're like the original version of man, compared to what we're seeing today with all the different versions.
How much did Noah look like his great granddaddy Adam?
I can't tell you the exact, but I would assume. What I mean?
Because really, that's what we got to look at. You talking about original man, that Adam. And then also you mentioning that they had some kind of superior genetics. You're also mentioning mutations creeping up in man. So who's to say exactly how similar? Like, are we even in God's image now?
Is Adam a giant?
But is God's image as physical as we think it is, though? That's the thing.
Yeah, no, that's another point. Made in God's image. That's a whole fucking another point. When they talk about image, do they even mean physical? What's the Hebrew?
No, but you said the logos
image?
though. You said the logos. You said the physical God, Zulu, earlier. So
no, the image of God, image and likeness. Let's just make man in the image and likeness.
no, but you're saying God Himself
In
has
our
been
image
here,
and
innit?
our likeness. So
Man said, I only put this kettle on and we were talking dogs. I came back and I'm a leper.
oh no, I'm not offending you away wisdom. I mean, there's other explanations to why you have white skin. Some say it's because you moved to colder climate. Some say it's because you moved to colder climates and But I'm not really buying that because if you go to Antarctica, you got brown skinned people over there. So I don't think it's because of the environment. You know what I mean? Look at hold on. Where do you think white people came from, Jez? Because I don't know, man.
Bro, I don't know, bro. I mean, honestly, I don't really know origin of man and whatever. I'm shaky on that. You know, like it probably
was it in
wouldn't be a
Africa?
big look for you. I don't think like I'm not an out of Africa believer, so you know, yeah. So I mean,
I'm saying more Asia still. Them places there.
The birthplace of man is in Asia. As
in like that region between Asia and Africa.
Okay.
It's the most desolate region and it's been populated.
I'm saying I don't mind some people coming out of Africa, but because I'm not a believer in us all coming from one man and one woman, I just don't. It's just not true. I just don't believe it's true. So some people had another origin, and I don't see why God couldn't have gone to other places and create Garden of Edens there and let them breed up the
so then how can you mix with those
your
people?
Your book is for you and your people. Your book is for Israelites. You get Israelite information. You don't need to know what's going on in Polynesia, in Australia, in
But then how are you able to mix with those people if you're not from the same bloodline?
Because you're of the same design.
Okay, from the same man.
No, not necessarily. Because honestly, bro, Zulu, you know we've been there a million times. Don't play games with me, bro. You know, yeah, that in your book there's, like you even said it today. You called it a revisiting of the story. I let you have it because I'm being nice.
That's what the official understanding is. When you type it, when you type it in on the internet, that's what people say as well as me.
Cool. So let me ask you something, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Is the road to salvation wide or narrow?
Narrow.
There you go. So if most people are saying one thing, that sounds like a wide road to me.
Why are you trying to do that?
I'm just saying. I got a phone call.
People come up with these weird theories, though. Come on, man.
All right, but quickly, if you want to argue about it, Elohim made one set of humans and God made another set.
No, wrong, incorrect.
I gotta be back. Someone argue for me. Someone that knows what that.
That's incorrect. Genesis 2 is breaking down the creation of man from Genesis 1.
Well, I'm saying one was God and one was Elohim.
What?
Let us make man in our image.
Yeah, the Godhead speaking. Yeah,
and then
and then God made. You get me? And then God made Adam. Mad.
Okay, but the word used for man in that first chapter is Adam. So when it says God made man and woman and made them mankind, it's using the word Adam there. Why would it use the word Adam there for man if it's not talking about the same Adam in Genesis 2?
Same reason it says sons of men for angels.
No.
Sons of God for angels and sons of God for children.
The reason why the word man is Adam in Hebrew, because Adam is the first man, which is why when we say man in Hebrew, we say Adam. That's the reason why we say Adam. Otherwise, there would be a different word for man, and Adam would have just been in his name, and man wouldn't just be Adam in Hebrew.
Why has the first man got to be called Adam? What does that mean?
I don't know, mate. Little details like that, you're asking the wrong person. I can only just tell you the storyline.
As I said, the language being used, like people need to look into that. Like who's speaking, who's saying what. It makes sense. It will make sense. Make it make sense. Why are you using Egyptian names and stuff?
Egyptian names.
Well, if Seth is not Seth, it's Set. But then
No,
in the Hebrew, it's Seth.
You don't think
Hebrew doesn't
Seth is
exist before the
in the
Egyptian.
Sumerian? You don't think Seth is in the Sumerian?
It doesn't exist before the Egyptian, does it?
Yes. You don't think there was language before Egyptians?
Hebrew doesn't exist before the Egyptians.
So Michael, what language was the pre-flood civilization speaking?
I'm saying many languages actually, it seems.
What was it?
It seems like this Akkadian, this Adamic, there's so many like pre-flood. After the flood now. It's still a lot, but they break off into two branches, isn't it? Where you've got the Semitic or the Shemitic from Shem, the language that descend from Shem. So that's the one being focused on, and that's the one that most of us speak, who are of the Semitic or Proto-Semitic or what do you call it? Congo and this, whatever, mate.
I don't know what language they say Adamic, but I don't know what that language would have been. So I can't make any assumptions of what that was. I think every language probably has some common words linking to that original language. Like we know there's commonalities in linguistics now.
Right.
So, but I don't know what the language was. So I'm not claiming to. But yeah.
Because it's like, like when we look at the Sumerian business, it's the Sumerians are telling a story that predate them. And then the Babylonians after them are telling the same story. And then whoever comes after them are telling a similar story again. Do you get it?
Yeah, you're saying in the chat.
So they're never ever talking about themselves.
Yeah, Adam in the Hebrew means mankind or man. It doesn't mean made from clay in the Hebrew. So it's just Arabic is obviously different to Hebrew. So it's not going to mean the same thing.
So that reddish from the reddish brown ground, came from another language. And now I'm imploring people to look into what language is being used. So if I say Akkadian, then maybe it might give you a clue to the language being used. But
Hebrew is a mixture.
Learn or they don't want to learn.
Well, Hebrew is a mixture of some of the Kemetic and some of the Canaanite, Proto-Canaanite script. It's obviously Hebrew isn't the original language.
Right.
So it's a mixed language. It's like English. How English is a mixture of all sorts of languages.
Yes.
Because obviously the location of Israel is in between all these countries, so it's going to have these common words that all these countries have. But in terms of what Adam spoke and Noah spoke, and I'm not saying they spoke Hebrew. You can feel me? I'm not saying that. Because how can they speak Hebrew?
Adam, who's recording it, is not in Hebrew for him.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, Moses. Sorry, my bad.
Exactly. Because
so what language is it in when it's for Moses then?
Language. Well, Moses would have spoke the Kemetic language, the Coptic, and he would have spoke a bit of Hebrew because he communicated with them. Because obviously the Hebrews were slaves in Kemet, and obviously Egyptians learned the language of their enemies or learned the language of the people in the area. So they would have been able to speak to the Israelites. The Israelites were probably speaking a Canaanite language,
or a Akkadian or Chaldean.
Yeah, exactly.
Chaldean is a language, isn't it?
Yeah,
is it not? Right.
But then, Michael, when Abraham went to Canaan, did he not start speaking? Because how did he communicate with the Canaanites? So he spoke all of it as well.
Yeah. So I'm not saying they're different languages. I'm saying the original languages were just different dialects of the same language.
Right.
So the predecessor to what you're calling Proto-Hebrew or whatever Hebrew is the Aramic or the Aramic text. That is the root to the Hebrew that was the original one. Do you get what I'm saying? So it did exist, but it had a different name.
Yeah.
Coming from Aram, son of Shem.
And I mean, if you look at the Hebrew alphabet in its hieroglyph form, it's very similar to certain words in the Coptic or the Egyptian hieroglyph. And some suspect that the Hebrew was actually formed after the Exodus, after they learned about hieroglyphs in Kemet.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about modern Hebrew? Because if you look,
I'm talking about Gabari.
But they're talking about Hebrew being revived in the 1500s by these Khazars and that.
I'm talking about
to write their text. No, I'm just saying, like,
I'm not talking about Yiddish, Maku. I'm talking about biblical Hebrew, which is Hebrew. I'm not talking about Yiddish or Germanic, because I agree with you. Them guys have their own language. They made up.
No, but that's what you're gonna pull up when you give the transliteration. You're pulling up letters and 1 second. Yes, yeah, the aleph
there's no
that
V's.
you're using. 1 second, man.
There's no
the aleph
V's.
bait that you're using is the modern Hebrew. So it's like,
bro,
you're contradicting yourself.
Who's using aleph bait? I'm not using no V's. I've not said no V's. I've not said no J's. I've not said no I've not said no V's, bro. I'm talking
when
about
you
biblical
pull up
Hebrew.
a word, a Hebrew word, and you get the Hebrew translation, what Hebrew is being used? The modern Hebrew, and that modern Hebrew has a existence of around the 14 or 1500s. I'm not exactly
which is why
sure.
There's a difference between biblical. You can actually study biblical Hebrew as a course. I know there's a difference. They will tell you there's a difference. You can literally go and study biblical Hebrew because it's not the same as modern Hebrew. It's not entirely the same.
When did it change from Moses's version of, maybe it could be, you could say the Egyptian or what's that word? What do you call it? Medunetta. Maybe he wrote and those texts in Medunetta or Hebrew or well, not that Hebrew, obviously Aramaic. You get what I'm saying?
It's not Aramaic. It's Hebrew, bro. You think Hebrew just comes from Yiddish? You can say Hebrew because there's a Hebrew before Yiddish. Yiddish is basically a Germanic dialect of Hebrew. It's like a Germanic. They're adding a bunch of V's in there and German words and French words and Polish words, but Hebrew on its own is there before any of that.
What can I say? Who's doing that, please? Can you explain?
We know who's doing that. We don't need to talk about them, bro.
All right, cool. So,
like,
but that's what I'm trying to say. But that's the references you're using. You're not using the other Hebrew. You're not using that.
That's not true. The Blue Letter Bible. The Blue Letter Bible uses.
So when you just looked up the word yod or whatever it was, what was the word you looked up just now? Yom, right?
There's no V's there.
And okay,
it's Paleo Hebrew.
That translation was from what type of Hebrew?
Paleo Hebrew.
Paleo Hebrew.
The same Hebrew they were speaking in Jesus' time. The same Hebrew they were speaking in David's time. So what are you talking about? No one's talking about Yiddish over here. I don't talk about Yiddish, bro.
What are you talking about? I'm saying those people that you're talking about are those people though. So how can it
they're not. What are you talking about? They're not They're not Israelites. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying they're Israelites, man. What happened to you? And we know who they are. We said what they are. We saw how they came about. You're right. They're correct. They was about in Jesus's time or whatever. Yeah. We know we call them Sanhedrins. We call them things. We call them rabbis and whatever, right? And we call them even King Solomon or not Solomon. Sol.
You're wrong.
Yeah. It was one of them.
You just remixing the whole thing, bro. Do you research anything?
You said, but hold on, didn't you say these are Jebusites?
Bro,
I taught you that.
Why are you even talking about Jebusites, bro? You went into you changed the subject to a whole other thing.
No, I'm saying that the Hebrew being used, right, that man are using generally every day is not the Paleo or ancient or thing or Aramaic or none of that. It's just the modern Hebrew created by these set of men so they could write their version of what we're calling the Torah and all of that in the 14 or 1500s. You can look it up. It's just standard knowledge. So I just want to separate the two. Like, you know what I mean? You can say you don't even fuck with that, which is cool. You get what I'm saying? So we can get a clear perspective. Like, yeah, all right, Zulu don't fuck with that shit. He fucks with the original shit. But everybody else, and it seems sometimes when you're giving evidence, it's coming from that direction. You get me?
No, I don't get you, Matthew. And this is why I have to fact check everything you say, bro. Because sometimes you say some things are true, and then sometimes you say a bunch of
crazy.
remixing.
When you're translating a word, yeah, transliteration, and now you just told me that you just translated a word from the Paleo Hebrew. Show us the source of the Paleo Hebrew, bro. Before what time? You get me? Because it's not the ancient Hebrew, is it?
Bro, there's
Because they make a point. 1 second, Zuli. They make a point.
1 second, but you finished speaking.
No, they made a point that the language died. You know what I mean? And it was revived by certain man. Do you get it? That's as far as I know. Are you telling me that's incorrect information? Because that's how we all know it. That these set of man, 1 second, took on a religion and needed texts to go with it. So because their tongue was Yiddish and a bit of German, they came up with their version and they called it Hebrew. Yeah.
No, they didn't come up with Hebrew. Hebrew's always been there.
I'm not saying it wasn't.
Hold on, let me finish. All they did was bring up this Yiddish, which is a Germanic dialect or bastardization of what was already there. Hebrew was already there. There's different dialects of Hebrew. Even in the Syrian, they do the Amharic. That's also similar to Hebrew. There's many different variations of the Proto-Canaanite script, but Hebrew as well as Amharic, Arabic, they all come from the Proto-Canaanite script. That Proto-Canaanite script is also linked with the Kemetic script. Okay, so the Hebrew language,
Semitic. These are all Semitic languages you're mentioning.
So the Canaanite language isn't linked with the Medinetia. Is that what you're telling me? The Canaanite.
I don't know about that. I don't know. The Canaanite language, no. I mean, what you're saying is Canaanite might be Phoenician, might be or Akkadian or Chaldean.
Bro, the Canaanites were Hamites though. So why would they not have a similar language to the Egyptian cousins?
But we're not certain that they were all Europeans.
Why would the Canaanites, who are Africans, they're Hamites, why would they not have a similar language to the Egyptian cousins?
They also worship
the same gods as the Egyptians.
Where did Hamites go, please? They went to Egypt.
A lot of them were in Africa, and a lot of them were in the quote unquote the Middle East. When you look at Kush in the Middle East, a lot of them were all over the place.
Okay, Kush is the capital of Nubia in the ancient times. So
Kush was also in Southern Arabia. Actually, it stretched even to Southern Arabia. So
they're provinces, yeah.
The Chaldeans was full of Kushites all over the place. Nimrod is a Kushite. He's the son of Kush. So there's Kushites all over that place.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Is like if the place Kush exists before the person, right? Are they naming that person after that place, or what's going on? Did the person go and found that place and then they called it Kush? Because I don't understand.
It just means that they had an expansive territory. Like it wasn't just in Northeast Africa. It wasn't just in East Africa.
So where was the land of Ham?
It's not land of Ham. These people were dispersed all over the place. You've got Shemites living with Hamites all over the place. Abraham was living around Kushites. The whole region was full of Kushites, even though he was a Shemite. So it's not like, oh, this is allocated land. They lived amongst each other.
Yeah, they're family. So
that's what I'm saying. The language is going to be the same. It's similar. When you look at the Canaanites, which them themselves are related to the Egyptians, it's going to be a similar language. What the Hebrew essentially is, it's a mixture of the Proto-Canaanite script and, like you said, the Sumerian and the Chaldean, and the what's it called again? What script is that thing called again? What's that shit? The cuneiform. What's the language of the cuneiform?
The cuneiform.
It's the
cuneiform.
Like, what language is that cuneiform thing written in?
Cuneiform is not a language, is it?
No, like what is it called? The Sumerian. What language does the Sumerians speak? Let me type this in.
They spoke Akkadian. They spoke Babylonian. They spoke Akkadian. So many different texts came out that. Or languages.
Ugratic. The shape of Ugratic, Sumerian, Akkadian, Ebula. Yeah, it's saying here that the parent systems of the cuneiform.
Mm-hmm.
And then it tells you the descendants of that. So it says here Sumerian, Akkadian, Ebelite, Emelites, Hittites, Hurrian, Luwan, Old Persian, So essentially, the cuneiform is given is like the parent language to all these Shemitic.
Or most of the languages on the planet, to be honest. But yeah, they know it as the oldest language on the planet, right? So in that, did we get any Hebrew language or anything, or Hebrew? Did you see that there?
No, because Hebrew comes way after. It's
Okay,
way
okay.
after any of
This is what I'm trying to say. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, do you see Aramic?
No, there's no Aramic, because
Right.
Aramic also comes way after.
Not way after. No.
Yes, way after, because Aramic was spoken during Jesus' time when the Romans took over Palestine.
No, we're saying it comes from Aram. Aramic comes from
No,
Aram.
it doesn't.
And Aram is the son of Shem, so this is after the flood.
It says here that Aramic is a Semitic language that originated among the Armenians in the ancient region of Syria at the end of the second millennium BC, and later became one of the most prominent languages of the
Aramaic. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Aramaic, not
Aramaic. Aramaic. Yeah, type that in. I actually typed that one in first. Actually, it says here, Armenians, region of Syria, second century BC.
And you know what Syria is, right?
Right, that's where near Abraham and then places there.
Right.
The Aramic language belongs to the northwest group of the Semitic family, which also includes the Canaanite languages, such as Hebrew, Edomite, Moabite, and Phoenician, as well as Amorite, Ugaritic. Aramaic languages are written in Aramaic alphabet, which is derived from the Phoenician alphabet. So Aramaic comes from the Phoenician. Doesn't come from. It's not older than the Hebrew. It comes from the Phoenician.
Well, let's see if the idea of Semitic or Shemitic languages come from Shem, it leads us in the realm of the biblical. You get it? Because these Semitic languages is based on a biblical individual. Do you get it? When you look up Semitic, it will say Shem. You will end up with Shem again. Shem. You know what I'm saying? You're going to end up in the Bible again. This is why we can't rule it out.
Okay, so I just typed it in now. I typed in Aramaic versus Hebrew. It says here, both are closely related languages, with many. Sorry, hay fever.
Bless you.
Thank you. Many similar words, but there are plenty of lexical and grammatical differences as well.
Right.
Hebrew is the language of the Israelites / Hebrews. It developed in the land of Canaan / Israel, while Aramaic is originated in what is now Syria. So not only do they have differences, but they originated in two different places. So they're not the same.
But one originates in the place and the origin of Abraham. So it would be more closely related to those people, which makes sense. It all makes sense. Arcadians have been there long before anything, because those are the people who lived in the region of what you're calling Syria before Syria. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Aramaic is old. Aramaic here might be older than Hebrew still.
Yeah. But it relates to the biblical Zulu in the sense of Aram.
Yeah, if it's what the Assyrians were speaking and Sumerians and this man, then yeah, of course it's older. It's probably
but I'm saying how they even got their names.
But the Israelites spoke Aramaic. Jesus spoke Aramaic. The Israelites spoke Aramaic.
Right. So it's not that it didn't Aramaic died out or anything. No, we've got scripts and texts that are in that they found.
There's a whole New Testament found in Aramaic. It's called the Peshuda text. Yeah, it's the whole New Testament. It even uses like Yeshua and all that. It's a whole Hebrew or Aramaic or New Testament.
We know that the Essenes wrote
the Book of Matthew
in the Aramaic script, in the Qumran caves and that. You know what I'm saying? The Dead Sea Scrolls and that. Some in Greek and some in Aramaic.
Oh shit! It's 9 o'clock. I've been on all day. I haven't even eaten. Mad.
Well, you're missing the match.
What match is happening now?
France and Germany.
That's
It's
dead.
been on screen. It's the second
Did
half
you
now.
watch Israel Adesanya yesterday? Not
It's
yesterday. 2
half
days
time.
ago.
It's just about to start second half, so you could tell.
Did you see Israel Adesanya?
No, I didn't get to see it, but I watched it after post-match interview when he's eating a pizza.
He's going to be a champion for a long
I wanted
time.
to see. I know, man. I know. I saw the build-up. I saw everything, and I didn't. I fell asleep. I was like, oh fuck, I missed it. Because remember, I stayed up for the Floyd one. So man,
that Floyd
can
one
do
was
that.
shit, man.
Yeah, the Floyd one. I was disappointed. But he knocked him out though.
We're going to see African chat for a long time, man. He ain't going nowhere.
You get me? I don't think he should fight them type.
But Francis Ngannou is going to fight John Jones, bro.
That
one's going to be interesting.
That's going to be interesting. I wonder if John Jones turns up in it. Yeah, get me. But yeah, Nige's been representing, bros. They're not really messing about. Get me, Usman
But them Kazakhstans and Russians, they're catching up, man.
They're trying it.
Them Khabibs and them, man.
They want to
up,
be
man.
Khabibs.
Bruh, if they face you guys, it might be peak, man. We don't
It's
know.
divisions, man. It's divisions and weight class. Like man's not in man's weight class, unfortunately.
I've always said, that Russians are the most badass, like, white people I could think of. Like, Russians, they're just badass, bro.
Or Chechens and that.
Yeah, like, don't mess with them, man, bro.
Them and they mixed a little bit of Mongolian in there. You know what I'm
like
saying?
that? Bro, drinking vodka as water, bro. Them man don't mess around.
Mbappe's not playing. Oh shit! Look at this. Oh, you better put on Zulu, man.
I need to watch it, man. I watched I watched when they played when England played. What did they play the other day?
That's dead food, man. That was even.
Yeah, we got 1-0, isn't it? Because
they did all right.
Sterling scored, isn't it? Yeah, that was a good
now
goal,
he's the best guy. He's the best guy in the world. OB,
the best guy now. And
MB,
that was such a lucky goal as well.
That was mad.
Such a lucky
Why did he
goal.
get an MB though? What was that for? On his list.
Bro.
Was it OB? Yeah. I don't even know about all that. I mean, that's mad. I mean, what, for playing football? Or for putting machine gun on your leg?
RIP Jones. What do you mean RIP Jones, bro? You don't think Jones could beat Francis? Come on, Apano, bro. I need to speak to you about that Israel Adesanya fight. Yo, Marvin Vittori, the guy who was fighting, I think he's a cokehead, man.
He's mad. I don't even think he was serious. Like he didn't
see
even
the press
believe he lost the
conference,
first
the way
fight.
he was talking.
Man. He's just
like,
rubbish. I'm good to beat you. I beat you first time.
He was frothing at the mouth. My man was all coked up, man.
Man said, "Get over it, man. Get over it, man. You lost, man."
Man tried to say that he didn't lose. He said that twice now. The first time Israel beat me, so like I didn't lose that, and the second time is like I didn't lose that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Did he choke him out or something?
Nah, it was just a decision. I think basically what happened is he got like 1 or 2 takedowns, but Izzy just kept striking him.
Yeah,
just balled him, man.
Mashing him up.
It's like Kamaru Usman. When Kamaru Usman knocked out Masvidal, I was like, oh shit. Like you got this guy who was a wrestler, who's now out striking strikers. Mad.
No, that's Nige's. Like we'll lose and we'll get better from it. We'll watch the video 1 million times. Like, nah, that's not happening again. Trust me. Sort out all the kinks. Oh, I'm not good at grappling. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna be excellent by the time I finish. But usually grappling is our thing still.
Yeah, you guys like you like the oil wrestling in it, or was that the wrong?
I don't know about oil.
I swear you guys do oil wrestling.
No.
I think you do.
No, we don't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nigerian oil wrestling.
For what reason? You'll burn with the oil in your skin. Doesn't make sense. But wrestling, fuck's sake. We're not even the best at wrestling. But
shit, you actually do. Mad. It's called Lutte Traditionnelle. It's a West African folk wrestling known as La Arts in Senegal.
What are you talking about?
It's also in Niger, though. It says here.
Niger or Nigeria?
It says in Togo and in Kokowa, in Hausa areas of Nigeria and Niger. You guys do this oil wrestling, bro.
Niger.
It says Nigeria and Niger.
Well, Niger's a country, innit? Like, but
You guys
we're
do
talking
oil
about
wrestling,
houses.
bro.
Niggas in the desert, bro. You talk about houses with that.
Man's bathing in
Niggas
oil,
desert niggas.
wrestling, man. You know what the heck is this?
Yeah, we don't know about
Crazy.
that. You ain't heard no Yorubas on it. So
Nah, you guys definitely do that. That's a fact.
you ain't heard no Yoruba. I heard you.
So what's your fight? What's
We beat
your
you up.
fighting style called?
We call it's called boxing, and we've had champions for a long time, bro. Yeah, even I was surprised. I was down in our boxing ability. It was like, what? My dad said to me, "Now, man, we had
You guys got Dambe.
we had this guy. He was a champion, heavyweight champion, and that back in the day." I was like, really? And
You
yeah,
guys got
pulled up
you
a
guys got
couple
submissions.
fighters.
It says here Dambe is a martial art of the Hausa people from Nigeria. Competitors in a typical match aim to subdue each other in total submission, mostly within 3 rounds. It is often results in serious bodily injuries for challengers, such as broken jaws and ribs.
What it is, yeah.
Shit.
That Hausas are not from Nigeria, but they live in Nigeria. Innit?
Where they're from?
They're from Mali originally.
So they're not the same as you guys.
Not like that, no. But they live in like there's so many different people live in Nigeria.
Yeah, there's millions, isn't it?
Come and settle there.
There's
Yeah.
loads of people there.
But they do know where they're from. So the Fulanese and the Hausas come from Mali originally. They just follow the river.
Or the longest.
If you look at the River Niger, yeah, the River Niger.
Apparently, they're the largest ethnic group in sub-Saharan Africa. With what?
Who?
The Hausa
Not in
people.
Nigeria. Yeah, they're massive. There's a lot of them, innit?
It says with
If
the
they-
second most spoken language after Arabic in Afro-Asiatic language family. The Hausa are a diverse, culturally homogeneous people based primarily in Salian and in sparse savanna areas of southern Niger and northern Nigeria, respectively, numbering over 80 million people, with significant indigenized populations in Benin, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Chad, Sudan. So they're just dispersed all over like North Africa.
Yeah, they're
Northeast
all
Africa.
over the place. They definitely are. We're not exclusive with them. That's what I'm saying. But they know their original home. They can tell you where they came from, their kingdoms and stuff. So they've been doing this Arabic.
These man look
this
Arab,
Muslim
man.
stuff. No,
They
these
weren't
man
like-
has been doing these Muslim stuff for thousands of years. You know,
It
what I
looked
mean?
like they're wearing
Samurai.
like Moorish like clothes, like Arabic kind of clothing.
Yeah, they've been doing it for thousands of years. So when man want to tell us about Arabic and it came from Arabs, like what? What are you talking about? This whole African tribes who are Muslims, like from day square, from whenever they picked it up, but they didn't pick it up from no white man or no pale Arab. They picked it up from other black Arabs. Because if Mali is their place, then Timbuktu is their place. Then they had access to books. The oldest mosque in Africa is in Mali. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, there's bare Abrahamic stuff going on in West Africa, bro. Like when you look at the evidence, there's Israelites in there, there's Muslims in there, there's all sorts of people in there.
Long before man saying that we're supposed to have that.
This is why I don't believe that whole idea of like, oh, they brought to you the Bible, like
Christianity, yeah.
when
No,
they
it's
say
not
West,
true.
that's not true. When you study African history, there was Nubian Christian kingdoms. And
No, because I'm looking at some of my Nigerian heritage and some of the old kings, and they got like crosses on their thing, and I'm thinking
exactly, there was Christian churches in West Africa
you
before
ain't even
the
met no white man yet.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's recorded when the white man
mad,
come,
isn't
but
it?
we're like, oh, and then they'll say like Franciscan monks came to them way before, you know, like in the 1700s. So I'm like, okay,
Monks,
that means Augustine monks or something, you know what I mean? From somewhere or Rome or somewhere or whatever.
I think some of the Israelites went to West Africa after 70 AD and started living in there and doing their thing there. Because when you look at Leo Africanus, he's a Portuguese historian. He talks about there being millions of Jews in West Africa, especially in like the coast. He talks about millions of Jews, Israelites, sorry, not Jews. I know you don't like that word. Well, when I say Jew, I'm just meaning Judah. So like the tribe of Judah. It's basically millions of them kind of people in them areas, which is why when you look at the map, it talks about the kingdom of Judah in like Benin, the kingdom of Judah, the Weda, they call it. So I think there's definitely been some Abrahamic stuff in there from Quay. Like I don't believe
that came with white man maps. You gotta understand that. On the white man maps, it said that.
But what was it before that then?
Judah or thing. Yeah, but we didn't map up our areas like that. So, you know, they can.
But why would the white man call you guys Judah though?
Don't care, bro. Are you interested?
Are they not trying to
Are
say
you more
something?
interested? No, are you more interested in thing? They called us thing, and they named our place Nigeria. They named places Lagos. You know, the Portuguese and all of that. Like, bro, shit, we didn't endorse.
But Maku, have you ever heard of Negrita?
Yeah.
What's Negrita?
Negrita or Negrito?
Negrita.
You tell me. Go on.
You know that's a location in West Africa, right? And you know what they say about that location on the map?
What did they say?
Where the Jews live. Oh, dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. And guess where that is on the map in West Africa? On the coast.
Yeah, but obviously, who occupied the coast? It's not
the same coast where the slaves were taken to America and the Caribbeans.
Right. So then any names, biblical names or anything like that, we should be taken with a pinch of salt when it comes to them areas, because these men had slave ports.
Maku, did you hear what I just said?
And the good ship Jesus. We know about the good ship Jesus.
Maku, the same coast, what's called Judah, which is called Negrita, where the Jews lived, which is all on the map, 18th century map, is the same place where slaves were taken to the Caribbeans and to the Americans.
Okay.
That's where the ports were actually. The slave ports were in those areas. So
Europeans are going to name it, not Africans.
No. But the point I'm making is,
what?
When people are saying the Israelites and the African American and Caribbean, they're saying the Israelites, it's not a joke. When we know that the place they were taken from was recorded to have a bunch of Israelites living there.
No, but also Jews are in existence, and Jews were definitely taking slaves. There's no doubt about that. They had endless.
Yeah, but you're talking about Khazarians. I'm talking about Israelites.
Yeah, I'm talking about Khazarians because Khazarians was involved in slavery. Like, let's be real.
Okay, so you got Khazarians enslaving Israelites.
Of course.
That's the point I'm making.
Of course, but yeah, they're not. The point is not whether they're Israelites or not. The point is, like, you shouldn't be taking nobody. You get me? These are children of God.
Yeah, but you know what happened?
God's first people on the planet. Like, doesn't matter what you want to put their names or titles on them. You just shouldn't be taking them. They know they did the wrongers. You know what I mean? It's fucked up, man. We're not endorsing none of it, bro. It's crazy. So any names or titles they want to put, because they did bring, you know, the gun and the Bible to us. You know what I mean? And the good.
What I'm saying is what I'm saying is, if you want to find the Abrahamic faith, all you got to do is just look at Africa, bro. It's all over the place. Even in when you look at the Lemba tribe, if you look at the recorded history.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, as in, we've gone into it many times to prove that.
Even in your, you know, in the Yoruba, there's Yoruba Jews. You know that, right?
No,
even in your tribe.
Even all of the tribes, bro, and the significant ones that have been mentioned, and you get me, man. Do
you know that you guys are Israelites as well?
The fake ones have acknowledged the thing ones.
Do you know that you guys are Israelites?
Some of us are, and some of us are not. So some of us are Kemet, some of us are Muslims from Square. You get me? It's all in our culture.
Hold on, you can be an Israelite and a Muslim. You know that, right?
I know, bro, but I'm just saying, like, these are significant. There's significant times in history that we definitely kept record of.
And you know that Asaka Bahamid, the king of the Songhai Empire, actually killed mainly Jews in West Africa and banned Judaism in West Africa. You know that, right? So many Israelites became Muslim. West Africa.
We know this, bro. Like,
so they were always Israelites, but they just became Muslim. So you can even be an Israelite.
A lot of Muslims. There was always a lot of Muslims, and
no. But Muslim isn't a lineage,
bro. I'm saying Muslims always wore. They became different tribes and whatever, but it's part of their culture and heritage. When there was a Songhai Empire, they were one thing. When they split up and went into other places and then started other nations, they became something else. Some kept that form of culture and heritage, some didn't. Some changed it and advanced it and went with something else, or kept it traditional.
Okay, you know when you look at, I'll give you a perfect example, right? I've been reading lately some of the do you know when the slaves started to read and write books? I forgot the guy's name, yeah, but he supposedly let me get his name up actually to give credit to the brother. He's one of the guys that basically learned how to read and write, and he wrote about his life as a slave in America, and he even remembered some of his history in West Africa because he was one of the first generations that came into America, right?
Definitely.
And he wrote about his practices, like the things that they were doing on the plantations, in comparison to what the Khazarians are doing.
Right.
And he said that there was a lot of commonalities between what they were doing on the plantations. Like, for example, they had their own Sabbath, they had their own circumcision, they had their own, they abstained from certain meats, So essentially, you got, by their own admission, this guy's sitting there thinking, wait a minute, if they're calling themselves Jews, like how come a lot of the stuff we're doing here is very similar? And he's a West African, he's a slave.
Yeah, but man's kidnapping, man, bro. Like, this is my whole point. Like, whether a set of people took on Judaism, we clearly know this. Yeah, from the 1400s, they took it on. They even
who took on Judaism?
The
Khazars. Yeah, the Khazars. Yeah, but I'm not talking about the Khazars. I'm talking about the slaves.
No, but then we got to talk about their behavior. So as I said, they're integral in this slave thing. They had their own role to play. They financed a lot of things. They did a lot of stuff. Do you get it? Even Columbus was one. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about the slaves, though, Michael. We know that those guys are Yiddish. Yeah, I'm talking about the slaves. I'm talking about the slaves.
But, I mean, if they can recognize the similarity, yeah, cool. Yeah, but remember that those people took on something. So it's clear there's no argument there. If I'm doing something from generational, and then I see another set of people doing a similar type of thing, but if I go into their history, it's clear to see that they took it on. There's no argument. You win, innit? Do you get it?
Are you looking what's in the chat, Michael?
No, I can't see. What's going on?
There's a list of names, slave names, and they have the word Yah in them.
No, there's straight Hebrew names in some of the lists.
Even for example, your name is Michael. That's Hebrew. Most of you guys have Hebrew names. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it?
No, I would say it's a Christian name still.
Christian. Oh, now it's Christian now. It's not Hebrew.
No,
anymore,
those are the thinking, bros. If they came to Africa and they brought us Christianity, I never said that no one never took it on. For my people, my
your name was in West Africa way before Christianity came there, bro.
I'm telling you, but I'm saying when it did come via the Europeans, let's put that into perspective, right? When it came and it was brought to my great-great-grandfather, right? He took it on. Catholicism or Roman Catholic and all of that, he took it on. Yeah?
Even names like Emmanuel.
Can I finish?
And Moses. These are all Hebrew names.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So I'm saying, like, yeah, even though, like, yeah, my great-great-granddad, the king, took on Catholicism and made everybody else bring it on, yeah, they still came with the good ship Jesus. So while they're learning about Christianity and blah, blah, blah from these men, these men are loading up the ship with your people. Like, yeah, look, this is the ship Jesus. Oh, Jesus that we just read about, the Savior. Okay, so you've come to Savior. If we jump on this boat, we're going to be saved. Cool, no problem. Boom, bondage. Yeah, these men are jinnu. Yeah, so as we said, like the Bible was used as a weapon of mass destruction against us Africans. Yeah, in a very subtle way. Yeah, you're going to take our gold and our trinkets and all sorts, say it's evil, melt it down and use it for your own devices and just give us a book and tell us to have faith. Do you get me? While you're kidnapping us and doing all sorts of atrocities to us and our people. Mad.
Yeah, but Maki, they're not giving you a book you're not familiar with, because that book, there's fragments of that book found in Timbuktu.
Defo.
There's Hebrew and Arabic found in Timbuktu, so it's not something you're unfamiliar with.
Yeah, but is
maybe the English version, maybe the English version of that, or the KJV is maybe something you guys that were not familiar with because you never spoke in English, but you were familiar with. Yeah, you're familiar with the Bible. You're familiar with.
Is it not been used by the European as a weapon when he's bringing it to man?
Yeah, but when they used it, they changed the stuff in it.
Did you say yes or no?
No, yeah, they changed it in it.
So
like they gave them a slave Bible.
Okay, cool. So as I said, they didn't even really give them Bibles, did they? Really? They gave
the fake ones.
Bro, they gave the hierarchy. Even Shaka Zulu had a Bible, right? Because the missionaries came, but they came to the king. So the king is the first port of call, innit? Once you can convert the king and get him on side, the people are going to be easy, innit?
But what did the missionaries say when they went to the Zulu lands? Have you read any of their writings? I have. It's very revealing when you see what they say about the Zulu. Basically, they end up concluding that the Zulus are one of the lost tribes because of their spiritual practices and because of the attributes of Mkulunkulu being very similar to the attributes of Yah.
Was Zulus even endorsing the behavior of Shaka?
No.
Thank you. So what are we talking about?
No, but I'm not talking about Shaka. I'm not talking about Shaka.
I'm saying there were practices that they did and they kept secret that these men would never even know about. Do you get what I'm saying? But what Shaka was doing, hold on, which he done in secret, right?
What?
Shaka was doing his thing in secret, going in the forest, speaking to the.
That wasn't a spiritual thing. When he went to the Sangomas are not secret. They're open. They're basically they're basically seers.
Was she in the corral? Was she in the
she's in the open. She's the advisor. She's the seer. It's like a prophet.
Oh no. Mbappe scored, man. Offside.
It's like a prophet, Maki. It's just a seer. That's what they were.
Come on.
You know what I mean? The Bible calls the prophets seers during the time of David. Samuel. Samuel is called a seer in the book of Samuel.
What's Samuel got to do with what we're talking about?
No, I'm just talking the similarities between African spiritualism and the Hebrew spiritualism.
But I'm saying that these men, whether there's similarities or not, used it as a weapon against us.
No, but they used a corrupted version of it. They came with white Jesus.
And do we have that corrupted version now?
Yeah, some of it.
Okay. No, I mean, when we're saying the King James version, is that not what they used?
I'm not saying the King James version is the corrupted version.
Okay.
I'm talking about as in
I just want to know
the image of God being a white guy and all this other stuff, and then coming and telling us that we're 3/4 human. They're obviously not coming with the gospel, are they? When they're doing that kind of stuff.
I'm saying when the Englishman, we're not putting it on anyone else because it seemed that people came to rob, but they didn't come to bring.
The Portuguese also came, not just the Englishman, bro.
Yeah, but they didn't bring religion.
They did. The Portuguese brought missionaries.
Yeah.
Yes, all of them did. Every single well, you guys had the British, we had the Portuguese and the Boers.
But we were already dealing with the Portuguese. This is our point. We were trading with the Portuguese, while they were kidnapping
from long time.
Yeah,
but they came to us though
from long time.
But the
Portuguese, we didn't know what they were on, really. We just they sold us guns and all sorts of stuff, and we gave them whatever.
Yeah, when the Portuguese came to us, we started trading with them at first, and then they started doing their Boer thing and trying to take over. So you know what I mean? That's how it always starts.
I agree.
It always starts as a peaceful trade, and then it goes on to backstabbing.
And that's how the British worked. But the British was more technical with their thing. They formed companies to take out certain groups and
they took Cape Town and the Khoisan. They took some of the Khoisan out, and they went deep in South Africa.
South Africa was peak. South Africa was
Port Elizabeth.
The evidence of their colonialism and their encroachment